The Memoirs of Alexandre Dumas. Book 1. Chapter 1. My birth, my name is disputed. Extracts from the official registers of Villers-Cotterets, Corbel Club, my father's marriage certificate, my mother, my maternal grandfather, Louis-Philippe d'Orléans, father of Philippe Égalité, Madame de Montesson, M. de Noailles and the Academy, a morganatic marriage. I was born at Villers-Cotterets, a small town in the department of Aisne, situated on the road between Paris and Laon, about 200 paces from the Rue de l'Arnau where Demoustier died, 2 leagues from La Ferté-Milon where Racine was born, and 7 leagues from Château-Thierry, the birthplace of La Fontaine. I was born on the 24th of July 1802 in the Rue de l'Ormit, in the house now belonging to my friend Cartier. He will certainly have to sell it me some day, so that I may die in the same room in which I was born. I will step forward into the darkness of the other world, in the place that received me when I stepped into this world from the darkness of the past. I was born July 24th, 1802 at 5:30 in the morning, which fact makes me out to be 45 years and 3 months old at the date I begin these memoirs, namely on Monday, October the 18th, 1847. Most facts concerning my life have been disputed, even my very name of Davy de la Pelletterie, which I am not very tenacious about, since I have never borne it. It will only be found after my name of Dumas in official deeds that I have executed before a lawyer, or in civil actions wherein I played either the principal part or was a witness. I therefore ask permission to transcribe my birth certificate to allay any further discussion upon the subject. Extract from the registers of the town of Villers-Cotterets. On the 5th day of the month of Thermidor, year 10 of the French Republic. Certificate of the birth of Alexandre Dumas Davy de la Pelletterie, born this day at 5:30 in the morning, son of Thomas Alexander Dumas Davy de la Pelletterie, Lieutenant General born at Jeremy, on the coast of the island of St. Domingo, dwelling at Villers-Cotterets, and of Marie-Louise Elizabeth Labourette, born at the above-mentioned Villers-Cotterets, his wife. The sex of the child is notified to be male. First witness, Claude Labourette, maternal grandfather of the child. Second witness, Jean Mitchell Deverlaine, Inspector of Forests in the 4th Communal Arrondissement of the Department of Aisne, 26th Jurisdiction, dwelling at the above-mentioned Villers-Cotterets. This statement has been made to us by the father of the child, and is signed by Al Dumas Labourette and Deverlaine. Proved according to the law by me Nicolas Bryce Mussart, Mayor of the town of Villers-Cotterets, in his capacity as official of the civil state. Signed Mussart. I have italicized the words his wife, because those who contested my right to the name of Davy de la Pelletterie sought to prove that I was illegitimate. Now, had I been illegitimate, I should quietly have accepted the bar as more celebrated bastards than I have done, and like them, I should have laboured arduously with mind or body until I had succeeded in giving a personal value to my name. But what is to be done, gentlemen? I am not illegitimate, and it is high time the public followed my lead, and resigned itself to my legitimacy. They next fell back upon my father. In a club at Corbel, it was in 1848, there lived an extremely well-dressed gentleman, forsooth, whom I was informed belonged to the magistracy, a fact which I should never have believed had I not been assured of it by trustworthy people. Well, this gentleman had read in I know not what biography, that it was not I but my father who was a bastard, and he told me the reason why I never signed myself by my name of Davy de la Pelletterie was because my father was never really called by that name, since he was not the son of the Marquis de la Pelletterie. I began by calling this gentleman by the name usually applied to people who tell you such things, but, as he seemed quite as insensible to it as though it had been his family name, I wrote to Villers-Cotterets for a second birth certificate referring to my father, similar to the one they had already sent me about myself. I now ask the reader's permission to lay this second certificate before him, if he have the bad taste to prefer our prose to that of the secretary to the mayoralty of Villers-Cotterets. Let him thrash the matter out with this gentleman of Corbel. Certificate of birth from the registers of the town of Villers-Cotterets. In the year 1792, first of the French Republic, on the 28th of the month of November, at 8 o'clock at night, after the publication of bans put up at the main door of the town hall, on Sunday the 18th of the present month, and affixed there ever since that date for the purpose of proclaiming the intended marriage between citizen Thomas Alexander Davy de la Pelletterie, aged 30 years and 8 months, colonel in the Hussars du Midi, born at La Guinaudy, True Jeremy, America, son of the late Alexandre Rantin Davy de la Pelletterie, formerly commissary of artillery, who died at Saint-Germain-en-Laye, June 1786, and of the late Marie-Cécile Dumas, who died at La Guinaudy near True Jeremy, America in 1772, his father and mother of the one part. And citizen Marie-Louise Elizabeth Labourat, eldest daughter of citizen Claude Labourat, commandant of the National Guard of Villers-Cotterets and proprietor of the Hôtel de l'Écu, and of Marie-Joseph Pravat, her father and mother of the other part. The said domiciled persons, namely, the future husband in barracks at Amiens and the future wife in this town, their birth certificates having also been inspected and not being found wrong therein, I, Alexander August Nicolas Longper, public and municipal officer of this commune, the undersigned, having received the declaration of marriage of the aforesaid parties, have pronounced in the name of the law that they are united in marriage. This act has taken place in the presence of citizens Louis Brigitte Auguste Espagny, Lieutenant Colonel of the 7th Regiment of Hussars stationed at Cambrai, a native of Oudy in the department of Gers. Jean-Jacques Etienne de Bez, Lieutenant in the same Regiment of Hussars, native of Clamercy, department of Lonnever. Jean Mitchell d'Yverlaine, Registrar of the Corporation and a leading citizen of this town, all 3 friends of the husband. Francois Elizabeth Ritou, mother-in-law of the husband, widow of the late Antoine Alexander Davy de la Pelletterie, dwelling at Saint-Germain-en-Laye. Present the father and mother of the bride, all of age, who, together with the contracting parties, have signed their hands to this deed in our presence. Signed at the registry, Marie-Louise Elizabeth Labourat, Thomas Alexander Dumas Davy de la Pelletterie, widow of la Pelletterie, Labourat, Marie-Joseph Pravat, L.A. Espagny, Jean-Jacques Etienne de Bez, Jean Mitchell d'Yverlaine and Longper, public officer. Having settled that neither my father nor I were bastards, and reserving to myself to prove at the close of this chapter that my grandfather was no more illegitimate than we, I will continue. My mother, Marie-Louise Elizabeth Labourat, was the daughter of Claude Labourat, as we saw, commandant of the National Guard and proprietor of the Hôtel de l'Écu. At the time he signed his daughter's marriage contract, but formerly first steward of Louis-Philippe d'Orléans, son of that Louis d'Orléans who made so little noise, and father of Philippe Joseph, later known as Philippe Égalité, who made so much. Louis-Philippe died of an attack of gout at the castle of Saint-Assise, November the 18th, 1785. The Abbé Maury, who quarrelled so violently in 1791 with the son, had in 1786 pronounced the funeral oration over the father at Notre Dame. I recollect having often heard my grandfather speak of that prince as an excellent, and on the whole a charitable man, though inclined to avarice. But far before all others, my grandfather worshipped Madame de Montesson to the verge of idolatry. We know how Louis-Philippe d'Orléans, left a widower after his first marriage with that famous Louise Henriette de Bourbon-Conti, whose licentiousness had scandalized even the court of Louis Roman XV, had on April the 24th, 1775, married as his second wife Charlotte Jean Barraud de la Haye de Rieux, Marquise de Montesson, who in 1769 had been left the widow of the Marquis de Montesson, lieutenant of the king's armies. This marriage, although it was kept secret, was made with the consent of Louis Roman XV. Solavy gives some curious details about its celebration and accomplishment, which are of sufficient interest to confide to these pages. We feel sure these details are not unwelcome now, that manners have become so different from what they then were. Let us first impress upon our readers that Madame de Montesson was supposed by court and town to hold the extraordinary notion of not wishing to become the wife of M. le Duc d'Orléans, until after he had married her. M. de Noailles has since written a book which opened the doors of the Academy to him, upon the resistance of Madame de Maintenon to the solicitations of Louis Roman XIV, under similar circumstances. Behold on what slight causes depends the homogeneity of incorporated associations. If the widow Scarron had not been a maid at the time of her second marriage, which was quite possible, M. de Noailles would not have written his book, and the Academy, which felt the need of M. de Noailles' presence, would have remained incomplete, and in consequence imperfect. That would not have mattered to M. de Noailles, who would always have remained M. de Noailles. But what would have become of the Academy? But let us return to M. le Duc d'Orléans, to his marriage with Madame de Montesson, and to Solavy's anecdote, which we will reproduce in his own words. The court and capital were aware of the tortures endured by the Duc d'Orléans and of Madame de Montesson's strictness. The lovelorn prince scarcely ever encountered the king or the Duc de Choiseul without renewing his request to be allowed to marry Madame de Montesson. But the king had made it a matter of state policy not to allow either his natural children or those of the princes to be legitimatized, and this rule was adhered to throughout his reign. For the same reasons, he refused the nobility of the realm permission to contract marriages with princes of the blood. The interminable contentions between the lawful princes and those legitimatized by Louis Roman XIV, the dangerous intrigues of M. de Maine and of Madame de Maintenon, were the latest examples cited to serve as a motive for the refusals with which the king and his ministers confronted M. le Duc d'Orléans. The royal blood of the House of Bourbon was still considered divine, and to contaminate it was held a political crime. In the south, the House of Bourbon was allied on the side of Henry Roman IV, the Béarnese prince, to several inferior noble families. The House of Bourbon did not recognize such alliances, and if any gentleman not well versed in these matters attempted to support them, it was quite a sufficient ground for excluding him from court favor. Moreover, the minister was so certain of maintaining supremacy over the Orleans family that Louis Roman XV steadfastly refused to make Madame de Montesson the first princess of the blood by a solemn marriage, forcing the Duc d'Orléans to be contented with a secret marriage. This marriage, although a lawful conjugal union, was not allowed any of the distinctions belonging to marriages of princes of the blood, and was not to be made public. Madame de Montesson had no ambition to play the part of first princess of the blood against the king's wishes, nor yet to keep up hostilities over matters of etiquette with the princesses. It was not in her nature to do so. Already accustomed to observe the rules of modesty with M. le Duc d'Orléans, she seemed quite content to marry him in the same way that Madame de Maintenon had married Louis Roman XIV. The Archbishop of Paris was informed of the king's consent, and allowed the pair exemption from the threefold publication of their bans. The Chevalier de Durfort, first gentleman of the chamber to the prince by reversion from the Comte de Pons, and Périgny the prince's friend were witnesses to the marriage, which was blessed by the Abbé Poupart, Cure de Saint-Eustache, in the presence of M. de Beaumont, Archbishop of Paris. On his wedding day, the Duc d'Orléans held a very large court at Villers-Cotterets. The previous evening, and again on the morning of the ceremony, he told M. de Valençay and his most intimate friends that he had reached at last an epoch in his life, and that his present happiness had but the single drawback that it could not be made public. On the morning of the day when he received the nuptial benediction at Paris, he said, "I leave society, but I shall return to it again later. I shall not return alone, but accompanied by a lady to whom you will show that attachment you now bear towards myself and my interests." The castle was in the greatest state of expectation all that day, for M. d'Orléans going away without uttering the word marriage had taken the key to the mysteries of that day. At night they saw him re-enter the crowded reception chamber, leading by the hand Madame de Montesson, upon whom all looks were fixed. Modesty was the most attractive of her charms. All the company were touched by her momentary embarrassment. The Marquis de Valençay advanced to her, and, treating her with the deference and submission due to a princess of the blood, did the honours of the house as one initiated in the mysteries of the morning. The hour for retiring arrived. It was the custom with the king, and in the establishments of the princes, for the highest nobleman to receive the night robe from the hands of the valet-de-chamber, and to present it to the prince when he went to bed. At court, the prerogative of giving it to the king belonged to the first prince of the blood. In his own palace he received it from the first chamberlain. Madame de Sévigné says, in a letter dateth of January 1680 that, in royal marriages the newly wedded couple were put to bed, and their night robes given them by the king and queen. When Louis Roman XIV had given his to M. le Prince de Conti, and the queen hers to the princess, the king kissed her tenderly when she was in bed, and begged her not to oppose M. le Prince de Conti in any way, but to be obedient and submissive. At M. le Duc d'Orléans' wedding the ceremony of the night robe took place after this fashion. There was some embarrassment just at first, the Duc d'Orléans and the Marquis de Valençay temporizing for a few moments, the former before asking for it, the latter before receiving it. M. d'Orléans bore himself as a man who prided himself upon his moderation in the most lawful of pleasures. Valençay at length presented it to the prince, who, stripping off his day vestments to the waist, afforded to all the company a view of his hairless skin, an example of the fashion indulged in by the highest foppery of the times. Princes or great noblemen would not consummate their marriages, nor receive first favours from a mistress, until after they had submitted to this preliminary operation. The news of this fact immediately spread throughout the room and over the palace, and it put an end to any doubts of the marriage between the Duc d'Orléans and Madame de Montesson, over which there had been so much controversy and opposition. After his marriage, the Duc d'Orléans lived in the closest intimacy with his wife, she paying him unreservedly the homage due to the first prince of the blood. In public she addressed him as Monseigneur, and spoke with due respect to the princesses of the blood, ceding them their customary precedence, whether in their exits or their entrances, and during their visits to the state apartments of the Palais Royal. She maintained her name as the widow of M. de Montesson. Her husband called her Madame de Montesson or simply Madame, occasionally my wife, according to circumstances. He addressed her thus in the presence of his friends, who often heard him say to her as he withdrew from their company, "My wife, shall we now go to bed?" Madame de Montesson's sterling character was for long the source of the prince's happiness, his real happiness. She devoted her days to the study of music and of hunting, which pastime she shared with the prince. She also had a theatre in the house she inhabited in the Chaussée d'Antin, on the stage of which she often acted with him. The Duc d'Orléans was naturally good-natured and simple in his tastes, and the part of a peasant fitted him, while Madame de Montesson played well in the roles of shepherdess and lover. The late Duchesse d'Orléans had degraded the character of this house to such a degree that no ladies entered it save with the utmost and constant wariness. Madame de Montesson re-established its high tone and dignity. She opened the way to refined pleasures, awakened interest in intellectual tastes and the fine arts, and brought back once more a spirit of gaiety and good fellowship. Saint Assize and this chateau at Villers-Cotterets wherein, as related by Soulavie, this ardently desired marriage was brought about, were both residences belonging to the Duc d'Orléans. The chateau had been part of the inheritance of the family since the marriage of Monsieur, brother of King Louis Roman XIV, with Henrietta of England. The edifice, which was almost as large as the town itself, became a workhouse, and is now a home of refuge for 700 or 800 poor people. There is nothing remarkable about it from an architectural point of view, except one corner of the ancient chapel, which belongs, so far as one can judge from the little that remains, to the finest period of the Renaissance. The castle was begun by François I and finished by Henry Roman II. Both father and son set their own marks on it. François I carved salamanders on it, and Henry Roman II, his coat of arms with that of his wife Catherine de Medicis. The two arms are composed of the letters K and H, and are encircled in the three crescents of Diane de Poitiers. A curious intermingling of the arms of the married wife and of the mistress is still visible in the corner of the prison, which overlooks the little lane that leads to the drinking trough. We must here point out that Madame de Montesson was the aunt of Madame de Genlis, and through her influence it was that the author of Adèle et Théodore entered the house of Madame la Duchesse d'Orléans, wife of Philippe Joseph, as maid of honour, a post which led to her becoming the mistress of Philippe Égalité and governess to the three young princes, the Duc de Valois, the Duc de Montpensier and the Comte de Beaujolais. The Duc de Valois became Duc de Chartres upon the death of his grandfather, and on the 9th of August 1830 he became Louis Philippe I, today King of the French. Chapter 2. My father, his birth, the arms of the family, the serpents of Jamaica, the alligators of St. Domingo, my grandfather, a young man's adventure, a first duel. M. le Duc de Richelieu acts as second for my father enlists as a private soldier, he changes his name, death of my grandfather, his death certificate. My father, who has already been mentioned twice in the beginning of this history, first with reference to my birth certificate and later, in connection with his own marriage contract, was the Republican General Thomas Alexandre Dumas Davy de la Pelletterie. As already stated in the documents quoted by us, he was himself the son of the Marquis Antoine Alexandre Davy de la Pelletterie, Colonel and Commissary General of Artillery, and he inherited the estate of La Pelletterie, which had been raised to a marquisate by Louis Roman XIV, in 1707. The arms of the family were 3 eagles azure with wings spread, or 2 wings across one with a ring argent in the middle, clasped left and right by the talons of the eagles at the head of the escutcheon, and reposing on the crest of the remaining eagle. To these arms my father, when enlisting as a private, added a motto, or rather, he took it in place of his arms when he renounced his title. This was Deus dedit, Deus dabit, a device which would have been presumptuous had not Providence countersigned it. I am unaware what court quarrel or speculative motive decided my grandfather to leave France about the year 1760, and to sell his property and to go and establish himself in St. Domingo. With this end in view, he had purchased a large tract of land at the eastern side of the island, close to Cape Rose, and known under the name of Larginodi, near True Jeremy. Here, on March 25, 1762, my father was born, the son of Louise Cesette Dumas and of the Marquis de la Pelletterie. The Marquis de la Pelletterie, born in 1710, was then 52 years old. My father's eyes opened on the most beautiful scenery of that glorious island, the queen of the gulf in which it lies, the air of which is so pure that it is said no venomous reptile can live there. A general, sent to reconquer the island when we had lost it, hit upon the ingenious idea of importing from Jamaica into St. Domingo a whole cargo of the deadliest reptiles that could be found, as auxiliaries. Negro snake charmers were commissioned to take them up at the one island and to set them free on the other. Tradition has it that a month afterwards every one of the snakes had perished. St. Domingo, then, possesses neither the black snake of Java, nor the rattlesnake of North America, nor the hooded cobra of the Cape, but St. Domingo has alligators. I recollect hearing my father relate, when I must have been quite a young child, since he died in 1806 and I was born in 1802, I recollect, I say, hearing my father relate that one day when he was 10 years old and was returning from the town to his home, when he saw to his great surprise an object that looked like a tree trunk lying on the seashore. He had not noticed it when he passed the same place 2 hours before, and he amused himself by picking up pebbles and throwing them at the log, when suddenly, at the touch of the pebbles, the log woke up. The log was an alligator dozing in the sun. Now alligators, it seems, wake up in most unpleasant tempers. This one spied my father and started to run after him. My father was a true son of the colonies, a son of the seashores and of the savannas, and knew how to run fast. But it would seem that the alligator ran, or rather jumped, still faster than he, and this adventure bid fair to have left me forever in limbo, had not a Negro, who was sitting astride a wall eating sweet potatoes, noticed what was happening, and cried out to my already breathless father, "Run to the right, little sir, run to the left, little sir," which translated meant, "Run zigzag, young gentleman," a style of locomotion entirely repugnant to the alligator's mechanism, who can only run straight ahead of him or leap lizard-wise. Thanks to this advice my father reached home safe and sound, but when there he fell, panting and breathless like the Greek from Marathon, and like him was very nearly past getting up again. This race, wherein the beast was hunter and the human being the hunted, left a deep impression on my father's mind. My grandfather, brought up in the aristocratic circle of Versailles, had little taste for a colonist's mode of life. Moreover, his wife, to whom he had been warmly attached, had died in 1772, and as she managed the estate it deteriorated in value daily after her death. The Marquis leased the estate for a rent to be paid him regularly, and returned to France. This return took place about the year 1780, when my father was 18 years of age. In the midst of the gilded youth of that period, the Fayettes, the Lameths, the Dillons, the Lazans, who were all his companions, my father lived in the style of a gentleman's son, handsome in looks, although his mulatto complexion gave him a curiously foreign appearance, as graceful as a Creole, with a good figure at a time when a well-set-up figure was thought much of, and with hands and feet like a woman's, amazingly agile at all physical exercises, and one of the most promising pupils of the first fencing master of his time, Labissière, struggling for supremacy in dexterity and agility with St. George's, who, although 48 years old, laid claim to be still a young man and fully justified his pretensions. It was to be expected that my father would have a host of adventures, and he had. We will only repeat one, which deserves that distinction on account of its original character. Moreover, a celebrated name is connected with it, and this name appears so often in my dramas or in my novels that it seems almost my duty to explain to the public how I came to have such a predilection for it. The Marquis de la Pelletterie had been a comrade of the Duc de Richelieu, and was, at the time of this anecdote, his senior by 14 years. He commanded a brigade at the siege of Philipsburg in 1738, under the Marquis d'Asfeld. My grandfather was then first gentleman to the Prince de Conti. As is generally known, the Duc de Richelieu was on his grandfather's side, whose name was Vignerat, of quite low descent. He had foolishly changed the T of the ending of his name to D, to confute pedigree hunters by making them think it was of English origin. These heraldic grubbers claimed that the name Vignerat with a T and not with a D at the end of it had originally sprung from a lute player, who had seduced the great cardinal's niece, as did Abelard, the niece of Canon Fulbert. But more lucky than Abelard, he finished his course by marrying her after he had seduced her. The marshal, who at this time was not yet made a marshal, was by his father a Vignerat, and only on his grandmother's side a Richelieu. This did not, however, prevent him from taking for his first wife Mademoiselle de Noailles, and for his second Mademoiselle de Guise, the latter alliance connecting him with the imperial house of Austria, and making him cousin to the Prince de Pont and the Prince de Lixin. Now it fell out one day that the Duc de Richelieu had an attack of colic, and therefore had not taken the usual pains with his toilet. It fell out, I say, that he returned to the camp with my grandfather, and went out hunting, covered with sweat and mud all over. The Princes de Pont and de Lixin were hunting at the same time, and the Duke, who was in haste to return home to change his clothes, passed by them at a gallop and saluted them. "Oh," said the Prince de Lixin, "is that you, cousin? How muddy you are, but perhaps you are a little bit cleaner since you married my cousin." M. de Richelieu pulled up his horse and leapt to the ground, motioning to my grandfather to do the same, and he advanced to the Prince de Lixin. "Sir," said he, "you did me the honour to address me." "Yes, M. le Duc," replied the prince. "I am afraid I misunderstood the words you did me the honour to address to me. Will you have the goodness to repeat them to me exactly as you said them?" The Prince de Lixin bowed his head in the affirmative, and repeated word for word the phrase he had uttered. It was so insolently done that there was no way out of it. M. de Richelieu bowed to the Prince de Lixin and clapped his hand to his sword. The prince followed suit. The Prince de Pont naturally was obliged to be his brother's second, and my grandfather Richelieu's. A minute later M. de Richelieu plunged his sword through the body of the Prince de Lixin, who fell back stone dead into the arms of the Prince de Pont. 55 years had gone by since this event. M. de Richelieu, the oldest of the marshals of France, had been in 1781 appointed president of the Tribunal of Affairs of Honour in his 85th year. He would therefore be 87 when the anecdote we are about to relate took place. My father would be 22. My father was one night at the theatre of La Montansière in undress, in the box of a very beautiful Creole who was the rage at the time. Whether on account of the lady's immense popularity or because of his imperfect toilet, he kept at the back of the box. A musketeer who had recognized the lady from the orchestra opened the box door and, without in any way asking leave, seated himself by her and began to enter into conversation. "Pardon me, monsieur," said the lady, interrupting him at the first words he uttered, "but I think you are not sufficiently aware that I am not alone." "Who then is with you?" asked the musketeer. "Why, that gentleman, of course," replied the lady, indicating my father. "Oh, pardon me," said the young man, "I took monsieur for your lackey." This piece of impertinence was no sooner uttered than the ill-mannered musketeer was shot forth, as from a catapult, into the middle of the pit. This unexpected descent produced a great sensation. It was a matter of interest both to the falling body and to the people on whom he fell. In those days people had to stand in the pit, therefore there was no need for them to rise up. They turned to the box from which the musketeer had been hurled, and hooted loudly. At the same time my father, who naturally expected the usual sequel to such a proceeding, left the box to meet his enemy in the corridor. But instead he found a police constable, who touched him with an ivory-headed ebony baton and informed him that by order of the marshals of France he was attached to his person. It was the first time my father had encountered the arm of the law. Brought up in St. Domingo, where there was no marshal's tribunal, he was not versed in the practices of that institution. "Pardon me, monsieur," he said to the guard, "am I right in assuming that you are going to stick to me?" "I have that honour, monsieur," replied the guard. "Will you have the kindness to explain to me what that will mean?" It means, monsieur, that from this moment, until the tribunal of affairs of honor shall have settled your case, I shall not leave your side. You will not leave me? No, monsieur. What, you will follow me? Yes, monsieur. Everywhere I go. Everywhere. Even to Madame's house. The guard bowed with exquisite politeness. Even to Madame's house, he replied. Even to my own, continued my father. Even to your house. Into my bedroom. Into your bedroom. Oh, this is too much. It is even so, monsieur. And the guard bowed with the same politeness as at first. My father felt a strong inclination to disengage himself of the constable as he had of the musketeer, but the whole of the replies and injunctions we have above reported were made so courteously, he had no reasonable excuse for taking offence. My father escorted the lady to her door, saluted her as respectfully as the constable had saluted him, and took home with him the representative of the marshals of France. This gentleman installed himself in his apartment, went out with him, came back with him, and followed him as faithfully as his shadow. 3 days later, my father was summoned to appear before the Duc de Richelieu, who then lived at the famous Pavilion de Hanover. This was the name by which the Parisians had dubbed the mansion Richelieu had built at the corner of the boulevard and of the Rue Choiseul, Louis le Grand, thereby hinting, and perhaps not without some show of reason, that the war with Hanover had supplied the requisite funds. My father then styled himself the Comte de la Pelleterie. We shall soon relate the reason for his renouncing this name and title. It was under this name and title, therefore, that my father was introduced to the marshal. The name awoke a recollection alike in the mind and in the heart of the conqueror of man. "Oh, oh," he exclaimed as he turned round in his armchair, "are you by any chance son of the Marquis de la Pelleterie, one of my old friends, who was my second in a duel in which I had the misfortune to kill the Prince of Lixin during the siege of Philipsburg?" "Yes, monseigneur." Then, Messire, this was the way the Duc de Richelieu pronounced the word monsieur, "you are the son of a brave gentleman and ought to have a fair hearing. Relate your case to me." My father told what had happened just as I have given it. There was too close a resemblance between this affair and the one the Duc de Richelieu had had with his cousin for the marshal not to be struck with it. "Oh, oh," he said, "and you swear that was exactly what occurred, Messire?" "Upon my word of honor, monseigneur." "You must have reparation then, and if you will today accept me as a second, I shall be delighted to render the same service to you that your father rendered me 46 or 47 years ago." As may well be imagined, my father accepted the offer, which was thoroughly characteristic of Richelieu. The meeting took place in the very garden of the Pavilion de Hanover, and my father's adversary received a sword cut across the shoulder. This event reunited the two old friends. The Duc de Richelieu asked news of the father from his son, and learnt that the Marquis de Pelleterie, after having lived in St. Domingo nearly 20 years, had returned to France and now lived at Saint-Germain-en-Laye. An invitation was sent to the Marquis de la Pelleterie to come and visit the Duke at the Pavilion de Hanover. Of course my grandfather accepted willingly enough. The two heroes of the Regency held long conversations over their campaigns and their love affairs. Then over dessert the talk fell on my father, and the marshal proposed to take the first opportunity that offered to place his old friend's son in the army. It was decreed that my father's military career should begin under less illustrious auspices. About this time my grandfather married again, and took his housekeeper to wife Marie Francois Ritou. He was then 74 years of age. This marriage caused an estrangement between father and son. The result of this estrangement was that the father tied up his money bags tighter than ever, and the son soon discovered that life in Paris without money is a sorry life. He then had an interview with the Marquis, and told him he had made up his mind to a course of action. "What is that?" asked the Marquis. "To enlist." "As what?" "As a private." "In what regiment?" "In the first regiment I come across." "That is all very fine," replied my grandfather, "but as I am the Marquis de la Pelleterie, a colonel and commissary general of artillery, I will not allow you to drag my name in the mire of the lowest ranks of the army." "Then you object to my enlisting?" "No, but you must enlist under an assumed name." "That is quite fair," replied my father. "I will enlist under the name of Dumas." "Very well." And the Marquis, who had never in any sense been a very tender parent, turned his back on his son and left him free to go his own gait. So my father enlisted under the name of Alexandre Dumas, as had been agreed. He enlisted in a regiment of the Queen's Dragoons, 6th of the Army, as number 429, on June 2nd, 1786. It was the Duc de Gramont, grandfather of my friend the real Duc de Guiche, who entered his enlistment under the name of Alexandre Dumas, and as a verification of this enlistment, a certificate was drawn up which the Duc de Guiche brought me only 2 years since as a souvenir of his father the Duc de Gramont. It was signed by 4 noblemen belonging to Saint-Germain-en-Laye, and stated that although enlisting under the name of Alexandre Dumas the new recruit was really the son of the Marquis de la Pelletterie. As for the Marquis, he died 13 days after his son's enlistment in the Queen's Dragoons, as became an old aristocrat who could not endure to see the fall of the Bastille. I give his death certificate from the civil registers of Saint-Germain-en-Laye. On Friday, June 16, 1786, the body of the high and mighty Seigneur Alexandre Antin Davy de la Pelletterie, knight, seigneur and patron of Bielleville, whose death took place the preceding day, aged about 76, husband of Marie Francus Retou, was interred in the cemetery, and mass was sung in the presence of the clergy, of Sieur Denis Niverat, citizen, and of Sieur Louis Regnault, also citizen, friends of the deceased, who have signed this at Saint-Germain-en-Laye. By this death, the last tie that bound my father to the aristocracy was severed. Chapter 3. My father rejoins his regiment, his portrait, his strength, his skill, the Nile Serpent, the regiment of the King and the regiment of the Queen, early days of the Revolution, declaration of Pillnitz, the camp at Molde, the 13 Tyrolean chasseurs. My father's name is mentioned in the order of the day: France under Providence, voluntary enlistments, St. George's and Boyer. My father lieutenant colonel, the camp of the Madeleine, the pistols of Lepage, my father general of brigade in the Army of the North. The new recruit rejoined his regiment, which was quartered at Laon, towards the end of the month of June 1786. My father, as already stated, was 24, and as handsome a young fellow as could be found anywhere. His complexion was dark, his eyes of a rich chestnut colour, and his well-shaped nose was of the kind only found in the crossing of Indian and Caucasian races. His teeth were white, his lips mobile, his neck well set on his powerful shoulders, and in spite of his height of 5 feet 9 inches, he had the hands and feet of a woman. These feet were the envy of his mistresses, whose shoes he was very rarely able to put on. At the time of his marriage, the calf of his leg was the same width as my mother's waist. His free colonial life had developed his strength and prowess to an extraordinary degree. He was a veritable American horse lad, a cowboy. His skill with gun or pistol was the envy of St. George's and Junot, and his muscular strength became a proverb in the army. More than once he amused himself in the riding school by passing under a beam, grasping it with his arms and lifting his horse between his legs. I have seen him do it, and I recollect my childish amazement when I saw him carry 2 men standing up on his bent knee, and hop across the room with these 2 men on him. I saw him once in a rage take a branch of considerable toughness in both his hands and break it between them by turning one hand to the right and the other to the left. Another time I remember going out one day from the little Château des Fosses where we lived, and my father found he had forgotten the key of a gate. I recollect seeing him get out of the carriage, take up the gate crosswise, and at the 2nd or 3rd attempt break down the stone pillar in which it was fixed. Dr. Ferris, who served under my father, has often told me that when about 18 he, Ferris, was sent as assistant surgeon to the Alpine Army. On the first evening of his arrival, by the camp firelight, he watched a soldier who, among other trials of strength, amused himself by putting his finger into the mouth of a heavy musket, and lifting it up not by his arm but on his extended finger. A man wrapped in a cloak mingled among the onlookers and watched with them. Then, laughing and flinging back his cloak, he said, "That is not bad, but now bring 4 guns." He was obeyed, for he was recognized as the commander-in-chief. He then put his 4 fingers in the 4 gun holes and lifted the 4 guns with as much ease as the soldier had lifted one. "See how easy it is," said he, placing them gently on the ground, when one is in training for such exercises. When Ferris told me this incident, he said he still marveled how any man's muscles could bear such a weight. Old Moulin, landlord of the Palais Royal at Avignon, where Marshal Brune was murdered, was also possessed of immense strength. When trying to defend the Marshal from assassination, he took up one of the assassins, to use his own expression, by putting his hand under his ribs, and threw him out of the window. This same Moulin told me once, when I was passing through Avignon, that when he was serving under my father in Italy, orders were given forbidding the soldiers to go out without their sabres, under penalty of 48 hours in the guardroom. This order was issued on account of the number of assassinations that had taken place. My father was riding out and met old Moulin, who was then a handsome, strapping fellow of 25. Unluckily, this handsome, strapping fellow had not his sword on. Directly he caught sight of my father, he set off at a run to try and slip down a side street. But my father had spied the fugitive and guessed the cause, so he put his horse to a gallop, and catching up with the culprit, he sang out, "You rascal, so you want to be murdered." Then, seizing hold of him by his coat collar, he raised him completely off the ground without either urging on or slackening his horse's pace, and carried him thus in a tight grip, just as a hawk swoops down on a lark, until, meeting a patrol, he threw down his burden and exclaimed, 48 hours in the guardroom for this scoundrel." Old Moulin had his 48 hours in the guardroom, but it was not the 48 hours in prison that lived longest in his memory, it was that 10 minutes' ride. My father's skill as a hunter was equal to his strength. I have come across veterans who had hunted with him, when serving in the Alps, where, as we have just seen, he had been in command, and they preserved many traditions of his almost inconceivable agility as a good shot. One example will suffice. My father had selected from among his aide-de-camp Captain de Horberg de Marsanges, commandant of the crack company of the 15th Regiment of Dragoons, as an excellent and indefatigable sportsman. He was my father's regular hunting companion. One day my father and his aide-de-camp left Cairo by the Nile Gate to go hunting on the Isle of Rhodes. They had not gone more than 500 steps from the walls before they met a captain of dromedaries, who, sinning against all the accepted codes of hunting, wished success to their expedition. "Devil take the brute," exclaimed Captain de Horberg, who was steeped in all the hunter's superstitions. "Our day is ruined, and I expect we had better turn back." "What," said my father, "are you mad?" "But, General, you know the proverb." "Of course I know it, but it is a French proverb and not an Arabian one. Now, if we were hunting over the plain of St. Denis, I should not say anything. Come, let us go on." They embarked and reached the island. Usually so abounding in game, the isle seemed barren. Captain de Horberg consigned the captain of dromedaries to the infernal regions every 5 minutes. Suddenly he stopped short, his eyes fixed and his gun arrested in his hand. "General," he cried to my father, who was about 25 paces from him. "Well, what's the matter?" "A snake." "What, a snake?" "Yes, and such a size, it is thicker than my arm." "Where is it?" "In front of me." My father took a few steps forward, but although he looked most attentively, he could not see anything. He shrugged his shoulders to indicate his inability. "Why, there, can't you see it?" said the captain. "It is curled round and round, sitting up on its coils with its head poised, hissing." "Well then, fire at it as quickly as you can, or it will spring." Captain de Horberg rapidly raised his gun to his shoulder and drew the trigger. Only the priming went off. At the same moment the snake sprang, but before it had covered the distance that separated it from the captain, the gun went off and the ball shattered its head. The serpent fell at the captain's feet and coiled round his legs in its death convulsions, writhing in its agony. The captain shrieked, for he did not see for the moment the state the snake was in. When he had recovered himself and was somewhat reassured, Captain de Horberg took the snake to Cairo, skinned it, and had the skin made into a sword belt as a souvenir of his narrow escape. But the whole way back he kept reiterating to my father, "Ah, General, didn't I tell you that devil of a rider would bring us ill luck?" As a matter of fact, the two hunters shot nothing but the snake, and it could not be described as a good bag. In the month of July 1843, on my return from Florence, I lodged at the Hotel de Paris, in the Rue de Richelieu, where I received a letter signed Ludovic de Horburg, wherein the writer begged an interview with me to unburden his mind of a dying request made him by his father. The next day was to be the first representation of Les Demoiselles de Saint-Cyr, so I put off the interview till the day after. General Dumas' old Egyptian aide-de-camp had, on his deathbed, as a sign of his gratitude, ordered his son Ludovic de Horburg to give me after his death the skin of the serpent my father had killed so quickly and cleverly on the Isle of Rhodes. It seems he had often related this adventure with the Nile serpent to his son, for, amidst the innumerable dangers Count de Horburg had encountered throughout his long military career, this one had remained the most deeply imprinted on his memory. Thanks to this verbal account, I am able to give the story here in all its details. My father had hardly rejoined his regiment before an occasion for displaying his skill as a pupil of La Bessière presented itself. The King's and Queen's regiments, which had always been in rivalry with each other, both happened to be stationed in the same town. This afforded a grand opportunity for constant skirmishes between them, and you may be sure such worthy opponents were not going to lose their chances. One day a soldier of the King's regiment passed one belonging to the Queen's regiment. The former stopped the latter and said, "Comrade, I can tell you something you do not know." "Well," replied the other, "if you tell it me I shall know it." "All right, I the King's the Queen." "That is a lie," replied the other, "it is the other way round, the Queen, the King." One insult was as gross as the other, and could only be wiped out by duels. About 100 duels took place during the next 24 hours, 3 fell to my father's account. In one of them he was cut across the forehead. Luckily his head was as tough as Duguesclin's. He took no notice of this wound at the time, but it led to grave complications later, which nearly drove him out of his mind. My father took no part in the earlier events of the Revolution. The National Assembly was constituted, the Bastille fell, and Murraybow sprang into fame, thundered and died. Meanwhile my father served as private soldier or corporal in provincial barracks. About 1790 he came with a detachment to Villers-Collerets, and there he met my mother, whom, as we have stated, he married November 28, 1792. In the meantime the revolution was spreading throughout France, and coalitions were being formed between the foreign powers. On August 27, 1791, 4 days after the first insurrection of the Negroes at St. Domingo, Leopold I, Emperor of Germany, and Frederick William Roman II, King of Prussia, met at Pillnitz and in the presence of M. de Bouille, who enjoyed such a terrible celebrity in the affair of the Swiss at Nancy, drew up the following declaration. Their Majesties, having listened to the petitions and remonstrances of their Royal Highnesses Monsieur and the Comte d'Artois, brothers of the King, have jointly agreed in considering the present position of the King of France a question of common interest throughout Europe. They hope that this interest will not fail to be recognized by the powers whose aid has been solicited, and that in consequence they will not withhold the use of the most efficacious means within their power, in conjunction with the undersigned Majesties, for the re-establishment of the King of France in a more stable position, within the limits of the most perfect freedom consistent with the basis of a monarchical government, equally befitting the rights of the sovereigns and the welfare of the French nation. Then, and in that case, their said Majesties the Emperor and the King of Prussia are mutually resolved to take prompt measures with the forces necessary to obtain the end proposed in common. In the meantime, they agree to give orders to their armies to prepare for active service. These were the lines that kindled the fire at Quievrain, which was not to be extinguished before the Battle of Waterloo. On January 14, 1792, an edict of the National Assembly invited King Louis Roman XVI to demand in the name of the nation explanations from the Emperor. The 10th of February was the date fixed for his reply, and in default of such reply, the edict went on to say, the silence of the Emperor will, after the declaration of Pillnitz, be looked upon as an infraction of the treaties of 1756 and considered hostile. On March 1 following, the Emperor Leopold died, worn out by debauchery at the age of 45 years, and his son Francois succeeded to the hereditary estates. As no satisfactory reply was returned, the troops proceeded to the frontier, and the regiment of the Queen's Dragoons, in which my father always served, though since February 16, 1792 in the rank of brigadier, was placed under the command of General Bunonville. It was while in camp at Mulda that my father found his first opportunity to distinguish himself. Commanding as brigadier a reconnoitring party of 4 dragoons, he unexpectedly encountered a patrol of the enemy, comprised of 13 Tyrolean chasseurs and a corporal. Despite his inferiority in numbers, he did not hesitate for a second to order his men to charge as soon as he saw them. The Tyroleans, who were unprepared for such a sudden attack, retired into a small meadow, surrounded by a ditch large enough to arrest the progress of the cavalry. But as I have said, my father was a first-rate horseman. He mounted his good horse Joseph, gathered up the reins, urged him on, and they leapt the ditch after the fashion of M. de Montmorency. My father instantly landed alone in the very midst of the 13 chasseurs, who, completely dumbfounded by such boldness, delivered up their arms and surrendered. The victor piled up the 13 carbines in a heap, placed them on his saddle-bow, made the 13 men march to meet his 4 dragoons, who had stopped on the other side of the ditch, over which they could not jump, and being the last to cross the ditch, he led his prisoners into the camp. Prisoners were rare in these days, and the apparition of 4 men leading in 13 produced a great sensation in the camp. This proof of the courage of the young officer was much talked of. General Bournonville desired to see him, made him Marshal des Loges, invited him to dinner, and mentioned his name in the order of the day. This was the first mark of distinction attached to the new name of Alexandre Dumas, adopted by the son of the Marquis de la Pelletterie. From that moment, General Bournonville promised my father his goodwill, a promise he never failed to keep. He used to say when my father was on duty over the general's quarters, "Oh, Dumas is watching over us, so I shall sleep peacefully tonight." This was the time of volunteer enrollment, and France set a unique example to the world. Never had a nation been so near its downfall as was France in 1792, unless it were the France of 1428. 2 miracles saved this dearly loved daughter of God. In 1428 the Lord raised up a maiden to save France, as Christ by his death saved the world. In 1792, he roused and inspired a whole nation. Xerxes on the rock of Salamis was not more sure of Athens, when its fortunes rested on the waves and on the fleet of Themistocles. Louis Roman XIV, at the gates of Amsterdam, was not more sure of Holland, who was ready to drown herself to escape his conquest, than was King Frederick William of conquering France at Longwy and at Verdun. France felt the hand of death pressed on her, but by a terrible and powerful convulsion, although her feet were already wrapped in her grave clothes, she struggled out of her tomb. She was betrayed on all sides. By her king, who attempted to fly to Varennes to rejoin Bouille at Montmedy; her nobility, who fought in the enemy's ranks and urged the Prussians on France; the priests, more terrible still, who spread abroad a spirit of civil war, not merely between citizens of the same country, province, or town, but between members of the same family, between husband and wife, between son and father, between brother and sister. At this period, when French Rome was struggling, we will not say against the world, but against Europe, there was scarcely a house which did not contain its Camille cursing her brother, or weeping for her lover. Oh, it is at such moments as these that France is great, and it is evident she has a true mission from Providence, since she rose up, struggled and triumphed, when all other nations would have succumbed. All historians refer to Paris at this period, as though it were Paris that did everything, and sent the army of the Revolution to march to the frontiers. Of course Paris did much, Paris with its enlistment offices in every public square, Paris with its recruiting sergeants going from house to house, Paris with its roaring cannons, its beating drums, its clanging bells, Paris with its proclamations of the country's danger, Paris with the great folds of its flag of distress floating from the windows of the Hôtel de Ville, Paris with the stentorian tones of Danton calling the people to arms. But the provinces did quite as much as Paris, and they had not passed through those terrible days of the 2nd Année of September. 2 departments alone, La Garde and La Haute-Seine, levied 2 armies among themselves. 2 men unaided, each equipped and armed a squadron of cavalry. 1 village gave every single man it had, and offered besides a sum of 300,000 francs. The mothers did more than give themselves or their money, they gave their sons, a more terrible and heartrending travail than that of giving them birth. 800,000 men enlisted. France, which had been under great difficulty to raise an army to defend her Thermopylae of the Argonne and to win the Battle of Valmy, had a dozen armies at her command, and a year later began the march to conquer Europe. Frederick William and Leopold, made a grave error when they declared war against the revolution. Had they been satisfied with drawing a kind of protective cordon round France, and with surrounding her with an armed girdle, France would in all probability have preyed upon herself. The volcano which threw up such fire and lava would have engulfed everything in the heart of that deep crater called Paris, wherein such days as the 5th October, as the 20th June, as the 10th August, as the 2nd Annid September, as the 21st January, had seethed and burst forth. But they broke open the mountain with 2 strokes of their swords, and laid bare a channel by which the revolution flowed out over the whole world. New regiments, whose very existence had been unsuspected hitherto, kept pouring into the army daily, regiments whose names were not entered on any list. Only created the day before, they were totally inexperienced, but on they marched against the enemy. St. George's had been made colonel of the Free Legion of American Cavalry in the South. Boyer raised the regiment of the Hussars de la Liberté et de l'Égalité as his contribution. They both knew my father, and both wanted to have him under their orders. St. George's took him first, as second lieutenant, on the 1st September 1792. Boyer made him a lieutenant the next day. Finally St. George's, wishing to keep him at any price, made him lieutenant colonel on January 10, 1793. My father was in reality in command of the regiment, for St. George's, who was no fire-eater, remained at Lille under the pretext of superintending the organization of his troops, using for his own purposes the money given him to buy horses. Placed, as I have said, at the head of the regiment, my father saw before him a vast field for the display of his sagacity and his courage. The squadrons of men trained by him were noted for their patriotism and their good military discipline. Always under fire, very few engagements took place in the camp of La Madeleine without his squadrons taking part, and wherever they went they left an honourable, and often a glorious record behind them. Once, for example, the regiment was in the vanguard, when suddenly it came across a Dutch regiment hidden in the rye which, at that season, and in that part of the country, grew as high as a man. The presence of this regiment was revealed by the movement of a sergeant who was about 15 paces from my father, and who raised his gun to fire. But my father saw this movement, realized that at such a distance the sergeant could not fail to hit him, drew a pistol from his holster, and pulled the trigger with such rapidity and good luck, that before the weapon was levelled, its barrel was pierced clean through by the pistol bullet. This pistol shot was the signal for a magnificent charge, in which the Dutch regiment was cut to pieces. My father picked up the bullet-pierced firelock on the battlefield, and it was only held together on both sides by 2 fragments of iron. I had it in my possession a long time, but in the end it was stolen from me in a house moving. The pistols which had wrought this miracle of accuracy had been given by my mother, and came from the workshops of Lepage. They acquired further renown in the Italian campaign, and we shall have more to say concerning them when we come to that chapter in our history. My father received his commission as Brigadier General of the Army of the North on July 30, 1793. On September the 3rd of the same year, he was appointed General of Division of the same army. Finally, 5 days later, he was made General Commander-in-Chief of the Army of the Western Pyrenees. So when my mother married my father on November 28, 1792, he was Lieutenant Colonel of Hussars, and in less than a year afterwards he had been appointed General in command. It had taken him but 20 months to rise from the lowest rung of the ladder, where he was nothing but a simple soldier, to one of the highest positions in the army. Chapter 4. My father is sent to join Kleber. He is nominated General-in-Chief in the Western Pyrenees. Bouchot's letters, instructions of the Convention, the representatives of the people who sat at Bayonne, their proclamation. In spite of this proclamation, my father remains at Bayonne, Monsieur de L. Humanite. With the grade of Brigadier General, my father was sent to join Kleber at the siege of Maastricht, but he remained only a short time under his orders. Later, in Egypt, Kleber became his intimate friend. Created Divisional General of the same army on the 3rd of September, he was given the command of the Western Pyrenees, and 5 days later he received news of his nomination from Bouchot, Minister of War, in these terms. Paris, 11th September 1793, year Roman II of the Republic, one and indivisible. The Minister of War to Citizen Dumas, General of Division of the Northern Army. I have to inform you, General, that the Executive Provisional Council, relying upon your patriotism, your courage and your experience, has appointed you to the position of General-in-Chief to the Army of the Western Pyrenees, rendered vacant by the death of Delbecq. The National Convention has approved this nomination, and I hasten to send you your credentials and to ask you to lose no time in taking up the post committed to your charge. This appointment will afford you fresh opportunities for showing your devotion to the public welfare in beating down its enemies. The zeal for the Republic you have hitherto shown is a sure guarantee that you will not spare her enemies. J. Bouchot. On the 24th, his instructions were sent him. We transcribe these instructions here because they seem to us to be important, in that they emanated direct from the revolutionary government, at the most revolutionary epoch of that government, that is to say, on the 24th of September 1793, and yet did not prescribe any of those rigorous measures in which the representatives of the people indulged in the departments. Perhaps it may be these representatives of the people had particular instructions, and suffered the soldiers to play the most prominent parts in that bloody tragedy. We shall see the role that was laid out for my father. Western Pyrenees. Paris, 24th September, year Roman II. Notes for General Alexandre Dumas. The Army of the Western Pyrenees is composed, according to Article 2 of the Decree of 30th April, of the Republican forces that are situated along the frontier and in fortified towns or ports, in the whole of the territory that borders the left bank of the Garonne, including the departments of the Basses Pyrenees, Hautes Pyrenees, the Landes and Gers, as well as the whole of the country along the left bank of the Garonne, in the departments of the Haute-Garonne, of La Tête-Garonne, and of La Gironde. It is thought best that the general should go immediately to Bayonne by Bordeaux. He had better interview the representatives of the people, the constituted authorities and the military heads, as he goes along. He must consult together with them upon every matter that concerns the defence and the tranquil settlement of the portion of the Republic comprised in his command, as well as upon the most convenient means to be employed in making necessary requisitions, which should be demanded in the troop centres indicated by the representatives of the people. He will reach Saint-Jean-de-Luz as soon as possible, where his headquarters will be made. He will carefully examine his staff and head employees of the different branches of the army. He will make himself acquainted with every detail concerning his sphere of administration. He must examine all books of orders, plans, charts and memoranda relative to the defence of the frontier and the seaboards. He must give ear to the chief engineer and other authorized personages. He must pay a visit to the camps, cantonments and stations, in order to regulate the order and discipline that ought to exist throughout the service. He must take cognizance of the most important passes, ports and highways, and if they are occupied by the Spanish, he must use his best endeavours to expel them and to take possession of them, if it is desirable from a military point of view, and possible without unduly risking the troops. Their actual position is in 4 divisions. First, that of Saint-Jean-de-Luz, consisting of 12,000 men, with its vanguard stationed at Bruges, and its outposts extending from Trauber in border as far as Coulon-Beta. The main body is encamped in front of the fort of Socoa de Saint-Jean-de-Luz, upon the heights of La Chapelle de Boudegaine de Belchessier, as far as the river Nivelle. The purpose of this division is to keep the enemy behind La Baie-de-Soa and to defend the pass of Rizat. Second, the division of Serres and of Saint-Ply of from 4 to 5,000 men is stationed at Escanes, Serres, Saint-Ply and Ain-Troève, with its outposts protecting Helberon and Notre-Dame-de-Bon-Secours. It prevents entrance into France by way of Tougaro, Merde and Ordake, and harasses the enemy in the valley of Baston. Furthermore, it can throw forward troops to Souzard, Espelette and Itlesu. Third, the division of Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port consists of about 10,000 men, of which 2 battalions and 3 Basque companies are at Baigorry, to defend the valley, and 1 battalion at Anheix. The rest covers the town, which is a most important pivot. Furthermore, it threatens the enemy in Les Blouls, the valley of Baston, and the road from Pampelune by Roncevaux. Fourth, the division of the cantonments of Pau includes Pau, Navarines, Olron, the Basse-Berris, the valleys of Beritou, Erit, Ausson, Over, and Saint-Savin. This division numbers 5,000 men, and can be increased by requisitioning the departments of Hautes-Pyrénées, of Gers, Haute-Garonne, La Tête-Garonne, Gironde and the Landes. Its object is to defend the valleys, and to be the reserve from which the whole army should be supplemented. The Spanish have a formidable artillery from Fontarabia to Biriatu. Their forces, it is said, consist of 15,000 men from Fontarabia to Cerdac, and as many round Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port, everywhere entrenched. Their military arrangements seem excellent. In time of peace, our posts on the extreme frontier were stationed at Ande, at Saint-Jacques de Sauberang, past Bihobi, Biriadu, and other places a league from the frontier, in the neighbourhood of the Rhône and on the banks of the Bidasoa. The great camp to be occupied is La Croix des Bouquets and Ande, with outposts at Serres and at Jolimont, to restrain the Spanish, whose flanks and rear will thereby be endangered. Beyond Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port is the post of Castelmignon, which the Spanish have taken from us. We ought to try to recapture this, and even the pass of Baguette, which is the way into Spain at that point. These items of local information have been extracted from memoranda, particulars of which will be found at the headquarters of the General Army and at the Engineer's Office, with transcripts of the military reconnoitrings that have been carried on along the frontier. The General will acquaint himself with these details, and he will direct his operations according to the strength of his active and reserve forces, and to those of the enemy and their positions, taking advantage of every circumstance that may promise an advantageous attack, without running risks. He will keep a controlling hand over all movements and instructions given to the troops, and especially over the officers, who shall be suspended if they are not found fulfilling their proper duties. Military schools shall be open to common use. They shall deal with all branches of the service, police, account-keeping, and republican discipline. A general officer and an officer from the chief staff shall be specially set apart for this object. The general will find the army in excellent spirits, and he will only have to keep it so. He must watch and arrest suspected men who might escape from the army. All communication with the enemy must be avoided. No one must be allowed to penetrate into his camp under any pretext whatever. Deserters must be sent to the rear to some suitable place. He must maintain an accurate correspondence with the Minister of War, independently of that from the headquarters. In short, his sense of patriotism and his courage render him worthy of the confidence of the nation. He will not keep back anything, and he will set his brothers at arms an example of every republican virtue. It is clear that these instructions had nothing very revolutionary about them. But when he reached Bayonne, serious differences broke out between my father and the representatives of the people sitting in that town. These representatives of the people were citizens Monstia, Pinot Senior, Garot, d'Artigoit, and Cavaignac. This assembly had gained for itself a sorry notoriety in the south, and when the above-mentioned members heard that my father was coming, knowing his moderate views, they tried to ward off the blow. On the 3rd Brumaire, before my father had actually arrived, they issued the following proclamation. In the name of the French Republic, one and indivisible, the representatives of the people within the sphere of the Army of the Western Pyrenees and the adjoining departments, being informed that the Minister of War has promoted to the rank of divisional generals in the Army of the Western Pyrenees certain citizens who have not the confidence of republicans, appointments which have raised a sense of uneasiness among the democratic people of Bayonne, fearing, in the first place, that the sans-culotte officers placed in their posts by the representatives of the Montagnards may be deprived by them, and secondly, fearing that they will see a recrudescence of intriguers and military spies at work misleading the soldiers, have been impelled to communicate their fears to their colleague Garot, who has already on their behalf drawn up the following provisional measures. Being informed that Citizen Dumas has been appointed by the Executive Council General of the Army of the Western Pyrenees, that he is on his way to Bayonne, and that he has been announced by his aide-de-camp Daryl, who has already arrived in the said town. Taking note of the fact that when the Minister of War made the above-mentioned appointments he could not then have been acquainted with the important operations which the representatives of the people have carried out by means of the Army of the Western Pyrenees, operations rendered imperative on behalf of the public safety, of which the Minister and the Executive Council will warmly approve as soon as they are acquainted with them. Also having regard to the interests of the army, which require that nominations made by representatives of the people of generals and officers who have merited the confidence of the soldiery by their courage, their talents, and their republican opinions, shall be maintained. It is resolved, Art. 1. The appointments made up to this date by the representatives of the people in the army of the Western Pyrenees, whether that of general in command or those of any other officer, shall hold good. Art. 2. Citizen Muller, general commanding the army of the Western Pyrenees, is forbidden to deliver letters of commission to officers who have just been or who are about to be promoted by the Executive Council to any rank in the said army whatever, or to recognize them in the rank the minister may have conferred or proposes to confer on them. Art. 3. It is decreed that Citizen Dumas, who has been nominated General of the Army of the Western Pyrenees by the Executive Council, and also all other officers who shall be or have been promoted to any sort of rank in the said army by the above-named council, shall on their arrival remain outside the walls of Bayonne and of Saint-Esprit, until such time as the representatives of the people of this town shall have arrived. General Laroche, commandant of the town of Bayonne and of the fort of Saint-Esprit, will see that this command is strictly adhered to. Those officers, however, who were already in the army when they were appointed by the minister, are exempted from this order, and will remain at their posts in the ranks they have held previously. Art. 4. The representatives of the people will frequently visit Bayonne to confer together as to what action shall be taken relative to the nominations of the Executive Council. In the meantime, they request their colleague, Citizen Garot, at present at Bayonne, to adhere strictly to this proclamation, and to look to it that its regulations are enforced. Drawn up at Mont-de-Marsan, 1st of the 2nd month of the year Roman II of the French Republic, one and indivisible. J.B.B. Montstier of Puy de Dôme, J. Pinot Senior and d'Artagoit. The above-signed representatives, approving this decree, declare that it does not and cannot apply to Citizen Frigeville, general of division so long attached to this army, whom the representatives of the people have summoned to them both at Toulouse and at Bordeaux. They therefore consider that General Frigeville should exercise his functions as general of division whether at Bayonne or in the army, from the time of his arrival. At Bayonne, 3rd of the 2nd month of the year Roman II of the French Republic, one and indivisible. Authenticated copy. Garros. If you would know how these famous representatives of the people occupied their time at Bayonne and in the surrounding country, and in what way my father's presence was distasteful to them, glance through their correspondence. That will explain why it was decreed that General Dumas should depart outside the walls of Bayonne as soon as he reached the town. Unfortunately, my father was not the type of man who could be made meekly to go out of a town when he believed he had the right to remain in it. So he stayed at Bayonne. This refusal to obey the order of the representatives of the people led to a fresh proclamation, which was issued the day after his entrance, on the 9th Brumaire. In the name of the French Republic, one and indivisible, the representatives of the people, in the sphere of the Army of the Western Pyrenees and the neighbouring departments, assured that the Committee of Public Safety and the National Convention are neither aware of the urgently needed reforms which have been brought about in this army, nor of the fresh appointments that had taken place in it, when the Minister of War or Executive Council, supported by the National Council, promoted General Dumas. And in view of the fact that General Muller has received from these representatives the position of Provisional Commander-in-Chief of this army, by reason of the proofs he has already given of his abilities, of his activity, of his courage, and of his pronounced Republican opinions, and in consideration of his tried experience of 4 months' laborious work in conducting war in countries and localities where it is impossible to exercise the same methods of warfare as among the armies of the Republic, work which takes considerable time and requires great intelligence in order to unite all the scattered forces employed at a multitude of different points, and to weld them into one harmonious army corps, and finally, on account of his services to this army and of his high moral character, which have won for him the respect, affection, and confidence of its officers and men. Seeing that General Muller is still in full enjoyment of this esteem, of this friendship, and of this confidence, that he alone can carry on the campaign to its completion, as he alone has the clue to its workings, and finally, that this campaign and war can hardly last more than another 3 weeks, or even less. Considering that General Dumas, against whom, let it be understood, the representatives of the people have no personal objections, cannot obtain a knowledge of these localities, of the plans and of the positions, in a less period than 6 weeks, as he himself admitted in the friendly conference which the representatives of the people have had with him. And as order and discipline, harmony and concord have reigned more forcibly and with more marked success since the provisional election of General Muller and the reforms made in the army, it is resolved, in the highest interests of the Republic, that temporarily, and until a definite command comes from the National Assembly, General Muller shall retain the command-in-chief of the Army of the Western Pyrenees. But it is also resolved that General Dumas be left at liberty to serve in this same army as General of Division, until a definite decree is received. At Bayonne, 2nd day of the 2nd month in the year Roman II of the Republic, one and indivisible. Signed, J.B.B. Monstier of Puyderdome, d'Artigoit Garot Cavaignac and Pinnet Senior. My father had obtained the satisfaction he desired. The representatives of the people had declared that they had no complaint to make against him, and had withdrawn the clause in their decree that had enjoined him to leave Bayonne. As to the sanction they granted him to serve as General of Division, it may easily be guessed he meant to ignore it altogether. So he installed himself and his staff in the square where lodgings had been taken for him in advance. Unluckily, all the executions took place in this square. When the ghastly hours arrived, and all other windows were filled with spectators, my father closed his, pulled down the blinds and drew his curtains. Soon a terrible commotion began under his closed windows. All the sans-culottes of the countryside gathered below and yelled, "Ha, Monsieur de L. Humanite, come to your windows, show yourself." But in spite of these yells, which were of such a threatening character that my father and his aide-de-camp stood sword and pistols in hand, fearing, more than once, matters would develop into an attack, not one of the windows were opened, not one of the officers belonging to my father's general staff appeared at the balcony. After this affair, the new general appointed by the executive powers was no longer addressed as citizen Alexandre Dumas. He was known only by a name sufficiently compromising at that time, especially among the people who had dubbed him with it, that of Monsieur de L. Humanite. Dispute if you wish, gentlemen, my name of Davy de la Pelletterie, but what you cannot dispute is the fact that I am the son of a man who in face of the enemy was called Horatius Cockles, and before a scaffold Monsieur de L. Humanite. Chapter 5. My father is appointed General-in-Chief of the Army of the West. His report on the state of La Vendée. My father is sent to the Army of the Alps as General-in-Chief, state of the army, capture of Mont-Valaison and of the little Saint Bernard, capture of Mont-Cenis. My father is recalled to render an account of his conduct, what he had done. He is acquitted. It can be seen that such a state of things could not last. Moreover, my father by his resistance risked his life in a far more dangerous game than that of the battlefield. The Committee of Public Safety replied on the 10th of Frimaire in the following terms. The Committee of Public Safety decrees that the Provisional Executive Council shall immediately send 0 men of the Army of the Western Pyrenees into La Vendée to join the portion of the Army of the West, which is acting against the rebels of that department and its neighbouring tracts on the left bank of the Loire. This division is to be under the command of General Dumas. The Executive Council is to take the most active steps to carry out these orders, and must forward its dispatches by special courier. Signed in the records, Robespierre, Lindet, Rivière, Carnot, Billaud Varennes, and C.A. Prieur. Authenticated copy. J. Bouchard, Minister of War. My father went to La Vendée. There he found an entirely different state of things. As soon as he arrived, General Canclox was recalled to Paris under suspicion. Everything fell on my father's shoulders, and he received the chief command of the Army of the West. He began his work by taking stock of the men at his disposal, as a good workman before setting to work examines the tools in his hands. The tools were bad, according to my father's report. If we read it attentively in the light of today, if we take careful note of the time it was penned, 17 Vendémiaire, year Roman II, we shall see that there was sufficient matter in this report to have guillotined him 20 times over. It was miraculous that he escaped. Here is the report. Report on the Army of La Vendée. Western Army. General Quarters at Fontenay-le-Pupil, 17th Vendémiaire, year Roman II of the Republic, one and indivisible. the Commander-in-Chief to the Committee of Public Safety. I have delayed my report on the state of the war and army at La Vendée, so that I might be able to make quite sure of my information from personal observation. Otherwise it would have been but an echo of the various accounts which have been told me by persons who had each his own particular point of view. Now, on my return from my tour of inspection, it will be quite another matter. I shall speak of facts which have come to my personal knowledge, and of irregularities which I myself have witnessed. Well, to speak plainly, there is no part of the Army of the West, whether in its military or administrative departments, which does not need the hand of a martinet. The battalions have no sort of cohesion. The old muster rolls are reduced to 150 men. By that you can judge of the small number of recruits there has been, of the incapacity of its regiments, the efficient portions of which are paralyzed by the inexperience of the majority, whilst the officers themselves are so undisciplined, it is quite hopeless to expect them to train fresh men. But there are worse evils than these. The evil lies deeper, in the spirit of lawlessness and pillage that prevails through the whole army, a spirit fostered by lack of punishment, and produced by long-standing habit. This spirit has been carried to such a pitch that I have ventured to say it is quite impossible to put it down, except by transferring these corps to other armies, and in replacing them by troops that have been trained to subordination. To convince you of the truth of this, it will be sufficient to tell you that the soldiers have threatened to shoot their officers for trying to stop pillage according to my orders. You may at first be amazed at such outrages, but you will cease to be surprised when you reflect that it is the necessary consequence of the system carried on till now during this war. When once an impulse to plunder and pillage has been indulged in, it is difficult to stop it at will, as you, citizen representatives, know. La Vendée has been treated just like a town taken by assault. Everything in it has been sacked, pillaged, burnt. The soldiers do not understand why they are forbidden to do today what they did yesterday. You will not find even among the general officers any means of recalling the rank and file to a love of justice and more decent behavior. I do not doubt that there are some who have higher principles and desire to return to a better state of things. Some of these men served in this army when pillage was in practice. Witnesses to the defeat of our arms, these men have lost, by their participation in these past defeats, the requisite authority to put a stop to the state of disorganization I have pointed out. The remainder are lacking in intelligence, in firmness, in proper methods for reducing the troops to order and discipline. Therefore, after careful examination, I have found but few general officers capable of doing any good. Their influence is usually bad, and a deplorable spirit of pillage, of lawlessness, and of license reigns throughout the army. There is no spirit of activity, no supervision, no teaching. One night I walked right through the whole camp without being so much as observed, let alone recognized. Is there, then, any wonder at our recent defeats? And this, notwithstanding that military virtues are never more needed than in civil warfare. How can we fulfill your orders without such virtues? How are we to convince these country people of your just dealings when justice is violated by your own troops? Of your respect for persons and property, when the men who are charged to proclaim that respect publicly pillage and murder unpunished? Your designs and their carrying out constantly contradict one another, and there can be no successful outcome unless this is all changed. To change the system we must change the men. It is above all urgently necessary to support precepts by example, as the inhabitants of these parts have so often been deceived by false hopes and broken promises. I shall, however, have expressed myself badly if you infer from my report that La Vendée is still a source of danger to the Republic and threatens her liberty. That is not my opinion at all, for I fully believe the war could be quickly ended if such measures as I propose were adopted. These are: 1. A complete reorganization of the army. 2. A thorough change in the staff officers. 3. A carefully sifted selection of officers intended for La Vendée. They should be able to maintain the strictest discipline and to stop the tendency to pillage by their tried experience, their intelligence, and their integrity, and, finally, by their own steady and determined conduct. Citizen representatives, must I speak out? So many difficulties confront me that I prefer to make this admission to you rather than fall short of your expectations. I should be proud to be able to end this disastrous war, and to help to deliver the Republic at last from the perils with which it is threatened. But desire for glory does not make me blind to facts. The materials at my disposal are not adequate to satisfy your views, to reorganize the army, to make up for the inefficiency of the general officers, to restore the confidence of the inhabitants of the revolted provinces. In short, to rouse new life and infuse a better spirit all round. Whilst, therefore, matters remain in this condition, it will be quite impossible for me to respond to your hopes, and to assure you of a speedy termination to the war in La Vendée. Could not the reader fancy he was studying the report of an old Roman warrior of the time of Regulus, or of Cato the Elder, who had had to be sent into a revolted province as a result of the proconsulship of a Calpurnius Piso or a Verres? This report was equivalent to a resignation, and, considering the spirit of the time, seemed pretty certain to lead to that end, but some good genius always seemed to protect my father, and instead of forfeiting his head as the penalty for declaring such terrible truths, he was made commander-in-chief of the army of the Alps on 2nd Nivose, year Roman II. He took up his new command on the 2nd of the following Pluvios. Let us here say a few words about the situation of the Alpine army at the time my father was appointed commander-in-chief. In the first place, the defeats of Quievrain and of Marchienne, and the taking of Longwy and the bombardment of Lille, were such comparatively ancient history as to have been almost forgotten. At the end of a year, France, who had been so near a foreign invasion, had carried war into the enemy's territory. Belgium was entirely conquered. Our soldiers were examining the mountains of the Savoy which they were soon to scale, and our old enemy Austria was already threatened on the one hand by Germany and on the other by Italy. 3 fresh enemies, England, Spain and Holland, rose against us, in response to Francis's and Frederick William's cry of distress. The old allies who had placed the old monarchy within an ace of destruction at Fontenoy and at Rossbach threatened the young republic, but as we have said to the chant of La Marseillaise, a miracle was wrought. The whole of France rose simultaneously, and 7 armies confronted their enemies on all sides. When the Prussians had penetrated as far as La Champagne and the Austrians had invaded Flanders, the King of Sardinia made sure that France was lost. He did not hesitate to join the coalition and to prepare his army for war. The government, alarmed by these demonstrations, sent General Montesquieu south to prospect. He had not been there a month before, becoming convinced that France ought to reckon the King of Sardinia henceforth among her enemies. He sent the government a plan for the invasion of Savoy. After untold difficulties, including even a temporary disgrace, General Montesquieu received orders to put his project into execution. He transported his camp to Abrelles and ordered General Anselmy, who was in command of the camp of Var, to make ready to invade the district of Nice towards the end of September, and to combine his forces with those of the fleet, then under the command of Admiral Truget at the port of Toulon. As soon as the Piedmontese were aware of our preparations to invade, they hastened to make ready for our attack. 3 forts had been built, one near Champeril and the other 2 at Mayrux. Montesquieu allowed these preparations to grow and entrenchments to be thrown up. Then, just when he knew the Piedmontese were about to mount guns in them, he sent Major General Larocque with the 2nd Battalion of Light Infantry and some grenadiers to take them by surprise. The Piedmontese, whose preparations for defense were not yet complete, made no attempt to resist the attack, and abandoning the half-finished fortifications which they had raised with such labor, they fled without firing a single shot. The evacuation of the bridges, the marches from Bellegarde and Notre-Dame de Mayrux and Apremont, were the result of this retreat. The French followed the Piedmontese a half-day's march behind. Montmelon opened its gates. Public opinion, checked until now by the Sardinian occupation, began to wake up. The French were welcomed on all sides as liberators. The Piedmontese fled to the sound of the cheering which greeted the tricolored flag. Deputations from all the villages hurried up to General Montesquieu. His march was a triumphal procession. Deputies came to him even to the Château des Marches to bring him the keys of Chambery, and the next day he entered the town with an escort of 100 cavalry, 8 companies of grenadiers and 4 pieces of cannon. There a grand banquet awaited him, his staff and his soldiers, given by the municipal council. Savoy was now incorporated into France under the name of the Department of Mont-Blanc. A title retained until this first conquest was brought about without the firing of a single rifle, solely by the superiority of the tactics of the French general over those of his enemy. In the meantime, General Anselmy took possession of the district of Nice and added the department of the Alps Maritimes to France. The Principality of Monaco soon followed. But here the French invasion ended. Civil war began to rage at home. Jean Chouan had raised La Vendée by his nocturnal whisperings. The scaffold, ever ready in the squares of revolutionary towns, claimed its ghastly toll. General Montesquieu was proscribed by the Convention, but succeeded in escaping to Switzerland, where he found refuge. Anselmi was arrested and beheaded for the conquest of Nice. Bayern took his place and followed him to the scaffold. Finally, Kellerman, whom my father was to succeed, took a turn as commander-in-chief in a post known to be under suspicion and more dangerous than grapeshot. But Kellerman soon found himself between the Piedmontese army, eager to assume the offensive, and Lyon, which was in a state of revolt. He kept his eyes on Italy and France alternately, and divided his small army into two corps, leaving one under General Brunet's command, and leading the other up to the walls of Lyon himself. Directly the Piedmontese discovered Kellerman's departure, they took advantage of the reduced numbers of the French troops, and fell upon them with 25,000 men. For 18 days that handful of brave men fought incessantly, only falling back step by step, losing but a matter of 20 leagues of ground, and saving all their magazines. However, General Brunet could not hold out much longer, and he notified his position to Kellerman. Kellerman immediately raised the siege of Lyon, and joined the army with a reinforcement of 3,000 men, bringing up the total of his forces to 8,000 men. He placed 300 of the National Guards in the second line, and with these trifling numbers, he began the attack on 13 September 1793. His plan of attack was most cleverly contrived, and was carried into execution with equal skill by his lieutenants and men. It was a complete success, and from October 9 following, the enemy was chased from Faucigny, from Tarentaise, and from Lamorien. The Piedmontese were driven from post to post till they reached St. Maurice, which they hoped to hold, since they had mounted there several pieces of cannon. The advance guard reached it at 7 o'clock on the morning of October 4. The cannonade lasted until 10 o'clock, till the bulk of the army appeared on the scenes with its artillery. Whilst the French guns were silencing the enemy's battery, Kellerman ordered the 2nd Battalion of Light Cavalry to outflank the Piedmontese. The 800 men who composed this battalion were accustomed to mountain warfare, and dashed over the boulders, leaped the precipices, climbed down the abysses, and attacked the Piedmontese with such impetuosity that they could not withstand the onslaught, but fled in disorder, abandoning St. Maurice. When Kellerman left this village, he wrote to the Convention as follows: Mont Blanc was invaded several days ago by a considerable number of the enemy, but today it is evacuated. The frontier from Nice to Geneva is open, and the retreat of the Piedmontese from La Tarentaise will necessitate their retiring from Lamorien. The taking of Mont Blanc has cost the enemy 2,000 men and a vast quantity of money. Kellerman's reward was a warrant for his arrest and a summons to appear before the Convention. It was to replace him, whilst he went to give an account of his victories, that my father was called to the army of the Alps. His first care on arrival was to reconnoitre the enemy's lines, and to re-establish the broken communications between the army of the Alps and the army in Italy. While busied over these preliminary operations, he sent the Convention a plan of campaign which was adopted. All this time my father was making friends with the boldest chamois hunters. He made 1 or 2 excursions with them to show them that he was capable of making one of their party, and when he had gained their confidence, or rather their devotion, by hunting with them among the snows, he converted his hunting comrades into guides. One morning the general left his army in command of General Bagdelon, took provisions to last several days, and set out with 3 of his faithful hunters. He was absent 5 days. During these 5 days he examined all the passes by which it might be possible to reach the redoubt on Mont Cenis. This work was no easy task, for the passes could only be examined by night, and the least false step would have hurled a reckless scout into the precipices. He returned on the 5th day. Mont Cenis was the strategic point, the pivot on which all his plans had to turn. Mont Cenis, with its everlasting snows, its bottomless abysses, and its impracticable paths, was reckoned impregnable. As he re-entered the camp, my father remarked, "In a month Mont Cenis will be ours." It should be pointed out that the men who had to second him in this enterprise were used to mountain warfare. They stuck at nothing short of the impossible. Now they were about to overcome the impossible. The soldiers would have to pass where no mountaineer had ever passed, paths whose snows the foot of man had never trodden, where only the hoofs of chamois or the eagle's talons had pressed. My father had 3,000 iron crampons, frost nails, made for distribution among his soldiers, and they were bidden to practice the use of these in crossing the most difficult places. Spring came, and with it the possibility of action, but the Piedmontese too had been busy, and were preparing to give their enemies a warm reception. Mont-Cenis, the Valaison and the little St. Bernard bristled with guns. My father decided he must begin by seizing St. Bernard and the Valaison. The enemy he wanted to get at were bivouacking among the clouds. It was a war with titans, and the heavens had to be climbed. On the evening of Apath, General Bagdelon received instructions to scale the little St. Bernard, and to be ready by daybreak to attack it. My father reserved Mont Valaison to himself. General Bagdelon set out at 9 at night. He marched for 6 hours in the region of precipices without the least sign of paths, trusting in guides who themselves several times got confused in the darkness and misled our soldiers. At last, at break of day, they reached the redoubt and attacked it with that courage and fury of which his men had so many times before given proof. But the redoubt was a hard nut to crack. The mountain seemed like a flaming volcano. 3 times Bagdelon rallied his men to the attack, and 3 times they were driven back. Suddenly the muzzles of the cannon of an outlying fort, which my father had just stormed, were turned on them. A hail of bullets overwhelmed the defenders of St. Bernard. My father had been the first to succeed in his enterprise. He had turned the Piedmontese cannon against themselves. Mont Valaison, which should have protected St. Bernard, now destroyed it. The French, seeing the help that had so unexpectedly come to them, made a 4th dash. The Piedmontese, intimidated by this effectual diversion, did not even attempt to offer resistance, but fled on all sides. General Bagdelon sent 2 battalions of new recruits from the Côte d'Or with the 2nd Battalion of light infantry in pursuit of them. For 3 leagues the Piedmontese were followed and hunted down like chamois in bloody tracks. 20 pieces of cannon, 6 howitzers, 13 pieces of mountain artillery, 200 muskets and 200 prisoners were the trophies from this twofold victory. But there was still Mont-Cenis to take. The possession of this last redoubt would complete the effective occupation of the whole of the Savoy, and to gain it, the commander-in-chief of the Army of the Alps concentrated all his attention. The Piedmontese would thus be cut off from all means of pouring down the defiles into this duchy at their own sweet will, and they would be compelled to camp in the plains of Piedmont. Several attempts had been already made and proved abortive. In one of these attempts, tried in the month of February, General Sarret had lost his life. His foot slipped, and he fell to the bottom of a precipice, where his body was buried beneath the snows. This accident had suggested to my father the precaution of having crampons made for himself and his men. Mont-Cenis was only assailable from 3 sides. The 4th was so well defended by nature that the Piedmontese simply protected it by a stockade. To get up from this side meant a climb from the very bottom of a precipice. My father made a pretense of attacking the other 3 sides. Then, on the 19th Floreal 8th of May, he set out at night with 300 men. He had to turn the mountain, climb the inaccessible rock side, and give the signal for attack to the other corps by his own attack. Before beginning the ascent, my father showed his men the rock they had to climb. "Understand beforehand," he said, "that any man who slips is a dead man, for nothing can save him if he falls from such a height. It will therefore be useless to call for help. His cry will not save him and may imperil the enterprise by giving the alarm." 3 men fell, their bodies were heard bounding from rock to rock, but no cry, not a groan, not a murmur escaped them. The climbers reached the plateau. Although it was a dark night, the long line of soldiers, clothed in blue uniforms, could have been perceived outlined against the snow from the fort. But my father had foreseen this contingency. Each man had a cotton cap and a shirt rolled up in his knapsack. This was the ordinary dress my father adopted at night when he hunted chamois. They reached the foot of the palisade without having roused a single challenge. The men began climbing the palisades as soon as they reached them, but thanks to my father's Herculean strength he thought of a better and quieter way, namely, to take each man by the seat of his trousers and the collar of his coat and throw him over the palisades. The snow would break the fall and also deaden the noise. Surprised out of their sleep, and seeing the French soldiers in their midst without knowing how they had come there, the Piedmontese hardly offered any resistance. So just a month to the day after it had been predicted, Mont-Cenis became ours. Whilst my father was taking Mont-Cenis, another column of the Army of the Alps crossed the pass of Argentière, near Barcelonnette, seized the post at the barricades, invaded the valley of La Hure, and thereby put the Army of the Alps in close connection with the Army of Italy, the extreme left arm of which had advanced as far as the little village of Isola, near San Dalmatio Salvatico. My father had just reached the stage at which the commanding generals of the Army of the Alps were recalled to be guillotined. He expected this reward, and he was not therefore surprised to receive this communication. 6th Messidor, Year Roman II. Citizen General, you are commanded to leave the army of the Alps instantly and to present yourself in Paris, to answer the accusations which are being made against you. Carlotte de Herbois. The accusations, or rather the accusation, which my father had to answer was this. My father had entered the little village of St. Maurice in midwinter. The first thing he saw in the open square of the village was a guillotine ready prepared for an execution. He was informed that 4 wretched men were going to be executed for trying to steal and smelt down the church clock. The crime did not seem to my father deserving of the penalty of death, and he turned to Captain Dermancourt, the same who was soon to become his aide-de-camp. Dermancourt, he said to him, it is horribly cold, as you can see and feel for yourself. We may not find any wood where we are going. Let that devilish red-coloured machine you see there be pulled down and taken away to make firewood for us. Dermancourt, accustomed to implicit obedience, obeyed implicitly. This proceeding, put into execution with truly military rapidity, very much embarrassed the executioner, who had 4 men to guillotine and no longer a guillotine to do it with. My father, perceiving the poor man's dilemma, took pity on him, relieved him of his 4 prisoners, gave him a quittance for them, and let them go, with the advice to flee to the mountains as fast as their legs could carry them. It need hardly be said that the prisoners did not wait for a second bidding. By nothing short of a miracle, my father escaped paying for the 4 heads he had saved by his own. But thanks to his conquest of the St. Bernard of Valaisson and of Mont-Cenis, he was pardoned for this insult to patriotism. But the nickname of M. de L. Humanite was now more applicable than ever, and was more often than ever applied to him. I have already said how lucky my father was. Chapter 6. The result of a sword stroke across the head, St. George's and the recounts, the quarrel he sought with my father is transferred to the army of Saint-Barthélemy. He hands in his resignation and returns to Villers-Cotterets, a retrospect over what had happened at home and abroad during the 4 years that had just elapsed. My father was glad enough to find himself once more in Paris, as soon as he saw they were not going to guillotine him. He had been troubled for long by a wen on his forehead, which had caused him great pain. This wen had grown upon the old sword cut he had received in one of those 3 army duels he fought to sustain the preeminence of the Queen over the King. The wen was found to have adhered to his skull, and its removal meant a rather critical operation. The operation was very successfully performed by M. Pelletan. On the 15th of Thermidor this year, an order from the Committee of Public Safety appointed my father as commandant of the military school established at the camp of Sablons. This appointment did not last long. On the 18th Thermidor, 3 days, that is, after this appointment, he was ordered to join the army of Saint-Barthélemy. But before quitting Paris, my father had an account to settle with his old colonel, St. George's. We mentioned previously that instead of joining his regiment, St. George's had found it more convenient to settle at Lille, where he induced the government to place him in charge of a remount depot. In addition to this, by virtue of the powers which regimental heads arrogated to themselves at this period, he requisitioned an immense number of pleasure horses, in which he traded. The price these horses fetched was estimated at upwards of 1,000,000 francs. Although people were not very strict in those days at this kind of peccadillo, St. George's went to such lengths that he was summoned to Paris to show his accounts. As St. George's books were very badly kept, he hit on the idea of throwing the blame upon my father, by saying it was Lieutenant Colonel Dumas who had had charge of the regimental remounts. The Minister of War therefore wrote to my father, who immediately proved that he had never ordered a single requisition, nor bought nor sold a single horse. The reply of the minister entirely exculpated my father from blame, but this did not lessen his grudge against St. George's, and as his wen caused him horrible suffering and kept him in a perpetual state of irritability of temper, he positively swore he would fight a duel with his old colonel. Brave though St. George's was with pistol or sword in hand, he much preferred to choose his own duels. Fortunately or unfortunately, this one was noised abroad. My father called 3 times at St. George's house without finding him at home. He called again another 3 times, each time leaving his card. At length he wrote such a pressing threat in pencil on the last of these cards, that, the day but one after he had undergone his operation, my father, who was in bed and nursed by Dermancourt, the captain who had turned the guillotine of St. Maurice into faggots, received a visit from St. George's, who, on being told that the invalid was ill in bed, was about to leave his card and withdraw, when Dermancourt, who had heard a great deal about him, seeing a magnificent specimen of a mulatto, who stuttered in his talk, recognized St. George's and ran after him. "Ah, M. de St. George's," he exclaimed, "is it you? Do not go away, I beseech you, for ill though he is, the general is quite capable of running after you, so anxious is he to see you." St. George's at once made up his mind what part to play. "Oh dear good Dumas," he cried, "I know how very much he longs to see me, and I him, we were always such great friends. Where is he, where is he?" And darting into the room, he flung himself upon the bed, clasped my father in his arms, and hugged him almost to suffocation. My father endeavoured to speak, but St. George's did not give him time. "Ah, and you wanted then to kill me, Dumas," he said. "To kill me, to kill St. George's, is it possible? Why, you are my own son. Were St. George's dead, no other man but you could replace him. Be quick and get up, order me a cutlet, and let there be an end to all this nonsense." At first my father was strongly inclined to pursue the quarrel to the bitter end. But what could you say to a man who threw himself on your bed, embraced you, called you his son, and invited himself to lunch? My father held out his hand and said, "Ah, you ruffian, you may well be pleased to call me your successor, instead of being the successor of the former Minister of War, for I promise you I would have hung you." "Oh, but surely you would have guillotined me," said St. George's, laughing at the wrong side of his mouth. "Not a bit of it, not a bit of it. Only honest folk are guillotined nowadays, thieves are hung." "Now tell me frankly what were your intentions in coming to see me," said St. George's. "First of all to find you." "Certainly, but what next?" "Next, yes. I should have gone into the room I was told you were in, I should have shut the door behind me, I should have put the key in my pocket, and whichever of us two remained alive at the end of 5 minutes would have had to open it." "In that case," replied St. George's, "you see I was very wise not to be found at home." But as at that moment the door opened to announce that lunch was ready, the discussion ended and the meal began. With that rapidity of movement with which the Convention manoeuvred its generals at this period, my father was changed from the army of Saint-Barret-Meuse to the chief command on the coast of Brest. But he had grown disgusted with these factitious moves, and 16 days after his appointment, he sent in his resignation and retired to Villers-Cotterets to be with my mother, who, a year or two before, had given birth to my eldest sister. Many things had happened since the 28th November 1792, when Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Alexandre Dumas Davy de la Pelletterie had married Marie-Louise Elizabeth Labourette. In the first place, to look abroad, a speedy vengeance had succeeded the defeats of Marchin and the taking of Longwy and of Verdun, in the victories of Valmy and of Jemappes. Charleroi had been occupied by General Montesquieu, and Nice by General Anselmy. The siege of Lille was raised, and Mayence was taken by General Custine. Our troops had entered Frankfurt-on-the-Main. Brussels had been occupied by General Dumouriez, and Savoy restored to France. The citadel of Anvers had been taken by General Labordane, Namur by General Valence. England, Holland and Spain had declared war. Breda and Gertruidenberg had been taken by Aachen. The first coalition against France was formed, comprising Prussia, Austria, Germany, Great Britain, Holland, Spain, Portugal, the two Sicilies, the Papal States and the King of Sardinia. The Battle of Neuwind had been lost, which led to the emigration of Dumouriez and of the Duc de Chartres. Porrentruy was restored to France. The English took Tobago from us. Spain invaded La Roussillon. Lyon rose in arms. Negroes massacred the whites at St. Domingo. Mayence surrendered to the Prussians, Valenciennes to the Austrians, and Pondicherry to the English. Toulon was handed over. Le Quesnoy capitulated, but Jourdan blockaded Maubeuge. Toulon was retaken, and Bonaparte appeared on the scenes. The year 1794 opened under brighter auspices. Jourdan, Marceau, Lefebvre, Championnet and Kleber won the Battle of Fleurus. Ypres was recaptured by Moreau. A second Battle of Fleurus opened up Belgium once more to the French armies. The taking of Ostend and of Tournai by General Pichegru, and the occupation of Mons by General Ferrand, had freed our frontiers and made way for the besieging of Conde, Valenciennes, Le Quesnoy and Landrecies, which were taken, Conde on June 15th, Valenciennes on the 28th July, Le Quesnoy the 11th of September 1793, and Landrecies the 30th April finally, We re-entered Ghent, Brussels, Landrecies, Nieuport-en-Vers, Liege, Fontarabia, St. Sebastian, Valenciennes, Condy, and Aix-la-Chapelle. We invaded Roncesvalles, that valley of poetical associations. We took by force Andernach, Coblentz, Venlo, Maastricht, Nîmes, Figuieres. We gained the Battle of Escola, which lasted 5 days, from the 15th to the 20th October 1794, and in which the 2 generals commanding were killed, Dugommier on the 18th, and La Union on the 20th. We took possession of Amsterdam, and the stadholder fled to London. We took the Dutch fleet, which was blocked up in the ice of the Texel, with a charge of cavalry. Berg op Zoom surrendered to Pichegru. Ross was taken after a 70 days siege. Holland was conquered, and finally a treaty was concluded between Tuscany and France, which openly recognized the French Republic as a part of the political system of Europe. Prussia imitated Tuscany's example, and concluded a treaty of peace with France at Bâle. It was signed by Baron de Hardenberg and François Barthélemy, nephew of the author of the Voyages du June Anacharsis. By Apeth 1795, the 2 powers had nothing further to restore to each other. A third treaty of peace was signed on May 16 between France and the United Netherlands. The United Netherlands ceded the whole of the Batavian provinces along the left bank of the eastern Escaut, and on both banks of the Meuse to the south of Venlo. The United Netherlands paid France 100 million florins sterling, Dutch currency, to indemnify the cost of the war. Finally, on July 22, Spain in her turn treated for peace with France. France surrendered to Spain her conquests in Biscay and in Catalonia. Spain ceded to France the portion of St. Domingo which she possessed. Such was our position with regard to Europe towards the middle of the year 1795. Now a word about our home politics. On all sides were signs of arrest and change. The old world was tottering and dragging down into the debris with it the very people who had undermined it. A new world was springing into being. The age of Louis Roman XV was at an end, the age of Napoleon was beginning. The great event which occupied the mind of France was the trial of Louis Roman XVI, on the 28th November 1792. On the 7th November the Convention had decreed, upon the report of the Mailha, deputy of the Haut-Garonne, that Louis Roman XVI could be tried and that the Convention should try him. The same day Robespierre demanded that the king should without further delay be pronounced a traitor to his country, a criminal towards humanity, and that he should be sentenced to death to set a good example to the world. On December 4 it was decreed that whoever should attempt to reinstate royalty in France, or any other power which might assail the supremacy of the people, should suffer the penalty of death. On December 6, a decree was issued nominating a commission of 21 members, with instructions to accelerate the examination and trial of Louis Roman XVI. On December 11, Louis Roman XVI appeared before the Convention. On the 25th he made his will. On the 15th January, the nominal appeal turned upon these 2 queries. Out of 719 members present, 683 voted in the affirmative. Out of 749 members present, 424 refused an appeal to the people. A third question was put, vital, supreme, final: what penalty had Louis incurred? 387 votes out of 713 replied, the penalty of death. Finally they proceeded to promulgate a 4th nominal appeal, couched in these terms: should the execution of the sentence on Louis Capet be reprieved, yes or no? 380 votes were against reprieve. 310 for it. There could not then be any reprieve. On January 20th, the sentence was declared to Louis Roman XVI. On the 21st January at 10 o'clock Louis Roman XVI was executed. The Convention created 10 armies to meet the outburst of indignation that rose throughout the whole of Europe. The Army of the North and of the Ardennes, commanded by General Custine, the Army of the Moselle, commanded by Houchard, the Army of the Rhine, commanded by Alexander Beauharnais, the Army of the Alps, commanded by Kellerman, the Army of Italy, commanded by Brunet, the Army of the Eastern Pyrenees, commanded by Defiers, the Army of the Western Pyrenees, commanded by Dubosquet, the Army of the coastline of Rochelle, commanded by General Canclox, the Army of the shores of the Channel, commanded by Felix Wimpfen, the Army of the West, commanded by Westermann. At the same time, representatives of the people were appointed in connection with each army, selected by the convention, and invested with absolute powers. 3 of the generals we have just named died on the scaffold: Custine, Houchard, and Alexander Beauharnais. The Girondists, who had voted with the Jacobins at the king's trial, now split off from them. On the 18th April, a commission was formed to restrain the terrorist party. This commission was elected on the 18th, dissolved on the 27th, re-established on the 28th, and definitely suppressed on the 31st. The result was to bring about a total separation between the two parties. On the 31 Arresti of May, the Girondists were proscribed. On the 13th June, Charlotte Corday stabbed Marat. On August 1st, Marie Antoinette was accused by the Revolutionary Tribunal. On the 5th August, an itinerary revolutionist army was created to survey the departments, bearing the guillotine and artillery with them. On September the 3rd, the trial of Marie Antoinette began. On the 5th, the decree which abolished the Christian calendar and dated the beginning of the French era from the 22nd September 1792 was issued. On the 12th, Marie Antoinette underwent her first examination. On the 16th, Marie Antoinette was condemned to death. At 11 o'clock the same morning, she ascended the scaffold. On the 31st October, the execution of the Girondists followed. On the 6th November, it was Philippe Egalit's turn. On the 11th, Bailly's. On the 1st December, the prisoners were reckoned up. They number in the various prisons of Paris. On March 1, 1794, there were 6,000. On April, 7,200. On Apeth, Danton, Charbot, Bazier, Lacroix, Camille Desmoulins, Hérault de Seychelles, and Faber d'Eglantine were guillotined. Robespierre ruled without opposition as master of France, aided by Berra, Merlin de Douai, Saint-Just, Couthon, Carlotte de Herbois, Fouche de Nantes, Vadier, and Carnot. On the 16th, the following decrees were issued. On the 22nd, they guillotined Malesherbes, who defended Louis Roman XVI. They made the martyrdom and Holocaust complete by conducting to the scaffold at the same time his daughter, his sister, his son-in-law, his granddaughter, and her husband. The number of prisoners grew and grew. On the 1st May, they mounted to 8,000. On the 8th, Lavoisier was executed, and 27 other tax collectors, whose names are now forgotten, were executed with him. On the 10th, Princess Elizabeth ascended the scaffold, and as her neckerchief was pushed aside, she exclaimed to the executioner, "In the name of modesty, monsieur, cover up my bosom." She died as she had lived, a Christian, a saint, a martyr. On the 8th June, Robespierre celebrated the Feast of Supreme Reason. He was the high priest of the new religion. Standing on a platform raised against the walls of the Tuileries, and surrounded by his disciples, he made a speech in which he condescended to recognize the Supreme Being and the immortality of the soul, after which he set fire to 2 mannequins representing atheism and fanaticism. Still the prisoners went on increasing. 11,400 were incarcerated in Paris prisons. There were 32 prisons in Paris, 27 more than in the time of the Bastille. A second annard of September was expected. A 9th annat of Thermidor arrived, and it was high time. At Bicêtre the experiment of a guillotine with 9 blades was tried. The former machine, it seemed, could not work fast enough. By the 25th, 26th, July they had only managed to execute some 135 persons in all by means of the guillotines between the Place de la Révolution and that of the Faubourg Saint-Ant. The Thermidorians next reigned. Their rule was milder, but it nevertheless had its special events. On the 26th July the 2 Robespierres were executed, with Couthon, Saint-Just, Lebas, Henriette, and 17 other Jacobins. On August 10th, a decree lessened the power of the Revolutionary Tribunal, which the nation did not yet dare to abolish altogether. It issued regulations more favorable to the accused. They were now allowed to have legal counsel to defend their cases. True, the Queen had been allowed too, but they had received orders not to defend her. Executions no longer occurred daily, and each execution accounted for only a small number of victims. In former times, when they guillotined the condemned in batches of 25 and 30, the blades grew blunt by the time the last person's turn arrived. They had to fall 2 or 3 times before they finished their task. This method spilt such a quantity of blood that it set up an epidemic in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, caused by the smell of the blood. In the Place de la Révolution, the blood flowed into a ditch which was dug round the scaffold. A child fell into this ditch and was drowned. After the Revolutionary Tribune came the Committee of Public Safety. Here cause followed effect instead of preceding it. The Committee of Public Safety, indeed, a name of terrible omen. The Committee of Public Safety might indeed have saved France, but you will remember the saying of Pyrrhus after the Battle of Ceres. Another victory like that and we are lost. Another Committee of Public Safety, and there would be no France left. On August 24, a decree was made to limit its prerogatives. Bera, Belod Varennes, Carlotte de Herbois, and Carnot were turned out of this formidable institution, Bera after having sat there 17 months, and Carnot 14. On October 8, 73 of the proscribed deputies re-entered the convention. They were proscribed after the 31st of May. They returned to office after the 9th Thermidor. Chief among these were Lanjuinais, who sat last on 31st May, Boissy d'Angles, who saluted the head of Faraud on 1st Prairial, Dornu and Henry La Rivière. On the 16th, Carrier was accused by a majority of 418 votes out of 500, and condemned to death. On the 2nd February 1795, Bera, Belod Varennes, Carlotte de Herbois and Vadier were impeached, and on the 1st April they were sentenced to banishment. Bera took refuge in Belgium, returned to France in 1830, and died in the bosom of his family. Belod Varennes was transported to Cayenne with Carlotte de Herbois, but managed to escape to Mexico, where he entered a monastery of Dominicans, under the name of Polycarp Varennes. He fought on the side of the settlers against the mother country, twice narrowly escaped being shot, and died at Haiti in 1820. Carlotte de Herbois, an indifferent comedian and poet, nearly always half drunk, mistook a bottle of nitric acid for brandy, and died in horrible agony at Cayenne in 1796. And last on the list, Vadier disappeared completely, and was never afterwards heard of. On May 3, a decree restored confiscated goods to the families of all those who were condemned for any reason whatsoever save emigration. 2 families were excepted from the operation of this beneficial law, those of Louis Roman XVI and Robespierre. What a strange turn of fortune's wheel it was which subjected these 2 names to the same punishment. Lanjuinais and Boissy d'Angles marked their return to the Assembly by this decree. On the 6th, Fauquier Tinville and 15 judges or members of the ancient Revolutionary Tribune were executed en grève in Paris. Do you understand the significance of that term en grève? Public order was now restored, for had not the scaffold itself resumed its place? Notwithstanding all that had happened, means for defending France, as we have seen, had sprung up on all sides as if by miracle. France, which scarcely had an army in 1789, had had 6 in 1792, 10 in 1793, and 14 in 1795. On the 3rd October 1793, Carnot drew up a report for the Convention, wherein he advocated the setting up of workshops, and suggested that measures should be taken to facilitate as rapidly as possible the formation of divers and formidable means of defense against the enemy. Science, in fact, placed herself at the disposition of the Committee of Public Safety. She took her part in the revolution in busying herself about the provision of special methods of defense. She was confronted with almost insoluble problems, and she succeeded in solving them. France was short of gunpowder, of guns, and of cannons. In 9 months the Scientific Commission had extracted soil out of France which yielded 0 pounds of gunpowder per annum, 12 million pounds of gunpowder. Before the French Revolution, there were but 2 foundries for making pieces of bronze ordnance, and 4 for making iron gunnery. These 6 foundries turned out 900 cannon annually. 15 foundries were built to turn out bronze cannon, and 30 for iron ones. The former produced cannon per annum, and the latter 13,000. An enormous firearms factory had even been improvised at Paris, which made 140,000 muskets per annum, that is to say, more than all the other factories together were capable of turning out previous to the Revolution. There was only 1 manufactory for sidearms before the war. 20 factories were now opened and directed their attention to fresh processes. A manufactory of rifles was founded and set to work. These arms were unknown in France. Air balloons and the telegraph became organs of war. and thanks to a new process, hides, which ordinarily took several years to be cured, were made fit for use in a week. Thus, whilst the convention was evolving its 14 armies, science was providing the material for their use, and the members of the Committee of Public Safety boasted loudly. These fresh triumphs, and all those which signalized the immortal campaign of 1794, belong to us. They are the outcomes of measures for which we have been reproached as though they were crimes. It is with these successes we pay back to you all the blood we have shed. These terrible words, so profoundly true, were not uttered by an Attila nor a Genseric, but were pronounced by Carnot. Yes, you terrible heroes of the Convention, you have wielded the hammer of God, and made the sword which was to deliver the world. What a dark and melancholy creed you formidable Titans reared, you who fro to 1795 piled up June upon August, September on January, Prairial on Thermidor, and who, from the height of the ruins of the monarchical Olympus which you scaled, have confounded all Europe. Chapter 7. My father at Villers-Cotterets, he is called to Paris to carry out the 13th Vendémiaire. Bonaparte takes his place. He arrives the next day, Buonaparte's attestation. My father is sent into the district of Bouillon. He goes to the army of Saint-Beret-Meuse and to the army of the Rhine and is appointed commandant at Landau. He returns as divisional general in the army of the Alps, of which he had been commander-in-chief. English blood and honour, Bonaparte's plan, Bonaparte appointed commander-in-chief of the army of Italy, the campaign of 1796. Such are the events which took place in the period, which elapsed between my father's marriage and his return to Villers-Cotterets, after his resignation as commander-in-chief of the army of the coast near Brest. He was very happy, very comfortable, and hoped to be left in peaceful oblivion by the side of his young wife, when on the morning of the 14th Vendémiaire he received this letter. Paris, 13 Vendémiaire of the year Roman 4 of the French Republic, one and indivisible. The representatives of the people in charge of the army of Paris and of the army of the interior. Order General Dumas to present himself at once at Paris to receive instructions from the government. J.J.B. Delmas. Laporte. What then had happened in Paris? We must explain. The 13th Vendémiaire had taken place. Bonaparte had fired grapeshot on the rebels on the steps of the church of Saint-Trac. The convention had settled on my father to defend it. My father was not in Paris. Barras proposed Bonaparte, and Bonaparte was accepted. That momentous hour that comes, so people say, once at least in the life of every man and decides his future, had struck inauspiciously for him. My father accepted the position instantly, but he did not arrive till the 14th. He found the rebels conquered, and Bonaparte general of the army of the interior. This is the certificate that was given my father. We have copied this precious document from the original. Liberty, justice, equality. We, general officers and others, certify and attest that citizen Alexandre Dumas, general in the army, arrived in Paris on the 14th of Vendémiaire, and that he immediately joined his brothers in arms in defence of the National Convention against the attack of the rebels, who have this day laid down their arms. Paris, 14th Brumaire, year Roman 4 of the French Republic. Signed, J.J.B. Delmas, Laporte, Gaston Bernard Aide-de-Camp, Hutch General of Division Th. Artel Captain Adjutant General, Bertin Brigadier General, Perrin General of Division, Royne Commissaire Ordinateur. Then, at the bottom of all these signatures, in his illegible writing, every letter of which was like a Gordian knot, the man who was going to weld the revolution by bloodshed wrote these 3 lines. Certified correct. Buonaparte, Commander-in-Chief of the Army of the Interior. He dropped the U which Italianized his name 3 months later, and then signed himself Bonaparte. It was doubtless during these 3 months that he had his Macbeth-like apparition, when the 3 witches addressed him. Hail, thou shalt become commander-in-chief. Hail, thou shalt become first consul. Hail, thou shalt become emperor. The convention which Bonaparte saved ended its 3-year session on the 26th October, 1792, by a decree of amnesty for all the revolutionary misdemeanants who had not been concerned in theft or assassination. Then, when it had delivered decrees, it dissolved or rather reorganized itself, to reappear under the triple form of Council of Elders, Council of 500, and the Directory. The 5 directors were La Révéler l'époque, Le Tourneur de la Manche, Rubel, Barras, Incarnat. They were, every one of them, members of the convention. Each of them had voted for the death of the king. These revolutionist appointments caused a rising in the district of Bouillon. On the 23rd Brumaire, year Roman 4, my father was again in active service, and was sent to repress this insurrection, an end he accomplished without the shedding of blood. From Bouillon my father rejoined the army of Saint-Beret-Meuse and the army of the Rhine. He was made commandant at Landau on the 21st Nivose, year Roman 4, returned to Villers-Cotterets on furlough in the month of Ventose, and finally on the 7th Messidor, he returned to the army of the Alps as general of division. This army, of which he had formerly been commander-in-chief, was intended to guard the frontier and to keep a watch on Piedmont, with which we were at peace. My father at first wanted to decline the post. In times of war he was always ready, even to act a common soldier's part, but in times of peace he was not in his element. Nevertheless, accept it, General, Dermancourt advised him, you will be close to Italy. From Chambéry to Suze there is only Mont-Cenis to cross. In that case, replied my father, I had better take it. And he went. At this time, as we have said, war had ceased between us and Spain, Prussia, Tuscany, Piedmont and Holland. We were only at war with our 2 eternal enemies, Austria and England. On the 17th November 1795, the English, who were vainly expected at Quiberon, evacuated L'Île-d'Yeu. Saint-Breuil and 1,200 French emigrants were condemned to military executions. The rattle of this fusillade echoed as far as London, where Pitt exclaimed, "At least no English blood has been spilled." "No," retorted Sheridan, "but English honour oozed out at every pore." We continued warfare with Austria in the north and south simultaneously. Massena won the Battle of Lono in the south, and Bernadotte gained one in the north at Kreuznach. Nevertheless, nothing seemed to be gained by these victories. Using Barras as an intermediary, Napoleon submitted a gigantic plan to the Directory, which was carried. The War of La Vendée was tending towards its conclusion, and Hoche had shot Stafflet and Charette. France, therefore, freed from her internal strife and completely settled within her own borders, was now able to concentrate all her energies upon Germany and Italy. This was the plan laid before the Directory. When La Vendée was quelled, the forces were immediately to assume the offensive. Our armies of the Rhine were to blockade and besiege Mayence, to subjugate the princes of the empire one after another, to transfer the theatre of war into the hereditary states, and to establish themselves in the noble valleys of the Maine and Neckar. From this time forward the armies would not cost France anything, the war would defray the expenses of the war. As for Italy, a great victory was needed to force the King of Piedmont to make peace, or to compel him to give up his kingdom. This end achieved, the Kingdom of Piedmont wiped off the map of Italy, and joined to France under the title of the Department of the Po. They would cross the river, skirt Pavia, wrest Milan from Austria, then break through into Lombardy, and penetrate up to the very gates of Vienna by way of the Tyrol and Venice. As in the case of Germany, and certainly as well able to do it as Germany, Italy would feed our armies. In consequence of this scheme, and in order to put it into execution, Hoche was to unite under his command the 3 armies of the coasts of Cherbourg, the shores of Brest and of the West, 100,000 men all told, to achieve the pacification of La Vendée. Jourdan was to keep the command of the army of Saint-Beret-Meuse. Morat was to replace Pichegru on the Rhine, and Bonaparte was appointed commander-in-chief of the army of Italy. On the 21st March 1796, Bonaparte left Paris, taking with him in his carriage 2,000 louis. It was all he had been able to get together, and it included his own fortune, the contributions of his friends, and the subsidies of the Directory. Alexander took 7 times more when he set out to conquer the Indies. It should be stated that each louis d'or in the time of Bonaparte was worth 7,200 francs in assignats. Why did Bonaparte prefer the 25,000 naked and famished soldiers of the coastline of Genoa to those grand armies of the Rhine, to those 80,000 well-armed, well-equipped men who had been put under the orders of Jourdan and Moreau, whose command could have been his, had he wished it, because Italy is Italy, the country of wonderful memories? He chose rather the Eridan and the Tiber to the Rhine and the Meuse, the Milanese country to the Palatinate. He preferred to be a Hannibal rather than a Turenne or the Marshal of Saxony. When he reached Nice, he found an army minus food, minus clothing, minus shoes, striving with great difficulty to keep to its posts, facing 60,000 Austrian troops and the most famous generals of the empire. The day after his arrival, Bonaparte distributed the sum of 4 louis to each general, in respect of his entry upon the scene. Then, pointing to the plains of Italy, he said to the soldiers, "Comrades, you starve among these rocks. Cast your eyes over those fertile plains which spread out below your feet. They belong to you, take them." Hannibal had made a similar remark 1900 years before to his Numidian troops, as they crouched like sphinxes on the highest pinnacles of the Alps and gazed with eager eyes down into Italy. And during those 1900 years, there had only risen 2 men, Caesar and Charlemagne, worthy to be compared with these two. Bonaparte, as we have stated, had nearly 60,000 men against him. 22,000 were stationed at Sèvres, on the other side of the mountains, under Carli. Beaulieu, he of the boy's courage beneath his white hairs, had advanced with 38,000 upon Genoa by the passes of Lombardy. Bonaparte moved his army to Albenga, and on the 11th April he made a dash against Beaulieu near Voltri. From this concussion flashed the spark which before 11 days had elapsed set fire to Italy. The young commander-in-chief beat his enemy 5 times, at Montenot, at Millesimo, at Dago, at Vico, and at Mondovi. In 11 days the Austrians were cut off from the Piedmontese. Pravra was taken. The King of Sardinia was forced to sign an armistice in his own capital, to surrender the 3 fortresses of Conai, Tortona, and Alexandria, and Bonaparte issued the following proclamation to his soldiers. "Soldiers, in 15 days you have won 6 victories, taken 21 flags, 55 pieces of cannon, several fortified places, and have conquered the richest half of Piedmont. You have taken 15,000 prisoners, killed or wounded more than 10,000 men. Your courage would have overcome the sterile rocks, had we not deemed the sacrifice useless to the country. Your services today equal those of the armies of the Rhine and of Holland. Deprived of everything, you have managed without anything. You have won battles without cannons, crossed rivers without bridges, made forced marches without shoes on your feet, bivouacked without your allowance of spirits, often without bread. The phalanxes of the Republic and the soldiers of liberty alone were capable of suffering what you have suffered. All thanks are due to you, soldiers. The country owes a debt of gratitude to you for her prosperity. Conquerors of Toulon, if you foreshadowed the immortal campaign of 1793, your actual victories predict still finer things to come. The 2 armies which recently had the effrontery to attack you fled before you in terror. Wicked men, who mocked at your misery and rejoiced in their hearts at the thought of your enemies triumphing over you, have been put to shame, and they tremble before you. But soldiers, whilst there still remains something not yet accomplished, your duties are not at an end. Neither Turin nor Milan are ours. The ashes of the conquerors of Tarquin are still being scattered by the assassins of Basville. I have heard it whispered that there are those among you whose courage is ebbing, who would rather return across the Apennines and Alps. But I cannot believe it. No, the conquerors of Montenot, of Millesimo, of Dago, and of Mondovi are burning to carry the glory of the French people still farther afield. Bonaparte next advanced to northern Italy, and predicting his future successes by those of the past, he wrote to the Directory, "Tomorrow I march upon Beaulieu. I shall compel him to recross the Po, I shall cross it forthwith, I shall take possession of the whole of Lombardy, and before a month is past I hope to be on the mountains of the Tyrol, there to join forces with the army of the Rhine, and in conjunction with it to carry the war into Bavaria." Beaulieu was in fact overtaken. He returned in vain to try to oppose the passage of the Po. The Po was crossed, so he returned to shelter behind the walls of Lodi. A battle, lasting 3 hours, chased him from his position, and he formed a line of battle along the left bank, defending with all his artillery the bridge he had not had time to destroy. The French army, drawn up in serried columns, dashed at the bridge, scattering all before it, dispersed the Austrians, and went on its way over what was left of the enemy's army. Pavia was the next to submit, Pizzighittone and Cremona fell, the castle of Milan opened its gates, the King of Sardinia definitely accepted peace, the Dukes of Parma and of Modena followed his example, and Beaulieu only just managed to shut himself up in Mantua. It was at this moment that news of Wormser's advance reached him. He came with 60,000 men, 30,000 taken from the army of the Rhine, 30,000 drawn from the interior of Austria. These 60,000 men advanced through the Tyrol. Let us now examine the state of the French army and of its adversaries. The French army had entered Italy with a strength of 30,000 to 32,000 men, of which they had lost 2,000. Nearly 9,000 men had joined from the army of the Alps, 4,000 or 5,000 had been added from the military centres of Provence and the Var. The army therefore number 0 to 45,000 men, disposed about the Adige or grouped round Mantua. In addition to these, 2 divisions could be reckoned on, drawn from the army of the West, now that La Vendée was pacified, but these 2 divisions had yet to journey across France. The Austrian army comprised 0 to 12,000 men, not including the sick and wounded shut up in Mantua, 12,000 or 15,000 men, the remnants of the various battles fought since the commencement of the campaign and dispersed through northern Italy, and 0 men headed by Wurmser. The fame of this 60,000 men was spread abroad, and rumour boldly doubled its numbers. This time, so rumour had it, Bonaparte was not only going to encounter an army 4 times stronger than his own, but a general who was a match for him. Hannibal was to meet his Scipio. People repeated the old proverb, 50 Italia fu e sera sempre il sepolcro dei Francesi. Italy had been, and always would be, the grave of the French. That is what people said. Wurmser then, as we have said, 0 men. Of these 60,000 men he had detached 0, whom he had given to Quasdanovich, with orders to march by the road which runs along by the Lake of Garda, by the tiny Lake of Hydra, and after crossing the Chiesa, comes out at Salo. The remaining 40,000 he took with him, dividing them between the 2 roads which run by the Adige. One portion marched on Rivoli, the others were directed towards Verona. In this way the French army, concentrated round Mantua, would be surrounded, attacked in front by Wurmser's army, attacked in the rear by Beaulieu's garrison and by the remaining 0 men which were being rallied together. The whole of this stratagem of Wurmser's was revealed to Bonaparte by its very execution. Step by step he learnt that Quasdanovich had attacked Salo and routed General Soret, and that General Gaiu was left there isolated, in an ancient building into which he had withdrawn himself with a few hundred men. That the Austrians had stormed Corona between the Adige and Lake Garda. Finally, that they were in front of Verona. On the morrow they were at Brescia. From all these points they would cross the Adige. Whether doubtful of his chances, or whether on the contrary he wished to show the superiority of his genius, Bonaparte called together a council of his generals, all of whom advised a retreat. Augereau alone, the Parisian soldier, a son of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, declared that the rest might do what they liked, but that neither he nor his division would fall back a step. Bonaparte knit his eyebrows, for from the first that had been his own intention. How did it happen that Augereau was of his opinion? Was it boldness or genius? He looked at his head, finely carved but depressed at the temples and enlarged at the back. It was simply and solely from temerity. Bonaparte dismissed this council of war without openly deciding anything, but when alone, his mind was made up. Bonaparte's headquarters were at Castelnovo, almost at the end of the Lake of Garda. He gathered as large an army round him as possible, raising the siege of Mantua. He abandoned the lower Mincio and the lower Adige, concentrating all his forces at Peschiera, to beat Quasdanovich and Wurmser separately before they had accomplished their junction. He began with Quasdanovich, who was the nearest and weakest. On the 21st Thermidor, July 31, while Serurier was abandoning the siege of Mantua, burning his watchtowers, spiking his guns, burying his projectiles, and throwing his powder into the water, Bonaparte crossed the Mincio at Peschiera and defeated Quasdanovich at Lonato, whilst Augereau entered Brescia without striking a blow, and General Soret, ascending as far as Salo, relieved Gaiu, who had been fighting for 2 days without bread or water in his old building. Quasdanovich, who thought to surprise and beat us, was himself surprised and beaten. He stopped dismayed and decided not to engage in another battle until he knew what had become of Wurmser. Bonaparte also pulled up. Wurmser was the real enemy to be wary of. Wurmser must be confronted, his rearguard must become his vanguard, and vice versa. It was high time to reverse the position. Wurmser's generals had crossed not only the Adige, but also the Mincio, in order to effect their conjunction with Quasdanovich at Peschiera. Bayalist advanced on the road to Lonato, and Lilpé drove General Varel out of Castiglione, whilst Wurmser moved towards Mantua, which he believed was still blockaded, with his 2 divisions of infantry and 2 of cavalry. When he reached General Serurier's quarters, he found the watchtowers in ashes and the guns spiked. Bonaparte was afraid, he had fled. To the Austrian general's mind the calculations of genius looked like fear. But Bonaparte, whom Wurmser thought had flown, was engaged in cutting Bayalist's army in two at Lonato, forcing one portion upon Salo, which Junot pursued and scattered, himself pursuing the other, which he drove on Castiglione. The Austrian fugitives were caught between two fires, General Soret being at Salo and General Odero at Castiglione. They took 3,000 prisoners at Salo and prisoners at Castiglione. They killed and wounded or 4,000 men. They took 20 pieces of cannon, and Bayalist's fugitives were thrown amongst Kwasdanovich's. Wurmser saw his mistake when he had scarcely got into Mantua. He rushed off with 15,000 men at the noise of the firing, managed to rally 10,000 of Bayalist's and Lilpay's forces, and drew up in line of battle. Bonaparte accepted the challenge, but he needed all his troops. He galloped off to Lonato. In 3 days he personally inspected and organized everything. He rode 5 horses to death in those 3 days. He arrived at Lonato. A portion of the troops in that town were to advance on Salo and on Gavado to settle with Kwasdanovich. Whatever troops besides were unengaged, he took with him to Castiglione. He gave the command for the various troops to march forth, each to its destination. He remained at Lonato with 1,000 men. He took a few moments' rest, and at night he intended to set out for Castiglione to fight a battle with Wurmser at break of day. Bonaparte had just dismounted from his horse and sat down to table when news was brought to him to the effect that Lonato was surrounded by 4,000 men, and that an Austrian bearer of a flag of truce was waiting to demand him to surrender. With his 1,000 men Bonaparte might manage to face 4,000 and perhaps to conquer them, but he was urgently needed elsewhere, and he had recourse to another method. He gave orders to the whole of his general staff to mount on horseback, caused the envoy to be brought in, and then ordered his eyes to be unbandaged. The envoy, who little knew with whom he was dealing, was amazed to find himself before a general staff, when he expected but to find a few officers. Nevertheless, he delivered his message. "So, my poor fellow," Bonaparte said to him when he had finished, "you neither know who I am nor where you are. I am Bonaparte, commander-in-chief, and you and your 4,000 men have fallen right into the midst of my army. Go back to those who sent you and tell them I give them 5 minutes to surrender, and if they refuse I shall put every one of them to the sword, to punish them for the insult offered me." A quarter of an hour later, the 4,000 men had laid down their arms. When night fell, Bonaparte was at Castiglione. On the following day Wurmser was defeated, and left 2,000 men on the field of battle, where our soldiers, worn out with fatigue, slept pell-mell among the dead. In 5 days' time Bonaparte with 30,000 men had beaten 60,000. Wurmser had lost 20,000 men, killed, wounded or taken prisoners. He had recaptured the Rivoli road between the Adige and the Lake of Garda, which was the key to the Tyrol. Bonaparte collected 0 men and dashed in pursuit of Wurmser, who, gaining Kwasdanovich's force, had 0 men left. He won the Battle of Roveredo, entered Trent, the capital of the Tyrol, left Vaubois to guard it and threw himself into the gorges of the Tyrol in pursuit of Wurmser. He chased 0 men before him with his 18,000, covering 20 leagues in 2 days, caught up Wurmser upon the banks of the Brenta, gave him battle at Bassano, took 4,000 of his men prisoners, took all his war material, drove him back upon the Adige, and left him and his remaining 14,000 men no other resource but to retire for shelter within the walls of Mantua, the blockade of which he had essayed to raise with 60,000 men. This was the 3rd Austrian army that Bonaparte had destroyed since he entered Italy. Wurmser entered Mantua resolved to defend it to the last extremity, and to add to his provender, he slew and salted his 7,000 cavalry horses, converting the cavalrymen into foot soldiers. Then, infuriated at the way his men had been led, he condemned his officers as a punishment to parade the streets of Mantua for 3 months with distaffs in their hands, instead of walking sticks. The officers obeyed this singular punishment without a murmur. Bonaparte allowed Serruria to blockade Mantua, and turning back to Milan, he awaited fresh supplies from the Directory, employing his time until they came in founding the Cisalpine Republic. Chapter 8. My father in the army of Italy. He is received at Milan by Bonaparte and Josephine. Bonaparte's troubles in Italy, scurvy. The campaign is resumed, discouragement, Battle of Arcole. Whilst these wonders were being performed in Upper Italy, my father was still commanding a division of the Army of the Alps. As we have pointed out, since it was a post of observation, he had placed the Brigadier Generals Dufresne and Paylock respectively at the foot of Mont Cenis, and at St. Pierre d'Albigny in the Tarentaise, whilst he established his own headquarters at La Chambre, a little village comprising a dozen houses, situated at the base of a chain of peaks which abounded in chamois. Herein lay his predilection for La Chambre, where, besides, he knew he would meet again one of his old guides from Mont Cenis, a most ardent hunter, with whom he spent days and nights on the mountains. One night, on his return after 3 days' grand sport, my father found a letter commanding him to go to Italy and put himself at the disposal of General Bonaparte. This order was date Vendémiaire, October 14th. Bonaparte no longer signed himself Buonaparte. It was exactly what my father had been hoping for, although to some extent he shared the same dislike felt by his colleagues, who considered themselves experienced generals at the age of 32 and 34 years, and who objected to serve under a general aged 26. Yet the roar of the cannons and the sound of many battles had been ringing in his ears for a year, until he was quite ready to ask for service in Italy, no matter in what rank. My father reached Milan, October the 19th, 1796. Bonaparte gave him a cordial welcome, and Josephine an even warmer reception. She had just joined her husband, and, as a Creole, was passionately attached to anything that recalled her beloved colonies. He found Bonaparte in a state of great uneasiness, and very angry because of the conduct of the Directory, which had deserted him. The Austrian generals were beaten, but Austria herself was not beaten. The troops at the Emperor's disposition in Poland, thanks to the promises Catherine had given him, were able to march to the Alps. Many troops, too, were stationed to watch over the Danube and to keep an eye on Turkey. Moreover, all the reserves of the Austrian monarchy were being prepared for Italy. A new and splendid army, therefore, was being equipped in Friuli, made up of the remnant of Wurmser's troops, those from Poland and Turkey, with reserves and recruits. Marshal Alvinci was charged to take command of this fourth army, intended to avenge the honour of Cali, Beaulieu and Wurmser. Bonaparte had not more than 25,000 men of the troops which had accompanied him to Italy, or had joined him there, with which to meet this new army. For the Austrian cannon had made great gaps in our ranks, in spite of their defeats. Some battalions had reached him from La Vendée, but they were greatly reduced by desertion. Kellerman, who had just dispatched my father, sent word by him that he could not weaken the line of the Alps, as he was compelled to keep a watch on Lyon and the banks of the Rhône, where the Compagnies de Jesus were given over to all kinds of brigandage. Bonaparte clamoured vehemently for the 40th and the 83rd Brigades with their 6,000 men, and if they should arrive, he would be equal to anything. He wrote thus to the Directory: "I am unwell, I can hardly sit my horse, there is nothing left me but courage, and that alone is not enough for the position I am in. Our prestige is regarded as evaporated, send troops or Italy is lost." Indeed, my father found Bonaparte very ill. The malady of which he complained was scurvy, which he had caught at Toulon in doing a very heroic act, in himself cleaning out a gun with the sponge of an artilleryman who had just been killed. He had neglected the disease, and it was wearing him out. He was frightfully thin, he looked like a walking skeleton with nothing alive about him but his eyes. Nevertheless, he did not despair. He recommended my father to exercise the utmost vigilance and incessant industry, and informing him of his next plan of campaign, he sent him to take command of the 1st Division before Mantua. So 11 days later the campaign reopened. The 4th Hydra Head was scotched. Marshal Alvinci had thrown bridges over the Piave and advanced to Brenta with 40,000 men. The struggle was terrible. It lasted from the 1st to the 17th of November, Bonaparte with 20,000 men attacking zero, once his army was reduced to 15,000. Once Bonaparte, discouraged by the indecisive battles of Bassano and Caldero, addressed the following cry of distress to the Directory. It was the 14th November. On the 13th Bonaparte had reached Verona after 10 days of struggle, not only against the Austrians, but against mud, rain and hail. "All our superior officers," he wrote, "are hors de combat. The army of Italy, reduced to a mere handful, is exhausted. The heroes of Millesimo, of Lodi, of Castiglione and of Bassano have died for their country or are in the hospital. There is nothing left the corps but their pride and their reputation. Joubert, Lannes, Lamotte, Victor, Murat, Charlotte, Dupuy, Rampon, Pigeon, Menard, Chabaudon are wounded. We are abandoned in the heart of Italy. the brave men who remain to us have to face inevitable death in the very midst of continual hazards, and with inferior numbers. Perhaps the fatal hour for the brave Augereau and the dauntless Massena is on the point of striking. Then what is to become of these brave men? This thought keeps me back. I dare no longer court death to the discouragement of those I value so highly. Had I only received the 83rd and been strengthened by 3,500 tried men, I would have dared anything. Perhaps in a few days 40,000 men will not suffice to save us. Today our troops are resting. Tomorrow, subject to the movements of the enemy, we will take action. Here we have the complaints, or rather the gloomy predictions, of a tired-out, discouraged and depressed man. The strongest of constitutions succumb to such moments of doubt, and experience these hours of despair. After great fatigue the body overrides the mind, the sheath tarnishes the blade. 2 hours after having penned this letter, Bonaparte had devised a new plan. The Battle of Ronio took place on the following day, being the beginning of the famous Battle of Arcole, which lasted 3 days. By the 3rd day the Austrians had lost 5,000 men as prisoners, 8,000 or 10,000 killed or wounded, and although St. strong they withdrew to the mountains, pursued by 15,000 French. They retreated into the capital of the Tyrol. 15,000 French had accomplished the gigantic undertaking of fighting against and conquering 50,000 men. But they had only repulsed the army of Alvinci, they had not destroyed it as they had destroyed the 3 others. Bonaparte advised Serrurier to continue the blockade of Mantua, to harass Wurmser as he had harassed Beaulieu, Cortot d'Urles, and took up his winter quarters at Milan, a centre for negotiations with all the little princedoms of Italy, which through fear alone became our allies. About 3 weeks after, an event occurred during the blockade, which was to have a great influence on the course of events of this terrible campaign. One night, either the 23rd or 24th December, which corresponded to that of the 2nd or 3rd Niveaus, my father was awakened by the visit of 3 or 4 soldiers, who brought a man before him who had been captured by one of our advanced sentinels, just as he was going to leap over the first barricade at Mantua. My father was at Marmirello. The colonel in command of our outposts at St. Antoine sent this man to my father with the message that he was a Venetian spy, and he believed he carried important intelligence. The man's replies were astonishing. He was in the Austrian service, and one of the garrison of Mantua, which town he had left on account of a love affair. He was just returning when he was challenged and arrested by the sentinel, who had heard the noise of his footsteps on the frozen snow. Although he was searched all over, nothing was found on him. But in spite of the apparent frankness of his answers and his ease of manner during his examination, my father thought he detected certain quick glances, certain nervous twitches, which denoted a man who was not quite sure of his ground. Moreover, the word spy when used before him confused him, and made the reasons he gave for his going out and returning hard to believe. Furthermore, when a general is watching a town of the importance of Mantua and hopes he has caught hold of a spy, he does not easily renounce his hopes. But there seemed nothing further to be said. The man's pockets were perfectly empty, and his replies mathematically precise. Favorite books of my father's were Polybius and C.S.R.'s Commentaries. A volume of the Commentaries of the Conqueror of Gaul lay open on the table near his bed, and the passage my father had just been rereading before going to sleep was where C.S.R. relates how, in order to pass his lieutenant through to Labienus with valuable information, he had enclosed his letter in a little ivory ball about the size of a child's toy. How the messenger, when he came to the enemy's pickets, or to any place where he feared being taken prisoner, was to carry the ball in his mouth, and to swallow it if he were pushed to extremes. This passage from C.S.R. flashed across my father's mind as a ray of light. "Very well," said my father, "since this man lies he must be taken out and shot." "What, General?" the Venetian exclaimed in terror. "Why am I to be shot?" "To cut open your stomach and find the dispatches you have swallowed," said my father with as much certainty as though the matter had been revealed to him by his familiar spirit. The spy trembled. The men hesitated. "Oh, it is not a joke," said my father to the soldiers who had taken the prisoner. "If you wish it, I will give you a written order." "No, General," replied the soldiers, "if you are serious." "Perfectly serious. Take him away and shoot him." The soldiers moved forward to lead off the spy. One moment, he said, seeing that matters had taken a grave turn. Will you confess? Yes, yes, I confess, said the spy after a moment's hesitation. You confess you have swallowed your dispatches? Yes, General. And how long ago did you do that? About 2 hours and a half ago, General. Dermancourt, said my father to a young aide-de-camp who slept in the next room to his, and who had been listening and looking on since the beginning of this scene with the greatest attention, not seeing what it was going to lead to. Here I am, General. You have heard. What, General? That this man has swallowed his dispatches. Yes. 2.5 hours ago. 2.5 hours ago. Very well, go and find the chemist of the village, and ask him whether it is a purgative or an emetic that should be given to a man to make him get rid of what he has taken 2 hours and a half ago. He is to tell you which will have the quickest result. 5 minutes later Dermancourt returned, his hand at the salute, and with wonderful command of his features he replied, A purgative, General. You have brought one with you? Yes, General. They gave the purgative to the spy, who swallowed it with a grimace. Then they took him to Dermancourt's room, where 2 soldiers kept him in view, whilst Dermancourt passed a very bad night, being waked up by the soldiers each time they thought the medicine was going to take effect. At last, towards 3 in the morning, he was delivered of a tabloid of wax, as large as a filbert. This little ball of wax was washed in one of those irrigating canals, which are to be found in thousands in the meadows round Mantua, steeped in a liquid the spy carried for the purpose in a tiny flask, hidden in his waistcoat pocket, which the soldiers had not thought necessary to take from him, and handed to my father. He passed it on to be opened by Dermancourt, who, in his capacity of secretarial aide-de-camp, had to open dispatches. One fear alone remained to them. The dispatch might be in German, and not a single man in the general's quarters could speak German. In the meantime, Dermancourt was performing the Caesarean operation on the wax pellet with his penknife, and he drew from it a letter written on vellum in such small characters that, when rolled between the fingers, the letter was not larger than a big pea. Great was the delight of the 2 operators when they perceived that the letter was written in French. One might almost have said the Emperor and his commander-in-chief had foreseen the possibility of this letter falling into my father's hands. I give the tenor of the letter, which I take from a copy in my father's handwriting. The original, as we shall see presently, was sent to Bonaparte. Trent, 15th December 1796. I have the honour to transmit to your Excellency His Majesty's commands, dateth of the month, literally, and in the same language in which I received them. You will take care to advise Field Marshal Wurmser without delay not to discontinue his operations. You will inform him that I am expecting him valorously and zealously to defend Mantua to the last extremity, that I know him and the brave officers of his staff who are with him too well to fear they will give themselves up as prisoners. Moreover, he must try to transport the garrison into France rather than to send it back into my realm. I desire that in the event of his being reduced to the last extremity and without means of subsistence, he will take measures to destroy as far as possible anything in Mantua that would be serviceable to the enemy, and in leading out the portion of his troops that are fit to follow him, to make for and to cross the Po, and then to march to Ferrara or to Bologna, holding himself ready if the need arises to go towards Rome or into Tuscany. He will find very few of the enemy in those regions, which are favourably disposed towards the provisioning of his troops, on whose behalf, if needful, he must use force, as he would to surmount any other obstacle. Francois, a reliable man, a cadet from the Straroldo regiment, brings this important dispatch to your Excellency. I would add that the actual situation and the requirements of the army do not allow of attempting any fresh operations for 3 weeks or a month, without exposing it anew to the danger of non-success. I cannot too strongly urge upon your Excellency to hold on in Mantua as long as you possibly can, His Majesty's commands acting as your general instructions. Whatever happens, I beg of your Excellency to send me news by some safe means, in order that I may keep in touch with you. Alvincy. P.S. In all probability, the next action I am arranging will take place on the 13th or 14th January. I shall march with 30,000 men to the plateau of Rivoli, and I shall dispatch Provera with 10,000 men along the Adige to Legnago, with a considerable convoy. When you hear firing, make a sortie to cause a diversion in favor of his movement. Chapter 9. The dispatch is sent to Bonaparte, Dermancourt's reception, Berthier's open response, military movements in consequence of the dispatch, correspondence between my father and Serrurier and Dalimagny, Battle of St. George's and La Favourite, capture of Mantua, my father as a looker-on. My father's joy was great, and so was Dermancourt's. The dispatch was clearly of the greatest importance. For one thing, it proclaimed Tuscany and the Venetian and Pontifical States as countries favourably disposed. Moreover, it revealed Alvinsi's intention of taking no action for 3 weeks or a month. The dispatch must be taken to Bonaparte post-haste. Dermancourt instantly mounted his horse and rode off to Milan. He reached there the next day but one, at 7 in the morning, and dismounted at the steps of the Hotel Serbelloni, where General Bonaparte lodged. He had made part of his journey on horseback, and part in a kind of calesino called a sedialo. But here Dermancourt met an unexpected difficulty. The aide-de-camp on duty had received instructions that no one was to be admitted to Bonaparte until 9 o'clock. Dermancourt grew angry. "But, monsieur," he said, "you can see clearly by my muddy condition that I have not come from a ball, and why I insist on seeing the commander-in-chief is because I have important news to give him." The aide-de-camp persisted in his refusal. Dermancourt grew furious in his wish to see Bonaparte. The aide-de-camp barred the passage. Dermancourt was a bulldog of the Republican school. He took the aide-de-camp by both shoulders, twisted him round, and passed in. But all this scuffle had not been accomplished quietly, and Dermancourt found Bonaparte standing at the door of his room. "Now what is the matter?" asked Bonaparte, frowning. "Upon my word, General," replied Dermancourt, "it is not very pleasant after travelling 30 leagues in 26 hours to have to force one's way across the bodies of your aide-de-camp to get at you." "But what if those were the given orders?" "If those were the orders given, General," Dermancourt replied lightly, "have me shot for transgressing orders. Only I entreat of you not to send for the picket before you have read this dispatch." Bonaparte read the dispatch. Then turning to his aide-de-camp he said, "You have forgotten, monsieur, that the order is not meant for any officer attached to the staff who may arrive from Mantua, and that no matter whether they come at noon or at midnight the door is open. Place yourself under arrest." The aide-de-camp saluted and went out. "How did Dumas get hold of this dispatch?" Bonaparte demanded. Dermancourt related the incident with full details. "Berthier," shouted Bonaparte. Berthier appeared with his accustomed air of importance and gravity. "Here, Berthier," exclaimed Bonaparte, handing the dispatch to him, "smell that and tell me what the scent is." "Why, General," said Berthier, "it smells of dung." "Not so bad that you have not minced matters. Now read it." Berthier read. Oh, he exclaimed. "Do you see, Berthier? The next battle will be called the Battle of Rivoli, and if I am not greatly mistaken, it will decide the campaign. At all events, as Alvinsi says, we have quite 3 weeks before us." "And as one man forewarned is worth 2, said Dermancourt, "and as even when you are not forewarned you are worth 100, there is surely cause for laughter." "Meanwhile," said Bonaparte, "as you are probably hungry, you had better just brush the mud off you. Don't bother to do more than that, and you shall breakfast with us. Have you met Josephine?" "No, General, I have not had that honor." "Very well, I will introduce you to her. Go and come back quickly." Dermancourt did not wait to be told twice. He breakfasted and dined with Bonaparte, who insisted that he should stay and sleep at the palace. Next morning he sent a letter by him to my father loaded with compliments, and told him he might set off when he liked, a carriage being at his disposal. Dermancourt entered the carriage in the courtyard. Bonaparte and Josephine were at one window, and Berthier at the next. "A good journey to you," cried Bonaparte to Dermancourt. "Thank you, General," he replied. "Do not forget the 13th of January, and be careful with those delicacies of Capua." "Rest easy," cried the commander-in-chief. "I will not act as Hannibal did. Here is Bonaparte's letter to my father. Army of Italy, the French Republic. Liberty, equality. From the headquarters at Milan, 7 Niveaux, Sunday, 28th December, Year 5 of the Republic, one and indivisible. Bonaparte, Commander-in-Chief of the Army of Italy, to General Dumas. I am in receipt of the letter brought me by your aide-de-camp. It would have been impossible to have acquired more opportune or more valuable information. You will receive an order to the effect that all the inhabitants of the countryside are to be sent a league away from Mantua. I do not doubt that you will faithfully carry out this order. Although somewhat harsh, it is extremely necessary. I give this order because precautions are being taken on the other side of the Po. This project from the court of Vienna seems to me very mad. I beg you to send the spy you have arrested under a good escort to Milan. I congratulate you on your good fortune and augur better to come. Bonaparte. It will be seen that, though a year had hardly elapsed, after the battles of Montenot, Millesimo, Dago, Mondovi, Lenato, Castiglione and Arcole, Bonaparte recognized so clearly that his fate was bound up with that of France that he suppressed the U in his name. Dermancourt reached my father's camp, and gave him the commander-in-chief's letter. My father read it, and probably the observation we make in the light of today did not then occur to him, namely, that by suppressing the U Bonaparte had suppressed that which gave an Italian flavour to his name. The same day that Dermancourt left Milan, the French army received the order to occupy the positions of Montebaldo, Corona and Rivoli. On the 5th of January, General Alvansi left Bassano. On the 6th, Bonaparte occupied Bologna with 7,000 men. On the 11th, Bonaparte advanced to the walls of Mantua. On the 12th, the Austrian army gave battle at St. Michel and Corona, and encamped at Montebaldo. On the 13th, Joubert evacuated Corona and took up his position at Rivoli, whilst the Austrians occupied Bevilacqua. Finally, on the 14th, Bonaparte visited the plateau of Rivoli, which he reached at 2 o'clock in the morning. Here it was that the final battle took place, as he had predicted. We know the results. At 8 in the morning 45,000 Austrians invited battle. At 5 in the evening they were nowhere to be seen. It was as though an earthquake had swallowed them up. Alvansi had been wiped out at a single stroke. There was still Provera to be dealt with. Provera followed the plan indicated in the letter intercepted by my father. He slipped away from Augereau and threw a bridge over Anghari, a little above Legnago. He marched on Mantua, which he intended to reinforce with 9 or 10,000 men. Augereau had obtained knowledge of his crossing. Falling upon his rear, he took 2,000 of his men prisoners, but Provera continued his march with the remaining 7,000. Luckily, Bonaparte learnt these details at Castelnovo. He was about the same distance from Mantua, he had Frenchmen under his command, and he would therefore reach it before Provera. If he did not arrive, and if the garrison attempted the sortie Wurmser had been ordered to take in Alvansi's letter, the blockading corps would be caught between two fires. Massena's division received orders to march at double quick pace to Mantua, where it should arrive the same evening. The reserves from Villafranca were to take the same route and march at the same speed. Finally, Bonaparte himself galloped off to reach Mantua before nightfall. Now let us see from General Serruria's letters to my father what was going on round Mantua, and what action was taking place in the French camp. Headquarters at Roverbella. 20 Navos Year V. Serruria, General of Division in command of the blockade, to General Dumas, in command of the 2nd Division. My dear General, I have just received a letter from Divisional General Augereau, dated from Porto Legnago on the 19th inst., wherein he informs me that the enemy attacked his outposts with a force greatly superior to his own, and that Adjutant General Dufart has abandoned the castle of Bevilacqua to prevent himself from being outflanked. He will write and tell me the various movements of the enemy that night. All our troops are thoroughly on the alert, but I do not believe the enemy at Mantua will undertake any big action unless its army has a very marked advantage, or unless they try to slip away. As soon as I receive news from General Augereau, I will let you know it. Yours, with all good wishes, Serruria. Provera was the enemy referred to who was attacking Augereau, in carrying out his instructions to march on Mantua. Headquarters at Roverbella. 22 Navos. Serruria, etc. In consequence of the letter you sent me yesterday, General, relative to the disembarking carried out by the enemy, I believe the means for the defence of the Mincio. I have therefore just written off to General Victor to send today a battalion of his reserve to Formigosa, to be held in readiness to send immediately where help is most needed. Although I have asked this general to communicate with me direct, I have at the same time requested him to keep you and General Dallamagny informed of all important news. The remainder of the 57th Battalion, to which you previously referred, will stay in reserve at Goito. Yours, etc. Serurier 23 Nivos. Serurier, etc. This is to inform you, General, that the enemy has attacked our lines. They began fighting at 9 in the morning. I do not doubt that the garrison of Mantua will aid them by some movement. As we are ready to receive them, we shall send them back pretty quickly within their walls. In event of any emergency, I beg you to communicate with me and with the generals near you. It may possibly be that some part of the line of army will be compelled to yield ground. For this reason it is more than ever necessary to watch the approaches, to prevent any troop or convoy entering the town. Yours faithfully, Serurier. At 10 o'clock on the morning of the 25th Nivos, my father received this letter. Headquarters at Roverbella. 25 Nivos. Serurier, etc. I have to advise you, General, that the enemy crossed the Adige last night at Anghari near Porto Legnago. I do not know in what strength, but we must be prepared, for it is quite likely we shall be attacked tonight. Do not forget, I beg you, to warn General Mialis. Tell him to send out a reconnoitring party by Casolaro, or at all events near Ducaselli. Faithfully yours, Serurier. I have ordered the commandant of the 64th, who is at Formigosa, to fall back on General Mialis if he cannot hold out. In case of need, I shall withdraw to Goito. 2 hours later, my father received another letter. Saint Anton. 25 Nivos. Serurier, etc. I hazard the opinion, General, that there will be no sortie on General Dallamagny's side. I believe the enemy mean to present themselves in force on Governolo and Formigosa, to make sure of those 2 bridges, and to secure the Po, in order to relieve Mantua. It is quite certain they will not have so far to march if they go there, instead of coming here. But I think we must protect ourselves on all sides. That will not prevent us from availing ourselves of any opportunity that may arise. General Beaumont has no cavalry left. I withdrew them all tonight to send to Castelnovo. Yours, Serurier. I am counting greatly on General Mialis, and on a battalion I have sent to Governolo. On second thoughts, to save time, I am returning to Roverbella, where I hope to receive news from the Commander-in-Chief. My father sent on copies of these 2 letters to General Mialis, who was at St. George's. The day was employed in keeping a strict lookout. My father spent the night at the outposts. At 9 o'clock on the morning of the 26th, he received this dispatch. General Serurier, etc. I advise you that the enemy is appearing on the Ducaselli side. Issue your orders in accordance with this. Yours, Serurier. Roverbella, 26 Nivos. 2 hours later he received this second letter. Serurier, etc. It is imperative, General, that you should prevent the enemy from disembarking. To effect this, take as many as 1,500 men to that quarter. We are not short of troops at present, so do not be anxious. Yours, Serurier. 26 Nivos, Roverbella. If 1,500 men had to be taken to the place appointed by General Serurier, it was necessary to have that number to take. My father therefore wrote to his friend Dallamagny at Montanara to spare as many men from his division as he could, and to send them him. Dallamagny replied immediately. Montanara, 26 Nivos, Year V. Dallamagny to his friend Dumas. Although I do not expect to be attacked, my dear friend, yet the means at my disposal are too weak to allow of my sending much of a force to Formigosa. 1/3 of my division is unable to get on its feet, and its whole strength is but 2,000 men. Judge therefore, my dear fellow, if I have any to spare. Nevertheless, directly I got your letter I gave orders to General Montant to hold a few troops ready to march. Moreover, I must inform you that General Serurier gave me notice in his letter of last night that he was about to give orders to destroy the bridge at Formigosa. If therefore he executes this order, it will be impossible for me to send you aid. Furthermore, if the enemy, which has crossed the Adige, succeeds in the attack on St. George's, the sortie from Mantua is certain to take place, and we shall be forced to succumb in spite of all our efforts to withstand the shock, because the enemy will engage without running great risks where he has the stronger force. Goodbye, my dear friend. Rely upon it that I shall always eagerly seek every opportunity to serve you, as to serve my country. With affectionate regards, Dallamagny. Nevertheless, the worthy Dallamagny was very reluctant to refuse my father the men he asked for he knew that, if he asked for them, it was because he believed himself to be hard-pressed. So towards noon, he wrote him from Casanova, General Dallamagny to General Dumas. I have just heard, General, that the bridge of Formigosa is still standing, so I have given General Montant orders to start off for Formigosa with 500 men and 2 pieces of artillery, and have given him the necessary instructions to take the enemy in the rear, in the event of your being attacked. Yours, Dallamagny. The following copy, which was attached to this letter, explains why the bridge at Formigosa had not been destroyed. Copy of the letter written by Citizen Dorr, head of the 1st Battalion of the 64th Demi-Brigade, to General Dallamagny. I have to inform you, General, that in accordance with the instructions I received last night from General Serrurier, I went this morning to Governolo with my battalion. The General had instructed me to break the bridge at Formigosa before I left Governolo. When I began to carry out his order, the commandant of a detachment of the 45th Demi-Brigade who occupied that position opposed the execution of this order, as being contrary to the instructions you gave him, saying that we ought at all events to make sure the enemy was in sight first. I yielded to his argument, which seemed to me reasonable. Signed Dorr. Authenticated copy. Dallamagny. At 6 o'clock my father received this 3rd letter. Headquarters at Montanara. 26 Nivelles, 4:30 o'clock. General Dallamagny to General Dumas. Fearing that General Montant and his 500 men have not yet reached Formigosa, I have just written to him to hasten his march. As General Serrurier notifies me that in case of attack we must hold out to the last extremity, if the enemy attacks me, as I quite expect he will, and you see that those 500 men will not be of much use to you, do me the kindness to send them back to me, so that if the enemy attacks us we shall be better able to meet them. Ever yours, Dallamagny. We see how anxious this worthy Dallamagny was at the thought of my father incurring any danger. But it was Mialis who was to bear the brunt throughout that day, not my father. Provera had marched straight before him, and by way of Sevilla, Sanguinto, Tora and Casillaro, had drawn up in front of St. George's, where Mialis was in command. The Austrian general knew what a bad state the fortifications of St. George's were in, so he was in good hopes that Mialis would not even attempt to dispute his passing, therefore he simply asked him to surrender. Mialis replied by a terrible cannonading. My father not only heard the firing at St. Antoine, but he could even see the smoke of it. My father dispatched Dermancourt in hot haste to obtain definite news. Dermancourt was very young, thoroughly active and full of courage. He rode across hedge and ditch till he reached St. George's, where he found General Mialis facing both Provera and Wurmser at the same time. Just as he got up to Mialis through the firing, and saluted, a bullet carried the general's cap off. "Ah, is it you, my lad?" said Mialis. "Have you come from Dumas?" "Yes, General, he heard your cannonade, and knowing the rotten condition of your fortifications, he was very uneasy about you." "Very good, tell him not to worry about me. I have made my headquarters here in the citadel, and if there is one thing more certain than another, it is that the enemy will have to pass over my grave if they enter the citadel." "But what about Provera?" asked Dermancourt. "Bah, Provera is in a trap. My friend Augereau, who let him pass by, is following him, and while I stay here he has gone to drive him into a corner. So tell Dumas that tomorrow we'll see Provera dispatched." Dermancourt had seen enough. He returned to St. Antoine, which my father had made his headquarters so as to be more within reach of the enemy. He arrived there at 5 o'clock, and reported that all was going forward satisfactorily. Victor had rejoined my father with his brigade, and he was dining with him, when Dermancourt entered. This was the 3rd sleepless night they had passed. My father and Victor flung themselves clothed as they were upon their beds. Dermancourt remained up to draw out the report to General Serrurier of his excursion to St. George's. He was in the full tide of his narrative when he felt someone place a hand on his shoulder. He turned. It was Bonaparte. He had arrived. "Well," he said, "we have won the Battle of Rivoli. Here I am. The head of Massena's division is following me at top speed. What is Miali's doing? Where is Provera? From what I hear, Augereau let him slip by. Surely he followed him. What is Wurmser doing? Has he attempted any move? Do you hear? Speak." "General," Dermancourt replied, as laconically as Bonaparte had interrogated him. Augereau was overpowered, but he fell back on Provera's rear and took 2,000 prisoners and 12 pieces of cannon. "Good. Provera is now before St. George's, which Miali's has held all day long, and means to hold until he and his men are exterminated." "Good. Wurmser has tried to make sorties, but he has been forced back into Mantua." "Good. Where is Dumas?" "Here I am, General," replied my father, appearing at his bedroom door. "Ah, there you are, monsieur," said Bonaparte, who looked rather black at him. My father could not pass by such a look without asking an explanation of it. "Yes, it is I. Well, what is wrong?" "General Serrurier wrote 2 letters to you yesterday, monsieur." "Well, what then?" "In the first, he notified you that in certain events he should withdraw to Guido." "Yes, General." "Did you reply to that letter?" "Certainly." "What did you reply?" "Do you wish to know?" "I should like to hear what you said." "Very well," I replied, "retreat to the devil if you like, I don't care, but I'll shoot myself rather than retire." "Do you know that if you had written me such a letter as that I would have had you shot?" "Maybe, but you would probably never have written me such a letter as General Serrurier wrote me." "That is true." Then, turning to Dermancourt, he said to him, "Go and have the troops drawn up in 3 columns, and come back and tell me when it is done." Dermancourt went out. Then, turning to my father, who was about to return to his room, he said, "Stay, General, I was obliged to speak to you as I did before your aide-de-camp. Deuce take it, when a man writes such letters to his chief, he should at least write them himself and not dictate them to his secretary. But we will say no more about it. Who are your commanding officers here?" "The first column, General, is composed of the 57th Demi-Brigade, under its own leader, Victor. The second is under the command of Adjutant General Rambaud, our chief staff officer. The third of Colonel Moreau, commandant of the 11th Demi-Brigade." "Very good. Where is Victor?" "Oh, he is not far off," said my father. "Listen and you will hear him snoring." "Go and wake him." My father went into the room close by and shook Victor, who could not be induced anyhow to wake up. "Come, my lad," said my father, "you must wake up." "What the deuce do you want?" he growled. "I want to make you general of division." "What, me?" "Yes, Bonaparte is here, and has given you the command of a column in tomorrow's battle." "Goodness me." Victor shook himself awake and ran out. Dermancourt entered at the same time. "Well," asked Bonaparte. "Your orders are executed, General." "Good, now go to the outskirts of La Favorite and find out the position of the enemy." Dermancourt went. It was 8 in the evening, and our troops occupied La Favorite. Dermancourt went beyond the outposts and, venturing towards Mantua, fell up against a sortie which Wurmser was making. So, 3/4 of an hour after his departure, they heard him shouting a long way off, "To horse, General, to horse, the enemy is following me." Indeed, he narrowly escaped being caught, and feeling himself almost overtaken, he called out for help. My father leapt to his saddle, dashed out at the head of the 20th Regiment of Dragoons and fell upon the enemy, whom he drove back to their base, holding them in check till day, whilst Massena's division, which was completely disorganized by the forced march and immense distance it had had to traverse, reached Marmirolo and St. Antoine, where it reformed. Bonaparte's intention in making such speed was to finish off Provera at a blow, as he had finished Alvancy. Indeed, Provera was lost from the moment he had failed to enter Mantua. Augereau was at his heels, Miali's in front of him, Bonaparte on his flanks with Massena's division. Bonaparte spent the night in making his plans for the morrow. My father remained where he was. It was an important post, as he was deputed to drive Wurmser back into the town with his 15,000 or 20,000 men, a garrison which, without reckoning Pravera, was much stronger than the enemy which blockaded them. During the night, Pravera managed to communicate with Wurmser by means of a boat, and to plan for the next day a combined attack with that general upon La Favorite and Montada. No one in Mantua or in Pravera's camp knew that Bonaparte had arrived with the troops that had fought on the previous day at Rivoli. Had they been told, it would have sounded to them too incredible for belief, and they would not have believed it. My father was attacked by Wurmser at 5 a.m. It was a terrific struggle. After his letter to Serurier of 3 days back, he could not, and did not, retreat. He held his ground with 2 or 3 regiments and his own regiment of dragoons, till Bonaparte had time to send him the 57th Demi-Brigade under Victor, whose troops cut such a fearful gap in the enemy's ranks to get to my father's relief, that from that day forth they went by the name of the Terrible. They found my father with 700 or 800 men, surrounded by dead. He had had 1 horse killed under him, a second had been slain by a cannonball, but its rider, whom they took for dead, rose triumphantly out of his glorious tomb. Wurmser, thus repulsed, fell back upon La Favorite, but La Favorite, defended by 1,500 men, withstood Wurmser's efforts and even made a sally. What with this sally, the repeated charges of my father and his dragoons, and Victor's heroic stubbornness, whose fresh troops fought with pent-up fury after being condemned to inaction whilst the rest of the army had been covering itself with glory at Rivoli, Wurmser was beaten back and forced to re-enter the town. From that time Pravera, abandoned by his ally, was lost. Caught between Bonaparte, Mialis, Serurier and Augereau, he and his 5,000 men laid down their arms. The rest of his troops had all been killed. So the battles of Rivoli and La Favorite had been won in 2 days, 2 armies had been destroyed, and 0 men taken prisoner. All their guns and ammunition had been captured, and the Austrians rendered too demoralized to continue the campaign without raising a 5th army. All these events had resulted from the lucky chance of my father's taking the spy, combined with the fertile genius of Napoleon. My father's brigade alone captured 6 standards, and on the following day, 28 Niveaus, my father received this letter from General Serurier. Headquarters at Roverbella. 28 Niveaus, Year 5 of the Republic, one and indivisible. Serurier, etc., etc., to Dumas, Divisional General. Will you please give orders, General, for the colours which you took from the enemy yesterday to be brought here to General Berthier, or if he is away, to me. The General-in-Chief grants 4 louis to each man who takes a standard. Faithfully yours, Serurier. On the same evening after the battle, my father received a dispatch from General Serurier containing a letter for Wurmser. This letter was virtually a demand for the surrender of Mantua. General Serurier's letter was as follows. Roverbella, 27 Niveaus, Year V. General Serurier, etc., to Divisional General Dumas. This is to inform you, General, that I have just issued orders to the 18th Anth Demi-Brigades to proceed to La Favorite, with instructions to put themselves at your service. I must tell you, however, that these 2 corps must not form a permanent part of your division, therefore do not send them to a distance unless in case of urgent necessity. The General-in-Chief has been informed that you have captured a considerable convoy of bullocks and grain. If so, give orders for it to be taken to Porto Legnago under a strong escort. Also let all the artillery and ammunition wagons taken from the enemy be forwarded to our artillery park immediately. See that there is the strictest surveillance throughout the military stations. It is suspected that General Wurmser will take advantage of our rejoicings to make good his escape. With sincere regards, yours, Serurier. P.S. I beg you, General, to hand over the enclosed letter to General Wurmser at Mantua as soon as possible. Serurier. The convoy of bullocks and grain was sent off at once to Legnago, and the letter went to Wurmser the same night. The army was in great want of that convoy of grain and meat, as we learn from the following letter which General Serurier wrote to my father on the 20th Niveaus. I am informed, General, that you are short of meat. I have not mentioned it before because I could not supply the deficiency. We are as badly off as the troops at Verona. I have given orders to the army commissariat to deliver rice instead. until we can supply something better. You need never be afraid of wearying me, General, with any matter concerning the soldiers. Those who have served with me know how interested I am in their welfare. I have asked for some fresh equipments of clothing and outfits, and they have sent word that since my arrival 1,000 roups and some shoes for the whole of the division are on their way, but nothing has come yet. Remind our Adjutant General of the list of officers I asked for. I must have it before I can fill in the General-in-Chief's inspection list. Faithfully, etc. Seruria. The garrison was, as we can quite understand, in a deplorable condition with regard to provisions. Famine had reached such a pitch that a fowl cost 10 louis, and a cat 15. Rats might be procured with the greatest difficulty for 2 louis. Wormser went to confession once a fortnight, and every time he confessed he sent Canon Cavallini, the priest of the collegiate church of St. Andre, a joint of horse, at the same time inviting himself to dinner. These were fete days, and they lived on the remains of that dinner the whole week after. In consequence of the letter, my father passed on to Wormser on the night of 27th, 28th Nivose. That general decided to capitulate on the 2nd Pluviose, January 22nd, 1797. But the surrender did not actually take place until the 14th, and the entry of the French army into the town was not till the 16th of that month. He was allowed to go out of Mantua free, with his staff, 200 cavalrymen, 500 persons of his own choice and 6 pieces of cannon. The soldiers of the garrison, which was 13,000 or 14,000 strong, were made prisoners and taken to Trieste to be exchanged. Victor was made commander of a division, as my father had predicted when he woke him, and Adjutant General Vaux was made brigadier general. Bonaparte singled out Generals Brune, Weil and Bonne as having especially distinguished themselves, and also chiefs of brigades D'Estaing, Marquis and Tournery. As to my father, his name was not even mentioned. It was a known fact that this was Bonaparte's custom. He did not like his generals to accomplish too much. Witness the case of Kellerman at Marengo. Not merely was my father, who had taken the letter which had revealed Alvinsi's plans, who had kept Wormser in Mantua, who had captured 6 colours from a troop 3 times the strength of his own, who had had 2 horses shot under him. Not only was my father not mentioned, but his divisional rank even was incorporated with Massina's, and that was equivalent to disgrace. My father was furious and wanted to send in his resignation, but Dermancourt would not let him. My father next discovered that the general commissioned to report upon the siege had said he merely looked on during the fight at La Favorite. My father began his defence by obtaining the following testimony. Army of Italy. Division of the Blockade of Mantua, 20th Regiment of Dragoons. We, the undersigned officers of the 20th Regiment of Dragoons, certify that Dumas, General of Division, had a horse shot under him in the battle of the 27th of this month before Mantua, and another struck down by a cannonball. Written at the bivouac at Marmirolo, the 29th Nivose, Year 5 of the French Republic. Signed, Bontemps Adjutant, Baudin Adjutant, Dubois Sub-Lieutenant, L. Bonfrey Sub-Lieutenant, A. J. Barnard Chief of Brigade, Leconte Lieutenant, Lebrun Lieutenant, De Gien Captain, Bouzet Lieutenant. Then he wrote to Bonaparte, General, I learn that the silly fool whose business it was to report to you upon the battle of the 27th states that I only looked on throughout that battle. I have no wish to make similar observations concerning him, although he soiled his trousers. Respectfully yours, Alex Dumas. The fact was that the letter sent to incorporate my father in Massina's division was curt, and would have wounded a man of much less susceptible nature than his. It was dated the very day after the battle, in which my father had had 2 horses killed under him. Headquarters Rover Bella. 28 Nivose, Year of the Republic, one and indivisible. General of Division and Head of the Staff. The General-in-Chief commands Divisional General Dumas to leave Marmirolo, where he will be replaced by General Chabot, and to proceed to General Massina's division. He will serve in the active army at Verona, under the orders of that general. Alex Berthier. This time there was no friendly termination, at length or abridged. Chapter 10. My father's first breeze with Bonaparte. My father is sent to Massina's army corps. He shares Joubert's command in the Tyrol, Joubert, the campaign in the Tyrol. My father was the more exasperated because he knew that with all the will in the world it was impossible for Bonaparte to have believed for one instant those words looked on, since it was by reason of the very orders he had received from him that my father had made that heroic defence of the 27th, when he drove the marshal's troop back into Mantua with a force 3 times less in numbers. I give below the orders Bonaparte dictated to Berthier at the very moment when, after having left him at the presbytery of St. Antoine, my father had repulsed Wormser's nocturnal sally at the head of a mere handful of dragoons. Headquarters of the General Staff. At Roverbella. 26 Nivelles, 8 p.m. The General-in-Chief orders you to set off immediately, General, with 2 pieces of light artillery and all the cavalry you can collect, and particularly the 100 dragoons he sent this evening. You are to reconnoitre the enemy's position, to keep a lookout upon his movements, and to be quite ready to attack him successfully. Immediately General d'Allemagne, to whom the General-in-Chief has transmitted his orders, shall have made his preparations to fall in like manner upon the enemy. The troops which arrived this evening at Roverbella are worn out with fatigue and need 2 hours' rest. After this interval they will be ready to start. They will receive the General-in-Chief's orders concerning the movements they must undertake after the reconnaissance you are about to make, concerning which you will inform him. As soon as he receives the reports he momentarily expects with regard to the reconnaissances he has ordered of the various positions on the Malinella. Whatever happens, you must send everything necessary in the way of men and provisions into St. George's, to enable that post to hold out for 48 hours. The General-in-Chief has already given you instructions by General Serrurier to collect a corps of 1,500 of the best men out of your division, and place them where the enemy has established his communication with the garrison of Mantua, to be in readiness if a favourable chance arises to begin the attack, or on the first order you may receive. You need not be afraid of stripping St. Antoine. Your reinforcements must pass through that place. Send a report to the General-in-Chief of your reconnaissance and of all the arrangements you make. Alex Berthier. It was at St. Antoine indeed that Bonaparte, seeing my father beset by forces 4 times the strength of his own, sent the famous 57th demi-brigade to his aid. They found him half buried in the same hole in which his horse was completely buried, when shattered by the cannonball. Massena was acquainted with the reason of this temporary disgrace, so he received my father with the respect due to a man whose military qualifications he admired, and not merely as an ordinary comrade. Consequently, he gave him the command of his vanguard. While at the head of this vanguard my father took part in the fight at St. Michel, entered Vicenza, and fought in the Battle of Bassano. In 6 months, as Bonaparte had himself foretold in his proclamation of war to the Pope, the army of Italy had taken 100,000 prisoners, 400 pieces of cannon, and demolished 5 armies. This pontifical war was a joke. On the 16th Pluvios we were masters of Romagna, of the Duchy of Urbino, of the Marche d'Ancona, of Umbria, and the districts of Perugia and Camerino. At length, on the 30th Pluvios, February 19, the French Republic and the pontifical sovereign signed the Treaty of Tolentino, by which the Holy Father gave up Avignon and the district of Venaissin to France, renounced the legations of Ferrara and Bologna as well as of Romagna, and sanctioned the occupation of the town, fortress, and territory of Ancona. He was, moreover, compelled to contribute immediately 30 millions to the funds of the army of Italy, solemnly to disown the murder of Basseville, and to pay 300,000 francs indemnity to those who were sufferers by that murder. Finally, the Pope was obliged to restore the objects of art and the manuscripts mentioned in the Armistice of Bologna, and to hand over intact to the French Republic the palace of the School of Arts, which was his property. The Treaty of Tolentino terminated the first Italian campaign, during which the feats of Hannibal and the fortunes of Alexander had been repeated. Whilst the French Republic, represented by Bonaparte, was signing the Treaty of Tolentino with the Pope, the Austrians were gathering together among the Tyrolese mountains a 6th army, the command of which was given by the Emperor to Prince Charles, who had just made his name in the Rhine campaign. Prince Charles took up the command of this army during February 1797, Pluvios, year 5. By the end of February, about the 8th or 9th of Ventose, that is to say, the army of the enemy held the following positions. Its principal position was on the Tagliamento, Its right wing, under Generals Kirpin and Laudon, was situated behind the Lavis and the Nose, defending the approaches to the Tyrol. Prince Lusignan, who was so well beaten at Rivoli, occupied the spaces between the two principal arms with his brigade, and had taken up his stand round Felter. Lastly, the vanguard, under command of General Hohenzollern, held the Piave. Bonaparte, on his side, expected a reinforcement of 18,000 men from the army of the Rhine, and had mustered 4 divisions of his army in the Marche of Treviso. Massena was at Bassano. General Gaiu occupied Treviso. Bernadotte, whose troops were beginning to arrive, was to occupy Padua. Joubert, with his division and those of Generals Baragwai de Hilliers and Delmas, was to confront Kirpin and Laudon. Lastly, Victor and men waited in the Marche d'Ancona, whilst Kilmaine, with nearly 6,000 men, guarded Lombardy and the frontiers of Piedmont and Genoa. The Austrian total amounted to 35,000 men, and the French to 36,000 or 37,000. Towards the middle of Ventose, my father was ordered to leave Massena's army corps for that of Joubert, and to give up Bassano and Trent. Joubert, to whom he was sent, was one of the most remarkable men of a time productive of remarkable men. He was one of the fine young thorough republicans of the school of Marceau, of Hoche, and I may add of my father. Like Marceau, like Hoche, and like my father, he died young, but Marceau and he had the good luck to die from Tyrolese bullets, while Hoche and my father died from poisoning. Joubert was one of the heroes of Rivoli. Like my father at La Favourite, he had had his horse killed under him, and seizing a grenadier's rifle, he had fought on foot for the rest of the day. That day, during which he took several pieces of cannon, and turned the enemy head over heels into the Adige, won him the rank of divisional general. We have mentioned that Joubert was at the head of nearly 20,000 men in the Tyrol when my father was sent to him to take command of the cavalry. He received my father in the most affectionate manner. "My dear Dumas," said he, "if I leave you the command they have given you, you will find it but an empty honour, for you will only have 2 very incomplete regiments of dragoons, the 5th Anth, both together hardly making 1 regiment, and I am quite sure that was not the intention of him who sent you to me. I have 20,000 men, so I will give you 10,000 to command, or rather, we will command the whole army between us." My father thanked Joubert. Bonaparte's flagrant injustice was so obvious that, as in the case of Massena, Joubert's one idea when welcoming him was to try and make him forget it. The 2 generals lodged together. Then, as hostilities were about to begin, they visited the outposts and decided to make an attack next day, 21st March 1797, 30th Ventose, Year 5. That same day my father received his official instructions from Joubert, which they had drawn up between them beforehand. Liberty, equality. Headquarters of Trent. 29 Niveaux, Year 5 of the French Republic. Joubert, General of Division to Divisional General Dumas, 8 o'clock in the morning. You will set out today, General, to take command of General Belliard's brigades at Segenzano. He has under his orders the 22nd Light Infantry and the 85th of the line, also the 14th of the main army under General Pelletier. You will give General Belliard orders that on leaving the positions he has occupied with the 85th, he is to proceed at nightfall to Segenzano. General Pelletier will also proceed to the same place as soon as the enemy are unable to make out his movements, that is to say, also at nightfall. You will muster all the troops in such a manner as to be able to effect the crossing of the Weiss, and to make an attack on Favre and Limbra 2 or 3 hours before daybreak. Place all the carabineers and grenadiers at the head of your columns. In accordance with the plan we agreed upon after our reconnaissance of that point, you must form 2 columns to cross the Weiss on the right of Favre, and muster upon the road at the head of the ravine, a short 15 minutes' march to the right of the village, in order to be able to control it, while our attacking columns are being drawn up in the green wood above the village. By this means you will outflank all the enemy's fortifications. When you have taken possession of Favre, proceed to Limbra and follow up the attack with your light infantry, by taking the ravine first of all, which separates it from Favre. Your attention should also be directed to outflanking the enemy's works on the mountain, in order to drive them down into the plain or into the village, where your carabineers and grenadiers in serried columns should be ready to attack them vigorously, your light infantry skirmishers supported close at hand by the 85th Anth. It is hardly necessary to tell you to have a reserve on the road between Favre and Limbra, opposite the ravine. To disguise the real attack between Albion and Segenzano, You will give orders to Generals Pelletier and Belliard to cause false attacks to be made by the outposts along the whole line, simultaneously with that at Segenzano, seeking to cross the torrent in several places in order to push forward under the enemy's fire. General Baragui de Hilliers will lend you, just for the attack, the fifth of his main army. This, with the 2 other demi-brigades, will make up your reserve. 1 battalion should at night command the Weiss and Sevignano, the remainder should be at Segenzano. I will also send by him to Bedala battalion and some companies of carabineers to make a false attack upon Sovero. Communicate this to General Belliard, whom I have ordered to place all the information in his power at your disposal, as well as the guides needed for this march. If, as we may presume, you take Limbra, you must manage as best you can to take the enemy in the rear, until the columns shall have arrived from the Weiss. You will also look out for the reinforcements which should come from Salern over the mountains. There are 3 pieces of cannon at Segenzano, under cover of whose fire you could cross the stream by day, if you had not succeeded in doing so by night. You ought also to have 60,000 cartridges there. Your troops should have 3 days' provisions and 2 rations of brandy with them on setting out. Be very stubborn in your attacks, be careful to keep the men well together, sternly forbid pillage, disarm the Tyrolese. Such are the instructions of the General-in-Chief. You will remember that I showed you them. You will distribute and post up the copies of the proclamation I send you. I am, etc. Joubert. My father left Albion in accordance with Joubert's instructions on the 30th Nivose at 2 o'clock in the morning, and posted himself with the 5th, 14th, and demi-brigades of the main corps and the 22nd Light Infantry below the castle of Segenzano, ready for crossing the river Weiss. The first men who tried to cross the torrent had scarcely put their feet into the water before they perceived how dangerous the passage would be, owing to the rapidity of the current. The water was not higher than their waists, but the current was so strong that, when a third of the way across the ford, 5 or 6 men had lost their footing, were carried away as by a cataract, and dashed against the rocks which hemmed in the river. My father then conceived the idea of making use of these rocks to form a chain. He took the strongest of his men, placed them under Dermancourt's orders, and they succeeded in making a breakwater entirely across the course of the stream. After that there was no more danger, for the men who were carried off their feet by the rapidity of the current were stopped by this living chain. The advance guard, which was composed, as Joubert had advised, of the grenadiers of the demi-brigade, with my father and Belliard at their head, soon reached the other side. My father was quickly master of all the redoubts held by the enemy before Segenzano. On reaching the heights above the village of Favor, they attacked it, and after a vigorous resistance, they took it by assault. After securing Favor, they marched on Limbra, where the enemy were entrenched with 2 pieces of cannon. My father had taken care, on leaving, to send off a column of troops to the mountains which overlook these 2 villages. The enemy defended themselves vigorously, but the mountain column arrived, and returning their fire with interest, they were obliged to make for the plain. My father soon beat back their advance, and one last struggle decided the victory. Their entrenchments were captured, 2 pieces of cannon taken, and men fell into our hands. My father mentioned General Belliard and Adjutant Generals Valentin and Liebout as having particularly distinguished themselves in this attack. A major named Martin, belonging to the 25th of the line with only 25 men, charged and took prisoner 200 of the enemy. My father asked for promotion for this officer, also for the 2 aides-de-camp, Dermancourt and Lambert, and their assistant Millianc. Favor and Limbra taken, my father ordered General Belliard to march with his column to Lesignano, where the enemy occupied a strong position. He was to try and take them in the rear, while my father proceeded towards Salern to protect the movements Joubert was making in that direction. Next day my father marched on Casello with his column and took 100 prisoners. At night he conferred with General Baragui de Hilliers, and it was arranged that the villages of Corin, Oltrivo, Casello, and Cavilza should be attacked on the morrow. The troops bivouacked. At 2 in the morning of the 2nd Germinal, they advanced upon the 4 villages which they had planned to attack, but the enemy had already evacuated. General Pigeon was put upon their track by General Baragui de Hilliers, and he pursued them hotly as far as the village of Tessaro, after which a descent was made upon Neumark, in accordance with the instructions of the 30th Nivose. On the right bank of the Adige the Austrian general, Laudon, who held the villages of Moat and Caldera, withdrew to Bolzano. Towards 2 in the afternoon, a major of engineers informed my father that the enemy were bearing down for the bridge of Neumark, where they might be harassed in their retreat. This bridge was as important to us for the attack as it was to the enemy for the defense. My father commanded General Belliard to march on this bridge with the 85th Demi Brigade, which he commanded. When he reached the bridge, he overthrew the enemy and advanced on the village of Moat, which he took by assault. I, said my father, at the head of the 5th Dragoons, charged the enemy's cavalry which had advanced to meet me and put it to flight, although it was superior in numbers. I slashed the commander's face and the neck of one of his horse soldiers. My regiment took, killed or wounded, 100 Austrian cavalry. Adjutant General Blondeau particularly distinguished himself in this engagement. We can see how modestly my father referred to any of his own doings. This charge of the 5th Dragoons was a magnificent one. Joubert told Bonaparte in his report that my father had earned the reputation of being a terror to the Austrian cavalry, and this is how Dermancourt speaks of it. General Dumas crossed the bridge at the head of his cavalry, charged several squadrons of the enemy, and killed with his own hands the commander and a soldier who, seeing his chief in desperate plight, had run to his assistance. He drove the infantry into the vineyards, and continued the pursuit of the cavalry at full gallop with a mere handful of men, charging us to collect what Austrians he left behind him. We took 1,900 men. After this brilliant engagement, they marched on Bolzano, chasing the enemy all the time, who kept at a respectful distance, and they entered the town without striking a blow. My father instructed Adjutant General Blondeau to push his reconnaissances as far as the village of Calman. He left Delmas in position at Bolzano to watch Laudon's troops, and on the 4th Germinal at 2 o'clock in the morning, he himself marched off to follow the enemy which had retreated by the road to Brixen. This is how my father relates the brilliant encounter which won for him the name of the Horatius Codes of the Tyrol. We shall then see how his aide-de-camp, Dermancourt, describes it. I found the enemy in force, occupying an almost unassailable position at Clausen. He was vigorously attacked and compelled to abandon the town. Our troops occupied it and were unsuccessfully attacked by the enemy's cavalry. At the head of the 5th Dragoons, which I at once brought forward, I charged the Austrian cavalry and routed them completely, leaving many dead and wounded. 1,500 of their foot soldiers were taken prisoners, and the rest were pursued as far as Brixen. The remainder of the enemy drew up for battle, evidently intending to wait for us to come on. I rallied my vanguard and prepared to attack them, but they fled at our approach. I followed them with my cavalry more than a league beyond Brixen. I received 3 sword cuts in these different charges, and my aide-de-camp Dermancourt was wounded by my side. 5th Anth Germinal. The troops rested on the 5th. You charged General Baragouin de Hilliers to attack the enemy on the 6th before Michaelbach, where he is entrenched, and I think I ought to take part in that engagement with my cavalry. You know, General, for you found it out for yourself, how well the 2 regiments of dragoons which I commanded have behaved, and how greatly they contributed to the day's success. You are also aware, General, that my horse was killed under me, and that I have lost my accoutrements and some very valuable pistols. My aide-de-camp Lambert performed wonders. I will send you today the reports from the Brigadier Generals, which have not yet reached me. Brixen, 7th Germinal, Year 5 of the Republic. L. Dumas. P.S. I must really present you with my cloak. I believe it is enchanted. It is riddled with 7 bullets, not one of which touched me. It will bring you good luck. Book 2. Chapter 1. The Bridge of Clausen, Dermancourt's reports, prisoners on parole, Leppige's pistols, 3 generals-in-chief at the same table. Now let Dermancourt speak. From his version we shall really see what my father's deeds were, for my father always effaced himself in his own reports, above all when speaking of himself. The army stopped at Bolzano for 48 hours, a long halt for this campaign, which was more like a race than a war. General Delmas remained at Bolzano to keep an eye on Laudon's troops, and on the road from Innsbruck. The rest of the army, with General Dumas at its head, prepared to march next day for Brixen, to try and catch up with General Kirpin's army, which had gone in that direction. The road we followed skirted a kind of watershed, half stream, half torrent, which had its source among the Noir Mountains, and which, swollen by the waters of the Rhint, flows into the Adige below Bolzano. Sometimes the road ran along the right bank of the river, sometimes, crossing the stream, it followed the left bank, Then, after several miles, it would cross back to the other side again. The retreat of the Austrians had been so rapid that they had not even blown up the bridges. We marched after them at double quick pace, and we were almost in despair at ever overtaking them, when our scouts came to tell us that they had barricaded the bridge of Clausen with carts, and this time really seemed to intend to dispute our crossing. The general at once set off with 50 dragoons to examine the nature of the ground. I followed him. When we reached the bridge of Clausen, we found it effectually barred, with infantry and cavalry behind. We thought that, when the general had examined the position, he would wait for reinforcements, but he never dreamt of such a thing. Come on, he said. I want 25 men on foot to clear this bridge for me." 25 dragoons threw their horses' bridles into their comrades' hands, and rushed to the bridge in the very middle of the fire of the Austrian infantry. It was not easy work, for to begin with the wagons were heavy to move, and the bullets fell like hail. "Come along, lazy bones," the general called out to me. "Aren't you going to lend a hand to these good fellows?" I dismounted and put my shoulder to the wagons, but the general, finding that the bridge could not be cleared quickly enough, leapt from his horse, and he too came to help us. In an instant he did more single-handed with his Herculean strength than the 25 of us together. When I say 25, I exaggerate. The Austrian bullets had made their gaps, and 5 or 6 of our men were disabled. Fortunately, about 60-foot soldiers now came up to our assistance at a run. They distributed themselves on both sides of the bridge and opened hot fire, which soon began to distress the Austrians and to prevent them from aiming straight. It ended in our overturning the carts into the torrent, an easy matter, as the bridge had no parapet. Scarcely was the passage free than the general leapt to his horse, and without waiting to see if he were being followed or not, he dashed down the village street leading from the bridge. In vain did I shout after him, "But General, there are only the 2 of us." He did not hear, or rather, he would not hear. Suddenly we found ourselves face to face with a platoon of cavalry, upon which the general fell, and as the men were all in line, with one single back-handed blow of his sabre, he killed the quartermaster, gashed the soldier horribly who was next to him, and with the point of the weapon wounded a third. The Austrians, not conceiving it possible that 2 men would have the audacity to charge them thus, wheeled to the right about, but the horses stumbled, and horses and riders fell pell-mell. Our dragoons came up at this moment with the foot soldiers astride behind them, and the whole of the Austrian platoon was captured. I paid the general a compliment upon his sabre blow, telling him I had never seen its equal. "That is because you are a greenhorn," he replied, "but do your best not to get killed, and before the finish of the campaign you will have seen plenty like it." We had taken 100 prisoners, but he soon descried a considerable body of cavalry climbing a mountain at the other side of the village. No sooner did the general see this body than he pointed them out to his dragoons, and leaving the prisoners to the care of the infantry, he set off with his 50 men to pursue the Austrians. The general and I were so splendidly mounted that we gained rapidly on our soldiers. The Austrians, believing that they were being pursued by the whole of our army, fled at top speed, and again it came about that the general and I found ourselves alone. At length, when we had reached an inn at a point where the road curved, I pulled up and said to him, "General, what we are about to undertake, or rather what you mean to undertake, is not reasonable. Let us stop and wait till our men come up. Besides, the look of the ground indicates that there is a plateau behind the house, and we shall perhaps find the enemy there drawn up ready for battle." "All right, my boy, go and see if it is so," he said. "Our horses can get their breath in the meantime." I dismounted and walked round the inn, where I soon discovered 3 trim squadrons all drawn up ready for battle, about 200 paces off. I returned to tell the general, who, without a word in reply, set off riding in the direction of the enemy's squadrons. I remounted my horse and followed him. He had hardly gone 100 yards before he came within earshot of the enemy. The commanding officer recognized him and addressed him in French. "Oh, so it is you, you black devil," he said to us. Schwarz-Teufel was the Austrians' nickname for the general. "Come on 100 paces, you scurvy knave," said the general, "and I shall make it 200. And with this reply he put his horse to a gallop. All this time I was yelling like a demon, following the general whom I dared not leave. "Here, dragoons, come on." The enemy accordingly expected to see a considerable force appear at any moment, and with their commanding officer at their head, they turned and fled. The general was on the point of pursuing them single-handed, But I caught hold of his horse by the bridle and compelled him to wait till our forces could come up and occupy the position just vacated by the enemy. But when we were once more rejoined, there was no holding the general back, and we set off again to chase the Austrians. I managed, however, this time to arrange that our skirmishers should go in front, as the road was very uneven. The skirmishers went on ahead, and we made good use of the time to breathe our horses. In an hour's time we heard firing, which indicated that our men were at close quarters with the Austrians. The general sent me ahead to see what it meant. I returned in 10 minutes. "Well," said the general, "what is going on down there?" "The enemy is engaging us, general, but one of our soldiers who speaks German told me it was only a ruse to induce us to cross the bridge of Clausen. The bridge crossed, the enemy intends to take its revenge." "Ah, that is his dodge, is it?" said the general. "Very well, we will go and have a look. Forward, dragoons." And at the head of our 50 or 60 men, we again charged the enemy. We reached the famous bridge. There was only just room for 3 horses to cross abreast, and not the slightest suggestion of a parapet. It was as I had told the general. The enemy had merely made a show of resistance to entice us to pursue them. The general crossed the bridge, convinced that the Austrians would not dare to turn round upon us. We therefore entered the principal street, following the steps of our skirmishers and the dozen dragoons whom the general had sent on to support them, and we were almost in the middle of the street when we beheld our skirmishers and our dragoons being driven back by a whole squadron of cavalry. It was not a retreat, it was a rout. Fear is infectious. It took possession of the dragoons who were with us, or rather our dragoons took possession of it. They all fled after their comrades, scampering off at full gallop. Only about a dozen stayed by us. With this dozen of men we checked the enemy's charge, and soon, whether for good or ill, we found ourselves back at the bridge again. But here our few remaining dragoons deserted us, and stampeded as though their salvation lay on the other side of the bridge. To tell how the general and I got back to the bridge would be a difficult matter. I saw the general raise his sabre, as a thresher lifts his flail, and each time the sword fell a man was felled. But I was soon so busy looking after myself that I was compelled to lose sight of the general. 2 or 3 Austrian cavalrymen made a furious set at me, determined to take me, dead or alive. I wounded one with the point of my sword. I cut open the head of another, but the third dealt me a cut with his sword between the joints of the shoulder, which made me rein in my horse so sharply that the beast, whose mouth was very tender, reared and fell back on top of me into a ditch. This was exactly to my Austrian's mind. He continued to ballade me with sword cuts, and would assuredly soon have spitted me altogether if I had not managed to draw a pistol out of my holsters with my left hand. I fired at random. I did not know whether I hit the horse or the rider, but I know the horse swung round on his hind legs, set off at a gallop, and when about 20 or 25 yards off me, he rid himself of his rider. As no one else engaged my attention, I turned round towards the general. He was standing at the head of the bridge of Clausen and holding it alone against the whole squadron, and as the men could only get at him 2 or 3 abreast, because of the narrowness of the bridge, he cut them down as fast as they came on. I stood there astounded. I had always regarded the story of Horatius Cockles as a fable, and here I saw the very same thing being acted before my own eyes. In a short while I struggled to extricate myself from under my horse, and succeeded in dragging myself out of the ditch. Then I shouted with all my might, "Dragoons, to your general!" I was quite past defending him myself, my right arm being nearly disjointed. Luckily, the general's second aide-de-camp, Lambert, arrived just at that moment with a reinforcement of fresh troops. He learnt what was happening from the fugitives whom he rallied, and together they rushed to the general's assistance. They only just rescued him in time, as he himself acknowledged. He had killed 7 or 8 men and wounded twice that number, but his strength had begun to wane. He had received 3 wounds, one in the arm, one in the thigh, and the other on his head. This last had broken the iron of his headpiece, but like the other 2 wounds, it only slightly grazed the outer skin. The general had besides received 7 bullets through his cloak. His horse had been killed under him, but happily its body acted as a barricade across the bridge, and perhaps this circumstance had saved him, for the Austrians had begun to rifle his valise and his holsters, and this gave him time to catch a riderless horse and to recommence his fight. Thanks to Lambert's reinforcement, the general was able to take up the offensive, and to give the cavalry such a hot chase that we never saw them again throughout the whole campaign. My father sent the cloak pierced with 7 bullets to Joubert as a talisman, but it did not suffice to defend him at Novi. Dermancourt's wound was pretty serious, and he was obliged to keep his bed. My father left him at Brixen and went to lend a hand to Delmas, who, as we have said, was stationed at Bolzano to oppose Laudon. Laudon, after having reprovisioned his army and being somewhat recovered from our dressing down at the crossing of the Weiss, and from his defeat at Neumark, reinforced also by the Tyrolese peasants, had recommenced serious operations against Delmas, who was isolated at Bolzano with a mere handful of men. Left to his own resources and cut off from the main army, which was 9 leagues away, Delmas sent a messenger to General Joubert, who had rejoined my father at Brixen on the 7th Germinal. This messenger announced that Delmas feared he might be attacked at any moment, and felt himself too weak to be able to hold out for long. Joubert showed the dispatch to my father, who had hardly dismounted from his horse. My father suggested he should start at once with his cavalry, which he thought would be sufficient to extricate Delmas, and even to settle with Laudon. Joubert accepted his offer, and my father went, leaving Joubert the commission to recover his pistols, no matter at what cost. It will be remembered that my father set immense store by these pistols, which my mother had given him. They had saved his life in the camp of La Madeleine. He made such good progress that on the following morning he and all his cavalry had reached Bolzano. The cavalry, men and horses, seemed to have caught some of their master's spirit. Their confidence in him had been complete since they had seen his hand-to-hand struggle with the enemy in previous encounters, and they were ready to follow him to the world's end. As my father and his men had entered Bolzano by night, the enemy did not know of his arrival, and fancied they had only to deal with Delmas and the few men who were with him. The 2 generals therefore resolved to take advantage of the Austrians' ignorance, and next day to assume the offensive, so at daybreak they attacked the enemy just as they were preparing to make an attack themselves. My father held the main road with his cavalry. Delmas and his infantry from the heights above attacked the enemy's positions one after another, carrying them all, whilst my father proceeded to cut up the fugitives. It was a very hot day, and the Austrians, recognizing that they were well beaten, disappeared from the neighborhood of Bolzano and enabled my father to return to Brixen. It had taken him but 3 days to fulfill his mission. It was quite time he returned, for the peasantry had risen, and had murdered several marauders who had had the audacity to steal out of cantonments. Kirpin had returned, owing to this revolt, and it was soon to be a matter of dealing not only with the regular troops, but also with the terrible Tyrolean chasseurs, whose bullets had already carried off Marceau, and were soon to kill Joubert also. All was soon in battle array. My father was at the head of his indefatigable cavalry, mounted on a superb steed, the gift of Joubert. Joubert was himself at the head of his own picked regiment of grenadiers. The same things happened over again. My father, encountering the enemy upon the main road, set to work with the sabre in his usual fashion, carrying everything before him. I will again let Dermancourt describe what happened. It was a grand rout. General Dumas and his men slashed away for more than 2 leagues. A great number of Austrians and Tyrolese were killed. The very sight of the general produced on these men the effect of an army corps. Nothing could withstand the Schwarz-Teufel. He was mounted on a magnificent horse which General Joubert had just given him in place of the one he had lost a week previously. Again he found himself a quarter of a league ahead of his squadron, and cutting his way through without looking behind him, he reached a bridge, the planks of which had already been torn up by the enemy, only the cross beams remaining. It was impossible to proceed farther. His horse would neither go through the river nor cross the bridge on the narrow framework. The general drew up in a fury and began flourishing his sword, and when the Tyroleans were conscious that they were no longer being pursued, they turned right about face and began a fearful fire upon this one lonely man. 3 balls immediately struck down the horse, and in its fall it dragged its rider with it, his leg pinned under it. The Tyrolese thought the general was killed, and rushed for the bridge, crying, "Oh, the black devil is dead at last." The situation was grave. With the foot that remained free, the general pushed off the dead body of his horse to free his other leg, and when freed he retreated to a little hillock overlooking the road, upon which the Austrians had hurriedly thrown up a rough entrenchment, which they had deserted when they caught sight of the general. It is a known custom among the Austrians to abandon or to throw down their arms before flight, and in this improvised redoubt the general found 50 guns all ready primed. In the general's present situation, these were of more value to him than the richest of treasure trove. He sheltered behind a fir tree and commenced his solitary fusillade. His first care was to pick out the men who had robbed him of his horse, and so good a shot was he that not a single aim was lost. The men fell upon one another in heaps. All who ventured upon those narrow beams fell dead. The general's cavalry heard his firing, and as they did not know what had become of him, they guessed he was the cause of the shindy which was being raised a quarter of a league off. Lambert took 50 cavalrymen with 25-foot soldiers seated behind them, and rushed up to find the general holding fast his little redoubt. In an instant the bridge was carried, the Austrians and Tyrolese were pursued into the village, and 100 of them taken prisoners. Lambert told me he saw over 25 Austrians laid dead round the horse they had slain, and that not a single man had had time to cross the space between the bridge and the slight entrenchment. The general returned to Brixen on an Austrian horse which Lambert had secured him. He re-entered the room where I lay in bed, looking so pale and exhausted that I exclaimed, "Oh my God, General, are you hurt?" "No," he said, "but I have killed so many. And then he fainted away. I called for help and they ran in. The general had not even had time to reach an armchair before he fell unconscious on the floor. This faint was not a dangerous one, it was simply the result of excessive fatigue, and indeed his sabre was so notched and bent it would not go down into its sheath by quite 4 inches. With the help of a dram or two we soon brought him round, and a bowlful of soup that had been made for me speedily completed the cure. He had eaten nothing since 6 in the morning, and he had been fighting hard till 4 in the afternoon. For quite contrary to the habit of most soldiers, the general always fought fasting, unless he was surprised unawares. At this juncture General Joubert came in and flung himself on the general's neck. "Really, my dear Dumas," he said, "you quite make me tremble. Each time I see you leap on your horse and gallop off at the head of your dragoons, I say to myself, he surely can't avoid coming to grief at that mad pace. It seems you have been working miracles again today. Mind you take care of yourself. What the deuce should I do if you got killed? Remember what a distance we have to go yet before we reach Villach." The general was so weak he could not yet speak, but had to be content with putting his arms round Joubert's head to pull his face nearer his own, kissing him as one would kiss a child. On the following day General Joubert asked for a sword of honour for General Dumas, as his own was worn out with cutting down the Austrians. My father was not mistaken. So severe had been the lesson given to the 2 Austrian generals that neither of them returned to the charge, and 8 days later, General Delmas was easily able to rejoin the bulk of the division stationed at Brixen. The next day after his arrival, the army moved on to Lensk. They had received no news from Bonaparte, and they did not know what position he occupied. However, they acted on their own judgment, and they imagined that if they marched towards Styria they would regain the main army. They accomplished their march without any other hindrance than was offered by a few squadrons of dragoons belonging to the Archduke John, which were following the main army. Every now and again, Joubert detached my father and his dragoons to deal with these gentlemen, and then the army saw a specimen of those charges which Joubert, a man who did not easily flinch at anything, said made him tremble. During one of these charges my father took an officer prisoner, and recognizing him as a man of good family, he let him move about freely on his parole. The Austrian, who spoke French fluently, rode one of Dermancourt's horses, trotting by and talking with the officers of the staff. The day after his capture, he caught sight of his regiment following our rear guard at about 500 paces off, doubtless on purpose to gain an opportunity of falling upon us. He asked my father's permission to go just near enough to his old comrades to be able to give them some messages for his family. My father knew he could rely on his word, and let him know that he was perfectly free to do what he wished. The officer set off immediately at a gallop, and quickly covered the space between which separated him from his old comrades, before any one of our officers had even thought of questioning where he was off to. After having conveyed his messages, he wished his comrades goodbye and was about to return. But the officer in command of their advance guard pointed out to him that, since he had fallen into the hands of the Austrian soldiery, he was no longer a French prisoner, and invited him to stay with them and to let our troops continue on their journey. But the officer's only reply to these insidious suggestions was, "I am a prisoner on parole." And when his old comrades tried to retain him by force, he drew one of his pistols from his holsters and declared he would blow out the brains of the first man who laid a hand on him. Then, wheeling round, he galloped back to the French quarters. On approaching Dermancourt, he said, "You did well to place such confidence in me as to leave your pistols in your holsters, for it was owing to them I was able to keep my faith with you." The march continued its same uneventful course, and the two generals were much puzzled by this inertia on the part of the Austrians, until they learnt the successes of the Grand Army marching on Vienna, and that the heads of the columns of the Army of the Rhine had reached Lensk. But once more the army witnessed a fight, or rather shall we call it a Homeric contest. Our extreme rearguard, comprised of a corporal and 4 men, was caught up by the extreme vanguard of the enemy, composed of an equal number of men under a captain. A conversation began between the two commanding officers. The captain commenced a discourse in French, which our corporal did not find at all to his taste, so he pretended to take affront and invited him, there being 4 seconds on each side, to settle the quarrel on the spot. The captain, who was a Belgian, accepted the offer. The 2 patrols drew up facing one another, and the champions fought in the space between. It chanced that the corporal was a fencing master, while the captain was a skilled swordsman, and a most interesting exhibition of skill began between these ably matched rivals. Each blow given was quickly parried, each thrust led to its riposte. After a few minutes' fighting, the champions engaged at such close quarters that the swords clashed hilt to hilt. Then the corporal, who was very active, threw down his sword and seized the captain round the waist. The captain, who was obliged to defend himself by the same form of attack, had to throw aside his weapon also, and to maintain the struggle under the new conditions thrust upon him. But now the corporal proved himself his rival's superior. He lifted the captain out of his saddle, but unseating himself at the same time by the violence of his exertions, he lost his balance, and they fell together. Only he fell on the top and the captain underneath. Moreover, the captain, who was already slightly wounded, dislocated his shoulder in the fall. He could not therefore hold out longer and had to surrender, but faithful to the conditions of the fight, he commanded his troop not to stir, an order they were quite disposed to obey, the dragoons with fixed carbines being ready to fire. Each side withdrew, the Austrians returning minus their chief, and the French going off with their prisoner. We had, as a matter of fact, taken the superior officer of the lieutenant, who was already a prisoner, and the latter, who was on familiar terms with all our staff, introduced his captain to my father. My father gave him a cordial welcome, and quickly put him into the hands of our surgeon major. This warm reception, and the care my father took of these 2 officers, was to produce consequences which we shall see in due course. But to return to the main events. The Treaty of Leoben was already being discussed, and an armistice had even been agreed upon, when an Austrian dragoon officer reached our staff quarters with a safe conduct from the headquarters of the Rhine army. This officer was the very same who had turned tail at the farm of Clausen, inciting my father to fight. Our 2 prisoners were officers under his command, and he came to bring them money and personal effects. He thanked my father heartily for his great care of these 2 officers, and my father inviting him to dinner, the conversation at table turned to that adventure on the plateau, when a whole regiment had beaten a retreat before 2 men. My father had not recognized the commandant. "Upon my word," he said, "I only regret one thing, and that is that the chief of the squadron who challenged me changed his mind, and did not think fit to wait for me." At the first mention of this subject, Dermancourt had noticed the officer's embarrassment, and, looking at him more attentively, had recognized him as the commandant with whom my father had had dealings. He then thought it was about time to cut the conversation short, and said, "But, General, do you not recognize this gentleman?" "Upon my word I don't," said my father. "He was the commandant." "Well..." Dermancourt signed to the officer, as much as to say that he had better continue the conversation himself. The officer, understanding his meaning, replied, laughing, "That commandant general was myself." "Really?" "But did you not see him?" Dermancourt asked my father. "The deuce no," he replied. "I was too much beside myself with rage that day, because I could not manage to cross swords with the person who had incited me." "Well, I was the man who incited you, General," said the officer. "I meant to give you the chance of fighting, but when I saw you bearing down on me, I remembered the style in which I had seen you go to work, and my courage failed me. I wanted to tell you this yourself, General, and that is the reason why I asked leave to bring my officers their money and goods. I wanted to see at close quarters the man for whom I had conceived such a great admiration that I dared tell him to his face, "General, I was afraid of you, and I refused the fight I had offered you." My father held out his hand. "Upon my word, Commandant, if that is the case, pray say no more about it. I prefer that our acquaintance should begin at this table rather than elsewhere. Your health, Commandant." They drank, and the conversation then turned upon other subjects. But the topic still hovered round my father's fine feat of arms at Clausen. The 3 officers had heard the story of the bridge. All thought my father had been killed, even as was his horse, and the news had made a profound sensation in the Austrian army. My father then referred to the famous pistols which he so much regretted, and which he had charged Joubert to regain from the hands of the Austrians if it were possible. They still remained in the hands of the enemy, in spite of that commission. The 3 officers took particular note of my father's expressions of regret, each resolving to search for these precious pistols, the commandant directly he returned to camp, and the 2 others as soon as they were free. Thanks to my father, the 2 officers had not long to wait for their liberty. They were exchanged for 2 French officers of a similar rank. They took leave of the officers' quarters with many expressions of gratitude, and one of them, at any rate, did not lose time in giving proof of this to my father. A week or so after their departure, an officer came under a flag of truce to the French camp, and, asking to speak with my father, handed him the pistols he had mourned for so long. They had been carried to General Kirpin himself, who, upon the request of the officer whom my father had wounded and taken prisoner, returned them to him with a charming letter. The next day but one my father received the following letter from this officer. "Monsieur le General, I hope you have received your pistols by the officer under flag of truce, who left here the day before yesterday. Lieutenant General Baron de Kirpin has sent them you. I received my cloak, for which I have to thank you, as well as for many other kindnesses you have shown me. Be assured, General, that my gratitude is beyond words, and that my greatest wish is to be able to prove it. My wounds are beginning to heal, and the fever has abated. We hear the strongest rumours of peace. I hope as soon as it is concluded that I shall be able to come and greet you before you leave these parts. Froissart, who has lost his heart to you and to General Joubert, charges me with 1,000 messages for you both. Believe me, Monsieur le General, with sincerest regards, your very obedient servant, Hat de Levis, Captain, Lintz 20th Apra." And that was how my father once more got possession of the famous pistols, the loss of which he had deplored so deeply. I hope my reader will forgive me these details. Alas, in the rapid movement which carries us along through the time of revolutions, our manners change, become blurred and are forgotten, to be replaced in their turn by other manners as variable as their predecessors. The French Revolution stamped a peculiar seal upon our army. When I come across it, I treasure up the impression as one would that of a precious medal fast being obliterated by rust, anxious to make its worth known to one's contemporaries, and to hand down its characteristics to posterity. And moreover, we shall misjudge all these men of the Republic if we judge them only by those who survived the Republic and lived on into the period of the Empire. The Empire was an epoch of rude pressure, and the Emperor Napoleon was a rough coiner of new metal. He wanted all money to be stamped with his own image, and all bronze to be smelted in his own furnace, even as he himself had, in some measure, set an example in the transformation of his own character. No one resembled First Consul Bonaparte less than the Emperor Napoleon, the conqueror of Arcole less than the conquered of Waterloo. Thus the men we must look to form our ideas of republican manners are those who by a premature death escaped the birth of the empire, such men as Marceau, Hoche, de Saix, Kleber, and my father. Born with the Republic, these men died with her. They knew no change, not even in the cut of the clothes beneath which beat their loyal, brave, republican hearts. My father, Hoche, and Marceau were all once gathered round the same table. All of them were commanders-in-chief. My father, who was but 31, was the oldest among them. The other 2 were 24 and 26 years of age. Their united ages only came to 81. What a promising future seemed before them, but a bullet killed one of them, and the other 2 were poisoned. Chapter 2. Joubert's loyalty towards my father. Send me Dumas. The Horatius Codes of the Tyrol. My father is appointed governor of the Trevisan, the agent of the Directory. My father feted at his departure, the Treaty of Campo Formio, the return to Paris, the flag of the Army of Italy, the charnel house of Morat, Charles the Bold, Bonaparte is elected a member of the Institute. First thoughts of the expedition to Egypt, Toulon, Bonaparte and Josephine, what was going to happen in Egypt. Joubert owed a large share of the success of that fine Tyrolean campaign to my father, and being a loyal man, he did for his comrade-in-arms what under similar circumstances his comrade-in-arms would have done for him. Each report he sent in to Bonaparte contained my father's name coupled with the highest of praise. To have heard Joubert, one might have thought the whole success of the campaign was owing to my father's energy and courage. My father was the terror of the Austrian cavalry. He was a medieval Bayard, and if, added Joubert, by one of those miracles which govern the march of the centuries, Italy had produced 2 hussars, General Dumas would have been one of them. Very different was Berthier's treatment of him, Berthier, who had stigmatized my father as a looker-on during a campaign in which 3 horses were killed under him. By degrees, as these things were brought to the notice of the General-in-Chief, Bonaparte came round to my father's side, and when Joubert was leaving the camp of Gratz, where he had been paying the Commander-in-Chief a visit, Bonaparte spoke these few most pregnant words. "By the way, send Dumas to me." Joubert hastened to deliver his commission directly he returned to his army, but my father was sulky, and it took all Joubert's friendly entreaties to persuade him to accede to Bonaparte's invitation. However, he started for Gratz, but with a fixed determination to send in his resignation to the Directory if Bonaparte did not give him the reception he deserved. My father was a Creole, with the Creole characteristics, nonchalant, impetuous, changeable. He had no sooner won his heart's desires than he conceived a profound disgust for them. When the energy he had expended in obtaining his desires had died down, he fell back into his usual indifference and laziness, and at the first sign of opposition he would talk of the pleasures of country life, as did the ancient poet whose country he had conquered, and would send in his resignation to the Directory. Happily Dermancourt was at hand. When he received these letters of resignation to dispatch, he slipped them in a drawer of his desk, put the key in his pocket and quietly waited. At the end of a week or a fortnight, or even a month, the momentary cloud of disgust which had swept over my poor father's spirits disappeared, and some brilliant charge or daringly successful maneuver would arouse his enthusiastic nature, ever eager to aspire after the impossible, and with a sigh he would let these words fall. "Upon my word, I believe I did wrong to send in my resignation." And Dermancourt, who was on the watch for this, would reply, "Don't worry yourself, General, your resignation." "Well, my resignation. It is in that desk, ready to send off on the first chance. There is only the date to alter." Therefore it was only by resolutely determining to send in his resignation himself, straight to the Directory this time, at the first hint of any slight that might be put upon him by Bonaparte, that my father went to Gratz to meet him. As soon as Bonaparte saw my father, he opened his arms and exclaimed, "Welcome to the Horatius codes of the Tyrol." My father could no longer retain his ill feeling in the face of such a flattering reception. He held out his arms likewise, and a fraternal salute was given and returned. "Oh," my father exclaimed when, 7 years later, Bonaparte proclaimed himself emperor, "oh, only to think I held him in my arms and had the chance of strangling him." Bonaparte had some end to serve in all he did, and his object in sending for my father was to gain help in organizing the fresh cavalry divisions which were required by his army. He gave my father the task of raising these divisions, and also the command of them when organized. In the meantime, my father was appointed governor of the province of the Trevisan, and he and Dermancourt immediately established themselves there. The new governor was received very favorably in that beautiful province. The finest palaces of the wealthiest of the senators of Venice were placed at his service. The Trevisan was to Venice what ancient Baiae was to Rome, the country home of a queen. The municipality offered my father 300 francs per day for his household expenses. My father went into his accounts with Dermancourt. I have his calculations before me, scribbled on the back of a map of the Trevisan, and they decided that 100 francs would be enough. He therefore would only accept 100 francs. The poor Italians were not used to these methods, neither did they in the least understand the disinterestedness of the motive. They would not believe it for a long time, but continually expected either the imposition of a war tax, or some compulsory levy, or even some gross extortion similar to those said to be exercised in the East. Once they really believed the fatal hour had come, and great was their alarm. The presence had been announced of an agent from the French government commissioned to plunder the Italian moneylenders. He called upon my father to offer him a share in the prospective treasure, but only Dermancourt was at home. That gentleman listened quietly to all the suggested projects made by that bird of prey, and to all his offers to my father of a share in the booty. Then, when he had done, Dermancourt said, "How did you come here?" "Why, by carriage." "Very well, my advice to you is to go back the same way you came, without even seeing the general." "Why so?" asked the traveller. "Why, because he is the very devil when certain proposals are made to him. Bah, I will dress these up so fine he will soon listen to them." "You really intend to try him?" "Why, certainly I do." "Then go and try." My father came in just at that moment, and the agent asked to see him alone. My father cast a questioning glance at Dermancourt, who nodded significantly that he had better grant the desired interview. Alone with my father, the agent of the Directory held forth volubly upon his mission. Then, as he noticed that my father listened without making any response, he proceeded from explanation to plans, from plans to peroration. The peroration contained the offer of my father's share of the plunder, but my father here cut him short. He took him by the collar, lifted him up at arm's length, opened the door into the room where Dermancourt had summoned the whole of the staff to await the end of the scene. "Gentlemen," he said, "look well at this little blackguard, so that you may know him again, and if ever he presents himself at my outposts, no matter in what part of the world I may be, shoot him down without so much as disturbing me to tell me justice has been done." The agent of the Directory did not stop to hear more. He vanished, and my father reckoned one implacable enemy the more. These acts of depredation were common in Italy, but raids on moneylenders were usually the most lucrative during those times of distress and misery. Nearly all the jewelry, diamonds and silver belonging to the Italian nobility were in pawn. Many had even deposited therein, as though in a strong room, everything valuable they possessed, when they were compelled by political events to leave their country. Then an agent would come from the Directory. Whether his authority were true or false, certain of the governors did not inquire too closely, and would make a clean sweep. He would first settle the ruling officer's share, then his own, the rest he sent to the government. One of the most notorious of these agents received the sobriquet of Rapinat. His operations were chiefly confined to Lombardy. This quatrain was composed about him. "The Milanese whose goods decline would dearly like to know if Rapinat does spell rapin, or rapin Rapinat." So when, after 2 months of residence in the country, my father gave up the governorship of the Trevisan to take that of Polsena, situated at the town of Rovigo, he found waiting for him outside the door of the palace a beautiful carriage drawn by 4 horses, with a coachman sitting on the box. It was a present from the town of Treviso. My father wished to decline it, but the gift was offered so gracefully and so heartily that he felt obliged to accept it. And the neighbouring municipalities sent him dozens of addresses. We will select 2 specimens haphazard. To Citizen General Dumas, Governor of the Trevisan, and the municipalities of Mestre, Knole, Castelfranco and Salons. We, the undersigned representatives of the above-named municipalities, have been unanimously and specially appointed to present ourselves before you, Citizen General, to bear testimony to our appreciation of, and gratitude towards you for the lenity and equity of your government. Would to heaven they had the means to show their admiration, their affection, and their gratitude. How happy would they be were it in their power to give you tokens worthy your deserts and your virtues. But as in their present condition of impoverishment and distress, they are prevented from following the dictates of their hearts, they do themselves the honour to hope that you, their protector and their father, will be graciously pleased to accept this slight token. Continue your generous protection over us, and cast a fatherly eye on your children, for to you we look for comfort. We have the honour to remain Henry Antoine Rienati, President and State Secretary, Gina Legri, President of the Municipality of Knole, François Belhamini, President of the Municipality of Salons, Philippe de Recoidi, Vice President of the Municipality of Mestre. Castelfranco, 2 Messidor, 5th year of the French Republic, and 2nd of Italian liberty. Liberty, equality, virtue. 9 Niveaux, 1797, year 5 of the French Republic, 1 and indivisible and Roman 2 of Italian liberty. the municipality of Adria to citizen Alexandre Dumas, general of division. This municipality general cannot find words in which to express its sense of obligation to you for the kind acts you have condescended to shower upon us under divers circumstances, especially in relieving us by sending away the troops, and still more by refunding the sums unjustly extorted by General 50. The municipality seizes this opportunity to offer you a horse, in recognition of your goodness to us, begging you to accept it as a humble tribute, and in grateful recognition of its many obligations towards you. We are, General, with sincere respects and affectionate greetings, Lunali President, Lardi General Secretary. It can easily be seen that the people were in despair when my father left the Trevisan. The whole province mourned, and the town of Treviso wanted to send a deputation to Bonaparte to ask him to allow them to keep their governor. When no hope of keeping him was left them, they asked for 10 days longer in order to give him a round of fêtes. When the hour of departure came, all the notables of the town conducted him in a triumphal procession as far as Padua, where there were more festivities. Here farewells were prolonged another week. The 8 leading houses in the town each undertook to provide some form of entertainment, and my father changed his abode daily, spending a day and a night at each house of his various entertainers. On reaching Rovigo, the seat of his fresh sphere of government, a reception awaited my father quite as complimentary as the farewells. The inhabitants of Polsine had been advised in advance by the inhabitants of the Trevisan, and knew whom they had to expect in their new governor. Polsine, fertile in corn and pasturage, was the province where Bonaparte had established the squadrons of cavalry of which he wished to form a division, under my father's organization. On his arrival, as in the Trevisan, my father at once regulated his household expenses on the basis of 100 francs a day, giving express orders to the municipalities not to authorize any supplies or to attend to any applications without his consent. My father remained some time at Rovigo, as the negotiations of the Congress dragged out, until Bonaparte, impatient to conclude matters, decided to collect his army and proceed to the Tagliamento. My father then rejoined his division, and remained near that river until October 1797, when peace was signed at the village of Campo Formio. 8 days later he returned to Rovigo. By the Peace of Campo Formio, which ended the campaign of 1797, that campaign wherein, thanks to my father and Joubert, the expedition to the Tyrol played so glorious a part, Austria ceded Belgium and Mayence, Mannheim and Philipsburg to France, and Austrian Lombardy to the Cisalpine Republic. The Venetian states were divided. Corfu, Zante, Cephalonia, Santa Maura, Cerigo and their dependent islands with Albania were ceded to France. Istria, Dalmatia, the Adriatic Isles, Venice, and the Venetian territory on the mainland as far as the Adige, the Tanaro and the Po were given up to the Austrian emperor, who thus found himself master of the Adriatic Gulf. The remaining Venetian states on the mainland were given to the Cisalpine Republic under the suzerainty of the emperor, and the Duc de Modena received Brisgau as indemnity. Poor municipality of Adria, which had dated its address to my father year Roman II of Italian liberty. During this sojourn on the Tagliamento, the reason for which, as we have said, was to urge forward the Austrian negotiations, my father dined 3 times a week at the headquarters of Bonaparte. Here it was that he became more intimately acquainted with Josephine, whom he had already met at Milan, and who kept a friendly feeling in her heart for him even after his disgrace, the friendship of Creole for Creole. They also met once a week at Udine. Bernadotte was in command in that town, and after the play they turned the hall into a ballroom and danced all night. Bonaparte danced very little, as might be imagined, but my father, Murat, Clark, and all the young aides-de-camp danced a great deal. The day after the signing of the Treaty of Campo Formio, the ball was opened by a quadrille. Josephine danced with Clark, Madame Pauline Bonaparte with Murat, Mademoiselle Caroline Bonaparte with Dermancourt, and Madame César Berthier was my father's partner. Bonaparte set out for Paris directly the Treaty of Campo Formio was signed, and retired to the little house in the Rue des Victoires, which he had recently purchased from Talma. It was there that the Egyptian campaign was conceived and planned. Bonaparte, with more success than the Carthaginian heroes, had accomplished in Italy almost as much as Hannibal. It remained for him to do in the East what Alexander and Caesar had done. But before proceeding to this, Bonaparte acquitted himself of a debt of gratitude that had long been owing to my father and to Joubert. He introduced my father to the acting directory as the Horatius Codes of the Tyrol, and he deputed Joubert to present the standard of the army of Italy to the heads of government. This standard of the Italian army was more than a flag. It was a memorial, a wonderful memorial of a wonderful campaign. On one side it bore the words, "To the army of Italy from a grateful country." On the other side was a list of the battles fought and places taken, followed by abridged inscriptions, grand in their simplicity, concerning the campaign that had just been closed. That second side, alas, so soon to be forgotten by the men who successively headed the affairs of government, forgotten most of all by the nephew of the emperor himself, ran as follows: 150,000 prisoners, 170 standards, 550 pieces of cannon, 600 light field guns, 5 pontoon trains, 9 ships of 64 guns, 12 frigates of 32, 12 sloops of war, 18 galleys, armistice with the King of Sardinia, convention with Genoa, armistice with the Duke of Parma, armistice with the King of Naples, armistice with the Pope, preliminaries of Leoben, convention of Montebello with the Republic of Genoa, treaty of peace with the Emperor at Campo Formio. Liberty given to the peoples of Bologna, Modena, Ferrara, Massa, Carrara, Romagna, Lombardy, Brescia, Bergamo, Mantua, Cremona, to parts of Verona, to Chiavenna, Bormio, La Voltiline and Genoa, to the imperial fiefs, to the peoples of the departments of Corfu, Aegean Sea and Ithaca. Sent to Paris all the principal works of Michelangelo, Guercino, Titian, Paolo Veronese, Correggio, of Albano, of the Carracci, of Raphael, and of Leonardo da Vinci. Bonaparte stopped on his way through Mantua and visited the monument General Mialis had erected to Virgil. He also celebrated a military fete in honor of Hoche, who had recently died, in all probability from poison. Bonaparte crossed through Switzerland to Moudon, where they gave him a brilliant reception and where his carriage was broken. He continued his journey on foot, and when near the charnel house of Moret, which had not yet been destroyed by Brune, this other bold soldier, who himself was to have his mortuary at Waterloo, asked, "Where is the Duke of Burgundy's battlefield?" "There, General," said a Swiss officer, pointing out what he wished to see. "How many men had he?" 60,000, sire." "How was he attacked?" "By the Swiss rushing down the neighbouring mountains, and under cover of a wood which then existed, turning the Burgundian position." "What!" he exclaimed. "Charles the Bold had 60,000 men, and yet he did not take possession of the mountains," and the conqueror of Italy shrugged his shoulders. "Frenchmen of today fight better than that," Lannes observed. "The Burgundians were not French in those days," Bonaparte answered shortly, and as his carriage was now brought up repaired, he got in and rapidly drove away. Bonaparte was not altogether easy in the position he had made for himself by this sequence of marvellous conquests. He had indeed received a triumphant ovation in Paris. The whole audience had risen, shouting, "Vive Bonaparte," when they heard that he was present at the second representation of Horatius Codes, but all these ovations did not blind his eyes to facts. That same night he said to Bourrienne, "Nothing is remembered in Paris. If I remain quiet long without doing something fresh, I shall be lost. One idol quickly replaces another in this great Babylon. If I were to attend the play 3 times more, they would then ignore my presence." A few days later he was made a member of the Institute, under the Science and Art Division, an honor that gratified him extremely. He immediately sent the following letter to the President. "Citizen President, I feel deeply honored by the votes of the distinguished men who compose the Institute. I am very sensible that before I can become their equal, I must for a long time yet remain their scholar. If there were any more expressive way by which I could express my high regard for them, I would avail myself of it. The true conquests, the only victories which bring no aftermaths of regret, are those that overcome ignorance. Those are the most honorable occupations, the most serviceable to all nations, which contribute to the widening of human knowledge. The true strength of the French Republic should from henceforth consist in making every new discovery a part of itself." Bonaparte. There is in Molière's L'Avare a phrase which Harpagon thought of inscribing in letters of gold on the walls of his dining room. Tell me, Prince Louis, if there is not a similar phrase for you to meditate upon in this letter of your uncle's to the Institute. All these ovations in public places and these receptions by the Institute sufficed for a time to distract a brain so active as Bonaparte's, but they could not satisfy him for long. Very soon he returned to his favourite idea, the East. It had come to him whilst he was waiting and watching the progress of peace negotiations at Paneriano. Europe is a molehill, he observed once, when walking with Burian, César Berthier and my father. It has never had such grand empires or great revolutions as the East, with its 600 millions of peoples. He wrote to the Directory as early as August 1797, "We feel that the time is not far distant when, to destroy England's power thoroughly, we ought to take possession of Egypt. Malta is for sale," he said another day, "and it would not be paying too dearly for it if we gave for it half we paid for the peace of Campo Formio." Whether to conceal his true motives, or whether Bonaparte really believed in the possibility of invading England, on the 10th of February 1798, he set out for the north of France, and visited Boulogne, Ambleteuse, Calais, Dunkirk, Fumes, Nieuport, Ostend, and the Isle of Walcheren. On his return from this journey he said to Burian, "It is too risky a game. I dare not venture it, for I do not want to play wantonly with the fate of our beautiful France." Was the idea of an Egyptian expedition a conception of Bonaparte's own brain, or had he come across the suggestion in some pigeonholes of ministerial papers belonging to the Duc de Choiseul, who proposed a similar project to Louis Roman XV? It is impossible to say definitely. However that may be, the Directory raised no opposition to the ambitious desires of this second Cambyses. The Directory was envious of his glory, and it feared the shadows thrown by the conqueror of Arcole and of Rivoli, as it would fear the shade cast by the deadly Upistry. On Apeth 1798, Bonaparte was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Army of the East. "How long shall you be in Egypt, General?" his secretary asked as he offered his congratulations upon the appointment. 6 months or 6 years, replied Bonaparte. "It all depends on events. I shall colonize the country and shall introduce artists, workmen of all kinds, women, actors, poets. I am only 29 years old now, and should then be but 35, which is not such a great age. If all goes as I hope, 6 years will suffice to penetrate into India as far as Alexander did." On the 19th April, Bonaparte announced his departure for Toulon. On the 4th May he left Paris, accompanied by Josephine. On the 8th he reached Toulon. 7 regiments of my father's division were ordered to Toulon. As my father arrived before either Bonaparte or Kleber, he took command of the troops for the expedition, handing it over to his senior, Kleber, when the latter arrived. Toulon was full of memories for Bonaparte. It was from Toulon that the eagle took his flight. The day of his arrival he walked by the seashore and visited the petty Gibraltar. He had scarcely had time to see my father before he said, "Come and see me tomorrow morning as early as you like." At 6 the next morning my father was crossing the parade ground to see Bonaparte, when he came across Dermancourt. "Where the deuce are you off to, General, at this time of morning?" he asked. "Come with me and you will see," said my father, and they proceeded together. As they approached their destination, Dermancourt exclaimed, "You are not going to see Bonaparte, are you, General?" "I am. But he won't receive you." "Why not?" "Why, because it is too early." "Oh, that doesn't matter." "But he will be in bed." "Quite likely." "And in bed with his wife. He loves her as shopkeepers love their wives." "So much the better. I shall be charmed to see good Josephine once more." And my father dragged Dermancourt after him, half willing, half afraid to see what would happen. Finally he came to the conclusion my father had a special audience, and followed him. My father ascended a staircase, went along a passage, opened a little door, pushed back a screen, and he and Dermancourt, who still followed him closely, found themselves in Bonaparte's bedroom. He was in bed with Josephine, and the weather being exceedingly hot, they were covered merely by a sheet, which showed the outline of their bodies. Josephine was weeping, and Bonaparte was trying to wipe her tears away with one hand, while with the other he laughingly played a military tattoo on the portion of her body, which was turned towards the recess between bed and wall. "Ah, Dumas," he said as he caught sight of my father, "your arrival is opportune. You must help me to make this silly little woman listen to reason. Ought she to wish to come to Egypt with us? Now would you take your wife there?" Upon my word, certainly not, my father replied. She would be in my way dreadfully. Now then, you see what I said, and you know that Dumas is not a bad husband. He loves his wife and his daughters. Listen, I may return in 6 months, or we may be over there several years. At that, Josephine's tears flowed faster than ever. If we stay there some years, the fleet will have to return to fetch some 20,000 men from the Italian coasts. Return to Paris, tell Madame Dumas, and both of you shall return to us with that convoy. Will that suit you, Dumas? Perfectly, replied my father. When there, my dear Josephine Dumas, who has only daughters, and I who have not even those, will each of us do our best to produce a boy. If we have a boy, he and his wife shall be its godparents. If he has a boy, you and I will be its godparents. There now, that is a promise. Stop crying and let us talk business. Then, turning to Dermancourt, Bonaparte said, M. Dermancourt, you have just heard a word drop which indicates the destination of our expedition. Not a creature knows it yet. Do not let the word Egypt escape your lips. You will readily understand the importance of such a secret. Dermancourt signified that he would be as dumb as a disciple of Pythagoras. Josephine consoled herself. Indeed, if we may believe Burian, she managed to console herself too well. On the 15th May my father again visited Bonaparte, and the departure was fixed for the 19th. He found Bonaparte just about to dictate an order to Burian, so he was discreetly about to withdraw when Bonaparte called after him, No, stay, you are not in the way. Hear what I am going to do. Then, putting his hand on that giant's shoulder, What I like about you, Dumas, he said, is not only your indisputable courage, but your humanity, a rarer quality. I know that Carlotte de Herbois wanted to cut your head off because in some little town in the Tarentaise you rescued from the guillotine 3 or 4 poor devils who did not wish to let their village bells be melted down. Very well. Would you believe that only 6 weeks ago they shot an old man of 80, the butchers under cover of the law Sir Les Emigres? Now write, Burian, and he dictated. Headquarters at Toulon. 27th Floreal Year Roman 6, 16th May 1798. Bonaparte, member of the National Institute, to the military commissioners of the 9th Division, established in consequence of the law of 19th Fructidor. I learn with the deepest concern, citizens, that aged people of 70 and 80 years old, poor women who are enceinte and needed by their children, have been shot as suspected of wanting to emigrate. Have then the soldiers of liberty become executioners? Has the spirit of compassion, which they take even into the very battlefield, become dead within their hearts? The law of 19th Fructidor was a measure providing for public safety. Its object was to get at conspirators, not miserable women and worn-out old men. I exhort you then, citizens, whenever the law brings before your tribunal people above 60 years of age or women, to declare that you have respect for the aged, and the women of your enemy even in the midst of fighting. The military officer who signs a sentence against any person incapable of carrying arms is a coward. Bonaparte. As he left Bonaparte's house, my father met Kleber re-entering it. You do not know what we are going to do over there, he said. We are going to found a colony. No, we are going to re-establish a kingdom. Oh, said Kleber, we shall see. Very well, you will see. And with these words the two friends parted. On the 19th of May they set sail. Chapter 3. The voyage, the landing, the taking of Alexandria, the chant du depart and the Arabian concert, the respited prisoners, the march on Cairo, rum and biscuit, my father's melons, the scientific institute, battle of the pyramids, scene of the victory, my father's letter establishing the truth. Bonaparte sailed in the Orient, a fine boat of 120 guns. As she left the harbour, being very heavily laden, she drew too much water and touched the bottom, causing a short time of confusion among the fleet. The boatswain's mate Boyer of the Guillaume Tell, in which my father was sailing, shook his head gloomily. What is the matter, Boyer? My father asked. Some disaster will happen to the fleet, General. Why should it? Because the Admiral's flagship touched ground. Don't you know it is an infallible omen? My father shrugged his shoulders. 2 months afterwards, the fleet was destroyed at Aboukir. The details of the crossing are well known. They took Malta as they passed, Malta the impregnable. Caffarelli, who visited the fortifications with Bonaparte, could not help saying to him, "Upon my word, General, lucky for you to have someone inside the citadel to open the gates for you. If it had not been for that, I don't think you would ever have got in." Bonaparte set the Turkish prisoners free, a move to propitiate the Sultan. The fleet left Malta on the 19th June and set sail for Candia. Nelson was at Messina with the English fleet when he heard of the taking of Malta. He was convinced Bonaparte intended sailing for Egypt and immediately set sail for Alexandria. During the night of the 22nd to 23rd of June, the English and French fleets passed within 6 leagues of one another. The English fleet did not see ours, and whilst we were bearing north it sailed south, reaching Alexandria 3 days before us. As Nelson had not discovered any trace of our passage, and learnt that our fleet had not been signalled by any ship, he thought our expedition was meant to conquer Asia, and rapidly moved off to Alexandretta in Syria. This miscalculation saved the expedition, which reached Candia, took advantage of the northerly winds, and immediately sailed due south. Land was sighted at break of day on July 1st, and high above the ruins and the white houses towered the column of Septimus Severus. Bonaparte realized the danger he had escaped. It was nothing short of a miracle that the English fleet did not catch sight of ours. He gave orders for immediate disembarkation. The whole day was taken up by this important operation, and it was accomplished without serious accident, although the sea was rough. But on landing, about a score of men, thinking they could see a fountain of water, ran off into the interior of the country, were surrounded by a tribe of Bedouins and had their captain killed. This was a bad beginning. Bonaparte issued very strict orders concerning stragglers, and promised a reward of 100 piastres to every Arab who should bring back a prisoner. 100 Turkish piastres is only equivalent to about 25 francs, but Bonaparte did not wish to spoil the Bedouins. And he was wise, as we shall see presently. The cavalry were unable to land on account of the foul weather. Bonaparte decided not to wait for them, and towards 3 in the morning he began to march towards Alexandria, with the 3 divisions of Kleber, Barn and Moro. My father, hunting rifle in hand, headed the carabineers of the 4th Light Demi-Brigade. No difficulties were encountered upon the journey until they came up to the walls of Alexandria, which were defended by the Turks. Kleber received the first blow. A ball struck his head just as he took command of the attack. The resistance made by the Alexandrians was not serious, and the town was captured at the end of an hour's fighting. My father was one of the first to enter the town, and his great height, his bronzed complexion almost as dark as those of the Arabs, made a vivid impression upon the native inhabitants. This fact was reported to Bonaparte, who turned everything to account, and accordingly he sent for my father. "General," he said, "take about a score of my guides and conduct them to the Arab tribe which is to bring me in prisoners. I wish you to be the first general they cast eyes on, the first chief with whom they shall treat." Off my father set at a gallop, and a quarter of a league from the town he found the people he wanted. Through the agency of his dragoman, he quickly gave them to understand that they must present themselves before the general-in-chief, who would be pleased to welcome them and give them the promised reward. Bonaparte was not mistaken in his calculations. My father at once became a subject of study, curiosity, and admiration on the part of these children of nature, and as he made no attempt to drive them away, he entered Alexandria with them pell-mell. Bonaparte received them all in a large hall overlooking the sea, distributed his proclamations among them, which he had translated into Arabic, and offered them a repast which he had taken care should wound none of the customs of their country. They accepted the repast with evident satisfaction, squatted themselves down, and each man began to snatch his fill. In the midst of the feast, the united bands of the 3 infantry regiments struck up instantly the chant du départ. Although the explosion was both dreadful and unexpected, not a single Arab jumped up. They all continued eating in spite of the deafening din made by the 120 musicians. Bonaparte asked them at the conclusion of the air if they liked the music. "Yes," they replied, "but our own is better." Bonaparte desired to hear their music, since it was so superior to that of the French performance. 3 Arabs thereupon left off eating, and 2 took up a kind of drum. The one looked like the pack of a wafer seller, the other like a pumpkin cut in half. The third took up a kind of 3-stringed guitar, and the Arabian concert began solemnly entering into competition with the French one. Bonaparte complimented them highly upon their music, distributed the promised reward, and vows of friendship were exchanged on both sides. A dozen or so of men were missing at roll call. The Bedouins were in full swing of decapitating their prisoners, and had already accomplished a third of their work before they learned that the reward of 100 piastres was offered for each prisoner brought back alive. Like men who place business in the front rank before everything else, they immediately stopped killing their prisoners and contented themselves with a less cruel method of sport, but a more unusual, in the eyes of the captives, than the punishment they had at first feared. The upshot was that when Bonaparte had the prisoners up before him to question them, he was amazed to see them all blush, turn their heads away, and stammer like bashful maidens. Finally, when urged by the general-in-chief, who, hearing so much talk of the indignities that had been put upon the captives, was really determined to find out what they had suffered, an old soldier told him, crying with rage, that he and his companions had been treated as the people of Sodom and Gomorrah would have treated the angels if they had not had the advantage over our grenadiers of possessing wings, with which they ascended to heaven without loss of time. "Idiot," said Bonaparte, shrugging his shoulders contemptuously, "tears ill become you. Come, come, be thankful you got off so cheaply and stop your blubbering." This treatment of the prisoners made a great sensation throughout the army, and contributed in a large measure to keep discipline, which would have been more difficult to enforce had the soldiers only been in fear of having their heads chopped off. Bonaparte stayed a week at Alexandria. He spent the first day in reviewing his forces. The second day he gave orders to Admiral Brueys to take the fleet into the old port of Alexandria, or to lead it to Corfu. On the third day he made his proclamation to the inhabitants, and ordered Desaix to march upon Cairo. The fourth, he had the names of the men who had been killed outside Alexandria carved on Pompey's pillar, and had their bodies buried at the foot of that monument. On the fifth day General Duguay seized Aboukir. On the sixth Rosetta was taken, and whilst the flotilla was being mobilized, the army prepared to march on Cairo. On the seventh day he made Kleber commandant of Alexandria, assuring the port that he desired to keep on good terms with it, and then he left for Cairo himself. Desaix was the first to set out, and the first to be seized with despondency. I will quote from Desaix's own words, for his devotion to Bonaparte was beyond dispute. On the 15th July, Desaix wrote thus to Bonaparte from Baccaire: "For pity's sake don't leave us in this place. The troops are dejected and grumbling. Let us either advance or retire as soon as possible. The villages are mere huts and utterly devoid of provisions." The army received 4 days' rations on starting. Unluckily, and most unwisely, they had also been allowed 4 days' supply of rum. The consequence of this addition of liquid to solid provisions was that, during the first hours of the march through the desert that separates Alexandria from Damanour, the soldiers, parched with thirst, but not yet hungry, attacked the rum, and went so frequently to the canteen where it was kept, that before half the march was over the canteen was empty and the men were drunk. Then the soldiers, imagining with the happy optimism of drunkenness that they would never feel the pangs of hunger, began to lighten their knapsacks by scattering abroad their rice and throwing away their biscuits. When their commanding officers found out what was going on, they gave orders for a halt. Now a halt of 2 hours gave time enough for the first effects of the alcohol to pass off, and they resumed the march, already regretting their indiscreet conduct. Towards 5 in the morning, the hunger they fancied they had staved off began to attack them cruelly. They could scarcely manage to drag themselves as far as Damanour, which was reached on the 9th at 8 in the morning. They had some hopes of finding food in that town, but it had been completely evacuated. They ransacked every house, and as the harvest was just over, they found a morsel of threshed wheat, but the hand mills wherewith the Arabs ground their corn were broken, having been purposely put out of gear. They managed to put several in order, and succeeded in procuring a small quantity of flour, but if distributed it would not have amounted to above half an ounce per man. Discontent now began to spread through the troops, and hunger, that evil counsellor, whispered suggestions of rebellion among the men, and even among the officers. So, amidst dejection and complaints, they began to march towards Ramani. It was no good the soldiers being impatient, since they had themselves alone to blame for their lack of provisions. Almost dying with hunger, they at last reached Ramani, where they learnt they must halt for the 11th anth to wait for provisions which had been ordered in the delta. These duly arrived, and the fresh food and the nearness to the Nile, into which the soldiers plunged the moment they reached it, somewhat restored courage to the army. My father managed to procure 2 or 3 watermelons, and invited several generals of his acquaintance to eat them in his tent. They were not slow to respond to his invitation. We have seen how badly the campaign had opened, and how much the troops had already undergone since they left Alexandria. The Egypt that they had seen from afar, as a large emerald green riband unrolled in the midst of the desert, no longer appeared in its ancient fertility, as the granary of the world, but in its modern poverty, its shifting populations, its ruined and deserted villages. De Saix's complaints were re-echoed by the whole army. The gathering under my father's tent, which had met for the purpose of consuming the melons, very soon took a political turn, as each general gave vent to the ill humour all shared alike. What had they come to that accursed land for? A land which had successively devoured all who tried to conquer it, since the days of Cambyses until the time of St. Louis. Had they come to found a colony? What was the good of leaving France, where the sun warmed a man without scorching him up? France with its lovely forests, its fertile plains, for this heaven of brass, this shadeless desert, these burning plains. Did Bonaparte want to shape a kingdom for himself in the East, after the fashion of the old Roman proconsuls? He might at least have asked his generals if they were willing to be the heads of this new satrapy. Such schemes might have succeeded with ancient armies composed of freedmen and slaves, but not with the patriots of 1792, who were not the satellites of one man but soldiers belonging to a nation. Were these recriminations simply murmurs wrung from them by their present hardships, or were they already the undercurrent of rebellion against the ambitious spirit of the hero of the 18th Brumaire? Maybe those who took part in that gathering could not themselves have answered these queries, but they were repeated to Bonaparte as grave attacks upon his authority by a general who had been the loudest in his reproaches against the motives of the general-in-chief, and the first to appreciate the good flavour of my father's melons. Be that as it may, it was at Ramillies, beneath my father's tent, that there began that opposition to which Kleber gave so much strength and countenance. On the 12th the flotilla reached Rosetta, under command of Perry, chief of the division. He was on board the Cerf. Bonaparte put on board Perry's ship a regular institute of scientific men, Monge, Fourier, Costa, Berthollet, Dolomieu, Tallien, etc. They were to ascend the Nile parallel with the French army. Their horses would help to complete a small body of cavalry. We know how that flotilla was driven by the wind faster than the army could march, that it was attacked by the Turkish fleet and fired at from both banks of the Nile by the fellahs. Sucy, who later became Comte de Sucy, took a leading part in the conduct of operations, and had his arm broken by a ball during the battle. Bonaparte, hearing the firing of cannon, intervened just in time to save the fleet from utter destruction, reaching the scene of battle over the bodies of 4,000 Mamelukes at Chebres. 8 days later Bonaparte fought the Battle of the Pyramids. 4 days after the Battle of the Pyramids, that is to say on the 25th July at 4 in the afternoon, Bonaparte made his entrance into Cairo. No one knew better than Bonaparte the value of the dramatic effect of this victory. The sound of a victory increases in volume as it spreads on its way, echoing and re-echoing throughout the world, and none knew better than the cool-headed Bonaparte the value of those sublime sayings he is reported to have uttered before, during, or after his battles, the most celebrated of them being perhaps his: "Soldiers, 40 centuries gaze down upon you from the tops of those great monuments." If the reader should wish to learn the extent of exaggeration used by Bonaparte in his dispatches, and would form a correct idea of the impression produced by that battle upon those who took part in it, a by no means secondary part, he may permit me to transcribe the following letter from my father. It was addressed to Kleber, who was settled at Alexandria as governor, waiting to recover from his wounds. Boulek near Cairo, 9th Thermidor, year Roman 6. At last, my friend, we have reached this long-wished-for country. My God, how different it is from what even a most temperate imagination pictured it. The horrible villas of Cairo is peopled by an idle rabble, squatting cross-legged all day long in front of the vilest of huts, smoking and sipping coffee, or else eating watermelons and drinking water. One could easily lose oneself for a whole day in the narrow, stinking streets of this famous capital. Only the quarter where the Mamelukes dwell is at all fit for habitation, and here the commander-in-chief lives in a fairly good house belonging to a bey. I have written to Brigadier Dupuis, who is the actual general and commander in Cairo, to reserve a house for you, but have not yet received his reply. The division is stationed at a sort of township called Boulak, close to the Nile, about half a league from Cairo. We are all lodged in filthy houses that had been deserted on our approach. Dugua's is the only passably decent one in the lot. General Lannes has just received orders to take up the command of Menu's division, instead of Weil, who goes to Damietta with a battalion. He assures me he shall refuse. The 2nd Light Battalion with General Verdier is in position near the pyramids, on the left bank of the Nile, waiting until the place is fortified ready for occupation by a guard of 100 men. They ought to build a bridge opposite Guy's. The place is at present occupied by the reserve of artillery and engineers. Rignier's division is 2 or 3 leagues off Cairo. Desaix's is just starting for Old Cairo. Barnes is at the citadel, and Menu's in the town itself. You have no idea of the fatiguing marches we made to get to Cairo, stopping generally 3 or 4 hours after noon, after having endured the burden and heat of the day. Most of the time without food, obliged to glean what the preceding divisions had left behind in the horrible villages which they had ransacked. Harassed the whole march by a thieving horde called Bedouins, who killed our men or officers if they lagged 25 steps behind the column. General Dugua's aide-de-camp Geroret was assassinated the day before yesterday in that way, when carrying a dispatch to a party of grenadiers within gunshot of the camp. It is a far nastier war, my friend, than La Vendée. We had a battle the very day we reached the Nile near Cairo. The Mamelukes, who are very cunning, tried to cross the Nile from the right to its left bank. I need hardly say that they were well thrashed, and that we washed their dirty linen in the stream. I believe they called it the Battle of the Pyramids. They certainly lost 700 or 800 men without exaggeration, but a great many of that number were drowned in trying to swim across the Nile. I am very anxious to hear how you are and when you will be fit to take command of this division, which is in the weakest hands possible. Everybody is longing for you, and discipline throughout is becoming extraordinarily lax. I do all I can to keep each section to itself, but it is rather a hopeless task. The troops are neither paid nor properly fed, and you can readily guess what grumbling this occasions. The officers complain even more bitterly than the men. They hold out hopes to us that in 8 days the commissariat will be sufficiently in order to make proper distributions, but that seems a long way off. If you come soon, which is my most earnest desire, have an escort even on board ship, say a couple of carabineers, who can reply to the attacks which the Bedouins are certain to make along the banks, to dispute your passage. Commissioner Sussy had his arm broken on the flotilla by a shot as he was pointing out Cairo. Perhaps you will be able to return with the gunboats and germs which have gone to Alexandria to fetch goods belonging to the troops. Come, ever yours, Dumas. P.S. Kind regards to Auguste and our colleagues. Chapter 4. Admissions of General Dupuis and Adjutant General Boyer, the malcontents, final discussion between Bonaparte and my father, Battle of Aboukir, my father finds treasure, his letter on this subject. It may perhaps be thought that my father's ill humour, his vexation at not having the command of a division and his republican spirit, all combined to jaundice his views. Very well, let us examine the correspondence of the Egyptian army intercepted by Nelson's squadron, and read a letter from General Dupuis. He had no grounds for complaint, for he was in command of Cairo, and he owns in the first lines of his dispatch that the position was far above his deserts. Dupuis, Brigadier General in command of the fortress, to his friend Carlo. Grand Cairo. 11th Thermidor, year Roman 6. I have been in the thick of it both on land and sea, in Europe and in Africa. Yes, my dear friend, on our arrival at Malta I was ordered to disband the military knighthood there, and take possession of their effects. Then, after we had taken Alexandria by storm, I was made commander of the fortress. Today, after a most painful march of 22 days across the desert, we reached Grand Cairo, beating the Mamelukes, or rather putting them to flight, for they aren't worth our powder and shot. Behold me then, my friend, invested with fresh honours which I could not refuse, for they have now added the commandership of Cairo. This position, offered me by Bonaparte, was too fine a one to be lightly refused. The conduct of the brigade in the skirmish of the pyramids was unique. It alone destroyed Mameluke cavalry, took 40 pieces of cannon in position, all their trenches, their flags, their magnificent horses and their richly laden baggage, for there is not a single soldier who hasn't 100 louis on him, and without exaggeration, several of them have 500. Finally, dear boy, I occupy today the finest palace in Cairo, belonging to the favorite sultana of Ibrahim Bey, Sultan of Egypt. I live in his enchanted palace in the midst of the nymphs of the Nile, but I am keeping the promise I made to my little European sweetheart. This town is atrocious. The very streets reek with the plagues caused by their filthiness. The people are degraded and disgusting. Although I work like a horse, I have not yet succeeded in finding my way about this vast city. It is much larger than Paris, and so different. Ah, quil me tarde de revoir la Ligurie. But my friend, although I am wonderfully well off here, and in the lap of luxury, I often think of my friends. Where is the worthy Manita? I weep at our separation. But I hope to rejoin you all soon, yes, soon. I am terribly sick of being so far away from you all. Our crossing of the desert and our various fights resulted in very few losses. The army is in good trim and is now busy preparing for a start. I don't know whether we are bound for Syria. We are ready for any move. I had the ill luck to lose at the storming of Alexandria. Do pray send me all your news. You may judge of the cowardliness of this great and vastly overrated people when I tell you that I took this immense city, on the 5th of the month, with only 2 companies of grenadiers. It has a population of 600,000 souls. Goodbye, my dear friend, 1,000 messages to Marcelin, his mother, his father, his daddy Carlo, and to all our friends. Believe me, ever yours devotedly, Dupuis. I write by this courier to Pepin and Spinola. Tell Pepin he was very lucky to be exiled. Would to God I had been too. My kind regards to him and his family, also to poor Pietro, and to Honoria, your brother and your uncle. We can judge from this letter that the general's enthusiasm did not run high. Here was a man who was governor of Cairo, who acknowledged that the position was far above his deserts, and yet he declares that he would rather have been exiled than enjoy the honors thrust upon him. Doubtless a governor is a very great personage, quoth Sancho, but I would rather stay in my own village and tend my goats than be governor of Barataria. To complete our account of the state of affairs, I will place before my readers some extracts from a letter of Adjutant General Boyer. To return to Alexandria, the town has nothing of antiquity about it beyond its name. Picture to yourself ruins inhabited by an impassive people, who take everything as it comes, whom nothing astonishes, who, pipe in mouth, squat on their haunches all day long before their doors on a bench, taking very little notice of their families or children. The mothers wander about, their faces covered with black rags, offering their children for sale to the passers-by. The men, half naked with bodies the color of bronze and loathsome skins, stirring up the muddy streams, devouring and grubbing up all they find like pigs. Houses hardly 20 feet high with flat roofs, the insides like stables, the outsides just 4 bare walls. Such are the houses of Alexandria. Then remember that around this sink of squalor and misery are the foundations of the most celebrated city of ancient times, and the most precious monuments of art. When we left this town to ascend the Nile, we found a desert as bare as your hand, where, every 5 or 10 leagues, we came upon a wretched well of brackish water. Imagine an army compelled to cross those arid plains, which do not afford the soldier the faintest fleck of shade against the intolerable heat. Dressed in woolen, carrying his 5 days' rations and his knapsack, a soldier is so overcome by the heat and the weight of the things he is carrying that at the end of an hour's march, he lightens his burden by throwing away his rations, thinking only of his present sufferings, and regardless of the morrow's hunger. He is parched with thirst and there is no water to drink. Then, to add to the horror of the picture, the men begin to die of thirst, of exhaustion and of heat. Others, seeing their comrades' sufferings, blow their own brains out. Others, again, throw themselves with all their arms and baggage into the Nile, and perish in its waters. Each day our march saw the same sights, with even more unbelievable and unheard-of hardships still. The whole army went without bread for 17 days. The soldiers lived on pumpkins and pruils, and what vegetables they could pick up by the way, and that was all the food either general or common soldier had. The generals often fasted for 18, 20 or 24 hours, as the soldiers, being the first to reach a village, would pillage everywhere, and the officers had often to satisfy themselves with what the soldiers had refused, or with their wasteful leavings. It is useless to tell you of our drinks, as here we have to live under Mahomedan law, which forbids wine, but gives us abundance of Nile water as a substitute. If you wish to hear about the country along the banks of the Nile, and to form an exact and correct idea of it, you should follow the topographical winding of that river. 2 leagues below Cairo, it divides into 2 branches. One flows out at Rosetta, the other at Damietta. The delta lies between these 2 tributaries, an extraordinarily fertile tract of land watered by the Nile. At the land end of these 2 branches is a border of cultivated country, sometimes over a league in width, and sometimes less. When you have traversed this, you enter the desert, on the one side stretching away into Libya, and on the other leading to the plains adjoining the Red Sea. The country round Rosetta and Cairo is densely populated, and quantities of rice, maize, and lentils are cultivated. The villages are one and all detestable. They are made of mud worked up by the feet and heaped up with holes scooped out from above. To give yourself a better idea, call to mind the snow heaps children make at home. Their ovens are an exact reproduction of the ancient ones used in the Egyptian palaces. The cultivators, commonly called fellahs, are extremely industrious. They live on very little and in a state of indescribable filthiness. I have seen them drink the dregs left by my camels and horses in the water troughs. And this is the Egypt so cried up by historians and travellers. Nevertheless, in spite of all these abominations and evils, I will admit that the country is quite capable of becoming to France a colony of almost incalculable value, but it will need time and men. I can see that soldiers are not a suitable class of men to found colonies, and certainly not our soldiers. Ours are terrible in battle, terrible perhaps after a victory, unquestionably the bravest fighters in the world, but they are very little good for distant expeditions, for they are easily discouraged, idle and inconsequent. They are sufficient unto themselves. They have even been heard to say as their generals were passing, "Look at those killers of French folk. The cup is empty, I have drained it to the dregs. Only my resolutions of perseverance are left me, my health, a courage which I trust will never desert me, and with these I will struggle to the last. Yesterday I saw the Council of Justice Bonaparte has formed. It is composed of 9 persons. I saw 9 automatons dressed in Turkish garb. Their turbans were superb, their beards magnificent, and their robes reminded me of the images of the 12 apostles which my father kept in a cupboard. But concerning their talent, attainments, genius, and knowledge, I cannot tell you anything. The proceedings are always kept secret, Turkish fashion. Nowhere is there so much ignorance, nowhere so much display of wealth, nowhere such bad and sordid use of temporal power. Enough of this chapter. I wish to give you my version, and I do not deny that I have omitted a great deal, but General Bonaparte's report will supply my deficiencies. Do not worry over me. I suffer, but so does the whole army. My personal effects have come to hand, so I have every compensation in my troubles. Do not be anxious about me, I am enjoying good health. Mind and look after your own. I hope to have the pleasure of seeing you in a year's time. I shall know how to appreciate you by that time, I can tell you. My warm love to my sisters. I am your obedient and affectionate son, Boyard. So we see opinion concerning the Egyptian expedition was unanimous. Everyone suffered, everyone complained, everyone longed to get back to France. The recollection of these complainings and the remembrance of the smouldering mutiny followed Bonaparte even to St. Helena. Once when the mood possessed me, he related, I suddenly appeared in the midst of a group of discontented generals, and addressing my remarks to the tallest of them, I said to him angrily, You are suggesting seditious proposals, take care I do not enforce my prerogative. Your 5 feet 10 inches could not save you from being shot within 2 hours. The tall general whom he addressed was my father. Only Bonaparte was no more exact in relating stories than in the writing of his bulletins. We will give our own version of the incident. After the Battle of the Pyramids, in which my father fought with his hunting rifle like a common soldier, there being no cavalry, he went to see Bonaparte at Gizeh. He had noticed that since the meeting at Damanhour, the commander-in-chief had avoided him, and he wished for an explanation. That explanation was not hard to obtain. Directly Bonaparte caught sight of my father, he frowned, and pressing his hat down on his head, he said, Ah, it is you, so much the better, let us go into this room. With these words he opened a door and my father went in first. Bonaparte followed him and bolted the door. General, he then went on to say, you are behaving badly towards me. You are doing your best to demoralize the army. I know all that passed at Damanhour. My father stepped forward, and placing his hand on Bonaparte's arm, which rested on the sheath of his sword, he said, "Before I answer you, General, I must ask your motive for locking that door, and your object in according me the honor of this interview. For the purpose of telling you that I consider the highest and the lowest in my army are equal when it becomes a question of discipline, and that, if occasion warrants, I shall shoot a general as soon as a drummer boy. Possibly, General, but I think nevertheless there are several men whom you would think twice before shooting. Not if they impeded my plans. Wait a bit, General. A moment ago you spoke of discipline, now it is yourself only of whom you are talking. Very well, then I will give you an explanation. It is true there was a gathering at Damenauer, and we generals, feeling discouraged after that first march, did question among ourselves the object of this expedition, thinking we detected personal ambition as that object rather than motives of public good. I said that, for the honor and glory of patriotism, I would go all round the world, but if it were only just to satisfy your caprice, I would not go another step. What I said that evening I now repeat to your face, and if the sneak who reported my words to you said anything else than what I have told you, he is worse even than a spy, he is a liar." Bonaparte looked at my father for a moment, then almost affectionately he said, "And so, Dumas, you make a division in your mind. You place France on one side and me on the other. You think I separate her interests and fortunes from my own. I think that the interests of France ought to come before those of an individual, no matter how great that man may be. I do not think that the fortunes of any nation should be subordinated to those of an individual." "So you are ready to separate from me?" "Yes, so soon as I am convinced that you are separating yourself from France." "You are mistaken, Dumas," Bonaparte replied coldly. "Quite possibly," replied my father, "but I disapprove of dictatorships, whether those of Sulla or of Caesar." "And you request leave to return to France, the first opportunity that presents itself." "Very good, I promise you I will raise no difficulties in the way of your departure." "I thank you, General, it is the only favor I ask of you," and bowing my father walked to the door, unbolted it and went out. As he withdrew, he thought he overheard Bonaparte muttering these words, "Blind fool, not to believe in my fortunes." My father met Dermancourt a quarter of an hour after, and related what had passed between Bonaparte and himself, and a score of times since has Dermancourt repeated that conversation to me word for word, a conversation which had so momentous an influence on my father's and on my own future. On August 1st the Battle of Aboukir was fought, and the French fleet was destroyed. That put a stop for the time to the question of my father's return or that of anybody else. That terrible battle had a disastrous effect on the army. Even Bonaparte was momentarily overwhelmed by it, and exclaimed with Augustus, "Varus, what have you done with my legions?" He cried out several times, "Bruys, Bruys, what have you done with our ships?" The uncertainty of his return to France troubled Bonaparte more than all. The fleet destroyed, he was no longer master of his actions, and the prospect of remaining 6 years in Egypt, which he had faced so calmly, now looked unendurable to him. When Burian tried one day to comfort him, by telling him to rely on the Directory, he exclaimed, "Your Directory, you know well enough it is only a set of damned idiots who hate me and are jealous of me. They will leave me to perish here. Don't you see all those faces? It will be a race who shall get away first." This last outburst was excited by the reports brought to Bonaparte of the general discontent. Kleber was not spared in these reports any more than my father had been. He knew that Bonaparte spoke of him as an opponent, and on August the 22nd, 1798, he wrote him the following letter. "You would be unjust, Citizen General, if you mistake the vehemence with which I have laid my needs before you, for signs of weakness or of discouragement. It matters little to me whether I live or die, provided that I live for the glory of our arms, and that I die as I have lived. You may rely therefore on me, and on all whom you place under my orders, to stand by you through thick and thin. I have already sent you word that the events of the 14th have had no other effect than to rouse indignation among the soldiers and a desire for vengeance." To this Bonaparte replied, "Rest assured of the value I attach to your esteem and friendship. I am afraid we had drifted a little apart. You would be doing me injustice were you to doubt the sorrow this has caused me. When there are any clouds over the land of Egypt, they pass off in 6 hours. With me, if clouds arise, they are gone in 3. I have just as high a regard for you as you have hitherto shown towards me. There is a wide distance between these chilly letters and the enthusiastic admiration which Kleber felt when he exclaimed, as he laid his hand on Bonaparte's shoulder, "General, you are a world in yourself." Truly it is the poet who makes history, and the history he makes is the finest of all histories. Erase Bonaparte's noble saying at the pyramids, erase Kleber's words to Bonaparte, and you take away the golden halo which encircled that great Egyptian expedition, the most wild and futile of expeditions, if not the most gigantic and poetic. Meanwhile, a comparatively abundant supply of provisions had succeeded scarcity, and this material well-being made the soldiers forget for the moment their fatigues and sufferings since the beginning of the campaign. But unfortunately another trouble appeared. Money was absolutely not to be had. It was about this time that Bonaparte wrote to Kleber the following letter, which is of earlier date than the one we have just given. It enlightens us concerning the famous insurrection at Cairo, in the suppression of which my father took a prominent part. Bonaparte, General-in-Chief to Kleber, Chief of Division. Headquarters at Cairo. 9th Thermidor, year Roman 6. We are badly off for money at Cairo, Citizen General. We want all the bullion we left behind at Alexandria to exchange for some hard cash advanced us by the bankers. I beg you therefore to call a meeting of the merchants who hold the bullion and to ask it back from them. I will give them corn and rice in exchange. We have any quantity of that. We are as rich in provisions as we are poor in cash, and absolutely must withdraw from commerce as much of our bullion and silver as possible in exchange for merchandise. We have undergone greater hardships than the majority of people have courage to endure. At the present moment we are resting here at Cairo, but it does not afford us much in the way of recompense. All the divisions are here. The General Staff will have informed you of the military events which preceded our entry into Cairo. It was a brilliant engagement. We threw 2,000 well-mounted Mamelukes into the Nile. Send us Arabic and French printing outfits. See that they ship all the wine, spirits, tents and shoes. Send them all by sea to Rosetta, and when they have crossed the Nile they will have no difficulty in reaching Cairo. I await news of your health. I hope it will very soon be re-established, and you will shortly be fit to rejoin us. I have written to Louis to set off to Rosetta with all my effects. I have just found a letter from Louis, date Messidor. It was in a garden belonging to one of the Mamelukes, which proves that one of your couriers was intercepted by them. Greetings. Bonaparte. About the time when paucity of money was being so much felt that Bonaparte was obliged to withdraw the ingots of gold and silver which he had pledged with merchants for money lent, offering them grain in exchange, a valueless commodity in that fertile land, my father, while making some improvements to the house he occupied, once the property of a bey, my father, I say, found treasure estimated at nearly 2 millions of francs. The owner of the house had left it behind him in his rapid flight. My father wrote to Bonaparte at once, Citizen General, the leopard can no more change his spots than the honest man can go against his conscience. I therefore send you treasure estimated at nearly 2 millions of francs that I have just discovered. If I am killed, or if I die of melancholy here, remember that I am a poor man and that I leave a wife and child behind me in France. With friendly greetings, A. Dumas. This letter, which was officially printed among the correspondence of the Egyptian army, produced a very great effect when certain accusations were being raised against several chief officers. It was reproduced in the New York and Philadelphian papers and became known throughout that growing republic. 50 years later, when called to Holland to attend the coronation of its young king, the United States ambassador at The Hague, the Hun, M. Darrises, repeated it to me word for word. Chapter 5. Revolt at Cairo. My father enters the Grand Mosque on horseback, his homesickness. He leaves Egypt and lands at Naples. Ferdinand and Caroline of Naples, Emma Lyon and Nelson. Ferdinand's manifesto, comments of his minister, Belmont Pignatelli. The want of money, complained of by Bonaparte, was being felt increasingly. There seemed to be no means of paying the troops without having recourse to advances, a miserable method, sure to call to mind the thievish tricks of the famous Mamelukes which the French had ostensibly come to put down. So that remedy was not available. In this embarrassment, Pausilg, Controller General of Finances, suggested to the General-in-Chief to establish the right of registration on all concessions of properties made since their arrival in Egypt, or upon all future concessions. All these concessions were of a temporary character, and could be withdrawn or renewed according to the wish of the commanding general, therefore the scheme was of inestimable value. This fiscal method was hitherto unknown in the East, where it was looked upon as only another form of lending money, and as it was prejudicial to the interests of the great Turkish or Arabian concessionaires, most of whom lived in Cairo, it turned that capital into a hotbed of revolt. One of the earliest orders on reaching Cairo had been to keep a watch on the mosque criers. It is the duty of these criers to call the faithful to prayer 3 times a day. For some time their cries were noted, but by degrees our people grew used to them, and neglected to notice what they said. Seeing this, the muezzins substituted appeals to revolt in place of their sacred formulas, and the French were too ignorant of the language to perceive the difference. This left the Turks every opportunity to conspire, and to give orders for delaying or advancing the hour fixed for their insurrection. It was finally fixed to begin on the morning of the 21st October. On the 21st October at 8 o'clock, then, the revolt broke out simultaneously at every point from Seen as far as Alexandria. My father was still ill and in bed when Dermancourt rushed in, crying, "General, the town is in full insurrection. General Dupuy has just been assassinated. To horse, to horse." My father did not wait a second bidding. He was too well aware of the value of every moment at such a crisis. He leapt half-clad on his horse, not even waiting to saddle it, seized his sword, and rushed into the streets of Cairo at the head of several officers who had followed him. The news was but too true. General Dupuy, the commander of Cairo, had been mortally wounded under the armpit by a lance thrust, which had severed the main artery. A Turk who had concealed himself in a cellar had struck the blow. Bonaparte, it was rumoured, was on the Isle of Ronda, and could not obtain entrance to the town. General Caffarelli's house had been taken by storm, and all inside put to death. The insurgents in a body were making for the quarters of Paymaster General Esteve. My father urged his horse in that direction, collecting round him all the French he met on his way, amounting in all to about 60 men. We know what admiration my father's Herculean figure had raised among the Arabs, mounted on a heavy dragoon horse, which he handled with consummate horsemanship, his head, breast, and arms bare to every blow. He hurled himself into the thickest of the fray with that utter fearlessness of death which always characterized him, this time intensified by the fit of melancholy that preyed on him. He appeared to the Arabs as the destroying angel of the flaming sword. In an instant the approaches to the treasury were cleared, Esteve saved, and the Turks and Arabs cut to pieces. Poor Esteve, I remember that when I was quite a child he kissed me and said, "Remember what I tell you. If it had not been for your father, this head of mine would be lying today in the gutters of Cairo." The rest of that day was spent in continual strife and fierce fighting. The members of the Egyptian Institute who inhabited the house of Qasim Bey, in a remote quarter of the city, had barricaded themselves, and fired on the mob like ordinary soldiers. They were at it the whole day until evening, when my father and his brave dragoons came and rescued them. News came at night that a convoy of sick men belonging to Rignier's division, on its way from Belbis, had been butchered. Was Bonaparte really at Ronda, as all the official reports said, or was he at his headquarters, as Burian declared? Did he make fruitless attempts at the gates of Old Cairo, at the gate of the Institute? Could he only effect an entrance by the gate of Boulay towards 6 in the evening? Was he surrounded at his residence with no means of delivering himself? These questions still remain in obscurity, but it is a perfectly clear and patent fact that he took no part at all that first day, and I can call up living witnesses among the Egyptians who will testify that they saw my father everywhere. The first orders from Bonaparte were put into execution about 5 in the afternoon. The sound of cannon roared through the principal streets, the noise of a battery of howitzers placed on the Marken, a noise as of thunder, rare in Cairo, that terrified the insurgents. Resistance, which had been somewhat desultory and spasmodic in character until now, was increasing everywhere and taking more definite shape. Nightfall interrupted the struggle, for it is a point of religion with the Turks not to fight in the dark. Bonaparte availed himself of the night to make his plans. At sunrise the revolt was still alive, but the rebels were lost. A great number of them had taken refuge with their principal leaders in the great mosque of El Hizo. My father received orders to go and attack them there, thus striking at the very heart of what remained of the insurrection. The doors were burst in with volleys of cannon. My father, urging his horse into a gallop, was the first to enter the mosque. A danger arose at the very threshold, for his horse encountered an obstacle in the way, a tomb about 3 feet in height, at which he stopped dead, reared, then, dropping his 4 feet in front of the tomb, stood for an instant motionless, with bloodshot eyes and smoking nostrils. The angel, yelled the Arabs. Their resistance was but the struggle of despair in the case of a few, but with the greater number it was continued out of a spirit of fatalistic resignation, and their leaders shrieked Amen, and surrendered. My father sought out Bonaparte to inform him of the fall of the mosque. He was already acquainted with the details of its capture, and, mollified by the treasure my father had sent him, he accorded him a gracious reception. "Good day to you, my Hercules," he said, "so you have crushed the dragon," and he held out his hand. "Gentlemen," he continued, turning towards his suite, "I shall order a picture to be painted of the taking of the Grand Mosque. Dumas, you have already posed as the principal figure." The picture was, as a matter of fact, commissioned, but Giraud, its principal figure, it will be remembered, was a tall, fair hussar, of no name or practically no rank. He it was who took the place of my father, for 8 days after the insurrection of Cairo had been quelled, my father again fell out with Bonaparte, and insisted with renewed vehemence on being allowed to return to France. He had been for a time distracted from his homesick despondency by the insurrection at Cairo, but he soon relapsed into it again. A deep disgust with everything, life included, took possession of him, and in spite of the advice of his friends, he obstinately persisted that Bonaparte should allow him furlough. Bonaparte made one last attempt during their final interview to endeavour to make him stay, even going so far as to tell him that he meant himself to return to France before long, and promising to take my father back with him. But nothing could allay the desire to go. It had, in fact, become a mania. Unluckily, Dermancourt, who was the only man who could influence my father, had returned to his regiment, which was stationed at Belbis. Directly he heard that the departure was settled, he hurried back to Cairo and went to my father's house. He found the place dismantled and my father selling the things he did not want to take away. With the proceeds of this sale, my father bought £4,000 of mocha coffee, 11 Arabian horses, 2 stallions and 9 mares, and chartered a small vessel called La Belle Maltaise. Want of news, all of which was intercepted by the English cruisers, cut them off completely from all that was passing in Europe, so we will very briefly recount what was happening in Rome and Naples, for the better understanding of what follows. Ferdinand and Caroline reigned at Naples. Caroline, a second Marie Antoinette, hated the French for having killed her sister. She was a woman of strong passions in hate and in love, and she indulged in luxuries both of pleasures and of blood. Ferdinand was a Lazzarone. He could scarcely read or write, he knew no other tongue than the Neapolitan dialect. In that patois he composed a slight variation upon the ancient Panem et Circenses. His version was, "The Neapolitans are ruled by 3 Fs, fora festa farina, gallows, games, grain." It will be readily understood that a treaty wrung by fear from such sovereigns would only be enforced so long as they lived under the dominion of that fear. Now Bonaparte was to them himself the very embodiment of that terror, but he was away in Egypt, and they soon learnt the news of the destruction of the French fleet at Aboukir. They concluded from that Bonaparte was lost, and the French army annihilated. Directly the English squadron made ready to stop our course towards the unknown destination of our expedition, the main body of the English fleet, in spite of our treaties with Ferdinand, made for the port of Naples, where it was received with demonstrations that were somewhat ambiguous in the matter of sympathy. It was quite another story after the Battle of Aboukir. Nelson's fleet had hardly been signalled off Naples, tugging the remains of our vessels in its wake, when the King, the Queen, the English ambassador, Hamilton, with his beautiful wife, Emma Lyon, embarked on magnificently decorated vessels and advanced to meet the conqueror. O beautiful and ill-fated Emma Lyon, what historian shall dare to play the Tacitus and write your life? What poet shall presume to lay bare your secret passions? The favourite of Queen Caroline and the mistress of Nelson, who shall dare to be the judge and add up the list of your victims? This splendid court went forth in state to honour Nelson. The king offered him a sword, the queen a mistress. The town was illuminated in the evening, and there was a ball at the palace. Nelson appeared on the royal balcony by the side of Ferdinand, and the people cried, "Vive Ferdinand! Vive Nelson!" And all this took place under the eyes of our ambassador, Garrett, who witnessed the decline of our influence and the growth of English popularity. He made due complaints, but he was told in reply that the English fleet had only been received into the port of Naples because Nelson had threatened to bombard the town. This excuse was, of course, a fallacious one, but our ambassador was obliged to accept it. The next proceeding he witnessed was the mobilization of an army of 60,000 men, commanded by the Austrian general, Mack, who had won a certain notoriety by his repeated defeats. From that moment, war against France was resolved upon. The Neapolitan army, under command of the Austrian general, was divided into 3 camps. 22,000 soldiers were sent to Saint-Germain, 16,000 occupied the Abruzzi, 8,000 camped on the plain of Sessa, and sheltered behind the walls of Gite. 52,000 men were ready to invade the Roman states, to drive us out of Rome, which we then occupied. Nevertheless, although war was decided upon, it had not yet been declared, and our ambassador again asked the Neapolitan government for an explanation of what was passing. The government returned answer that they desired the continuation of amicable relations between themselves and the French government more than ever, and that the soldiery noticed by M. Garrett were only in their respective camps for training. However, a few days later, on the 22nd of November, a manifesto was put forth wherein King Ferdinand spoke of the state of revolutionary disorder in France, the political changes in Italy, the proximity of enemies of the monarchy and of public peace, the occupation of Malta, a fief of the Kingdom of Sicily, the flight of the Pope, and the dangers which were threatening religion. Then, after this list of troubles, he went on to declare that, taking into consideration these many and powerful incentives, he was about to lead an army into the Roman states in order to restore to the people their rightful sovereign, the head of Holy Church, and to bring peace to the peoples of his kingdom. He added that as he was not declaring war against any monarch, he had persuaded the foreign armies not to oppose the march of the Neapolitan troops, which were intended solely to pacify Rome and the territory of the Holy See. At the same time, private letters from ministers of the King of Naples to foreign ministers incited the latter to wage war against the French, not honest, open warfare, but a war of assassinations and poisonings. It seems incredible, nay impossible, does it not? Read this letter from Prince Belmont Pignatelli, Minister of the King of Naples, to Chevalier Riocca, Minister of the King of Piedmont. We know that in your King's Council are several cautious, we might even say timid ministers, who shudder at the idea of perjury and of murder, as though the late treaty of alliance between France and Sardinia were to be considered a political act, which could be respected. Was it not dictated by the superior strength of the conqueror? Was it not accepted under the pressure of necessity? Such treaties weigh most unjustly on the oppressed, who in violating them but make amends on the very first opportunity afforded them by good fortune. What, with your king a prisoner in his own capital, surrounded by the enemy's bayonets, you would call it perjury to break promises wrung from you by force against your consciences? You would call the extermination of your tyrants assassination? No, the French battalions are scattered up and down Piedmont, full of confidence in the security of peace. Stir up the patriotic feelings of the people to a pitch of enthusiasm and frenzy, until every Piedmontese will pant to tread his enemies beneath his feet. A few individual murders will be more useful in Piedmont than victories won on the field of battle, and an impartial posterity will never give the name of treason to the spirited actions of a whole people, who pass over the dead bodies of their oppressors in regaining their liberty. Our brave Neapolitans, under the leadership of worthy General Mack, will be the first to give the signal of death. They may be already on the track of the enemy of thrones and nations by the time this letter reaches you. Now it was into the hands of a government which could write such letters as the above, that my father, a Republican general, was to fall, when he left Egypt on account of his devotion to the Republic, which was threatened, as he thought, by Bonaparte's personal ambition. And at what a moment, too, when the head of that government had been defeated on all sides by a mere handful of French troops, chased from his kingdom on the mainland, and obliged to retire to Palermo, carrying in his train feelings of bitter hatred and anger and vows of vengeance, such as always accompany defeat, and fill the minds of the vanquished with desperate and deadly resolutions. We shall now see how Prince Belmont Pignatelli put in practice upon my father and his unfortunate companions the precepts enjoined by him upon his colleague, the Chevalier Riocca, Minister of the King of Piedmont. I will leave my father himself to relate the story of this terrible captivity. His voice shall rise from a tomb closed for 45 years, and, as did the voice of Hamlet's father, shall denounce the crime and the murderers to the whole world.
Chapter 6.
Report presented to the French government by Divisional General Alexandre Dumas on his captivity at Taranto and at Brindisi, ports in the Kingdom of Naples. We left the port of Alexandria on the evening of the 17th Ventose, year Roman 7, on board the Belle Maltaise, with General Manscourt, Citizen Dalomieu, and many other French military men and civil servants attached to the Egyptian army, all furnished with leave on furlough from General Bonaparte. I hoped, if the winds favoured us, and with the aid of our excellent sailing vessel, to escape the English fleet and to reach some port in France in about 10 or 12 days. That hope was all the better founded as the Maltese captain who commanded the boat, his name was Felix, declared that after some repairs of trifling importance it could hold out against the roughest weather. We had discussed together the price of these repairs, and he had estimated them at 60 louis. I gave him 100. I had therefore good reason to believe that these repairs had been conscientiously carried out. Unfortunately, they were not. We had hardly got outside the harbour before the sea was against us, and a high wind buffeted us about from the first night. When day appeared after a stormy night, we found that our vessel leaked. We were already 40 leagues from Alexandria, and as the wind was not favourable, we could not turn the ship's head round for Egypt. We therefore decided to continue our course and to crowd on as much sail as possible. But the quicker we went, and the more we urged on the boat, the worse became the leakage, until at length it became impossible to cope with it, and on the third day of our voyage the situation became almost desperate. During that day we threw overboard our only means of defence, the 10 pieces of cannon which armed our vessel. The next day my Arab horses were thrown into the sea, then all the coffee, and lastly all our luggage. But in spite of this lightening the boat settled down more and more. When the latitude was taken, we found we were in the entrance to the Adriatic Gulf, and after holding counsel with the seamen and officers on board, it was decided to make for the nearest land and port, without loss of a moment's time. The land was Calabria and the port Taranto. On the 10th day we sighted land. It was high time. Another 24 hours of navigation and the ship would have foundered with all hands. I gave orders to anchor at a small isle which lay about a league from the town. As we came from Egypt, we had to be quarantined, and, thinking Naples was friendly to France, I insisted on conforming to the sanitary regulations, in order to disabuse the minds of the people of Calabria that there was any fear of plague. We had hardly cast anchor before I sent the captain of the vessel with a letter to the governor of the town. This letter set forth who we were and our distressed condition, and I begged him, for the sake of our common humanity, to give us all the help he could, as we were in very great need. 2 hours later the captain returned with a verbal answer from the governor. We were to disembark with confidence. The only condition made was that we should pass first through quarantine. We were quite prepared for that, and no one dreamt of opposing it. We rejoiced in such a happy ending to our precarious situation. When we entered the harbour, they made us land one at a time, and 4 Neapolitan captains searched us. The ships of these captains had been burned before Alexandria, and I had given them a passage on the Belle Maltaise out of pure humanity. To begin by treating us like this seemed somewhat odd, but we were still quite unsuspicious. We put it down to the severity of the sanitary laws, and offered no resistance to their examination. After this visitation, they huddled us up together, generals, officers, passengers, and sailors, in so narrow a room that if anyone ventured to lie down, he impinged upon his neighbour's rights. And thus we spent the rest of that day and night. The next day they landed what remained of our goods and effects, and they seized our letters, papers, and arms. My 2 horses were not forgotten in the confiscation, although they made me pay for 2 months' keep of them, all the while giving me to understand that I should have them returned to me. 48 hours more elapsed, and we were still packed tightly in our room. At length, after repeated complaints and offers of money, on the 3rd day they gave General Manscourt, Dalomieu, and myself a room to ourselves, where we could finish the remainder of our quarantine. While this was being endured, we had a visit from the son of the King of Naples. His Royal Highness questioned us closely concerning the health of Generals Bonaparte and Berthier, and on the situation of the Egyptian army. Then he left us abruptly, without wishing us adieus. These curious manners, combined with the bad Italian he spoke, caused us to doubt that he was the person he was set forth to be. 8 days later, the members of the government came to inform us that by order of Prince Francois, we were declared prisoners of war. We had not been deceived. The so-called Prince Francois was a pretender. 4 Corsican adventurers had determined to urge the people to revolt in favor of the Bourbons, but knowing the proverbial cowardice of Prince Francois, they resolved to act in his name. So one of them, a vagabond named Corbara, an outcast but a brave man, personated the prince. The others, whose names were respectively Cessair, Barquisiamp and Colonna, were to personate Colonna, the high constable of the kingdom, Barquisiamp, the brother of the king of Spain, and Cessair, the Duke of Saxe. Now who were these men who aspired to such high titles? Cessair was once a liveried servant, Barquisiamp a deserter from an artillery corps, and Colonna a sort of vagabond like his friend and compatriot Corbara. It was in the house of Intendant Gerunda at Montjarry that this farcical plot was hatched. Gerunda, in his capacity of intendant, was supposed to be personally acquainted with the heir apparent, and his part, therefore, was to precede the 4 adventurers, announcing them in their divers assumed names and titles. Thanks to these precautions, the tour made by the pretended princes was a triumph, for the entire province rose up before them, behind them, and all round them. In the meantime, the pretended Prince Francois was acting as dictator, dismissing magistrates, appointing governors in the towns, raising funds, and doing it all more cleverly, it must be admitted, and certainly more boldly, than the true heir to the throne would have done. 2 incidents which might have wrecked our adventurers turned out, on the contrary, to increase their popularity. The Archbishop of Otranto knew the prince personally. Duly advised of his coming by Gerunda, he received the false royal highness as though he were the true prince, and there was an end of the matter. Furthermore, during his sojourn at Taranto, the 2 old princesses, aunts of Louis Roman XVI, who were coming from Naples on their way to Sicily, were compelled by rough weather to put into port. Learning that their royal relative was there, they naturally asked to see him. The false prince had to make the best of it, and to present himself to his supposed aunts. But the 2 old princesses had been informed of the reason why Corbara was playing the role of prince, and being desirous of furthering the Bourbon cause, they lent themselves to the lie, and even encouraged its success by the cordial reception they gave to the pretended grandson of Louis Roman XIV, thus making him still more popular with the Calabrians. That was the type of man who controlled our destiny and who made us prisoners of war. When they made this declaration to us in the name of the false prince, they promised faithfully that when we were set at liberty our arms, our horses, and our papers should be returned to us. They were quite safe in promising all this with such intentions in their minds towards us as they had. I insisted on seeing His Royal Highness a second time, to demand an explanation of the captivity. I could not at all understand it, as I did not know of the renewal of hostilities between Naples and France, but I need hardly say that His Royal Highness did not make himself so cheap as to come a second time. I then wrote to him, but after the explanations I have just given, it will readily be understood that my letter remained unanswered. About a month after this visit, with what object I cannot conceive, they led us to hope that we were soon to be sent back to France, and a letter came from Cardinal Ruffo, the purport of which was as follows. General Manscourt and I were invited to write to the generals-in-chief of the armies of Naples and Italy to negotiate the cartel of our exchange for Signor Barquisiamp, who had just been made prisoner and taken to Ancona. The letter added that the King of Naples set more value on this Signor Barquisiamp than on all the other Neapolitan generals, prisoners of war, either in Italy or in France. We accordingly sent the requisite letters to the cardinal, but when the cardinal learnt that Barquisiamp had not been taken prisoner, but killed outright, the negotiations, which could no longer serve the desired end, fell through. Soon after this we were visited one morning by the civil and political governor of Taranto, and by the military commander, who told us they had orders to take General Manscourt and myself to the castle at once. This order was put into immediate execution. After many entreaties, our servants were allowed to join us the day after. We were now separated from Dolomieu, who was destined to endure as dreadful a confinement as ours. They put us into separate rooms when we got to the castle. We sent for the governor directly we were installed, and related to him Cardinal Ruffo's proposal, asking him what we should do in the matter. He suggested that, as our letter had remained unanswered, we should write again, which we instantly did, and a vessel just setting out was deputed to deliver it to General Dane Sierra, commander of Messina. It goes without saying that we had no more answer to this than to the first. The day but one after my removal to the castle of Brindisi, as I lay on my bed, the window open, a parcel containing a book was thrust through the bars of my window and fell on the floor of my room. I rose and picked up the packet. It was tied round with string. I cut the knots and found that the parcel contained 2 volumes, entitled The Medicine de Campagny by Tissot. A scrap of paper was folded between the first and second page, containing these words: "From the Calabrian Patriots, read the article on poison." I looked for the indicated word. It was underlined twice, and I knew that my life was threatened. I hid both volumes as best I could, for fear they should be taken from me. I read and reread the article pointed out to me so often that I nearly knew by heart the remedies prescribed for the different kinds of poison that might be tried on me. Notwithstanding all this, our situation for the first 8 days was quite tolerable. We enjoyed our walks in front of the door of our quarters, up and down a space of about 60 yards, but under pretext that the French had just taken possession of Naples, the governor told us, towards the end of the first week, that our walk was henceforth forbidden, and the same day we saw locksmiths put bolts on all our doors, and masons raise the walls of a court a 12 feet long by 8 feet wide, where we were in future to take our airings. Vainly did we put to ourselves this dilemma: either we were prisoners of war, and entitled to the treatment allowed to the rank of a general undergoing imprisonment, or we were not prisoners of war, and in that case we ought to be liberated. For 8 months we were obliged to live at our own expense, fleeced by everybody, and paying double its value for everything we bought. At the end of that time, we were told that the king had allowed us a grant of 10 carlins per day, or about 4 francs 10 sous of our French money, and out of this sum we had to pay our servants. They might just as well have doubled our allowance, as they had fully determined never to pay us anything. I had left Egypt on account of my bad state of health. My friends thought my sufferings were simply from homesickness and my ailments imaginary, but I knew that my malady was real, and I realized the gravity of my case. A stroke of paralysis unfortunately attacked my left cheek a few days after my arrival at the lazaretto, and gave the lie to my friends' incredulity. I had the greatest difficulty in getting permission for a doctor to see me, and he contented himself by prescribing such trifling remedies that the disease remained stationary. Some days after I had been taken to the castle, namely on June 16th at 10 o'clock in the morning, the same doctor visited me, this time unasked. I was taking my bath. He recommended a biscuit soaked in a glass of wine, and said he would send me the biscuits. 10 minutes later the promised biscuits arrived. I followed his advice, but about 2 o'clock in the afternoon I was seized by the most violent internal pains and vomitings, which at first prevented me from eating, and which, continually increasing in intensity, soon brought me to the point of death. Then I recalled the injunctions sent me by the patriots and the word poison which they had underlined. I asked for some milk. A goat that I had brought from Egypt, which had been a diversion to me during my captivity, by good fortune yielded me about 1.5 bottles. When the goat ran dry, my servant procured oil and made me swallow 30 or 40 spoonfuls. A few drops of lemon, mixed with the oil, counteracted the sickliness of the remedy. Directly General Manscourt saw me in such a deplorable state, he sent to the governor and informed him what had happened, begging him to send the doctor instantly. But the governor coolly replied that it was impossible, as the doctor had gone into the country not until 8 o'clock at night, and when the entreaties of my companion in captivity assumed a threatening character, did the governor decide to come with him to my prison. He was accompanied by all the members of the government and escorted by 12 armed soldiers. It was in the presence of this military force, against which Manscourt protested with all the strength of his nature, and with the utmost loyalty towards me, that a consultation was allowed me. The doctor no doubt required the support of all this armed force in presenting himself before me, and even with this aid, when he entered my room he turned deadly pale. It was then my turn to question him, and I did it so searchingly that he stammered and was hardly able to reply. His words were so confused that it was easy to see he was not the perpetrator of the crime. Why should he be? He had no personal interest in my death, he was but the instrument. He only advised one remedy, namely, to drink iced water or else to suck snow. I mistrusted the alacrity with which they advised me to follow out the wretch's prescription, and indeed at the end of 1/4 hour's trial of it, the pain grew so much worse that I hastened to stop it, and returned to my oil and my lemon. I was the further confirmed in the belief that I had been poisoned, by other evidence than that of the internal pains and vomiting, which had all the symptoms of arsenical poisoning, and this evidence was as follows. I recollected having seen the doctor through my open door while I was having my bath before he came to me, go up to General Manscourt, who was reading in the adjoining room, and tell him with an air of great secrecy that he was certain we were going to be robbed as our companions had been. Therefore, if we possessed any valuable belongings, he placed his services at our disposal, and offered to take care of them until we came out of prison, when he would immediately restore them to us. He had taken advantage of the absence of a Tarentine gunner named Lamarone to make this communication to General Manscourt. Lamarone was his accomplice, but the doctor did not mean to share the spoils with him if he could help it. My goat died next day. It had saved my life, so it had to be punished. 3 days later the doctor died. He had missed his blow, so they had to stop his mouth. The day the doctor had visited me, he prescribed as well for General Manscourt, who was suffering from a scorbutic affection. But the general took good care not to follow his advice when he saw the effect of the biscuits the wretch had ordered me to take. No doubt this abstention saved his life. But his death was determined on as well as mine, and they tried different means. They mixed a powder with his tobacco, which gave him violent pains in the head, and after a while made him delirious. General Manscourt was puzzled to know what caused these attacks, when it occurred to me to look in his tobacco box. The powder they had mixed with the tobacco was so corrosive that it had eaten several holes in the bottom of the box, and particles of white lead were mixed with the tobacco in the proportion of about 1/20. Again I had recourse to my medicine de Campagny, which recommended bleeding, so General Manscourt bled himself in 3 different places and was relieved. In the meantime, following on the attempt to poison me, deafness attacked me. I completely lost the sight of one eye, and the paralysis was increasing. It was an unusual thing that such symptoms of decay should seize anyone at the early age of 34, and it proved the presence of some mischievous disease. Although the experience I had just had of my first doctor did not inspire me with much confidence in a second, my state of emaciation compelled me to apply to the governor for fresh assistance from medical science. I therefore sent for him, and asked him if I might consult a French surgeon who had come from Egypt with a fresh cargo of prisoners, but my request was refused, and I had to be satisfied with a visit from the castle doctor. His name was Carlin, and he spoke French fluently. His manner roused my suspicions at his first visit. He began with an outpouring of protestations of devotion and sympathy too profuse to be sincere. He examined me with the greatest attention, declared that there was not the slightest cause for my fears, and that I was only suffering from an attack of languor. He entirely disapproved of the treatment I had received from the deceased doctor, characterizing it as ignorant and stupid. He ordered injections for my ears, and recommended me to take half an ounce of cream of tartar every morning. At the end of 8 days of this treatment, my deafness, which had begun to disappear, came back again, and my stomach was in such a highly irritable state that I could not digest anything. Carlin visited me regularly, talked a great deal, affected an exaggerated patriotism and much sympathy with the French, but as all his demonstrations, instead of inspiring me with confidence, only made me more and more circumspect, the governor devised a means that he thought would prove efficacious. He forbade Carlin to enter my prison, giving as an excuse that he helped me to carry on communications with the Italian patriots. I confess this stratagem took me in. I grew daily worse. I entreated urgently to be allowed to see Carlin, but the governor feigned the greatest strictness in this respect, and keeping him always away from me, he sent me another doctor. This one, like his predecessor, strongly disapproved of the regime I had been following, saying, for example, that the injections in my ears which had been ordered me were only making my deafness worse, by irritating the delicate membrane of the tympanum. Moreover, he himself made up the medicines and brought them to me when he came to see me. I experienced a distinct improvement from his treatment, but unluckily I had the imprudence to confess I was better, and as my cure was not desired, the good man was dismissed after his second visit. In vain did I ask to have him again. The governor told me that he definitely declined to see me. I was obliged to do without a doctor, but thanks to Tissot's book, I continued to doctor myself with more or less success. My eye, however, grew worse. At last Manscourt recollected having seen a cure effected, in just such a case as mine, by blowing finely ground cane sugar into the eye 7 or 8 times a day. We procured the cane sugar and began the treatment, which at all events was an easy one to follow. It produced a considerable improvement, and today my eye is only affected by a slight film, which I hope will finally disappear altogether. Unfortunately, my deafness and my internal pains became increasingly worse, and I was obliged to ask for Carlin, who was only allowed to come on condition that he should not utter a single word of French during our conversations, and that he should always be accompanied in his visits by the governor. Carlin found me in such a bad state on his return that he demanded a consultation. I had wanted this for long, and had pleaded for it in vain. Now it was granted me, and Carlin brought a doctor from the town, the castle surgeon, and a French surgeon whom I obtained by urgent entreaty from the suite of the Marquis de Valvo, Neapolitan minister, at that time on a mission to Taranto. At the door the governor stopped the French surgeon before he came in. "You are going to see your General Dumas," he said. "Take good care you do not utter a single word of French or you are lost." Then, drawing back the 6 bolts which kept us prisoners, he continued, "You see that door, it opens to you for the first and the last time." They all came into my room and gathered round my bed. I tried to catch sight of the French doctor, eager to see a fellow countryman. I could hardly believe my eyes when I saw that he was a poor, wretched, attenuated creature, only half clad, his whole aspect as he stood before me betokening suffering and misery. I spoke to him, but to my great surprise he did not reply to me. I persisted, but again he was silent. I interrogated the governor, who muttered a few irrelevant words. While this was happening, the French doctor whispered rapidly, and in a low voice to General Manscourt, "I am forbidden to speak to the prisoner under penalty of death." Carlin then explained to his confreres the nature and developments of my illness, then the treatment he had judged advisable to recommend me, and after a short discussion in which the French doctor scarcely joined, partly on account of his ignorance of Italian, and partly intimidated by fear of the governor's threats, it was decided that I should go back to the first treatment, to which they simply added pills, and blisters behind both ears and on my neck and arms. I submitted to these remedies, but they reduced me to such a low ebb at the end of a month that I was obliged to give them up. Throughout the month I was the victim of constant insomnia. I was poisoned a second time. I called in the doctor. I laid bare every symptom. I made them so evident, so patent, that the governor, who was present at the interview, dared not meet my eye and turned away his head. But the unabashed Carlin held his ground, assured me that his treatment was the only means of saving me, and my 30 pills being exhausted, he ordered me another quantity of the same kind. I made a pretense of compliance with his wishes. I promised to follow his instructions, and on the following day I received 10 fresh pills, which I carefully kept in order to submit them to analysis. These last were no doubt meant to act more powerfully than the others, for when he left me he said goodbye, saying that he was setting off for the country, and pretending that, in all probability, I should have left Taranto myself before his return. 8 days later, although I had completely given up this fatal treatment, I suddenly felt a blow, as though I was struck by a thunderbolt, and I fell senseless in the middle of my room. I was seized with a violent fit of apoplexy. General Manscourt at once informed the governor of what had happened to me, and begged the help of the castle surgeon. The governor, without troubling to get up from his dinner, calmly replied that the surgeon was in the country, but that he should be sent me on his return. And in that state I had to wait for him for 4 hours. Nature, left to her own devices, had in the meanwhile exerted herself, and I had somewhat regained consciousness, but the rally was only just sufficient to enable me to realize that I was at death's door. Therefore, summoning up my small remnant of strength, I told the old woman who cooked our food to go and tell the governor that I knew perfectly well the doctor was not in the country, and that if he did not come to me in 10 minutes' time, I gave him fair warning I would drag myself to the window and proclaim to the whole town that I had been poisoned. The news would no doubt cause little surprise, but it might at any rate expose his infamy. This threat was effectual. 5 minutes later my door opened, and the surgeon, who had not been able to come because he was supposed to be away in the country, put in his appearance. I had been studying my Tissot, and I had learned that a plentiful letting of blood was the only remedy for the condition I was in. I therefore peremptorily ordered the doctor to bleed me. As though he did not dare to obey without orders from his superiors, he went back to the commander of the castle to obtain leave from him. No doubt it was granted, for he drew a surgical instrument from his pocket, only instead of this instrument being a lancet, it was a fleam used for bleeding horses. I shrugged my shoulders. Why not a dagger outright? I said to him, it would be quicker done. I held out my arm. The first incision was, of course, not sufficient, and it was not until the wretch had made 3 incisions in my arm that he alighted upon a vein and drew blood. This first attack of apoplexy was followed by a second 3 days later. The same surgeon was again called in, and bled me again with the same instrument, only this time he thought it best to do it in my foot, and he did it either so clumsily or else so cleverly, for they were in constant fear that we should escape through the help of the patriots, that a sinew was cut, and for more than 3 months my leg swelled to a fearful size whenever I took a dozen steps. As the governor feared, the report of this scandalous treatment was noised abroad in the town. One day a stone fell into my room, wrapped in a bit of paper. On the paper was written these words: "They want to poison you, but you ought to have received a book," in which we underlined the word poison. "If you need any remedy that you cannot procure in your prison, hang a string out of your window, and at the end of the string we will hook on what you want." Between the paper and the stone was rolled a long piece of string with a hook at the end. The next night I let down the string, and asked for quinine to dose myself with, and chocolate to sustain me. The night following I received both articles. Thanks to this medicine and nourishment, the disease did not make headway, and the apoplectic attacks ceased, but I remained crippled in the right leg, deaf in the right ear, paralyzed in the left cheek, and the sight of my right eye was almost lost. In addition to all this, I was a prey to violent pains in the head and constant buzzing. It was an odd spectacle that I was called upon to witness, a struggle taking place in myself between a strong constitution and powers bent obstinately on my destruction. We had now been nearly 15 months prisoners at Taranto, and were of sufficient importance to be talked of about the town. The authorities began to shrink at the thought of the scandal our death would raise. All their attempts at poisoning had leaked out in the town, and the patriots loudly denounced the shameful treatment to which I had been subjected. It was therefore decided between the Marquis de Lasquive and the agents of the King of Naples, at Taranto, to transfer us to the maritime castle of Brindisi. This extraordinary arrangement was carefully hidden from us, but in spite of the strictest secrecy the patriots were warned of the move, and 3 or 4 of them made us understand, by gestures when passing in front of our windows, that we were to be transferred to another prison and assassinated on the way. I called Manscourt to tell him the news I had gathered, but we thought it a false rumour and took no more notice of it. That very evening, towards 11 o'clock, when we were asleep, my door was suddenly opened with a great crash, and the Marquis de Lasquive entered, accompanied by some 50 of his hirelings, and intimated to us that we were to set out at once for Brindisi. Immediately the warning I had received during the day came back to my mind, and considering that the first part of this warning as to taking us away had come true, the second, concerning our intended assassination, might also be true, I thought we might just as well die at once, for it would be preferable to die resisting, to die fighting, to die in combat, than to die slowly, hour by hour, minute by minute. I therefore swore that I would not stir, that they must take me away by force, for I meant to resist to the very last. To this reply the Marquis drew his sword and approached me. I had a stick at the head of my bed, with a heavy solid gold head, which they had left me, no doubt, because they took the head to be only copper. I seized hold of this stick, and leaping to the foot of my bed, I fell upon the Marquis and all his rabble in such a furious fashion that the Marquis dropped his sword and fled, and all his miserable rascals followed suit, throwing down their knives and poignards, shrieking with fear, and flying in such hot haste that in less than 10 seconds my room was completely empty. I do not know at all how this act of rebellion would have ended for us, if the armistice concluded at Foligno had not come to put an end to our protracted sufferings. We must inevitably have succumbed to them in the long run, but as the Neapolitan government was bent on treating us shamefully to the last moment, they took great care not to tell us our captivity was at an end. On the contrary, with fresh menacings, with formidable preparations, and as though they meant to send us there so that we should all perish together, they transferred us all to Brindisi, although we were under French law at Taranto and in its environs. Not until the moment of going on board did we know that the armistice was concluded and the cartel of exchange arranged. We were free. Our term of liberty did not seem as though, in all probability, it would be of long duration. They embarked us at Brindisi for Ancona, and on a sea bristling with enemies. The English would no doubt inherit us next, and we should be only changing our old captivity for a new one. I laid all these facts before the Marquis de Lasquive, and protested on behalf of myself and all my companions against this embarkation, but my protests were useless. They crowded us into a felucca and made us set sail for Ancona. Before starting, I of course asked for all my papers, my arms, my horses, and, in short, for everything that had been stolen from me, above all for my sword, which I valued greatly, as it had been presented to me by Bonaparte at Alexandria. They tritely replied to all my demands that they would refer the matter to His Majesty. I have since learnt that they really did transmit the request to King Ferdinand, but as he used my rifles and my horses daily for hunting, as he found the guns carried well, and the horses were excellent hunters, he kept both guns and horses. We reached Ancona, escaping the English and the Barbary raiders by nothing short of a miracle. At Ancona we found General Watrin, who, seeing us stripped of our all, for we had sold everything we possessed for food, laid his purse at our disposal. This money enabled us in the first place to clothe ourselves, then to give 100 piastres to the Neapolitan captain who had transported us, and who was not ashamed to come and demand this sum from us for his buona mano. Such is an exact account of those 20 months of captivity, during which 3 attempts to poison and 1 to assassinate me were made. And now, although I cannot live much longer, I thank heaven that I have been spared till today. I am near death's door, but I still have strength enough to lay bare this infamous treatment, so that all the world may be made aware of it, a treatment such as the least civilized of peoples would blush to use towards their bitterest enemies. Written at the headquarters of the Southern Army of Observation, Florence, the 15th Germinal, year Roman 9 of the Republic. Alex Dumas. What does that matter to me? Replied the jailer. I am only responsible for your bones. Dolomieu died 2 years after his release from prison.
Chapter 7.
My father is exchanged for General Mack, events during his captivity. He asks in vain for a share in the distribution of the 500,000 francs indemnity granted to the prisoners. The arrears of his pay also refused him. He is placed on the retired list, in spite of his energetic protests. My father was exchanged for the famous General Mack, whom the Austrian Emperor had lent to the Neapolitans. This general was later captured at Ulm, for the 3rd time, hence the following quatrain. En loyot que me en valence. Mac est un homme singulier. Retenu sur parole, il s'échappe de France. Libre dans Ulm, il s'y rend prisonnier. My father's imprisonment had lasted from the 27th Ventose, year Roman 7, 17th March 1799, to the 15th Germinal, year Roman 9, 5th April, during which period great events had taken place. Bonaparte saw his gigantic designs upon the East miscarry before the successful resistance of a paltry seaport town like St. Jean d'Acre. He had heard no news from Europe for 10 months, when suddenly he learnt, through the medium of a stray gazette that came in his way, of our reverses in Italy, of the recapture of Mantua, the Battle of Novi, and the death of Joubert. He immediately left Egypt, reached Fréjus after a 40 days crossing on board La Murin, and arrived in Paris on the 16th October 1799. A month later he overthrew the Directory on the famous 18th of Brumaire, and had himself appointed first consul. He then married his sister Caroline to Murat, set out for Italy on May 6, 1800, crossed the St. Bernard with his army on the 19th Anth, and defeated the Austrians at Marengo on June 14, 1800, the same day that Kleber was assassinated at Cairo by Solomon. On January 12, 1801, Murat left Milan to invade Naples and to deliver Rome. On the 18th February, the armistice to which we have referred, and to which my father owed his liberty, was concluded between France and the King of Naples. And finally, as we have seen, my father reached the headquarters at Florence on the 5th April, from whence he hastened to dispatch to the first consul the report we have just read, which I have copied from the manuscript written and signed in his own handwriting. When he landed at Ancona on the 23rd Germinal, year Roman 9, my father at once wrote the following letter to the consuls. Citizen consuls, I have the honor to inform you that we arrived at this town yesterday with 94 prisoners, the officers and non-commissioned officers among whom about equal the soldiers and marines, and most of them are blind or maimed. We will confine ourselves for the present to informing you that the treatment we experienced at the hands of the government of Naples disgraces that state in the eyes of humanity and of all nations, for the most frightful means were employed to get rid of us, even poisoning being resorted to. I have the honor to send to you at the headquarters at Florence a detailed report of all the scandalous deeds which the Neapolitan government committed with regard to us. Accept, citizen consuls, our respectful greetings. In the following July he wrote to Murat, My dear Murat, if I have not been able to correspond with you sooner, you must put it down entirely to my wretched state of health, which, always uncertain and shaky, now forcibly reminds me, acutely and constantly, of the terrible treatment the King of Naples meted out to me. I want to know something definite, my dear Murat, about the 500,000 francs indemnity you tell me the Neapolitan government was made to pay to such of the prisoners of war as survived the sojourn in their prison. I have spoken to many people upon this subject, but no one seems able to tell me exactly what the facts are with respect to this indemnity. You alone, my dear Murat, were probably entrusted to treat with the King of Naples, in which case I have not the slightest doubt you will remember me, on 2 counts. First, from the interest you have apparently taken in my misfortunes, and secondly, on account of the lasting friendship we mutually vowed long ago. I beg you not to forget to reclaim the things the king stole from me, and to remind him of the promises made by his agents at the time of my departure from Brindisi. These are among the documents I deposited with you. Urge them to send back all those things, if they are not already in your hands, and especially my 2 horses. You know how attached I am to the mare you gave me. I saved her out of my 11 horses, when 9 had to be thrown overboard. I am told the first consul was very indignant at the conduct of the King of Naples towards me. He promised to have all my things restored to me, particularly the sword he gave me at Alexandria, which is in the hands of that wretched successor of the CSRs. I hope with all my heart you may be able to get the better of him. Ever yours, etc. But although my father's appeal might seem to the first consul at first sight quite fair, it had to be followed up by others, as this letter addressed to Bonaparte himself will show. General Lannes informs me that you cannot grant me any indemnity before you know whether General Murat really did exact this same indemnity from the Neapolitan government. Nobody, however, knows better than you what sufferings I underwent, and how completely I have been robbed of my goods. General Murat writes me that the Minister for Foreign Affairs is charged with the distribution of the sum of 500,000 francs, which the Neapolitan government has been compelled to pay over to the French victims of its barbarity. I will therefore content myself, citizen, by begging you to have the goodness to give orders that I may be included in the distribution of that sum. I trust you will do your best in the matter of this just demand in the case of a man to whom you have given so many verbal tokens, so many written testimonies, of your esteem and your friendship. It is evident that those clouds of Egypt which, according to Bonaparte's prophecy, were only to last 6 hours, had crossed the Mediterranean, and had thickened over my poor father's head. He had moreover himself declared that he had not long to live, and should soon cease to embarrass Napoleon with the presence of one of the old Republican generals who had crossed Bonaparte's path. Hoche had died of poison, Joubert had been killed at Novi, Kleber had been assassinated at Cairo, and my father was feeling the first symptoms of cancer in the stomach, the natural consequence of the arsenic that had been given him. I need hardly say he was not included among those who shared the distribution of this 500,000 francs indemnity granted to the prisoners. My father then thought he might at least count on receiving the arrears of his pay during the 2 years of captivity. He addressed himself on this subject to Bonaparte, and Bonaparte replied favourably. Then my father learnt that this request, however just it might seem at first sight, was surrounded by considerable difficulties. On hearing this, my father addressed the following letter to Bonaparte, the last, I believe, he ever wrote him. It was sent a few days after my birth. 7 Vendemiaire year X. I believed, since you did me the honour to tell me that it would be so, that my arrears of salary from the 30th Pluvios, year Roman 7, would be made good. An examination of the accounts will show the deductions to be made from that which is due to me for this period. I was paid for the first 3 quarters of the year Roman 9, but the Minister of War tells me in his letter of the 29 Fructidor last, that I can only receive what is owing to me for a portion of the years Roman 7 and Roman 8 in full, inasmuch as the order you have made in my favour says in so many words, that I am only to receive what the law strictly grants me. that is to say, my salary for 2 months of active service. But, Consul General, you know what misfortunes I have had, you know how small my fortune is. Remember how I gave up the treasure at Cairo. I hope I may rely sufficiently upon your friendship to believe that you will give orders that I may be paid for the remaining months of the years Roman 7 and Roman 8. It is the only thing I ask of you. The successive poisonings I underwent in the prisons of Naples have so much undermined my health, that already at the age of 36, I am the victim of infirmities which I should not naturally expect to feel until much later in life. I trust then, Consul General, that you will not allow the man who shared your labours and your perils to languish in poverty when it lies in your power to place him above want. You will thus be the means of conveying to him evidence of the nation's generosity. I have another grievance too, Consul General, and one, I confess, that troubles me far more than those of which I have complained. The Minister of War informed me in a letter of 29 Fructidor last that during the year 10 I was put down on the list of generals no longer on active service. What, at my age and with my reputation, to be placed on the retired list? Surely my past services should have saved me from this. In 1793 I was chief commander of the Republican armies. I am the oldest general officer of my rank. Feats of daring performed by me have greatly influenced the tide of affairs. I have always led the defenders of the country to victory. Tell me, then, who received more marks of your esteem, and yet I see officers of all grades, junior to me, unreservedly employed while I am left inactive. I appeal, Consul General, to the goodness of your heart. Allow me to lay bare my complaints, and to place in your hands my vindication against my enemies. A week previously my father had written to the Minister of War. I received your letter of the 29th of last month, which informed me that, as I was without fixed destination, I was placed upon the list of general officers on half pay, that I shall receive a salary of 7,500 francs from the 1st Vendémiaire, year X. The services I have rendered to the nation readily lead me to believe that the government will lose no time in employing me on the first opportunity that may offer, when you lay before them the details of those services. I will not speak of my recent misfortunes. I am a son of France and bore them for my country's sake, but on that very ground, those afflictions should give me some claim upon the nation's gratitude. Furthermore, you are aware that I passed through every military grade, from ordinary soldier to general-in-chief, winning my promotion with my own sword, and not by private influence. Mont-Cenis, Mont-Saint Bernard, the obstinate struggle before Mantua on the 27 Niveaux, year Roman 7, where 2 horses were killed under me, the crossing of the Weiss, which was laid to the credit of generals Baragui-de-Hilliers and Delmas, but was really due to me, the act of Horatius Codes performed afresh in the Tyrol, which won me the honour of being introduced to the exec directory under that name by General Bonaparte, who thought of appointing me at that time Commander-in-Chief of the Army of the Tyrol. Finally, the insurrection at Cairo, which I quelled in the absence of all. You are well aware, Citizen Minister, those are my inalienable claims in the eyes of my old comrades in arms, and deserving of the recognition of my country. Fro, Citizen Minister, I was Commander-in-Chief of the Republican armies, and throughout these unfortunate and difficult times I was never beaten. On the contrary, my enterprises were invariably crowned with success. I am now the oldest general in my rank. I was the companion of the Consul General in nearly all his Italian and Egyptian wars, and no one contributed more to his triumphs and to the glory of our arms than did I. His letters, which I have in my possession, testify no less to the respect in which he held me than to his friendship. You yourself lavished tokens of lively interest on me when I returned from the Neapolitan prisons, and now I am to be put aside on half pay. Citizen Minister, I cannot endure such an indignity. I beg you, therefore, to show this letter to the First Consul, and to tell him that I trust in his old friendship to obtain for me a place on the active list. Honour has always directed my conduct, sincerity and loyalty are the bases of my character, and injustice is the cruelest torture to me. I have before me the register of all my father's correspondence. It stops short at this letter, and the rest of the pages are blank. These 2 letters to the Minister of War and to the First Consul were the last he wrote. Doubtless they were never answered. Despair beset him after this. He buried himself in the shadow of his enforced inactivity, as those condemned to death await their doom in their cells before being taken to the scaffold. In a state of torpor, varied by fits of despair, he awaited that last supreme moment, Most of his comrades in arms, more fortunate than he, had met it on the field of battle.
Chapter 8.
Letter from my father to General Brune on my birth, the postscript, my godfather and godmother, first recollections of infancy, topography of the Château des Fosses and sketches of some of its inhabitants, the snake and the frog, why I asked Pierre if he could swim, continuation of Jacques. As I mentioned at the beginning of these memoirs, I was born on the 5th Thermidor, year 10, 24th of July 1802, at 4:30 a.m. I came on the scene with a great show of strength and vigour, judging from a letter my father wrote to his friend, General Brune, the day after my birth. It is an odd letter, and possesses a postscriptum of a still more eccentric nature, but those who have had the patience to read these memoirs so far will have become acquainted with some of my father's whimsical and vivacious characteristics, and should understand his nature. Others, who take no interest in any details such as those given by my father to Brune, can skip this letter without reading either it or its postscript. However that may be, here it is.
6th Thermidor, year X.
My dear Brune, I am glad to tell you my wife gave birth yesterday morning to a fine boy, who weighs 9 pounds and is 18 inches long. So you will see that if he continues to increase in the outside world at the rate he has done inside, he bids fair to attain to a pretty fine stature. And another thing you should know too, I rely on you to be his godfather. My eldest daughter, who sends you 1,000 kisses from the tips of her little black fingers, will be your fellow godparent. Make haste and come, although the new arrival into this world does not seem to wish to leave it in a hurry. Come soon, for it is long since I saw you and I want to see you very much. Your friend,
Al Dumas.
P.S. I open my letter to tell you that the young dog has just eased himself all over his head. That's a good sign, surely, eh? We must make allowances for my dear father's pride. He had much wanted a boy all the 10 years he had been married, and he fancied that the birth should be preceded, accompanied, and followed by auguries of great import to the world, as in the case of Augustus. However, although these omens seemed so satisfactory to my father, Brune apparently was not so positive about them. This is what he wrote by return of post.
Council of State, Paris.
10th Thermidor, year 10 of the French Republic. To General Dumas. My dear General, a superstition prevents my complying with your request. I have been godfather 5 times, and my 5 godsons have all died. When the last died I vowed I would never name another child. You will probably think my superstition fanciful, but it would make me wretched to change my mind. I am an old friend of your family, therefore I feel sure I can count on your indulgence. My resolution must indeed be firmly fixed to refuse to act with your charming daughter. Offer my sincerest regrets to her and to your charming wife, and accept the assurance of my sincere attachment.
Brune.
P.S. I have dispatched various parcels for the little godmother and her mamma. Nevertheless, my father insisted, in spite of this refusal and the superstitious fears it implied. I never saw the second letter, but I presume the omens were even more propitious and more convincing than in the first instance, for at my father's urgent entreaties, a mezzo termin, halfway house, was arranged, and Brune agreed to stand, but he was to have a proxy in the person of my father, who was to hold me at the font in his stead. No change was made with regard to my godmamma, who had no feelings of repugnance whatever towards her part in the ceremony, since it had already brought her so many bonbons and promised more. For her it was a fete. Brune, by proxy, and Alexandre Dumas, my sister, aged 9 years, were therefore my godfather and godmother. It will be remembered that just before the Egyptian campaign, it had been settled that if my mother bore a son, the godparents of this said son were to be Bonaparte and Josephine. But things had changed greatly since then, and my father had no inclination to remind the first consul of the general-in-chief's promise. Bonaparte cruelly proved to my mother that he was not a Louis Roman XII, who forgave the injuries he had received when Duc d'Orléans. The first glimmering of recollection in the darkness of my infant life would be about the year 1805. I can faintly remember the arrangements of the small country house we lived in, which was called Les Fosses. My topographical recollections stop short at the kitchen and dining room, the 2 parts of the house I doubtless frequented with most sympathy. I have not seen this house since 1805, but I can still recollect that there was a step down into the kitchen and a big block opposite the door, that the kitchen table came directly behind it, And in front of this kitchen table to the left was the chimney-place. This chimney-place was an immense one, and inside it nearly always lay my father's favourite gun, a silver-mounted one, with a pad of green morocco at the butt end. I was forbidden ever to touch this gun, under penalty of the most severe punishment, but I was always touching it, and my mother, in spite of her fears, never carried her threats into execution. Then, farther on beyond the chimney-place was the dining room up 3 steps. The floor was parquetted in deal, and the wooden wainscoting was painted grey. Our household comprised, besides my father and mother, the following members, whom I will enumerate in the order of importance they filled in my own mind. First, a large black dog called Truff, who was privileged to be welcomed everywhere, because he allowed me to ride him regularly. Second, a gardener named Pierre, who used to provide me with frogs and grass snakes, reptiles I was extremely inquisitive about. Third, a Negro, my father's valet, named Hippolyte, pretty much a black simpleton, whose queer sayings became family bywords, which my father treasured up, I believe, to use in a series of stories meant to rival the tomfooleries of Brunnet. Fourth, a guardsman called Marquet, for whom I had a profound admiration, because every evening he would relate magnificent stories of his deeds of prowess, stories which were immediately interrupted if the general appeared on the scenes, the general not having such a great opinion of these deeds as the narrator had himself. Fifth, a kitchen girl named Marie. This last creature is totally lost in the twilight mists of my memory. She is just a name which I heard given to some indistinct figure, now a mere blurred form in my memory. So far as I can remember, she was in nowise a sylph. Truff died of old age towards the end of 1805, and Marquet and Pierre buried him in a corner of the garden. This was the first funeral I had seen, and I wept very bitterly over the old friend of my early days. My next recollections are confused half-flashes in the semi-darkness of early memories, and quite dateless. One day when I was playing in the garden, Pierre called me, and I ran to him. Whenever Pierre called me, it always meant that he had found something worthy of my notice. Indeed, he had just discovered a snake in a meadow by the roadside, and it had a great lump in its stomach. With one blow of his spade he cut the snake in half, and out of the reptile hopped a frog, a trifle dazed by the beginning of the digestive process of which it had been the victim. It soon revived, stretched out its legs one after the other, yawned prodigiously, and began to leap, slowly at first, then more quickly, and at last as fast as though nothing whatever had happened to it. This phenomenon, which I have never again seen, impressed me so much, and remains in my mind so vividly, that if I close my eyes I can see as I write these lines the 2 wriggling portions of the snake, the frog still motionless, and Pierre leaning upon his spade, smiling at my astonishment, just as clearly as though Pierre, the frog, and the snake were still before my eyes. Only Pierre's features are almost effaced by time, like a badly taken photograph. I remember also that, about the middle of the year 1805, my father, who was suffering from very bad health, left our Château des Farces for a house or chateau at Antely. I have not a single recollection of that sojourn beyond being taken there on Pierre's back. It had rained a great deal for 2 nights previously, and I was filled with surprise to see Pierre walk unconcernedly through the puddles of water which intersected the road. "Do you know how to swim, Pierre?" I asked him. The impression Pierre's courage in crossing these puddles made upon me must have been very strong, for these words are the first I remember speaking, and like those of M. de Crac, which froze in winter and thawed in spring, I can hear them ringing in my ears with the distant and faint accents of my childish voice. The question, "Pierre, can you swim?" was suggested to me by an event that happened at our house which deeply impressed my youthful imagination. 3 young men, one called Dupuis, whom I have since seen as a jeweller in Paris, all of Villers-Cotteret's, came to the Château des Farces, which was surrounded by water, to ask permission to bathe in the kind of moat which ran round it. My father gave them leave, and asked them if they could swim. They replied in the negative, and he showed them a place where they could touch the bottom safely without running any risk of drowning. The bathers kept to this spot at first, but little by little they grew bolder, and all at once we heard loud cries from the moat and ran to see. There were the 3 bathers all on the point of drowning. Fortunately Hippolyte was there, and he could swim like a fish. In an instant he was in the water, and when my father reached the edge of the moat he had already almost saved the first of the 3. My father, who was a splendid swimmer like most colonials, threw himself into the water and saved the second, and Hippolyte saved the third. They were all pulled out in less than 5 minutes' time, but one of the 3 bathers had already lost consciousness, and seeing him lying with his eyes shut and not breathing, I thought he was dead. My mother, who knew he had only fainted, as she had been reassured by my father that he was in no danger, turned the occasion, which had impressed me profoundly, to good account by giving me an eloquent sermon on the dangers of playing on the banks of the stream. No sermon ever had a more attentive listener, nor preacher a more fervent convert. From that moment, no one could ever persuade me to gather a single flower from the sides of the stream, not had they bribed me with all the coveted treasures of childhood, with rocking horses, bleating lambs, or barking dogs. Yet another thing had struck me, my father's grand form, which looked as though it might have been made in the same mould as that which formed the statues of Hercules or Antinous, compared with Hippolyte's poor small limbs. It was my father's naked form I saw, dripping with water. He smiled an almost unearthly smile, as a man may who has accomplished a godlike act, the saving of another man's life. And that was why I asked Pierre if he could swim. I remembered the fainting youth on the grass by the stream, as I saw Pierre venturing through puddles of water 2 inches deep, and I realized that neither my father nor Hippolyte were near at hand to save us. Hippolyte was an excellent swimmer, a clever runner, and quite a good horseman, but as I have before implied, his intellectual faculties were far from corresponding to his physical abilities. 2 instances will give an idea of the state of his intelligence. One evening, my mother, fearing a frost in the night, and wishing to shelter some beautiful autumn flowers which were under a little wall breast high, and which brightened our outlook from the dining-room windows, called Hippolyte. Hippolyte ran up, and stood listening to her orders with his big eyes and thick lips wide open. "Hippolyte," said my mother, "you must carry those pots into the house this evening and put them in the kitchen." "Yes, madame," replied Hippolyte. In the evening my mother indeed found the pots in the kitchen, but piled up one on top of the other, so as to take up as little room as possible in the domains of Marie the kitchen maid. A cold perspiration broke out on my poor mother's face, for too well did she understand what had happened. Hippolyte had obeyed her to the letter. He had emptied out the flowers and taken the pots inside. Next morning my mother found the flowers broken, heaped on top of one another, glistening with frost at the foot of the wall. Pierre, the plant doctor, was called in, and managed to save a few, but most of them were destroyed. The second thing was more serious in its nature. I have offered it to Alcide Tauses to incorporate in his Soeur de Jacques, but he dared not use it. I possessed a delightful little sparrow Pierre had caught for me. The poor little bird could scarcely fly, and had tried to go on a voyage of discovery after its father, like Icarus. It had passed from its nest into a cage, where it had grown and developed its wings properly. Hippolyte had the special charge of feeding my sparrow and cleaning out its cage. One day I found the cage open, and my sparrow had gone. Much weeping, lamentation, and woe followed, and finally maternal intervention. "Who left the door open?" she asked Hippolyte. "I did, madame," he replied, with as much glee as though he had done the cleverest thing imaginable. "What did you do that for?" "Oof, the poor little beast's cage smelt as though it needed fresh air." There was nothing to say in reply. Did not my mother herself open the doors and windows of rooms which needed fresh air, and order the servants always to do the same under similar circumstances? They gave me another sparrow, and instructed Hippolyte to keep its cage cleaner, and so prevent any smell. I do not remember if he obeyed properly, for another event took up the attention of our household. Chapter 9. Marquet's nightmare, his pipe, Mother Durand, les bêtes forces et le purge, Collard, my father's remedy, radical cure of Marquet. Marquet had the nightmares. Do you know what a nightmare is? I think you must have seen that huge-eyed monster, seated on the chest of a panting and sleeping man. I do not know how to paint it in words, but I have seen it even as you have. Marquet's nightmare was no monkey with big eyes, or fantastic monster of Hugo's imagination reproduced by the brush of Delacroix, by the pencil of Boulanger, or by the chisel of Futures. None of these. It was a little old woman, who lived in the village of Haramont, about a quarter of a league from our Château des Farces, whom Marquet considered in the light of his personal enemy. One morning very early Marquet came into my father's room before he was up and stood by the bedside. "Well, Marquet, what is the matter?" asked my father. "Why that melancholy face?" "General, I have been nightmared," replied Marquet solemnly. Marquet, all unconsciously, had enriched the language with an active verb. "Oh, you have been nightmared, have you?" exclaimed my father as he raised himself on one elbow. "Yes, General." And Marquet drew his cutty pipe out of his mouth, a thing he rarely did, and only under very serious provocation. Now this pipe was more than an accessory to Marquet, it was an integral part of the man. No one had ever seen Marquet without his pipe. If by chance it was out of his mouth, he held it in his hand. This pipe, intended to accompany Marquet into the midst of the thickest forests, presented the least possible surface that could encounter destruction by contact with any solid body. Now the destruction of a well-seasoned cutty pipe would, in Marquet's eyes, mean a loss that only the work of years could repair. The stem of this pipe of Marquet's never projected more than half an inch. This habit of never being without his pipe had filed a hollow between Marquet's incisors and canine teeth. It had also led to another habit, that of speaking through his shut teeth, which gave a peculiarly impressive character to all he said, for nothing prevented his teeth from keeping tight shut. "How long have you been nightmared, my poor Marquet?" my father asked. "For a whole week, General." "By whom?" "Oh, I know well enough who it is," he replied, shutting his teeth tighter than ever. "Indeed, may I know who it is?" "That old witch, Mother Durand, General." "Mother Durand of Haramont?" "Yes, hard enough." "The deuce, Marquet, we must look into this." "I'll see to it too, she shall pay me for this, the old mole." The old mole was an expression of hatred which Marquet had borrowed from Peer, who, having no greater enemies than moles, dubbed all he detested by that name. "We must look into this, Marquet," my father had said, not that he believed in Marquet's nightmare, not even that, admitting the existence of the nightmare, he believed it was Mother Durand who had nightmared his guardsman. Nothing of the kind, but my father knew the superstitious nature of our peasants. He knew that a belief in spells was still largely prevalent in the countryside. He had heard some terrible tales of vengeance taken by folk who thought themselves bewitched, who had sought to break the spell by killing the person or persons who had bewitched them, and when Marquet denounced Mother Durand to my father, there was such a threatening accent in his voice, and he had pressed the butt of his rifle with so much intention, that my father deemed it wise policy to appear to chime in with Marquet's opinion in order to keep a hold on him, so that he should not do anything before first consulting him. "But before punishing her, my good Marquet," my father said to him, "we must do our best to see if we cannot cure you of your nightmare." "You cannot, General." "Why not?" "No, I have done everything possible." "What have you done?" "First I drank a large bowl of warm wine before going to bed." "Who recommended you to do that? Was it M. Lecas?" M. Lecas was the leading doctor in Villers-Cotterets. "M. Lecas," said Marquet with scorn. What does he know about spells? Goodness, no, it wasn't M. Lecas." "Who was it then?" "The shepherd at Longpre." "A whole bowl of hot wine, you idiot. You would be dead drunk after you had taken it." "The shepherd drank half." "Well, I understand the prescription, and the bowl of warm wine did no good." "General," she stamped on my chest all night, just as though I had taken absolutely nothing. "And what did you do next?" "I did what I always do when I want to catch a false beast, une bête fausse." Marquet had a vocabulary peculiar to himself. He could never be made to say a fallow deer, une bête fauve. Each time my father said une bête fauve, Marquet took him up. "Yes, General, a false beast, for General, with all respect, you are wrong." "How am I wrong?" "It is not a fallow deer I mean, but a false beast." "Why?" "Because a fallow deer does not express what I mean." "And what do you mean by a false beast?" "I mean a beast that only walks by night, one that is deceitful, in short, a false beast." It was such a logical definition that there was nothing further to be said, so my father did not answer, and Marquet triumphantly continued to call fallow deer false beasts. So to my father's question, "What did you do next?" Marquet replied, "I did what I always do when I want to catch a false beast." "What is that, Marquet?" "I set a trap, Page." Marquet always pronounced Page. "You set a trap to catch Mother Durand." Marquet did not like to have his words said differently from his own pronunciation. He replied, I set a peerage for Mother Durand. And where did you put it? At your door? At my door, rather not. Do you think the old witch would go through my door? She would enter my bedroom in some unheard-of way. By the chimney, perhaps. There isn't one. I never saw her until I felt her stamping on my chest. Click, clack, click, clack. Well, where did you put the snare? The peerage, I put it on my stomach to be sure. What sort of a snare did you use? Oh, a famous peerage with an iron chain which I passed round my wrist. It weighed about 10 pounds. Oh, yes, 10 or 12 pounds at least. And that night? Oh, she was much worse that night. She generally kneads my chest with her galoshes, but that night she had clogs on. And did she come like that? Every living night the good Lord made. I get so thin with it that I am becoming quite consumptive, but this morning I have made up my mind. What have you decided to do, Marquet? I have made up my mind to give her the contents of my gun. That is a wise decision. When will you put it into execution? Oh, either tonight or tomorrow, General. That's a nuisance, for I was just going to send you to Villers Helen. Oh, that doesn't matter, General. Is what I have to do urgent? Very urgent. Well, I can go to Villers Helen. It is only 4 leagues and be back by night. That will make 8 leagues in the day. We have put many more behind us in hunting, General. True enough, Marquet. I will give you a letter for M. Collard and then you will set off. Yes, I will start at once, General. My father got up and wrote to M. Collard. We will explain later who that gentleman was. In the meantime, we will merely mention that he was one of my father's best friends. The letter was as follows. My dear Collard, I send herewith my idiot of a guardsman whom you know. He fancies an old woman bewitches him every night, and to put an end to his vampire he proposes, quite nonchalantly, to kill her. But as the law looks askance on such rough and ready methods of cure for nightmare, I send him to you on a trivial pretext. Send him to Danner de Udy, who, on some other pretext, must send him to Doulaloy, who, with or without a pretext, can send him to the devil if he wishes. In short, his tour must be made to last a fortnight. During that time we shall have moved to Antley, and then, as he will be no longer in the neighbourhood of Haramont, and as his nightmare will probably disappear during his journey, Mother Durand may be able to sleep in peace. I should not advise her to do this while Marquet lives in the district. He brings you a dozen snipe, and a hare which we shot yesterday when hunting in the marsh of Wallow. 1,000 tender messages to your lovely Hermione, and 1,000 kisses to your dear little Caroline. Your friend, Alex Dumas. P.S. We received yesterday news of your goddaughter Amy, who is very well. As for Burlick, he grows an inch a month and runs always on the tips of his toes. His shoes make no difference. Marquet left an hour after the letter was written, and 3 weeks sped by before he rejoined us at Antley. Well, asked my father, seeing him look cheerful and the picture of health, well, what about Mother Durand? Why, General, the old mole has left me. It looks as though she had no power in this district. And now the reader has the right to ask for an explanation of my father's postscript, and to be told who was this Burlick who grew an inch a month, and who ran on tiptoe in spite of his shoes. Chapter 10. Who was Burlick? The fate of Villers Carteret's Faust and Polichinelle, the Sabots' journey to Paris, Dal Manette, Madame de Montclerc's pension, Madame de Montesson, Paul and Virginia, Madame de Saint-Aubin. I was Burlick, and this is how I obtained the charming nickname. While my mother was enceinte, the usual Whitsuntide fete took place at Villers Carteret's. A delightful fete it was, to which I shall again refer. It took place at the time of the first spring foliage and amid the opening flowers, when butterflies are dancing and linnets singing. In olden days this fete was famed far and wide, and people attended it from 20 leagues round. Like all other fetes, it began as a Corpus Christi festival, but now only exists in the calendar. Well, to this well-attended fete came a man carrying a booth on his back, as a snail carries its shell. This booth contained the essentially national spectacle of Polichinelle, from which Goethe borrowed the idea of his Faust. Polichinelle is simply a worn-out, callous, crafty libertine who abducts women and flouts brothers and husbands, who thrashes the officers of the law, and ends up by being carried off by the devil. And what else was Faust? A worn-out callous libertine not very cunning, it is true, who seduces Marguerite, kills her brother, beats burgomasters, and is carried off by Mephistopheles in the end. I will not venture to say that Polichinelle is more picturesque than Faust, but I will go so far as to maintain that he is quite as philosophical and more amusing. Our friend with the booth had set up his show on the green, and gave daily 30 or 40 representations of that sublime comedy, which has made us all laugh as children, and ponder over when grown men. My mother was 7 months gone in pregnancy when she went to see Polichinelle. The showman was a man of some imagination, and instead of simply calling his devil the devil, he gave him a name. He called him Berlik. The sight of Berlik impressed my mother terribly. Berlik was as black as a devil. Berlik had a scarlet tongue and tail. Berlik spoke with a sort of growl, like the noise made by a siphon of seltzer water when the bottle is just running empty, an unknown sound in those days before the invention of siphons, and therefore all the more awful. My mother's mind was so taken up with this queer figure that on leaving the booth she leant on a neighbour and exclaimed, "Oh, my dear, it is all up with me. I shall give birth to a Berlik." Her neighbour, who was also in the same condition, was called Madame Douze. She replied, "Then, my dear, if you give birth to a Berlik, I, who have been with you, shall give birth to a Burlock." The two friends returned home laughing, but my mother's laugh was half-hearted, and she remained convinced that she would bring forth a black-faced child with a red tail and a tongue of flame. The day of her confinement drew near, and the nearer it came, the firmer grew my mother's belief. She imagined I leapt inside her womb as only a demon could, and when I kicked she could feel the claws with which my feet were furnished. At length the 24th of July arrived. It struck 4:30 in the morning and I was born. But in coming into the world it seems I turned and twisted in such a manner that the umbilical cord got round my neck, and I looked purple and half-strangled. The woman who was with my mother uttered a cry, and my mother took it up. "Oh my God," she murmured, "it is black, is it not?" The woman dared not answer her. There is so very little difference of colour between dark purple and black that it was not worthwhile to contradict. The next moment I cried, as that creature destined to sorrow, whom we call man, generally does as he comes into the world. The cord pressed round my neck so that I could only utter a kind of growl, similar in its nature to the noise that was always ringing in my mother's ears. "Berlik, Berlik," my mother cried out in despair. Happily the doctor hastened to reassure her. He set my neck free, my face took its natural colour, and my cries were the wailings of an infant and not the growls of a demon. But I was none the less baptized with the name of Berlik, and it stuck to me ever after. With regard to the second paragraph of the postscript, he runs always on the tips of his toes. His shoes make no difference. This second paragraph referred to a peculiarity of my construction. Until I was 4 years old I walked, or rather ran, for I never walked and I always ran. I ran, I say, on the very tips of my toes. Elsler, compared with me, would have appeared to be dancing on his heels. From the peculiar gait I indulged in, and in spite of the fact that I did not fall more often than other children, my mother was always possessed with a fear other mothers did not share, the fear of seeing me tumble down, and she was always asking people what she could do to make me walk in a more Christian fashion. I think it was M. Collard who advised my mother to put me into sabots. These were a kind of shoe which made it almost impossible to walk if I did not change my nature. I ran harder than ever, it would seem, by my father's letter, only I fell more often. That caused the sabots to be abandoned. One fine day I gave up walking on tiptoe, and began to walk like everybody else. Of course I never explained why I gave up doing this. I never admitted whether it was from whim or a more justifiable cause. But there was great rejoicing throughout the household, and the happy news was spread abroad among friends and acquaintances. M. Collard was one of the first to be informed. In the meantime my father's health had been growing worse. He was told of a doctor called Duval who lived at Senlis and who had a certain repute in these parts, so we went to Senlis. That journey left no recollection on my mind, and the only trace of it I can find is in a letter of my mother, entrusting a deed to her lawyer during her absence. It would seem that M. Duval recommended my father to go to Paris to consult Corvisart. My father had been meaning to go there for a long while. He longed to see Brune and Murat. He hoped to obtain through their advocacy the indemnity due to him as one of the prisoners of Brindisi, and still further he hoped to obtain payment of his arrears of salary left over from the years Roman 7 and Roman 8. So we set out for Paris. That journey was quite another thing, and I remember it perfectly, not exactly the time spent in the train, but the actual arrival in Paris. It was about August or September 1805. We alighted in the Rue Thiroux, at the house of a friend of my father called Dahl. He was a little old man, who wore a grey coat, velvet breeches, striped cotton stockings and buckled shoes. His hair was dressed en ailes de pigeon, the tail tied up with black ribbon and ending like a white paintbrush. His coat collar made this tail stick up towards the heavens in a most threatening manner. His wife must once have been very pretty, and I suspect my father had been a friend of the wife before he became acquainted with the husband. Her name was Manette. I give all these details to show how accurate my memory is, and how thoroughly I can depend upon it. Our first visit was to my sister, who was in an excellent boarding school kept by a Madame de Mauclerc and a Miss Ryan, an English lady, who has since deprived us of the whole of a small fortune which we ought to have inherited. This boarding school was situated in the Rue de Harlay, aux Marais. The Abbé Conseil, a cousin of ours and an old tutor to Louis Roman 16's pages, had placed her at this school. I shall have a word to say presently about our cousin the Abbé, who left his whole fortune later to the Ryan girl. I arrived in the play hour, and all the young girls were out walking, chatting, playing in a large court. They had scarcely caught sight of me, with my long fair hair, which at that time curled instead of being wavy, before the whole school descended upon me like a flock of doves, learning that I was their friend's brother. Unluckily, the society of Peer and Marquet had taught me bad manners, and I had seen few people at Farces and at Antony. All these friendly but clamorous attentions did but double my habitual wildness, and in exchange for the caresses with which all these charming sylphs embarrassed me, I dealt out kicks and cuffs to all who ventured to approach near me. The two who suffered most were Mademoiselle Pauline Masseron, who has since married Count de Houdetot, a peer of France, and Mademoiselle Destelers, whose mansion, El Hotel d'Osmond, is today the envy of everyone who passes along the Boulevard des Capucines. Perhaps my want of natural gallantry was still further increased by my knowledge that an operation, to my thinking most objectionable, awaited me when we left the school. There was a great rage on just then for earrings, and they were going to take advantage of being in the boulevard to have each of my ears adorned with a little gold ring. When the operation was about to take place, I resisted with might and main, but an immense apricot which my father went to buy for me overcame all difficulties, and I set out for the Rue Thiroux enriched with one more decoration. About a third of the way down the Rue du Mont Blanc, my father separated from my mother and took me with him to a grand house with men servants in red livery. My father gave his name. We were kept waiting a moment. Then they showed us through what seemed to me to be most sumptuously fitted rooms, till we reached a bedroom. Here we found an old lady lying on a couch, who held out her hand to my father with a most dignified gesture. My father kissed her hand respectfully, and seated himself near this lady. Now how did it come about that I, who had just been so free with rude words and vulgar actions among all those charming young girls who wanted to kiss me, now, when this old lady called me to her, eagerly offered her both my cheeks to kiss? Because this old lady had something about her which both attracted and commanded at the same time. My father remained nearly half an hour with this lady, during which time I kept quite still at her feet. Then we left her, and she would always remain convinced that I was the best behaved child imaginable. My father stopped at the door and took me in his arms to bring me up to the level of his face. He always did so when he had something serious to tell me. My child, he said, while I was in Florence I read the story of a sculptor, who relates that when he was just about your age, he showed his father a salamander which was sporting in the fire. His father slapped his face and said, "My son, that slap was not meant to punish you, but to make you remember that you have seen not only what few men of our generation have seen, but also what few men of your generation will see, namely a salamander. Very well then, I will do the same as the father of the Florentine sculptor, only instead of a slap I will give you this piece of gold, to make you remember that you have been kissed by one of the best and one of the greatest ladies who have ever lived, Madame la Marquise de Montesson, the widow of Louis-Philippe d'Orleans, who died just 20 years ago." I do not know what effect on my memory a slap on the face from my father's hand might have had, but I know that that gentle reminder coupled with the gold coin engraved this scene so deeply on my memory that I can still at this date see myself seated by the gracious old lady, who played gently with my hair all the while she was talking to my father. Madame la Marquise de Montesson died on February the 6th, and my father on February the 26th, 1806. So it was that I, who penned these lines in 1850, for nearly 3 years have flown by since I began these memoirs, abandoned the idea, then resumed the work again, saw Charlotte Jean Barrade de la Haye de Rieux, Marquise of Montesson, widow of the Regent's grandson. And my father knew M. de Richelieu, who was placed in the Bastille by Louis Roman XIV, for being found concealed under the bed of Madame la Duchesse de Bourgogne. If you thus unite the recollections of 2 generations, the events of a century will seem to have only happened but yesterday. My father and mother went to the play at night, and took me with them. It was at the Opera Comique, and Paul and Virginia was being played, the 2 leading parts being taken by Mehu and Madame de Saint-Aubin. In later years I hunted up good little Madame de Saint-Aubin, who would be about 38 when I first saw her, and therefore now would be between 82 and 83 years of age, and I retailed to her every detail of that evening in the August of 1805. One of them was a matter personal to herself. Virginia was far advanced in pregnancy. Poor Saint-Aubin could not remember anything about it. So vivid an impression did that night make on my memory that its events are perfectly present to me today. The changes of scene representing Madame Latour's house buried among orange trees with their golden fruit, the angry sea and the lightning which struck and destroyed the Saint Geran. Chapter 11. Brune and Murat, the return to Villers-Cotteret's, 50 Hotel de l'Épée, Princess Pauline, the chase, the chief forester's permission, my father takes to his bed never to rise again, delirium, the gold-headed cane, death. He next day Murat and Brune lunched with us. Luncheon was served in a room on the first floor. From the window of this room Montmartre could be seen, and I remember that I was watching a huge kite floating gracefully in the air above some windmills, when my father called me to him, put Brune's sword between my legs, Murat's hat on my head, and made me gallop round the table. "Do not ever forget, my child," he said to me, "how today you have ridden round that table on Brune's sword, and had Murat's hat on your head, also that you were kissed yesterday by Madame de Montesson, widow of the Duc d'Orleans, the Regent's grandson. See, my father, how well I have remembered all the incidents you bade me recollect. And since I came to years of discretion, my memories of you have lived in me like a sacred lamp, illuminating everything and every person you ever laid a finger on, although time has destroyed those things, and death has taken away those persons. Moreover, I paid my tribute of respect to the memory of both these men, to the one at Avignon and to the other at Pizzo, when 10 years later they were both assassinated within 2 months of each other. Alas, who would have foretold that the child of 3 years old who capered so gaily round them was one day to recount their death, to see the place where they were killed, and to put his fingers in the very hole made by the bullets which pierced their bodies and indented the wall behind. What dark and bloody secrets the mysterious future hides from us. When they are unfolded, may men realize that it is by the good providence of God they were kept in ignorance of them until the appointed time. One last word about that luncheon. My father had consulted Corvisart, and although Corvisart did his best to reassure him, my father knew he was a dying man. My father had tried to get an interview with the Emperor, for Bonaparte, the general of the Army of the Interior, had become the Emperor Napoleon, and the Emperor had declined to see my father. He had then fallen back on his 2 friends, Brune and Murat, who had just become marshals of the Empire. He found Brune as cordial as ever, but Murat very cool towards him. This luncheon was for the purpose of commending my mother and me to Brune and Murat, my mother so soon to become a widow and I an orphan, for when my father died his allowance would die with him, and we should be left without means. They both promised to do all they could should this come about. My father embraced Brune, shook Murat by the hand, and left Paris the next day with death both in his body and in his heart. We left Paris, but the return journey is no clearer to me than our going. Only a few things remain in my memory. They slumbered in my childhood and youth, and then burst forth into bright flame during manhood. To what place we returned I cannot remember. I think, however, it must have been to Villers-Cotteret's. I recollect that about the 3rd October we were staying in the famous Hotel de l'Écu, in the Rue de Soissons, of which my grandfather was proprietor at the time of his daughter's marriage, as this crown was the crown of France, as the crown of France bore 3 fleurs de lis, and as these flowers had ceased to be used since 1792, El Hotel de l'Écu became El Hotel de l'Épée, and was kept by a M. Picot, who was called Pico de l'Épée to distinguish him from two other Picots, one called Pico de Nun, and the other Pico the lawyer. I shall have occasion to refer again to the latter two, who were closely connected with my early life. I remember that towards the end of October a cab drew up at the main entrance to take my father and me away. I was always highly delighted when my father took me on his excursions. On this occasion we crossed the park, and I remember that it was late October because of the dead leaves which flew about like flocks of birds. We reached a gate and my father had forgotten the key. We were already 3/4 of a league from the house and therefore too far away to go back for it, so my father got down, took the gate in his arms, shook it violently, and caused the stone in which the bolt of the lock was secured to become detached from the post that held it. We continued our drive, and in about half an hour's time we reached the chateau of Montgobert. The livery of the servants there was green and not red like that of Madame de Montesson. As at Madame de Montesson's mansion, we walked through a suite of rooms until we reached a boudoir hung with cashmere. A woman reclined on a sofa, a young and beautiful woman, very young and very beautiful, indeed so beautiful that even I, a child, noticed it. This lady was Pauline Bonaparte, who was born in Ajaccio in 1790, became the widow of General Leclerc in 1802, married Prince Aldobrandini Borghese in 1803, and separated from her husband in 1804. She appeared a delightful creature to my young imagination, so slight, so gracious, so pure. She wore tiny embroidered slippers, given her, no doubt, by Cinderella's fairy godmother. When my father entered the room she did not rise up, but only raised her head and held out her hand. My father wished to sit on a chair by her side, but she made him sit at her feet, which she rested on his knees, the toes of her slippers playing with his coat buttons. Her feet, her hands, her dainty slim figure, white and plump, and that Hercules of a mulatto, still handsome and powerful-looking in spite of his sufferings, made the most charming picture you could imagine. I laughed as I looked at them, and the princess called me to her and gave me a tortoiseshell bonbon box, inlaid all over with gold. I was greatly surprised to see her empty out the bonbons that were inside before she gave me the box. My father made some remark to her, and she bent down towards his ear, whispered a few words, and they both began to laugh. As she bent down, the princess's white and pink cheek brushed against my father's dusky one, making his skin look darker and hers more white. They were both superb. Perhaps childish eyes, full of astonishment at everything they see, lent a glamour to the scene, but I feel certain that, were I a painter, I could make a lovely picture of those two beings. Suddenly we heard the sound of a horn out in the park. "What is that?" asked my father. "Oh," the princess replied, "it is the people of Montbreton out hunting." "Ah, see," said my father, "the hunt is coming near. The brute is running down this avenue, princess, do come and look." "Not I, my dear general," she said. "I am comfortable and I do not want to disturb myself, it tires me to walk. You may carry me to the window if you like." My father picked her up in his arms, as a nurse takes up a baby, and carried her to the window. He held her there quite 10 minutes. The animal would not break cover. At last it passed down the avenue with both hounds and men after it. The princess waved her handkerchief to the hunters, and they responded by raising their hats. Then my father laid her on the couch again, and resumed his seat by her side. I do not know what happened behind me. I was completely taken up with watching the stag, which was escaping down the avenue from both hounds and hunters. That scene interested me far more than did the princess. I remember no more of her beyond the waving of her white hand and her white handkerchief. I have never seen her since, but she left so vivid an impression upon me that day that I can see her now. I do not recollect in the least whether we remained on at Montgobert, or returned the same day to Villers-Cotterets. But I remember that my father soon after became weaker. He went out less often, he more rarely rode on horseback, he kept to his room for longer periods, and he took me on his knees in a sadder mood. But these reminiscences only returned to me in flashes, like objects seen by lightning on a dark night. Some days before his death my father received permission to hunt. It came from Alexandre Berthier, Marshal of the Empire, Master of Hounds to the Crown. Alexandre Berthier was an old enemy of my father. I quite believe it was he who had reported him as standing looking on at the siege of Mantua. Moreover, he had been a precious time in granting this permission, which was available from Vendémiaire the 1st to the 15th of Ventose, in other words, from the 23rd of September to the 6th March. My father received it on the 24th February, and he died on the 26th. This is a copy of the letter of leave from M. de Verlaine, Inspector of Forests. Just as I am starting for the forest, I have received an order from M. Collard to permit General Dumas to hunt and shoot. I hasten to send it to him with all good wishes, and my sincere hopes that his state of health will permit him to make use of it. Our sincere regards to Madame Dumas. De Verlaine's. February 24, 1806. Even supposing my father had been well, the matter had been so arranged that he only received on February 24th a leave which expired on the 6th March. Thus, a dozen days of hunting were granted him. My father flung both letter and order down on the table. My mother put them into her portfolio, where, 44 years later, I came across them, enclosed one within the other. The same evening my father tried to forget his sufferings by a ride on horseback, but the conqueror was vanquished at last, and he was obliged to return in half an hour's time. He went at once to bed, never again to rise from it. My mother went for the doctor, leaving my father alone under a neighbour's care, a most excellent woman, Madame d'Harcourt, of whom I shall have occasion to speak. My father fell into a short access of delirium and despair. "Oh," he exclaimed, "oh my God, must a general, who at 35 years of age was at the head of 3 armies, die in his bed like a coward at 40? What have I done that thou shouldst condemn one so young to leave wife and children?" Then, after a few minutes of quietness, he began. "See, dear Madame d'Harcourt, this cane saved my life in the prisons of Brindisi, when those Neapolitan ruffians tried to assassinate me. Look to it that it never leaves me, let it be buried with me. My boy will not know the price I set on it, and it would only be lost before he is old enough to use it." And Madame d'Harcourt, who saw that he was still somewhat delirious, replied in order to soothe him, that it should be done as he wished. "See," my father said, "the head is gold." "Certainly it is," she replied. "Well then, as I cannot leave my children sufficiently well off to deprive them of the money that Nob might fetch, little though it may be, take the cane to Duguet's, the goldsmith's opposite, who will melt it down into a nugget. Then let him bring the nugget to me directly he has done it." Madame d'Harcourt was about to venture a remark, but he entreated her so insistently to do what he asked, that she consented and took the cane to Duguet. She returned immediately, as she only had to run across the street. "Well," my father asked. "All right, you shall have your nugget at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, General." "Tomorrow at 6 in the evening," repeated my father. "That will do, it is probable I shall not be dead by then." Next day Duguet brought the nugget over, and the dying man gave it to my mother. He was exceedingly weak by then, but his mind was perfectly clear, and he was able to hear what was said to him and to talk. At 10 at night, feeling death near at hand, he asked for Abbe Gregoire. Abbe Gregoire was not only a good priest, he was an excellent friend of my father. It was not a confession that the dying man wanted to make, for in all his life my father had not done a single bad action with which he could reproach himself. Maybe in the depths of his heart, he harboured feelings of hatred towards Berthier and Napoleon, but how could the last hours of a dying man concern these men at the pinnacle of fame and fortune? Moreover, all feelings of hatred were forgotten in the 2 hours before his death, which were spent in trying to comfort those he was to leave alone in the world, when he had departed from it. Once he asked to see me, but as they were preparing to fetch me from my cousin's where I had been sent, he forbade them. "No," he said, "poor child, he is asleep, do not disturb him." Finally, after bidding farewell to Madame d'Harcourt and the Abbé, he turned towards my mother, and keeping his last breath for her, he died in her arms as midnight struck. Chapter 12. My love for my father, his love for me, I am taken away to my cousin Marian's, plan of the house, the forge, the apparition. I learn the death of my father. I wish to go to heaven to kill God, our situation at the death of my father, hatred of Bonaparte. The night my father died, I had been carried out of the house by Maman Zine, and deposited with my other cousin Marian, who lived with her father in the Rue de Soissons. They did not want me to be acquainted with death at my early age, and foreseeing its near approach and dreading the disturbance I should be sure to make, they took the precaution of taking me away at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Maman Zine returned to the house after leaving me, as my poor mother needed help during the coming night. I worshipped my father. Maybe at so early an age, the feeling which now I should call love was nothing but an innocent and wondering admiration for the Herculean stature and giant strength which I had seen my father exercise on various occasions. Perhaps it was only a childish pride in his braided coat, his tricoloured cockade, and his big sword, which I could scarcely lift, but whatever it may have been, the recollection of my father, in every detail of his figure, in every feature of his face, is as present with me as though I had but lost him yesterday. No matter from what reasons, I love him still with as tender and deep and true a love as though he had watched over my youth, and I had had the blessing of leaning on his strong arm throughout my childhood and early manhood. On his side, too, my father worshipped me. I have said it, and I cannot repeat the fact too often, especially if the dead hear what is said of them. And although during the last period of his life his great sufferings had got on his nerves to such an extent that he could not bear any noise or movement in his room, he made an exception for me. I do not remember whether they took me to kiss my father before I was taken away. What happened during the night, the events of which I am about to relate, whether or not it be put down to my youthful imagination, makes me think that they had forgotten that pious care. As I have said, my only notions of death were taken from the death of my big black dog and the fainting bather. It would, besides, have been extremely difficult for me to realize the death of my father, whom I had seen on his horse only 3 days previously. So I did not approve of being taken from home, and once away I was ignorant as to whether my father spoke of me or asked for me. A veil is drawn over my eyes in connection with that last day of his life. I only remember the following incident I am about to relate, the details of which are perfectly clear to my mind. They had taken me to my uncle's house. This worthy individual was a locksmith named Fortier, and he had a brother who was a village priest. I shall speak of this brother later, for he was a very curious type of person. I remained, therefore, under the care of my cousin Marion. Allow me to give an exact plan of the house, in order to make the situation clear. It is 40 years or more since I entered the house, and yet I can see it as though I had just left it. As can be seen, the house was in reality one long passage, composed of the forge which opened upon the Rue de Soissons, an inner court just behind the forge, the dwelling house consisting of a bedroom furnished in the usual style, with a great walnut chest of drawers, a large 4-post bed with green serge hangings, a table and several chairs, and in addition a little bed that had been improvised for me on 2 chairs for that night, which they had put opposite the big bed. Next after this bedroom came the kitchen, the accustomed home of a big cat called the Doctor, by whose claws I one day nearly lost the sight of one of my eyes. Then after the kitchen was a little garden shaded by some trees, and littered with many stones, a garden which never grew anything but nettles, as no one seemed ever to have thought of putting anything else in it. This looked out on the Place du Château. It will be seen that the dwelling house was shut off completely from the rest of the world when the door of the forge, opening on the Rue de Soissons and the garden gate, leading into the Place du Château, were closed, unless, indeed, the walls of the garden were scaled. I stayed then with my cousin Marion without raising any objection to doing so. I loved going to the forge, where a lad named Picard was very partial to me. I used to make fireworks there with iron filings, and the workmen, Picard in particular, would tell me thrilling stories. I stayed in the forge till quite late in the evening. The forge gave me infinite delight that night, with its fantastic reflections and dancing play of light and shadow. About 8 o'clock, my cousin Marion fetched me away and put me to bed in the little bed opposite the large one, and I slept the sound sleep that God gives to little children as he gives refreshing dew in springtide. At midnight I was waked up, or rather we were waked up, my cousin and I, by a loud knocking at our door. A night lamp glimmered on a table near the bedside, and by the light of this lamp I could see my cousin sitting up in bed, silent, terrified. Nobody could knock at that inner door, as the 2 other doors were shut. But I, who today almost shudder with fear as I write these lines, I, on the contrary, felt no fear. I got out of my cot and approached the door. "Where are you going, Alexander?" cried my cousin. "Where are you going, child?" "You will soon see," I calmly replied. "I am going to open the door for Papa, who has come to say good-bye to us." "Plan of house." The poor girl leapt from her bed, terrified, seized hold of me just as I was putting my hand on the lock, and forced me back into bed. I struggled in her arms, crying out with all my might, "Goodbye, Papa, goodbye, Papa." Something like a dying breath passed over my face and quietened me, but I fell asleep sobbing, with tears on my cheeks. Next day they woke us at dawn. My father had died precisely at the time we heard the knocking at the door. Then it was that I heard these words, but without taking in their significance. My poor child, the papa who loved you so much is dead. I cannot tell what lips uttered those words over me, the little orphan of 3.5 years, nor who it was that announced the greatest misfortune of my life. My father is dead, said I. What does that mean? It means that you will never see him again. What, I shall never see my papa again? No. Why shall I not see him? Because the good God has taken him from you. Forever. Forever. And you say I shall never see him any more. Never again. Never, never at all. Never more. Where does the good God live? He lives in heaven. I remained in thought for a moment. Unreasoning baby though I was, I quite understood that something dreadful had happened in my life. Then I took advantage of the first moment when attention was diverted from me to escape from my uncle's house and run straight home to my mother. All the doors were open and everybody looked scared. One could tell that death was in the house. I got in without being noticed at all, and reached a little room where arms were kept. I took up one of my father's single-barreled guns, which he had often promised to give me when I should be grown up. Then, armed with this gun, I climbed the stairs. I met my mother on the first landing. She was coming out of the death chamber, weeping bitterly. "Where are you going?" she asked, surprised to see me there when she thought I was at my uncle's. "I am going to heaven," I replied. "What, you are going to heaven?" "Yes, let me go." "What are you going to do in heaven, my poor child?" "I am going to kill the good God for killing Papa." My mother seized me in her arms and pressed me closely to her. "Oh, my child," she cried, "do not say such things, we are quite unhappy enough already." Indeed, the death of my father, who had only received a retiring salary of 4,000 francs, left us with no other fortune than about 30 roods of land in the village of Saucy, which had belonged to my maternal grandfather, who was still living at that time. There were arrears of salary due to my father, as I have said, arrears of 28,500 francs, for the years Roman 7 and Roman 8, but since our journey to Paris a law had been passed which declared that no arrears before the year Roman 9 should be paid. As for the indemnity of 500,000 francs, due from the King of Naples for the French prisoners, which Bonaparte had exacted, nothing was heard of it, and it was for this reason, no doubt, that the French seized the Kingdom of Naples. It is true that some day a house and a fine garden, situated in the Place de la Fontaine, would revert to us, but in the meantime the rent of it went to a certain M. Harlay, who had already been in receipt of it for 20 years. That good man, in fact, exemplified the truth of the proverb that a life interest is a certificate of long life for the payee. He died in 1817, at the age of 92 or 93, and by that time we had paid the value of the house and garden nearly 4 times over. Thus, besides the irreparable loss of father and husband, my mother and I were losing also, she her whole income, and I that future benefit which only the presence of a father can give to a son. Murat and Brune then tried, Brune zealously, Murat half-heartedly, to keep the promise they had made to my father on our behalf, but it was quite useless. Napoleon never forgot the meeting held in my father's tent during the 3rd day of the march between Alexandria and Cairo, and my mother, the innocent victim of my father's republican sentiments, could not obtain from the man who had offered to stand godfather to me before my birth the very smallest pension, although she was the widow of a general officer who had been chief in command of 3 armies. Nor was this all. Napoleon's hatred, not content with wreaking itself on my father's fortune, aimed at his reputation too. A painting had been ordered, representing my father's entry into the Grand Mosque, the day of the insurrection at Cairo, during the revolt which he had quelled in the absence of everyone else, as Bonaparte had himself expressed it. They substituted a tall fair hussar for my father, the portrait of no one in particular, thus causing the picture to be devoid of meaning alike to contemporaries and to posterity. We shall see later how this hatred extended even to me, for in spite of the applications which were made on my behalf by my father's old comrades, I could never obtain entrance to any military school or civil college. Finally, my father died without even having been made a Chevalier of the Légion d'honneur, he who had been the hero of the day at Molde, at La Madeleine, at Mont-Cenis, at the siege of Mantua, at the bridge of Brixen, at the revolt of Cairo, the man whom Bonaparte had made governor of the Trevisan, and whom he presented to the Directory as the Horatius Codes of the Tyrol. Small wonder then if the spirit of my father, on its way heavenwards, hovered for a moment over his poor child, whom he was leaving so destitute of all hope on earth. What did I divine of it all in the midst of the storm of grief which raged around me? What part I played at this time, my young life just beginning, his ended, I have not the faintest remembrance. I recollect nothing after my mother took me in her arms, as I have related, and carried me away. A letter from M. de Villene announcing my father's death to his friend, General Pill, is my sole guide in this darkness. It informs me that we took shelter at Antony. This is the letter. Villers Carteret, 27th February 1806. My dear cousin, I little thought I should so soon have to inform you of the death of our brave and unfortunate General Dumas. He finished his course at 11 o'clock last night, at Villers Carteret, where he had returned to carry out his doctor's orders. The malady of which he died was the result of the shocking treatment he experienced at Naples on his return from Egypt. He had the consolation of learning, on the very day of his death, that that country was conquered by the French. But this satisfaction did not at all comfort him for the privation of not being able to end his days on the field of battle. Ever since his retirement from active service, all through his illness, he never ceased offering prayers for the success of the French arms. It was most touching to hear him say, only a few hours before his death, that for his wife and children's sake, he would like to be buried on the field of Austerlitz. As a matter of fact, my dear cousin, he has left them without any means of existence. His illness consumed his small remaining capital. My wife is going to take Madame Dumas, her relative, to Antony, where she will remain a few days, whilst we do all we possibly can to give the general the funeral honours to which his rank, his brave deeds, and the love of his citizens entitle him. In charging myself with conveying to you this melancholy and distressing news, I told Madame Dumas that I would invite you to join her husband's comrades in arms. Their share in this melancholy affair will soften in some small degree the bitterness of her sorrows. I thank you, my dear cousin, for the certificate of death in the case of Lasny, Marechal des Loges. If it is not quite in form, I will inform you. Believe me, my dear cousin, your attached friend, de Villene. M. de Villene had not at all exaggerated our state of distress. My father's only income had been his half-pay pension of 4,000 francs. My sister's boarding school expenses took about 1,200 francs of this, so there only remained francs to provide for the expenses of illness, for the constant changes of place which the restlessness of a dying man craved, and for our usual wants. It was very little, as the reader can see for himself. Accordingly, my poor mother asked all my father's old friends, Brune, Murat, Augereau, Lannes, Jourdan, to endeavour to obtain a pension from the emperor. It was all in vain. The most urgent entreaties were of no avail against that extraordinary hatred, and tired of hearing a name repeated so often which was already merely a dim recollection in his career, Napoleon angrily exclaimed to Brune, our warmest partisan, "I forbid you ever to mention that fellow to me again." My mother could not believe that the widow of a man who had been chief commander of 3 armies, and had served under his country's flag for 20 years, whose various campaigns were equivalent to 44 years of service, although he was only 41 years of age, had not the right to beg a pension from France, some little help, a morsel of bread. A letter from Jourdan came to destroy her last hope, and to teach her that she must depend on God alone for help. Here is the letter. No one would believe me if I simply related its contents. No one would believe that, at this period of supreme triumph, Napoleon, installed in the palace of the kings of France, handling more millions than Louis Roman XIV ever touched, regarded as the conqueror, Victor, Caesar, Augustus, who had placed his foot on the neck of Europe and had stretched out his hands over the whole world, would knowingly refuse to save from starvation the wife and children of him who had taken Mont-Cenis, reduced Mantua to capitulation, forced the passes of the Tyrol, and quelled the insurrection of Cairo. But, sire, as it is right that people should believe these things, I will quote Jourdan's letter, even though it cast a stain on your Majesty's imperial robes. Naples, 28th April. Madame, I have the honour to inform you that I have just received from His Excellency, the Minister of War, an answer to the letter I wrote him on your behalf. He regrets to inform me that you cannot obtain any pension, as the law of 8 Floreal years only allows pensions to be granted to the widows of soldiers killed on the field of battle, or of those who die of their wounds within 6 months after receiving them. And as General Dumas was not in active service when he died, there remains, Madame, but one other means of hope, namely, for you to go personally to His Majesty the Emperor and throw yourself upon his generosity. I have the honor to remain, Madame, your most obedient servant, Jardin Marshal. There was thus one hope still left. My mother went to Paris in order to present herself to His Majesty the Emperor, to beg him for help. But His Majesty the Emperor declined the audience she craved, and she returned to Villers-Cotterets the poorer by the money she had spent on her journey. Sire, you may be a Hannibal, you may be a Caesar, you may be an Octavius. Posterity may not yet have had time to decide this question, or maybe the question is already settled. But I am very sure you are no Augustus. Augustus pleaded in person for the old soldier who had served under him at Actium, while you condemned to misery the widow of the man who served not only under you, but with you. I have said, sire, that if you failed us, there remained but God to help us. We will see what God did for this poor forsaken family. Book 3. Chapter 1. My mother and I take refuge with my grandfather, Madame d'Harcourt's house, my first books and my first terrors, the park at Villers-Cotterets, M. de Villaine and his family, the swarm of bees, the old cloister. We all went to live with my grandfather and grandmother, who were still alive. They enlarged their hearth for us and took in my mother, my sister, and me. My grandfather reserved rooms at the Hotel de l'Épée, where my father had died. We took possession of his chamber of death and lived in it surrounded by all his belongings. Now, in the midst of the obscurity in which my earliest years float, like half-forgotten dreams, the recollection of the 3 principal houses in which all my childhood was spent stands sharply defined. These 3 houses were those of Madame d'Harcourt, M. de Villaine, and M. Collard. It will be remembered that I have already had occasion to speak of these 3 persons, and I may be permitted to say a little about them, were it only to discharge the debt of gratitude we owe them. Moreover, pictures of the kind I am about to draw are nothing without their accessory details. Madame d'Harcourt was our neighbour. She resided on the ground floor of the house adjoining the one in which my father died. She was the widow of a distinguished military surgeon. She had 2 children, a son and a daughter. The son might have been 28, and his name was Antoine. The daughter was perhaps 24 or 25, and was called Eleanor. God granted the mother a long and happy life. She lived to 80 years of age. I hardly knew Antoine, but I was almost brought up by Eleanor. The great attraction to me about this house, besides their kindness to me, was a splendid edition of Buffon with coloured pictures. Every evening, after my mother had made her visit to the cemetery, a religious office she never missed one single day, whilst she sat absorbed in her grief in a corner by the fireplace, whilst Madame d'Harcourt and her daughter sewed, they would put a volume of Buffon in my hands, and were then relieved of any further trouble on my account throughout the evening. In consequence I learnt to read, and though I do not know how, I can say why. I wanted to read about the history, the habits, the instincts of the animals whose portraits I looked at. The result of this interest of mine in batrachians, and especially in ophidians, was such that, at the age when children are still spelling, I had already read all the books other which form a child's library. While at Madame d'Harcourt's house, I experienced the sensation of fear for the first time, a feeling hitherto totally unknown to me. My mania for reading extended in every direction, even to newspapers, in later years so little read by me. One day I came upon the Journal de l'Empire, and I read in it a short article relating how a prisoner, entombed in the dungeons of Amiens, had been devoured there by a snake. I had hitherto looked upon snakes as monsters, if not altogether mythical yet belonging to quite another part of the globe than ours. In Buffon, or rather in Daudin's continuation of him, snakes had been a constant source of curiosity to me. After reading the Journal de l'Empire, they inspired me with the greatest terror. The evening I read that fatal article, I pretended to be absorbed in reading Robinson Crusoe, and I asked to be allowed to sit up as late as possible, meaning until my mother should herself go to bed. The favour was readily granted me, but when the same excuse was renewed the next day, the day after that, and several nights running, I was compelled to give an explanation. I recounted the story of the prisoner of Amiens, and I confessed that if I went to bed by myself, I should be afraid of being eaten up by a snake. My mother was greatly surprised at this confession, for I had been so brave hitherto. She did her utmost to reason away my fears, but reason failed in the face of instinct, and time alone softened, although it did not altogether efface the recollection of that awful picture. Next to Madame d'Harcourt's house, to which I shall again have occasion to refer, were the other two households who were so hospitable to us in our misfortunes, those of M. de Villene and M. Collard. M. de Villene was our cousin by marriage. He had married a niece of my grandfather, who, as she was an orphan, had been brought up with my mother in our family circle. Furthermore, he had been my father's intimate friend. M. de Villene was inspector of forests for the district of Villers-Cotterets, which gave him a leading position in our little town. And quite naturally, too, since there were only 2,400 inhabitants in the town, whereas the forest cover 0 acres. M. de Villene was a great dignitary in my eyes, not so much because of the above-mentioned reason, but because, in virtue of the position he held, he could grant leave to shoot in the forest, and to go hunting freely some day in that forest was one of the ambitions of my childhood. This ambition, among several others, has since been realized, and I should add that it has been one that has yielded the least disappointment in the fulfillment. In comparison with the small rooms to which we had been confined since my father's death, M. de Villene's house seemed a palace, and I, poor child, greatly appreciated the change, for brought up as I had been at the chateaux of Farces and of Antilly, and running wild in the walks and over the lawns, I seemed to live on air and sunshine. M. de Villene's house contained first and foremost a suite of rooms covering a considerable area, stables and coach-houses, yards and a charming garden, partly English, partly French, partly picturesque, partly kitchen garden. The English garden contained waterfalls, pools, and weeping willow trees. The fruit garden was full of pears, peaches, greengages, artichokes, and melons, and then it opened upon a fine park, which you could see through the railings, and which you could walk into through a gateway. This park, planted by Francois I, was cut down by Louis Philippe. Grand trees they were. Under their shade Francois I had lain by the side of Madame d'Etampes Henry Roman II, with his Diane de Poitiers Henry Roman IV, with Gabrielle. It was natural to expect that a Bourbon would have reverenced these trees, and permitted the long life of beeches and oaks, that birds would have sung on their dead and leafless boughs as they sang on them when green and in full leaf. Unluckily, there is a material value attached to them, besides the inestimable one of poetry and memories. You glorious beeches, with your polished silvery trunks, you fine oaks with your dark and rugged bark, you were worth 100,000 crowns. The King of France, who thought himself too poor to keep you standing, and had his 12 millions from the civil list besides his private fortune of 6 millions, must needs sell you. Had you been my sole means of fortune, I would have kept you. For being a poet, I love the murmur of the wind through your leaves above all the gold earth can give, the shadows that flicker under my tread, the delicious visions, the lovely phantoms, which at eventide, between day and night, in the dubious hour of twilight, glide in and out between your venerable trunks, as flit the shades of the ancient race of Abencerrage between the myriad columns of Cordova's royal mosque. There was not the least idea of this in the mind of that other poet Demoustier, when he wrote on the bark of one of these trees the following verse: "With the trees has it also disappeared, and perhaps I alone remember it. Si boys fut el asel chéri, de el aime autrefois fidèle, tout el I rappelle encore, et le cœur attendri. Super NC descent, 100 est que Henry. Super rate prise de Gabrielle." And notwithstanding all this, the king destroyed the forest, the man who believed himself more firmly fixed to the throne than the trees were to the earth. Nothing did he understand of the really great. Everything was stripped of the glamour of imagination, and only its material value did he appraise. He said to himself, "Every man can be bought just as every tree can be sold. I possess vast forests, I will sell the trees, and I will purchase men." Sire, you were self-deceived. There are other things in life than algebra and mathematics. There is faith, there is belief. You put no faith in others, and others therefore put no faith in you. You breathed scorn on the past, and now the past scorns you. What a long way we have travelled, though, from the home of M. de Villene, which to me seemed such a palace. Glorious trees, you are more than a palace, you are like a temple wherein the Lord reveals himself to me, as I lie at your feet, and try to study the stars, in utter ignorance of their names, through the moving canopy of your foliage, on the fine nights of summer. How many times, when the laughing, restless spirit of childhood begins to yield to the dreams of early manhood, how many times, kissed by the wind-bent grass under me, have I stretched two eager hands towards some star more brilliant than others, and tried to seize a ray of moonlight as it played upon my face. And I have prayed, Saviour, who art in heaven, Saviour, who art on earth, Saviour, who art everywhere. O Saviour, take me in thy mighty arms, and make me an instrument to glorify and bless thy power, a harp to sing to thee, a lyre to praise thee, a voice to pray to thee. Make me grow great, O Lord, so that I may be nearer to thee. And the greater I am, the more humbly will I acknowledge thy name, thy splendour, thy majesty. It is thou, O God, who makest the forests to grow which kings sell, thou who createst the little birds that sing among their branches, thou who caressest them with the breeze which is thy smile, and refreshest them with sunshine, which is thy face, and tearest them up in the storm, which is thy anger. Lord, thou alone art great, thou alone art eternal. But to return to M. de Villaine and his house. Although it was large, its accommodation was far from being superfluous. M. de Villaine had veritably the family of a patriarch. He had one son and two daughters by his first marriage, and a son and two more daughters by his second. The latter were our relatives, our cousin being his second wife. As the name of M. de Villaine, and those of his children, are constantly recurring in the relation of the first portion of my life, I must dwell for a moment on this ample family. The names of the three children by the first marriage were Victor, Leontine, and Leonore. Those of the three children of the second were Felix, Cecile, and Augustine. 7 or 8 years later, a third daughter arrived, but I shall speak of her birth in the proper order of time. Victor, Leontine, and Leonore were much older than I, and more naturally became my sister's companions, who was 9 years my senior. Cecile, the oldest of the second set of children, whose age was nearer my sister's than mine, joined their ranks. This left me for my playfellows Augustine, a year older than I, and Felix 2 years younger. 1000 de Villaine, the head of the family, was an excellent man at heart. I say at heart, for on the surface nature had endowed him with a tough skin, which for roughness might have vied with the most rugged oak trees in his forest. He was 5 feet 7 inches in height, and had small black eyes, shaded by enormous eyebrows. His lips were thick and protruding, his frame was that of a Hercules. He was clothed with hair like a wild boar, and he was hardly as sociable as the animal with which we have taken the liberty of comparing him. His paroxysms of rage, and every day was an April day with him, were the terror of his family. When he came down from his study, which was isolated from the rest of the house, with his face portending storms to come, women, children, and servants fled from his presence, terrified with their heads down, as shepherd, dogs, and flocks flee before a coming storm. Never but once did I see him with a gracious countenance. Never but once did I hear him speak without swearing. This moral and physical change had been wrought in him by his attempt to gather in a swarm of bees, which he feared would fly away out of his reach. It was summer, and he wore his shirt open. He had rashly shaken the tree in which the swarm was grouped, and half the swarm, that is to say, about 10,000 bees, tumbled on his open breast. This accident took place at the bottom of the garden. We were all gathered round the kitchen door, waiting to see the result of the operation, when all at once we caught sight of him at the end of a path, coming towards the house with measured steps, smiling, holding out his shirt with both his hands, and saying in the gentlest tones, "There, my little ones, there." And we gazed at him from afar, marvelling to see him walk with such an unaccustomed gait, smiling such an unusual smile, talking with that incomprehensible urbanity. Everyone asked himself to whom M. de Villaine was talking and smiling thus. M. de Villaine was talking and smiling to the bees. His mild tones succeeded, and they all flew off him, every single bee, not one of them stinging him. But when the last had flown away, and he raised his eyes, and discovered his wife, his children, and his servants all perched on the kitchen steps looking at him, there was such an outburst of mille tonnerres and other oaths that the household did not recover for a week after. As for us, we disappeared like magic. One would have thought the ground had opened beneath our feet and swallowed us up. The remarkable fact about all these tempests was that they ended in nothing worse than clouds and lightning, without any hailstones or thunderbolts. No one ever remembered seeing M. de Villaine even kick out at his dog, unless the beast were well outside the reach of his foot. M. de Villaine possessed another house besides this one. It was called St. Remy, and stood in the middle of a charming little plateau, surrounded on all sides by the forest. St. Remy specially deserves a few words. The days we went there were fête days indeed. Saint Remy had once been a nunnery, but I do not know to what order it had belonged. I only remember the portrait of the abbess in a frame above the chimney-piece in the large hall. She was a beautiful woman, clothed entirely in black, with a blue cord round her to which was attached a cross. She was round and plump, stout with the corpulence only to be found among buxom saints. She bore some titled name known in those parts, which I forget. The convent had been in use until 1792. Then the laws came into force which destroyed cloistered life, and all these doves of the Lord had to flee. I believe M. de Verlaine bought the convent as ecclesiastical property. There was an immense cloister attached to this convent, though not so large perhaps in reality as in my remembrance of it. Children's eyes see strange hallucinations in the region of memory. Space, to their minds, is infinite. Outside this cloister were great staircases, with iron banisters, leading to the former apartments of the abbess. Only a portion of these had been fitted up, the rest belonged to rats and cats, which appeared to have settled a truce, for they lived together on a pretty good understanding. A dozen acres of meadowland, little woods and walled-in gardens enclosed this old cloistered building, which was shaded with trees as old as itself. Today trees and cloister have fallen down. Nothing really remains on the earth's surface. Everything springs up only to decay. The lives of monuments, of trees and of men are all but a question of durability. Stone and wood decay just as do flesh and bones. But at that time all was still standing, like the hopes of our young lives. The cloister knew not of black bands or the trees of speculators. It was all sold together, felled timber and ruins, and from the debris of the immense building and the trunks of the oak trees there was left sufficient material to build a pretty little house, of the kind built nowadays, containing one sitting room 4 meters square, and several rooms about 12 feet long by 8 feet wide. Regular Socrates houses, empty, small though they be, for want of friends to fill them. Oh, that great cloister, how full it was on Sundays with the sound of joyous shouting and mad races! How happy were all children who loved adventure beyond the borders of their native town, far from the watchful eye of family and townsfolk. How grateful to the unknown founder of that great nest, once melancholy, but today peopled by gay singing birds. How this noise from the living world must have made the nuns tremble in their graves. Those black shades that had been women, with bodies containing souls, those skeletons which had once possessed hearts, and had come to bury the passions of their hearts, and the hopes of their souls, and the beauty of their faces in the obscurity of the cloister, in the night of penitence, and in the mysteries of the ascetic life. We laughed where, mayhap, many had wept bitter tears. We leaped and bounded in our joyous childhood, where probably many had paced towards death with slow, sad, hopeless steps. But what cared we, children born but yesterday? Did a past exist in our thoughts? Why, we could scarcely remember last autumn's yellow leaves, scarcely recall last spring's emerald leaves. Our memories only went as far back as yesterday's sunshine. Our hopes were centered only on tomorrow's sunshine. Our future was 24 hours. To us, a month was eternity. Oh, what recollections of my childhood, hitherto forgotten, are stored in the pathways of that cloistered domain. When I retrace my steps today, at every footfall they arise, as precious as those flowers of diamonds, rubies, and sapphires, gathered in the gardens of the 1,001 Nights, which never faded. Chapter 2. The two snakes M. de Valence and Madame de Montesson, who little Hermin was Garnier the wheelwright and Madame de Valence, Madame Lafarge, fantastic apparition of Madame de Genlis. I had a great fright one day in that beautiful garden. At one corner stood a kind of ruined and roofless tower. In August, the sun's rays concentrated inside this tower and made it as hot as a furnace. It was a curious sight then to watch the flies buzzing there, and the butterflies dancing, the beautiful grey and green lizards gliding along its walls. One day when I was playing near the tower, I heard a sharp hissing noise, and on going to look what it was, I saw through the opening which had once been a door, 2 long snakes sitting on their tails, with their bodies coiled round in spirals, darting out their long black tongues at one another, and hissing either with love or rage. Such as these must have been the 2 serpents to whom Mercury threw his wand, for they looked just like the 2 that have for ever coiled round that rod. But I was not Mercury. I had not the magic wand that pacified the bitterest hatreds. I took to flight, as Laocoon would have done if he had seen the 2 serpents of Tenedos rolling in with the tide of the Dardanelles, had he known they had left their island on purpose to strangle himself and his children. As I fled I met M. de Verlaine, who, seeing me in such a fright, asked me what was the matter. I told him, and to my great amazement he did not in the least share my fears. He merely tore up from the ground a pole which propped up a young tree and walked towards the tower, whence after 5 minutes' fight he came out, having conquered the 2 hydras. From that moment I looked upon M. de Villaine as a Hercules, the tamer of monsters. I shall often return to M. de Villaine, for he had great influence over my life. I was more afraid of him than of any man, but at the same time I loved him next after my father. We will now proceed to M. Collard. M. Collard was as good-natured as M. de Villaine. His most intimate friend was ill-tempered. His smiling face was as great a contrast to his friend's forbidding aspect. M. Collard was the head of a family to which the terrible and mysterious Glandier lawsuit has since given such a sinister notoriety. M. Collard, who occupied the delightful little chateau of Villers-Helen, about 3 leagues from Villers-Cotterets, was of aristocratic descent, but he had dropped the name of Montjoie and simply kept that of Collard, to give less offence to democratic ears. He had formerly been acquainted with M. de Talleyrand in the Legislative Assembly, and in 1795 or 1796 he had married a young girl named Hermine, who lived with Madame de Valence. One day the Duc d'Orléans unexpectedly called on Madame de Montesson, who was then his wife, and found M. de Valence at her feet with his head on her lap. The situation was embarrassing, but Madame de Montesson was a great lady not easily put to confusion. She turned laughingly to her husband, who stood petrified in the doorway, and she said to him, "Come and help me, my dear Duke, to get rid of Valence. He has fallen in love with Pulcherie and insists on marrying her." Pulcherie was Madame de Genlis's second daughter. The first was called Caroline and had married M. de Laustin. After the fright he had just had, the Duke was ready enough to give Pulcherie to M. de Valence. He settled 0 francs on the bride and they were married. Now how came little Hermine to the house of Madame de Valence, and who was she? I am going to explain. Madame de Montesson was aunt to Madame de Genlis. Madame de Genlis had been placed with the Duchesse d'Orléans, Mademoiselle de Penthièvre, by Madame de Montesson, in the position of maid of honour. While with the Duchess, Philippe Joseph, since Philippe Egolite had met her, fallen in love, made her his mistress, and had had a daughter by her. That daughter was little Hermine. She was brought up in England, and when Madame Adelaide, sister to King Louis Philippe, was 7 or 8 years old, they wished to give her a young English companion, with whom she could do her lessons and learn to talk English. Here was an opportunity to bring Hermine near her parents. She therefore left London and came to Paris. After the emigration of the Duc de Chartres, of M. de Beaujolais, de Montpensier and the Princess Adelaide, Hermine, then about 14 or 15 years of age, took refuge with her sister, Madame de Valence. But Madame de Valence herself was soon arrested and thrown into prison, and Philippe Egolite lost his head on the scaffold. So Hermine then lived with the children of Madame de Valence, Félicie, who married M. de Celles, and Rosamond, wife of Marshal Gerard. These poor children were only saved by a miracle from becoming orphans. A wheelwright named Garnier, living in the Rue Neuve des Mathurins, was in love with her. He was a member of the town council, and at the peril of his life, he twice burnt the dispatches sent by the governor of the prison to the Revolutionary Tribunal, in which Madame de Valence was denounced as the most aristocratic prisoner there. This devoted act saved Madame de Valence, for it tided her over till the 9th Thermidor. Every New Year's Day for years after the wheelwright Garnier paid a visit to Madame de Valence. It should be borne in mind that she owed her precious life to him, and the whole family welcomed him as he deserved to be welcomed for his heroism. On the death of my father, M. Collard had been appointed my guardian, and I therefore saw Madame Collard when she was still young, not more than 30 or 32. It would have been difficult to find more perfectly distinguished manners, with such dignity of movement and actions, or more graceful hospitality, than were blended in Madame Collard's character. She had 1 son and 3 daughters, Maurice, who became a country squire, Caroline, who married Baron Capel, whose daughter Marie, under the name of Madame Lafarge, was the heroine in one of the most touching dramas that ever was played before a court of assize. Hermine, who married the Baron de Martens, the Prussian ambassador in Portugal. She inherited her mother's wit, aristocratic bearing, and never-failing youthfulness of spirits. Lastly, Louise, who married Garat, whose commercial signature carries more weight than that of any other man. Louise was, and is still, one of the prettiest women in Paris. I have spoken of M. de Villaine's town and country gardens, but they were nothing when compared with those near the park of Villers-Helen, with their grand trees, their fine groves, and the little stream of green water winding through the gardens like a necklace of emeralds, and therefore with the selfishness of childhood of the three houses I preferred Collard's. The D'Harcourt's house contained a most beautiful copy of Buffon, but it had nothing of a garden. The de Villelaine house had a fine situation, and even two very beautiful gardens, but de Villelaine had a scowling face, whilst Collard had a fine garden, a kind face, and furthermore, a splendid Bible. From that Bible I learnt my sacred history so thoroughly that I have never needed to study it since. I have spoken of two great alarms I had already experienced in my life. The third happened at Villers Helen. One evening, when I was as usual busy turning over the pictures in my fine Bible, I was between 4 and 5 years old at the time, we heard a carriage draw up in front of the porch, then loud shrieks in the dining room. Everyone rushed towards the door, and when it opened it gave entrance to the strangest Meg Merrilies that the imagination of any Walter Scott could ever conceive. This witch, and at first sight her appearance was such as to justify one in calling her so, was dressed in black, and as she had lost her bonnet, her mass of false hair had taken advantage of its freedom from restraint to fly in all directions, so that her own grey hairs fell down on each side of her face and floated over her shoulders. The vision was entirely different from the famous snake of Amiens and the two serpents at St. Remy. Moreover, the Amiens snake I had only seen in imagination, and the two serpents of St. Remy I had had time to escape from, but this sorceress I beheld with my very eyes, and we met in the same room. I threw down my Bible, and under cover of the tumult occasioned by this apparition, I fled to my room, hid in my bed, dressed as I was, and drew the bedclothes well over my head. Next day I learnt that the cause of my fright was the illustrious Madame de Genlis, who, coming to visit her daughter Madame Collard, had lost her way in the forest of Villers Carterets through the fault of her coachman, and had given way to panic, being in profound dread of ghosts. She had not even then recovered from her fright, although she had communicated the greater part of it to me. It was in these three houses that the first portion of my childhood was passed, those early years studded with sunny memories as soft and as fresh as the dawn, for indeed, with the exception of de Villelaine's surly countenance and the grotesque apparition of Madame de Genlis, everything connected with those two houses was sunny. The gardens were full of green trees and brilliantly coloured flowers. The walks were peopled by fair and dark young girls, with rosy, smiling faces, nearly all rosy and sweet, even when they were not pretty. Then, from time to time, some woman noted for her beauty in the days of the century about to close would appear in the midst of this laughing, younger generation. Some woman who, having retained somewhat of the fashions of the days of the Directory, looked like a glorious statue of summer amidst that budding spring. These ladies were Madame de Valence, Madame Menin, or Madame Dusseloy. I have already spoken of the Princess Pauline Borghese and the impression she left on my mind, and now we must return to my own story. Chapter 3. Mademoiselle Pivot, I make her read the 1001 Nights, or rather one story in that collection, Old Herrock's, my music master, the little worries of his life. He takes his revenge on his persecutors after the fashion of the Marechal de Montluc. He is condemned to be flogged and nearly loses the sight of his eyes. What happened on Easter Day in the organ loft at the monastery. He becomes a grocer's lad. His vocation leads him to the study of music. I have little aptitude for the violin. I had learnt to read at a very early age, as I have said, thanks to Madame d'Harcourt's Buffon, Collard's Bible, and above all to my mother's kindly pains. My sister too, who was at a boarding school in Paris during her 6 weeks' vacations, which were spent with us, completed my early education by teaching me to write. So at 5 or 6 years of age, I was very well up in these two accomplishments, and extraordinarily conceited about them. I can still see myself about the height of a jackboot, in a little cotton jacket, for, like the Romans, I did not leave off the toga pretexta till I was 15. I can still see myself, pedantically joining in the conversation of grown-up people, contributing items of sacred or profane learning which I had derived from the Bible or mythology, theories of natural history cribbed from M. de Buffon and M. Daudin, geographical information borrowed from Robinson Crusoe, and social and political ideas culled from the sage Idomeneus, founder of Salentum. But mythology was my strong point. Besides the letters à Émilie sur la mythologie of my compatriot Demoustier, which I knew by heart, I possessed a mythologie de la jeunesse, illustrated with pictures and interspersed with verses from Racine and Saint-Ange, which I was everlastingly devouring, not a god or goddess or demigod, not a single faun or dryad, Not a hero was there whose attributes I did not know. Hercules and his 12 labors, Jupiter and his 20 transformations, Vulcan and his 36 misfortunes, I knew them all at my fingers' ends, and what is still more extraordinary, I know them still. One day it was at M. de Villain's house in 1809, at a time when each morning's paper contained bulletins of deeds which for 10 years made our history seem like one of the heroic fables of old. I remember some of the guests asked, just after luncheon, what the news of the day was. But as it was still early, no one had read the papers, and consequently no one could satisfy the general curiosity. M. de Villain rang the bell, and the servant appeared. "Mars," he said, the name of the servant, "get a gazette and bring it us." "Oh, there is no need for that, cousin," I said, crossing my hands behind my back. "I have read the paper and there is nothing of importance in it, only a sitting of the Corps Legislatif." I have said that M. de Villain often shot out his foot when angry, but never kicked anything. I was wrong, he did kick something that time. I left the room furious, and for 3 months after I would not enter the house where I had received such a humiliation. How came it about that I knew anything concerning the Corps Legislatif? It was in this wise. One day I had seen M. Collard in a blue coat braided with gold. "You are a general then, like my papa?" I asked him roguishly. "No, my little friend," he answered, "I am a member of the Corps Legislatif." And from that time, I used to read the proceedings of the Corps Legislatif to find out what M. Collard said there. But my curiosity was never gratified. However, everybody was not so contemptuous about my learning as M. de Villain had shown himself to be. Among others, there were 3 or 4 elderly devotees, one of them a certain damsel of 65 or 66 called Pivot, who appreciated and praised my knowledge. There was no kind of story, whether sacred or profane, that they did not make me relate, and Mademoiselle Pivot in particular, not contented with my recitals, had recourse to my library, in order to get at the source of my information. Well, I gave her an imperfect copy of the 1001 Nights which I possessed. It contained only the wonderful lamp, nothing else. She would be absorbed in the reading of this for a whole week, then she would return me the volume and ask for the next, which I would promise to give her on the morrow. I lent her the same again, which she always conscientiously reread, and I must add with renewed delight. This lasted quite a year, during which time she reread the same volume 52 times. "Well, Mademoiselle Pivot," I asked her at the end of the year, "does the 1001 Nights still entertain you?" "Immensely, my little friend," she replied, "but one thing puzzles me. You may be able to explain it as you are so learned." "What is it, Mademoiselle Pivot?" "Why are they all called Aladdin?" Now, clever though I was, I could not answer Mademoiselle Pivot without confessing the truth. Therefore I declared my ignorance, while she regarded it as an unpardonable fault in the unknown poet-author of the 1001 Nights to have labelled all his characters Aladdin. Notwithstanding all this, the prodigious stock of learning, which was my pride and Mademoiselle Pivot's admiration, was still considered incomplete by my dear mother. My sister was quite a good musician and sang prettily, and my mother reproached herself, in spite of our poverty, for not giving equal advantages to both her children, so she decided that I also should learn music. But as it had already been discovered that good Mother Nature, so bountiful towards me in other respects, had endowed me with the most discordant of voices imaginable, and as it had been noticed that I had very nimble fingers and was clever with my hands, they elected to make me an instrumentalist only, and chose the violin, the instrument which a musician does not use to accompany his voice unless he is afflicted with blindness. As the town of Villers-Cotterets only possessed one teacher, there was no difficulty in choosing a professor. This professor's name was Horrocks. Horrocks really deserves a chapter to himself, or rather 2. Horrocks, or Old Horrocks, as he was familiarly called by the town, was for all the world a second Hoffman, with his long, slender figure, his maroon-coloured coat and his wig, which had a way of always accompanying his hat with each salutation he made. Because of this, in order to avoid such an inconvenience, Horrocks decided not to wear his wig save on Sundays and on great fete days. On ordinary days, the wig was replaced by a black silk cap, which he would pull down violently over his ears whenever his pupils played a wrong note. Now, after considerable reflection upon the matter, and in view of all I saw and heard, I came to the conclusion that Horrocks gave up wearing his wig daily because of the difficulty of applying it to the same purpose as the cap. Consequently, except on fete days and Sundays, he only half saluted anyone, if by salutation it is understood that I mean he uncovered his head, because when he took off his hat, he still kept on his black silk cap. Moreover, his black silk cap had become an integral part of his person. A score of times did I touch it, as the inhabitants of Lilliput fingered Gulliver's clothes, to make sure that this adornment was not his own skin. Horrocks was so good-natured that he permitted me to make this investigation. Under that cap, Horrocks had one of the most emaciated and parchment-like faces I have ever seen, the cleverest and the most mobile, owing to the play of every muscle on it, which seemed to vibrate in unison with his thoughts, even as the strings of his violin or the keys of his pianoforte vibrated under his long, thin, flexible fingers like those of Paganini. Horrocks had had an adventurous youth. He had been a choir boy, an organ blower in a monastery of Piedmontese monks, then a grocer's lad, then a fiddler, then a music teacher, and finally an organist. It would puzzle me to tell you how his steps were first directed to the precincts of the church of Bergfontein, the convent where Horrocks was brought up. But at times he would relate, among his early recollections, as I am doing in these memoirs, some good stories of the monks similar to those of Rabelais and La Fontaine. Horrocks was a living chronicle of those old claustral traditions, already so remote from the ideas of men of today, 40 years later, that they are lost like phantasms of another world, behind the early recollections of our youth, and lost so effectually that in the generation to come after ours, there will be no trace left of them at all. The monks were driven from France, then from Spain, then from Italy, till they ended by existing only in the paintings of Dominiquin, Zurbaran and Lesueur. I do not know whether society has been the gainer, but, very certainly, art and romance have lost considerably by their disappearance. I have seen the Escurial without its monks, and it looked like a tomb. When I go to see Rome, I cannot tell what effect it will produce upon me. I have stated that I could not say in what way Horrocks entered the monastery of Bergfontein, but I know well enough how he left it. Horrocks was a coward. He cannot be blamed for this, it was characteristic of him. As a matter of fact, he had the quick-wittedness to boast about it, just as another man might have bragged about his courage. Now, he still lived in the happy days when farces were all the rage, and all his life he had been the object of more or less comic practical jokes, several of which were nearly the death of him. As we have said before, or as we say now if we forgot to mention it previously, Horrocks combined the two offices of choir boy and organ blower in the monastery of Bergfontein. In virtue of this double qualification, he slept in the sacristy of the monastery, and every night he had to go through the church to get to his bedroom. It was a nightly terror to him to have to walk down that vast arched nave. I have only seen the ruins of it, wherein Horrocks' son and I used to rob crows' nests. The great windows with their carved traceries through which the pallid and flickering moonlight shone upon the tombstones in the floor, the mysterious vistas where darkness reigned even in daytime, all these together, especially on a winter's night when the north wind whistled through the great gaunt trees, whose dry branches rubbed against one another like the bones of a skeleton, and the wind made long-drawn moanings down the abbey corridors. All these, I say, combined to make such a funereal and gloomy effect that poor Horrocks' blood ran cold in his veins, accustomed as he was to witness the malice of men so constantly intermingle with the awe-inspiring majesty of the place. The monks were not the people who plagued him, nor the prior who loved Horrocks like a son, but it was that semi-religious, semi-secular race which forms a connecting link between the men of heaven and the men of this world, and which swarms in every monastery. Horrocks' most relentless persecutors were the brothers who served as scullions. One November day, All Souls' Day it was, when the customary empty coffin had been exposed all day covered with a black and silver cloth surrounded by a forest of candles, which remained lighted all the night, Horrocks entered the church, still more afraid of the light on this night than he was ordinarily of the darkness. After closing the door of the church as gently as possible behind him, walking on tiptoe, brushing against the wall so as to keep as far away as possible from the centre of the church, so funereally lighted up as we have explained, he reached the sacristy. Suddenly Horrocks stood still, glued to the wall with his limbs rigid, his mouth open, his hair on end, the perspiration coming out on his forehead, as motionless as the stone statues of the priors in their tombs in the abbey. The catafalque had moved. At first Horrocks thought he must have been mistaken and tried to reason away his fears, but what good was reason against the actual fact? For the catafalque had not only moved, but it began to come straight towards him. Horrocks tried to shriek out, but like the voices of Virgil's heroes, the sound stuck in his throat, and seeing that the catafalque continued to make straight for him, his legs failed him, he leant helpless against the wall and fell in a faint. At 3 o'clock in the morning the church opened for matins. Horrocks was still in the same place, as still as though he were dead. He had come to his senses, but although he found the catafalque in its place, he dared not stir for fear it would move again. The sacristan brother, hearing himself called in a stifled voice, turned to see where it came from, and found Horrocks with his face to the ground, icily cold and bathed in perspiration at the same time. But he found something else on the floor too, as he went to Horrocks. He found a cotton cap. Now, while Horrocks was telling the sacristan of the horrible apparition he had seen in the night, his eyes fixed on the cotton cap, which the sacristan held in his hand, and thanks to that telltale cap, light rapidly dawned on his mind and dissipated the panic terror that had overwhelmed him. So as Horrocks continued his narrative, the supernatural phenomenon gave place to natural causes, and while going over his nocturnal experiences with his friend, the sacristan, guided by the clue of the cotton cap, he became convinced that, if the catafalque had moved and had walked towards him, it was the brother who cooked for the monks, with perhaps 2 or 3 of his scullion knaves, who had got underneath and carried it along. People are not brought up in convents without acquiring a certain amount of the spirit of revenge. Horrocks kept his own counsel, and did not speak of his suspicions to a soul. He let them laugh at his fright, he let them circulate the story all through the monastery, and even outside, internally vowing vengeance. The reader may recall the story of Marshal Montluc, and the famous hanging of Huguenots he ordered as he passed through some town whose name I do not remember. I am going to repeat it in case it has been forgotten. Marshal de Montluc, then, was passing through a certain town, and thought he had a grievance against some judges who, in virtue of the axiom sedent arma togo, had neglected to pay him the respect he thought was his due. He set to work to make these judges repent their impertinent conduct. He found out what they were busy over, and learnt that they were looking forward with great pleasure to judging a dozen Huguenots on the morrow, who had been taken captive for carrying arms, and were awaiting their sentence in the town prisons. So the Marshal de Montluc went to the prisons under a strong escort, had them opened, had a dozen nails driven into the beams, attached a dozen ropes thereto, and from these 12 ropes hung the 12 Huguenots. And the judges were well taken in the next day, says the Marshal in his Memoirs, when they found nobody left to try. Horrocks punished the scullions in pretty much the same way as the Marshal de Montluc punished the judges. He stole into the monastic dispensary, seized upon a copious dose of jalap, and mixed it with the kitchen sauces. Had Horrocks written his memoirs, he would, no doubt, have written after the fashion of the Marshal de Montluc. Next day, the scullions were well taken aback at seeing their monks purged inside out, just as though they had swallowed a triple dose of Dr. Leroy's physic. This happened at Epiphany. There was a great commotion in the abbey, as may well be imagined. A whole monastery, from prior to sacristan, is not purged at Epiphany without religious duties suffering considerably. Horrocks, the choir-boy, was the only one who kept his post, and it was that very attitude, the calmness of one who stands steadfast while the heavens are falling round him, that ruined Horrocks. Proserpina found an Aesculapius who declared that he had seen her eat 7 pomegranate seeds. Horrocks had his Aesculapius who declared that he had seen him stealing at nightfall on tiptoe from the dispensary. The monastery organist was his accuser. The denunciation was credited, and when the evidence was put together, everybody held Horrocks to be the true culprit. One is not brought up in a monastery, moreover, without learning to lie on occasion. Horrocks denied, protested, swore, but this only made things worse, whereas an honest confession might perhaps have smoothed matters. Horrocks was therefore given over by the prior to the cook, that is to say, religious justice handed him over to the secular arm. The cook condemned him to 24 hours solitary confinement, accompanied by bread and water, and to make sure that the punishment should not be mitigated by any friend of the criminal, he shut him up in the monastery cellar. But the cook had forgotten that the cellar was well filled with wines, cider, oil, vinegar, brandy, rum, etc., etc. All these liquids were arranged symmetrically in barrels, as becometh honest barrels, in a well-regulated cellar belonging to a Premonstratensian monastery. Horrocks went to all the casks and turned on all the taps, one after the other, saying at each turn of the keys, "That's the wine running out, that's the cider running out, that's the oil running out, that's the vinegar running out, that's the brandy running out, that's the rum running out, etc., etc." The operation took some time, and as Horrocks pronounced his remarks in a loud voice, those in the kitchens heard sounds like distant chanting, but could catch no words. But as the murmur continued, the cook became uneasy and went to listen at the door. He heard Horrocks's litany, he fearfully comprehended what it meant. In a second he had lit a lamp, the cellar door was opened, and the anticipated spectacle was revealed in all its heinousness. Every cask had its tap at full cock, and was emptying itself of its contents. The mixture of all the liquids had already created a flood 6 inches deep, which was increasing fast. Horrocks was seated astride a big barrel, as composed as an Indian Bacchus, philosophically waiting till the lake reached him. The crime was so patent this time that instead of the culprit denying it, he boasted of it so impudently that the cook did not stop to refer the matter to the prior, but decided to take the law into his own hands. But the first and most urgent thing to do was to shut off the taps. Then they seized upon Horrocks, who made no attempt to escape. Next they called a court of justice, comprised of the cook and his scullions. It was decided unanimously that Horrocks should be birched. The sentence admitted of no appeal, and it was instantly put into execution. Furthermore, it was carried out vigorously, lasting for 10 minutes in spite of the victim's cries. At the conclusion, the brother cook took a handful of pepper and rubbed it on the injured part to soothe his pains, and to efface the bleeding traces the infliction had left. Horrocks nearly lost the sight of his eyes in consequence. This may seem odd at first, and it may be thought I have used the wrong phrase, but not at all. Horrocks wept, Horrocks bled, his eyes and his flanks were almost equally sore. He alternately rubbed his eyes and his flanks, carrying by this double exercise the pepper from behind to his eyes. Consequently, inflammation gained rapidly, and the more Horrocks rubbed, the worse it became, until his eyes had swollen to the size of eggs, when a sympathetic person advised him to go and allay his pain in the lavatory of the monastery. He comprehended the sense of that advice, immediately rushed off there, and thanks to a prolonged bath, the burning sensations which tortured him were in a measure allayed. But he could not extinguish a burning fever, which kept him to his bed for a week. When the prior heard of his illness, he inquired into its causes, and punished the cook and his scullions. Horrocks was revenged upon them, but the real culprit in the sufferer's eyes had escaped the prior's sentence of justice. The true culprit was the organist who had given him away, thus betraying the sacred brotherhood of musicians, for Horrocks, in his capacity of organ-blower, looked upon himself as already a musician. He therefore made up his mind to pay the organist out. Horrocks could be as deep and unfathomable as the corridors of his cloisters. He locked up his revengeful determination in his breast, and decided to wait until Easter Day should come. Easter Day is a high festival throughout all Christendom. All the peasantry from the outlying districts came to hear Mass at the monastery of Bergfontein on that day. It was a day of rejoicing for everybody, from the prior who said Mass, the monks who chanted it, the choir boys who served it, to the organist who accompanied it, and even to Horrocks who blew the organ. The day before Easter, Horrocks ascended to the organ loft, feather broom in hand, and spent the day cleaning the organ with the most praiseworthy carefulness. But next morning, contrary to all expectation, and in spite of the efforts of the blower, in spite of the dexterity of the player, the organ would produce nothing but muffled and doleful sounds, which confused the choir instead of aiding their chants. No matter how hard the organist tried or pulled out the various stops, the oboe was mute, the trumpet was hoarse, and the vox humana had lost its voice. Whilst the unlucky musician, wondering what to be at, was groaning and swearing and striking the keyboard, with fingers, fists, and elbows, Horrocks went on blowing as solemn as Arculi. Arculi, of course, was the son of St. Eloi, and blew the bellows whilst St. Eloi forged. There is a song about it somewhere. Mass was not over before Horrocks was suspected of being the cause of this novel entertainment, in spite of the pains he had taken, and in spite of his grave demeanour. So whilst he was applying himself with greater vigour than ever to the bellows handle, now quite useless, the organist left his place, and going to the door of the organ loft, he dosed it, double-locked it, and put the key in his pocket. Horrocks instantly perceived what was going to happen and exclaimed, "I didn't do it, sir," leaving hold of his handle for the first time. "It wasn't me." "We shall see about that," replied the enraged organist as he began to take the organ to pieces. "Ho, ho," the vox humana has something wrong with its throat today." The organist did not need to go further afield, for he had discovered the mystery of the crime. Horrocks, out of revenge, had disabled the 3 vox humana, the trumpet and hautbois, and there is good reason to believe that if he had only directed his energies towards those 3 pipes, it was because he had not been able to do worse damage. Horrocks had counted upon flying from the monastery directly after Mass, only he had not reckoned on being found out so soon. Now the discovery was made, and as he could not escape because the door was locked, he flung himself on his knees and begged for mercy. The organist could dissimulate as well as Horrocks. He made a pretense of forgiving him on condition that Horrocks should put things to rights as he had found them, as they say in leases. Horrocks was only too glad to get off so easily, and he accepted the terms. When Mass was finished, the organist left, promising Horrocks not to tell the prior of his latest prank. Horrocks knew that this one surpassed all his others, and bordered on sacrilege, so when left to himself, he did his very best to fulfill the task allotted to him, a task that Fourier, in his distribution of the passions, reserved for children who, in his opinion, should do their work ardently. We shall see whether Fourier is right or wrong when Considerant has erected his phalanstery. Whether Horrocks did his task heartily or indifferently, it was done when the organist returned. He might really have been on the watch for that moment, followed by the brother cook and his scullions. He had been to fetch his own allies, Horrocks's born foes. Hostilities began immediately the door of the organ loft was shut. Horrocks expected he would be flogged again as before, but they could not repeat that punishment for want of rods. Still, a presentiment warned him to be more alarmed on account of the absence of rods than he would have been by their presence. For as a matter of fact they did not intend to birch him, but to inflate him, and the operation was accomplished with the aid of the organ bellows. This time Horrocks was not blinded, but they very nearly killed him. They let him go when the operation was over, and he fled as far as he could from the accursed monastery, feeling more like an inflated balloon than a human being, till finally he fell, or rather he rolled, down at the foot of a tree. It was more than a fortnight before he was completely disinflated. In consequence of this little episode, Horrocks became a grocer's lad, but no one can avoid his fate. Horrocks was heart and soul a musician. He got hold of an old violin and perseveringly scraped away in his odd moments. The grocer's wife was young, and she was unappreciated by her husband. In all times there have been unappreciated wives. She played the spinet, and at night she and Horrocks gave concerts which so enchanted the grocer that Horrocks, exalted by his domestic achievements, determined to abandon the grocery trade, and to devote himself entirely to instrumental music. His talents were genuine enough, and almost entirely self-taught. He attained to such skill on the spinet, and on the violin that the town of Villers-Cotterets appointed him organist at a salary of 800 livres per annum. Horrocks made a little more by giving violin and pianoforte lessons, but all his pupils did not pay him in money. He received some of his fees in kind. The timber merchant would pay him in wood and shavings, the grocer in sugar, in prunes and in jam, the tailor in coats, in trousers and in waistcoats. So, what with his 1,600 francs in money and his income in goods, Horrocks had not only enough to live on but sufficient to enjoy a certain independence, which enabled him to send away pupils who did not satisfy him or who had no taste for music. My mother, therefore, asked Horrocks to undertake my musical education, and he accepted the office with alacrity, while I, on my side, viewed the arrangement not wholly with repugnance. Horrocks was at that time already 60 years old, but so gay and jolly, so witty, so full of funny stories, possessing such an inexhaustible flow of spirits that he was beloved both by young and old alike. I had known Horrocks as long as I could remember anyone. He had been my sister's first music teacher before she went to Paris, and he remained her private teacher during her vacations. During the latter days of my father's illness, who, as I have said, suffered a great deal, and knew he was dying in the heyday of his life, Horrocks used to be invited to come and see us at the Château des Farces, and as Villers-Cotterets was only a league from Farces, Horrocks would come and return on foot, sleeping at Villers-Cotterets. That is to say, to make ourselves quite understood, Horrocks, being always a coward, began by sleeping at farces, but it was decreed that persecution should follow this poor man all his life long. The stories of his youth were known by everybody. I have only related a 20th part of these anecdotes in order to enable everyone else to add another fresh story about his most eventful life. Now to our house came secretaries and aides-de-camp, people as lively and as ingenious at practical jokes as any monks of 40 or 50 years back. The invariable result was that, on going to his room at night, a pot of water placed above the door would fall on Horrocks, or he would find a needle in his bed or a cock in his wardrobe, until at last he gave up sleeping at farces and would return to Villers-Cotteret's no matter what the hour or the weather. This resolution taken, Horrocks usually came to our house armed with a long sword stick, enclosed in a leather sheath, to give him courage during his nocturnal walk back. In spite of this stick, or rather because of it, 2 young men who had been dining at the house with Horrocks invented a fresh trick for him. It needed some imagination to do this, for poor Horrocks, ever since the year of grace 1750, had been the victim of so many different pleasantries that he believed himself proof, not against any prank, but at any rate against any fresh prank. They took the sword blade out of the scabbard, relieving Horrocks of that which constituted his protection, and fastened a long peacock's feather in the handle in its place. That night Horrocks, ever cautious, wished to leave early, but the young men held him back and would not let him go, promising to accompany him home. This promise put Horrocks's mind at rest. Sure of an escort home, he gave free vent to his merry wit, made more talkative perhaps than usual that evening by generous libations of champagne. When 10 o'clock struck, he began to say it was time they made a move for the town, but the young men protested that they were too comfortable to leave the castle, and that as the general had kindly offered to put them up for the night they would accept, suggesting that Horrocks should do the same. But he took care not to accept. He suspected the visitors of being capable of any amount of tricks. He declared that his intention of beating a retreat was immovable, and taking up his stick and his hat, he said his adieus and departed. The young men impatiently awaited his departure, and the great door of the chateau was scarcely shut behind the nocturnal traveller when they left the house by the smaller door, outran him by means of a crosscut, and hid themselves in a corner of the forest. The moon was shining brilliantly. Horrocks sang as people do who are frightened, but to reassure anyone who heard him of his peaceful habits, he sang Gregorian chants instead of singing a merry song or a lusty battle hymn. Suddenly, 2 masked men rushed out of the wood, sprang on him and demanded his money or his life. They say no one is more dangerous than a terrified coward. Horrocks, it seemed, had something in his purse and valued his life, for he replied merely by stepping back and drawing his sword. The sword, as we have said, had been transformed into a peacock's feather. There was that in the scabbard which would have baffled Roland and the 11 peers of Charlemagne. Horrocks found therein what certainly neither the one nor the other of those valiant chevaliers did. "You can see for yourselves, my friends," he said, as he showed the peacock's feather to his assailants. "You can see for yourselves I do not want to harm you." No one could have resisted such artlessness. Threats gave way to shouts of laughter, masks fell off, and when they had given Horrocks's legs time to recover their stability, all 3 returned amicably to the town. Horrocks added one more adventure to his record. "Horrocks made me laugh so much in my childhood, and I loved him so dearly, that my sympathy for the musician overcame my antipathy to music, and I agreed to take violin lessons. But I insisted that they should buy me a violin in Paris, and not one of those for sale in the old curiosity shops of Villers-Cotteret's, which did not satisfy my pride as good enough. My mother always let me go my own way, so it was decided that Horrocks should buy me a violin the next time he went to Paris, and that my musical education should begin on his return. Only when would that journey be likely to take place? It looked at first as though I had counted on a postponement to the Greek kalends, but such was not to be. Chance, or rather a new joke, of which Horrocks was the victim, decreed otherwise. The journey to Paris was arranged at the close of a dinner, at which Horrocks and some friends of his were present. Among others were his 2 intimate friends, Mussart and Douze, whose names we mention now as we shall hear of them again presently. It was settled under the drollest of conditions. They were dining at the house of a man named Hutin, where all the diligences stop on their way between Laon and Paris. They made Horrocks so tipsy that he neither knew what he was doing, nor what was done to him. They undressed him, and with only his drawers and shirt on, they bundled him under the barks of the diligence, among the trunks, portmanteaus, and hat boxes. Of course they did not leave a single farthing on him. Where would the fun have been if Horrocks had had money? Horrocks came to his senses in Paris. The conductor was completely ignorant of the joke, and was therefore quite as astonished to find Horrocks there as Horrocks was himself. Horrocks was greatly embarrassed at first at finding himself dressed only in his shirt and pants, in the courtyard among all the diligences, but being a man of resource, he bethought him of a nephew named Camusat, a good, excellent fellow who has since been and still is my friend. He called a cab, got in, and cried out through the top to M. Camusat at the Rappy. Horrocks remembered his nephew's address, so he was able to drive straight there. I am sure I should have been too much embarrassed to have remembered it in like circumstances. Camusat was long and thin like his uncle. He provided him with coat, trousers, and waistcoat. Then he lent him 20 francs to buy me a violin and 15 francs for the return journey. With the 15 francs Horrocks brought me back a violin rather worn at the neck, but quite sound in all its essential organs. I could make a book out of Horrocks's adventures if I liked, and quite as entertaining as many books I know, but I will restrict myself to one last instance, the saddest of them all. At the end of 3 years' lessons under Horrocks, I could not even tune my violin. He was obliged to recognize my phenomenal dislike to music, and to tell my poor disappointed mother that it was simply stealing her money to attempt any longer to make a musician of me. So I gave up the violin. Poor Horrocks. After his stirring life he now sleeps the peaceful sleep of death in the pretty cemetery of Villers-Cotterets, surrounded by green weeping willows and flowers in full bloom, and in thinking of that excellent man, gay, sharp-witted, quaint, I am inevitably reminded of Shakespeare's lines, wherein Hamlet apostrophizes the skull of his father's former fool. Alas, poor Yorick, I knew him, Horatio, a fellow of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy. He hath borne me on his back 1,000 times, and now how abhorred in my imagination it is, my gorge rises at it. Here hung those lips that I have kissed I know not how oft. Where be your jibes now, your gambols, your songs, your flashes of merriment that were wont to set the table on a roar? Not one now to mock your own grinning, quite chap-fallen. Now get you to my lady's chamber and tell her, let her paint an inch thick, to this favour she must come, make her laugh at that. Chapter 4. The dog lantern-bearer, Demaustier's epitaph, my first fencing master, the king drinks, the 4th tenor of my life, the tub of honey. While all these things that we have related were happening, my mother experienced 2 fresh sorrows, quite as great as her first. She lost both her father and her mother. I can scarcely recall my grandmother Labourette, neither do I remember any particulars relative to her life or her death. She was a worthy soul, who lived and died blamelessly. But I remember my grandfather quite distinctly, with a pipe in his mouth and his solemn walk, which he had acquired when he was maître d'hôtel. He died of a liver complaint in 1808. He was a great domino player, and was renowned for his very great skill at that game. Every evening he went to play in a café where a good portion of my infancy was spent. This café was kept, I remember, by 2 people of opposite sex, who were both devoted to me. One was Mademoiselle Wafflart, and the other M. Camberlin. As my grandfather spent all his evenings there, I often joined him. I used to watch billiards being played, a game I was passionately attracted to, and one for which I possessed the greatest possible aptitude. Unluckily, billiards, no matter whether played by day or by night, was quite beyond my means, so I was compelled to look on at the play of others and to count the points, but nothing further. Every night at 10 o'clock a scratch was heard at the door. It was my grandfather's dog come to fetch him home, her jaws empty on moonlit nights, but filled by a stick bearing a lantern at each end when there was no moon. Her name was Charmante, and she was indeed charmingly intelligent. For 8 or 10 years until her death she performed this trick, and she was never known to have scratched at the door either 10 minutes too soon or 10 minutes too late, or to have taken the longest way instead of the shortest, or to have broken a single lantern. One day my grandfather complained of violent pains in his side, took to his room and then to his bed. Finally, one evening they sent me away from the house as they had done when my father died. They took me to the house of one of our neighbours named Lepage, who was a glazier. There I spent the night, and on the morrow my grandfather died. My mother inherited the famous 30 acres of land I have already spoken of, and the house for which we paid the life annuity. But it was the obligation to pay the annuity that she inherited really, and not the house. Had my mother only given up all hope of obtaining a pension, and of being paid the arrears of 28,500 francs due to my father, she would have sold the 30 acres of ground for the 30,000 or 35,000 francs which it was worth. She would have waived her rights to M. Harley's house for 5,000 or 6,000 francs, and with these 40,000 francs she would have Harliver's income, on which with care we could have lived perfectly well. On the contrary, however, she began borrowing on the land by mortgaging it, ever hoping to repay herself by the unlucky arrears. It was quite out of the question to live out of the revenue from the land. It scarcely paid 2%. I do not know whether we had moved before or after my grandfather's death. I think, however, it must have been before. We lived then in the Rue de l'Ormet, quite close to the house where I was born. Shortly after this time, we lost in this house the cousin whom I used to call Mama Zine. So death had fallen heavily on our family circle. In 4 years 4 relatives had gone to eternity, one after the other, and were laid in the little cemetery of which I have already spoken. But with the exception of my father's, none of the other deaths made any lasting impression on my mind. They only meant a daily walk to the cemetery, and one more mound added to the rest, which my mother called her garden. A fresh cypress was planted near the old cypresses, new roses blossomed by the old rose, my mother shed more tears, and that was all. Our graves were near that of Demoustier, and his epitaph was the first memorial inscription I had deciphered. It had been composed by Legouve and ran thus: "Beneath this stone rests in the sleep of the just Charles Albert Demoustier, associated member of the National Institute, who was born at Villers-Cotterets, March 31st, 1760, and whose peaceful spirit entered upon its immortal rest on the 11th Ventose, year Roman 9 of the Republic. To March 1801. NCES Mos Elamity consacra son histoire. Chapter 49. Montre les talents aux vertus réunies. Son esprit lui donne la gloire. Et sa belle âme des armies. Rest in peace, beloved one. And indeed, if any soul should rest in peace, it ought indeed to be that of the good and religious-minded Demoustier, whose memory was venerated by all Villers-Cotterets. My mother often used to tell me that a gentler, more sympathetic, more delightful man never breathed. He died at the same age as my father, 41, and faced his end with the gentle and pious resignation of all good souls. The day before his death my mother sat beside his bedside, and though hopeless herself, she tried to instill hope into him. He smiled sweetly at her, and looked out upon a gleam of beautiful spring sunshine, the sunshine that comes more like nature's first smile than the sun of summer. Demoustier laid his hand on hers, and looking at her he said, "Dear Madame Dumas, we must not delude ourselves. I can no longer take broth or milk or water, so I must die." And he died next day with a smile upon his lips. Alas, it was my mother's ambition to erect just such a stone as was put over Demoustier's resting place, but she could not afford to consecrate the dead at the cost of the living. I fancy I must have acquired my partiality for cemeteries, that is to say village cemeteries, from my frequent walks with my mother to the Villers-Cotterets cemetery. Nothing impresses me so much even now. Their churches, their tall weeping willows, their broken-off columns, and their crosses painted black, with a simple white inscription stating the name and the age of the deceased. Alas, if I were now to return to our cemetery, how many graves of friends I should find there, besides my mother's. Nearly all whom I knew in my childhood lie there, and with Christ in the early days of Christian Rome, I could exclaim, I have more friends under the earth than on it. Let those who take the trouble of studying small details study the different localities where my childhood was passed. Les Fosses, Antony, the confined room at the Hôtel de l'Épée, the ruined castle of Villers-Cotterets, the house and the town garden of M. de Villaine, the cloister at Saint-Tremaille, the chateau of Villers-Helen, the grand park of François I of Henry Roman II, and of Henry Roman IV, and the little cemetery of Pia, the name of the place where the Villers-Cotterets cemetery was situated, and they may find the origins of many qualities in my books, of many traits in my character. To all these my early impressions I owe my deep respect for all holy things, my deep faith in Providence, and my great love of God. Never throughout my long life have I had one moment of despair, 1 minute of doubt, not even in the darkest hours of life. I dare not say I am certain of the immortality of my soul, but I can go as far as to say I hope in it. I believe that death is a forgetting of the past without being a renunciation of the future. If science succeeds in endowing spirits with memory, it will have solved the great mystery, of which God has hitherto kept the key. Souls will then remember, and immortality be laid bare to us. But to conclude, in the midst of these walks and games and early schooling, I was growing up. I could play the Marquis des Samnites and the overture to Laduska upon my violin, and Horrocks, with his black cap pulled down over his ears, was confessing to my mother that he was too honest to steal from her any longer the 10 francs per month which she gave him to make a musician of me. I was very ready to give up these lessons, and I should have done so long before, had my attraction for Horrocks not surmounted my dislike of the solfeggio. I renounced them, too, the more eagerly as I had now begun taking lessons far more seductive to my mind, namely, lessons in fencing. The Republic had turned the fine castle and ancient pleasure-house of the Dukes of Orleans into barracks, and the Empire into a workhouse. Here I had discovered an old fencing master. He had been injured once when giving a lesson without a mask. The foil of one of his pupils had pierced his mouth and destroyed his uvula. This accident, by making him almost dumb, or rather by reducing him to an almost unintelligible gibberer, had made teaching almost an impossibility. This accident, I say, together with a great love for the bottle, had brought our old St. George's to the royal dwelling-place of Francois, I, then an auxiliary to the workhouse of the Seine. This man was called Old Mounier, and though I must ask pardon of my later master Grossire, I beg to state I received my first lessons in fencing from Mounier when I was 10 years old. For I was about 10 years old when I began to show such disinclination towards music, and such intense enthusiasm for physical exercises. While all this was going on, and while I was dreaming of nothing but swords and sabres, pistols and guns, I remained very cowardly on one single point. Like nature, I abhorred a vacuum. So soon as I felt myself suspended a certain distance above the earth like Anto's, my head began to whirl, and I lost all my wits. I dared not even go down steps if they were somewhat steep, and I had never ventured to climb trees after birds' nests with my young playfellows. This cowardliness brought all kinds of tricks down upon me from my cousins de Villaine, their brother Felix and my oldest sister. They delighted to lead me up into hay lofts, under the pretext of playing hide-and-seek or some other game. Then, when the door was shut, the only way to descend was by a ladder. I used to beg and implore the other children, to their great amusement, to open the door for me. Then, when they took no notice of my entreaties, I would at last make up my mind to come down by the ladder, and my descent was most clumsily performed before the eyes of my jeering playfellows. I was very nearly killed one day by stopping below while the other children had gone aloft. They had all climbed up a rick of straw at the foot of which I was sitting. My cousin Cecile was a real tomboy in her ways, and seemed to think with the Princess Palatine that she could change her sex if she went on leaping and jumping. She had reached the top first, and was bending over to look down at and tease me, when her foot slipped, and she rolled down the steep side of the rick, alighting astride on my shoulders, nearly breaking my neck. I displayed one proof of coolness in great danger which reinstated me in my young friend's good opinion. It was 12th day, and we had been dining with M. de Villaine. The 12th day being, constituting me king of the day, had fallen to my share, so after dinner I hastened to transfer the seat of my empire to the garden. While thrusting a paper boat out into the pond in the middle of the lawn, I apparently leant a little too far over. I lost my balance, and head foremost I went into the icy cold water, which was 4 feet deep, with a tremendous plunge, to the great alarm of the spectators, who threw up their arms and began shouting at the top of their voices, "Help, help, Dumas is drowning." Luckily, I did not lose my head. I caught hold of the plants which hung over the edge of the pool, and thanks to that support, I reappeared on the surface of the water, streaming like the river Scamander. Then it only needed Victor's hand to haul me back to my own element on Mother Earth. This done, I turned towards the terrified company with a judicial and serious air, and I said to them, "Idiots, you should not have said, 'Dumas is drowning,' you should have said, 'The king drinks.'" This charmed everybody, and as I was then only 7 years of age, and it was my first clever saying, I craved the indulgence of the public for mentioning it. It did not, however, prevent my cousin Cecile from declaring, when she was performing some of her common tomboy tricks, that I neither was nor ever would be fit to be anything but a seminarist. We shall soon see how very nearly her prediction came to being fulfilled. I believe I had 5 great frights in my life, and happily all came in my early childhood. I have mentioned the first 3, the Amiens snake, the 2 adders at St. Remy and Madame de Genlis. We will now proceed to the 4th. I was playing at marbles at the door of a grocer called Lebig, who was scraping and spreading out chocolate on a marble slab with a long, flexible knife that I believe they call a spatula. I began a dispute with my companion, and we fell to pummeled one another. Please take note that when it was a question of fists, I was never a coward. He was stronger than I. He pushed me roughly back, and I fell over backwards into a tub of honey. I at once saw the consequences of my accident. I uttered a cry which made the grocer look up, and he soon saw what had happened, namely, that, as I have said, I was seated in a tub of honey. I sprang up as though springs were attached to my legs, in spite of the resistance of the substance to which I was glued, and I fled incontinently. My prudent and rapid flight was due to a view of the grocer dashing out knife in hand at the same time. I naturally ran in the direction of my home, but it was in the centre of the Rue de l'Ormit, and a good way off the scene of the accident. I ran with all my might, but the grocer's legs were double the length of mine. I was driven by terror, but he was moved by greed. I turned to look behind me as I ran, and saw that awful tradesman, with fiery eyes and open lips and frowning brow, knife in hand, gaining upon me every minute. At last, weltering with heat, panting, speechless, and on the point of a collapse, I flung myself on the pavement 10 paces from our door, convinced that it was all over with me, and that Lebig was pursuing me for no other purpose than to cut my throat. Nothing of the kind happened. After a struggle in which I resisted him tooth and nail, he laid me face down on his knees and scraped the seat of my trousers with his spatula, set me on my feet, and returned perfectly content to his shop. But in spite of this forbearance on the part of M. Lebig, it was more than a year before I ventured to pass by on the same side of the street as his grocer's shop. Chapter 5. My horror of great heights, the Abbe Conseil, my opening at the seminary, my mother, much pressed, decides to enter me there, the horn inkstand, Cecile at the grocer's, my flight. But I was now 10 years old, and it was time to take my mental education seriously in hand. My physical training was proceeding fast enough. I could throw stones like David, I could draw a bow like a Balearic archer, I could ride like a Numidian, but I could not climb trees or steeples. I have travelled much, and whether in the Alps or in Sicily, in Calabria or in Spain or in Africa, I have gone over difficult enough places, but I only crossed them because I was obliged to, and no one but myself will ever now know what I endured in the process. My terror is purely nervous, and therefore incurable. It is so great that if I were given the choice, I would rather fight a duel than climb to the top of the column in the Place Vendôme. I went up to the top of the towers of Notre Dame once with Hugo, and I do not like to think what it cost me in perspirations and cold shivers. But we must return to the question of my mental training, for it was high time it was begun in earnest. They had tried to get me entered free at all the colleges endowed for the education of sons of superior officers, but, in spite of the most urgent representations, they could neither obtain for me admission to the Prytany nor a bursary in any imperial lycée. Had I been of sufficient age to be of any importance at that time, I should have flattered myself that Bonaparte's hatred for my father was being continued towards me. None of the applications on my behalf then had been successful, when one of my cousins died, of whom I have already spoken, the Abbe Conseil. He had been tutor to the royal pages, he had received all sorts of benefices from Louis Roman XV and Louis Roman XVI, and he was accordingly wealthy. He owned a charming house in the village of Lagny, within a league of Villers-Cotterets, and a most picturesque garden, both in the centre of a valley. I have not referred to all this before because our cousin Conseil showed us but scant hospitality. He also had a house at Villers-Cotterets, number 3 or 5, I think, in the Rue de l'Ormit, just opposite the house where Demoustier died. I paid 2 visits a year to this cousin Conseil, one on New Year's Day, the other on his birthday. He would give me a kiss on one cheek and a slap on the other, and there ended his generosity. Once he gave me half a crown, but my mother and I never went again, and he died the same year. He left an income of something like 12,000 livres behind him to a certain Miss Ryan before mentioned. My mother received a legacy of 1,500 francs, and to one of his relatives he bequeathed a bursary at the seminary of Soissons. My destiny was clear, and Cecile's prophecy was to be realized. I was to be the future seminarist. But the question remained how to get me there, not an easy matter. I had an unreasoning aversion to priests, and Cecile's prediction had sown in my heart the seeds of revolt against its coming true. My mother's mind was not made up. She, poor woman, was incapable of insisting on anything that she saw was the least distasteful to me, but she desired to give me as good an education as possible. The thought of making a priest of me had, however, never entered her head. I believe, indeed, if she had thought such a thing were likely to come of it, she would have been the first to oppose the plan, which she now put before me in the most glowing colours. 2 or 3 months passed, I resisting and my mother begging and praying me to go. Finally, one fine day when she had used every inducement she could think of to make me go, promising solemnly, on her word of honour, that I should always be free to come home if I did not like the rules of the seminary, I let fall the fatal yes, and I consented to all her wishes. There was a week granted me to make my preparations for departure. It was a great separation, and it cost my mother as much as it did me, but she tried to hide her tears, till I unjustly imagined she was quite pleased to get rid of me. The day before that on which I was to travel in the coach which plied twice a week between Villers-Cotterets and Soissons, as I was collecting all my little wants for my school life, I discovered I hadn't an inkstand. I told my mother of this, and she, recognizing the justice of my request, asked me what sort I would like. I had luxurious ideas concerning that inkstand. I wished a horn inkstand with a place for pens, but, as my mother did not clearly understand my explanations, she gave me 12 sous, and told me to go and buy the inkstand myself. Please pay great attention to this little matter, for puerile though it may seem, it changed the whole course of my life. I hurried off to a grocer named de Vaux. I took good care not to go to Lebig's, the reader knows why. The grocer had not the kind of ink pot I wanted, but he promised to get me one by evening. When evening came, I returned, and he had the ink pot ready for me, but as luck would have it, I found my cousin Cécile in the shop. She was very glad to see me. She took the opportunity to wish me all possible success in the career I had chosen, and she promised that, as soon as I was ordained, she would ask me to become her spiritual director. I cannot say whether it was that her sarcasm galled me past bearing, or whether the responsibility of the suggested office seemed too heavy, but I flung the ink pot in the grocer's face. I pocketed my 12 sous, and I rushed out of the shop crying, "Very well, I don't care. I will not go to the seminary." Like CSR, I had crossed my Rubicon, but the next step was to try and escape my mother's urgent entreaties, which I might not perhaps have been able to withstand. I ventured on my first wilful act. I bought a loaf and a sausage with my 12 sous, food to last me 2 or 3 days, in fact, and then I went to find Boudou. I must explain who he was. Boudou was a character. Had not the disease termed bulimia already received its name at that epoch, it would certainly have been christened after him. I have never seen such a voracious eater as was Boudou. One day he came to our house, and a calf had just been killed. He gazed at it with longing eyes, and my father said to him, "Do you want to eat the whole of it? You can have it." "Oh, General, you are joking," was Boudou's reply. "Upon my word, I am not." "Indeed, I should love it, General." They put the whole calf in the oven, and when it was cooked, Boudou ate it all. When he had picked the last bone, my father complimented him on his performance. "I hope your hunger is satisfied now, Boudou," he said. "Put the mother on the spit, General," replied Boudou, "and you will see." My father drew back, for he was fond of his cow, and Boudou was likely to leave nothing of her but her horns. I could cite other instances than this, but they would pale before the one I have just given. One day at the opening of the hunting season, M. Danner of Vouty had 24 chickens on the spit. Boudou looked at them as he had looked at my father's veal, and M. Danner was unwise enough to make a proposal to him similar to the one which had been made at our house. Boudou made 24 mouthfuls of the 24 chickens. Later, I must not stop much longer over Boudou's appetite. After the Restoration, when the Prince de Condé came to hunt at Villers-Cotterets, he brought a pack of 120 hounds. Boudou obtained the post of kennelman to the huntsmen, and it was therefore his business to distribute food to the princely Roquadors and Barbaros. It was soon discovered that although the purchase of bread and meat was the same as always, the poor beasts grew thin and languid and unsteady on their legs. Suspicions were aroused, and Boudou was watched. It was found out that he himself had eaten the portions of 40 dogs, 1/3, that was, of the whole food supply. The prince ordered that Boudouil's portion of food should be served separately to him each day, and that this portion should be as much as for 40 dogs. So much then for Boudouil's appetite. We will next speak of his physical attainments, and lastly of his moral qualities. Physically, Boudou seemed as though he were of the refuse of creation. Quasimodo would have appeared almost beautiful beside him. Boudouil's face was not merely pitted, it was scarred, furrowed, and almost eaten away by smallpox. His eyes, drawn out of their sockets by the hollowness of his eyelids, seemed to hang over his cheeks, watery and bloodshot. His nose was depressed instead of being raised, and flattened down on his upper lip. From his lips flowed a constant trickle of saliva blackened by the quids of tobacco he chewed. The upper lip curved like a serpent's, almost round to his ears, and gave his mouth the appearance of being able to accommodate a whole leg of mutton at once. The picture was completed by hair that Polyphemus himself might have envied. His beard was scanty, red and coarse, and only grew out of the rare spaces not covered with pox marks. His head was supported by a body 5 feet 9 inches in height, but that height was never realized on account of a defect in one leg, which doubled and yielded under him to such an extent, with every step he took, that the lower part of his leg and the top of his thigh looked like the 2 pointers of a compass opened triangle fashion. For all that, Boudou had almost superhuman strength. During a house move he was worth his weight in gold. He would carry trunks, sideboards, bedsteads, tables on his head, and as his limping stride measured over 1.5 yards at each step he took, he could move the entire furniture of one house to another in a trice. Furthermore, Boudou, who could have taken up a horse by its hind hoofs and torn off its shoes like Alcidamas, or, like Samson, have taken the gates of Gaza from their hinges and carried them on his back, or, like Milo of Crotona, have gone round the circus with an ox on his shoulders, and then felled it and eaten it. Boudou, I say, with the strength of an elephant, was as gentle as a lamb. And now as to his character. Although ugly, repulsive, hideous to look at, everybody liked Boudou. He lodged with his aunt, Mademoiselle Chapuis, the postmistress, but he had his meals everywhere. 3 times a day he went the round of the town, and like the begging friars of the ancient monasteries, he collected enough to feed a convent. Only, as he had no monks to feed, he ate the whole supply himself. It was not enough to satisfy him, but it just kept him going. Boudou had a calling, or rather 2 callings, for he worked a la Mirette and a la Pippi. We must explain to Parisians, who will probably not know what are the 2 trades we have referred to under the names of Mirette and Pippi. We will take Mirette first. There are very few forests, woods, or covers that do not contain some pools of water, commonly called mares. For instance, the Mare d'Autuil, which has been noted as long as I can remember. At these pools in the woods, forests, and covers, birds are accustomed to drink at certain times of day. Here the birdcatcher drives small birch twigs coated with bird lime into the soft, muddy soil along the edges of the pools, and when the birds come to drink they are caught on these lime twigs. This is called snaring a mare, and in the clever setting of these traps consists the whole success and art of the hunter. And as to explain everything fully, there are more small mares than large ones, and as the smaller mares are better than the large, because they need less bird lime, and consequently are less expensive, these small mares are called merelles, and in the language of the snarers of small birds, the phrase to work a la Mirette indicates the nature of their calling. La Pippi is worked in the same way, but with differences of detail. A tree high enough to outtop the rest of the coppice is chosen. It is stripped of its smaller branches, and these are replaced by lime twigs fitted into notches made by a bill hook. The bird catchers then take their place inside a hut made of foliage constructed round the trunk of the tree, and they attract all the birds in the district by 3 methods. The first is to attach an owl to the center of the tree. The owl, with his buff plumage and great round eyes, plays in the forest the part that Jean-Jacques Rousseau played in the streets of Paris when he went forth dressed as an Armenian. All the street Arabs ran after the Genevan philosopher. All the birds chased the owl. But a fate awaits these poor creatures that did not overtake the hooligans. When they fly against the tree, in attacking the owl which is fastened to the tree, each bird that settles on a lime twig is lost. He falls from bough to bough, and passes from freedom to a cage, lucky if he does not go from his cage to the spit. The second method of attraction is to take a jay. Out of a hare one can only make jugged hare, but in the case of a jay something else can be constructed. It must, however, be a living jay. That is a condition sine qua non. The jay has a shocking reputation in the bird world. It is accused by La Fontaine of stealing peacock's feathers, and like all reputations made by man, this one perhaps is least deserved. Another accusation brought against it, and a far more serious charge in the eyes of the birds, is that it eats the eggs of its smaller and weaker brethren, so the hatred in which birds hold this glutton is in proportion to the number of eggs they lay. The titmouse, for instance, which sometimes lays as many as 20 to 25 tiny eggs, is the most relentless against this robber. Next come fawns, which lay 15, chaffinches, which lay 5 or 6, and last redbreasts and warblers, which lay 3 or 4. So they take a live jay, stretch out his wings and pull the feathers from it. It is not a very humane process, but it is very efficacious. The cry of the jay is a frightful noise. As each feather is pulled out, the jay utters that cry, and at each cry flocks of chaffinches, titmice, fawns, warblers and robins come flying down to enjoy their enemy's discomfort, for they are not deceived, they recognize his cry as one of pain. But this time they are punished for their want of forgiveness towards their enemy, and the lime twigs execute justice on their hard hearts. The success of the third means depends entirely on the degree of skill with which the birdcatcher has been naturally endowed, in producing sounds to imitate the songs of birds, by the aid of blades of couchgrass or a piece of glossy silk. The musician who can imitate birds' notes requires no jay or owl to help him. He retires into his hut, counterfeits cries of distress of the different birds he wants to catch, and all the birds of the same species that are in the district flock to the call. I must say, however, that I have met few pipurs, and I have known a great number who have reached such a pitch of perfection. But Boudou, who spoke no dead language and could only talk his own among living ones, and that very imperfectly, took, in the matter of birds, the first rank as a philologist, and not merely in the forest of Villers-Cotterets, but I dare venture to assert in any forest of the world. There was not an ornithological language or jargon or patois that he could not talk, from the language of the crow to that of the wren. He held those of his confreres in contempt who made use of grass and silk, for he could imitate the cry of an owl so perfectly that I have seen one come and perch on his hat, as on the helmet of Minerva. I went to find Boudou. I unburdened my heart to him, and I asked him to hide me for 2 or 3 days in one of his huts. Of course he granted my request. His only condition was that, as it was autumn, I ought to take a blanket with me, as the nights were not so warm as they had been. I returned home, slipped into my room, took a blanket off my bed, and wrote on a bit of paper, "Do not be anxious about me, mother dear. I have run away because I do not want to be a priest." Then I rejoined Boudou, who had collected his evening food and was waiting for me at the entrance to the park. Boudou had 2 snaring pools, one on the road to Viviers and the other on the road to Campigny. Near the pool on the road to Campigny he had a hut, and it was in this hut that I asked shelter from the seminary of Soissons. I spent 3 days and 3 nights in the forest. At night I rolled myself in my blanket, and I must own that I slept without any feeling of remorse. By day I wandered from one mare to another, collecting the snared birds. We took an incalculable number of birds during those 3 days. By the 3rd day the 2 mares were completely ruined until the next breeding season. I emphasize the word ruined because that is the technical term for it. Those 3 days increased my antipathy towards the seminary, but at the same time it gave me a keen taste for La Maurette. At the end of these 3 days I returned, but I did not dare to go straight to the house. I went to find my good friend Madame d'Harcourt, and I begged her to announce to my mother the return of her prodigal son, and to smooth the way for my re-entry under the maternal roof. Alas, the more prodigal the children, the warmer their reception. When the original prodigal son returned home to his father after 3 years' absence, they killed a calf. If he had not returned until after an absence of 6 years, they would have killed an ox. My mother hugged me to her and called me a bad boy. She promised me that there should be no more talk between us of my going to the seminary, delighted to think that I should not leave her. She reserved all her wrath for Boudou, and the first time she saw him, poor as we were, she gave him 5 francs. Just think what a trivial circumstance decided the course of my life. If the grocer had had the inkstand I wanted that morning, I should not have returned to his shop in the evening. I should not have met Cécile there. She would not have made that joke which exasperated me. I should not have placed myself under Boudou's care, and the next day I should have gone to Soissons and entered the seminary. When at the seminary my latent inclinations for a religious life would have developed, and I might have become a great preacher instead of what I am, namely, a poor poet. I wonder whether that would have been better or worse. What God does is well done. This was not the only danger I escaped. We shall see later how I nearly became something much worse than a seminarist or a priest. We shall see that I just missed being a tax-gatherer.
Chapter 6.
The Abbé Grégoire's college, the reception I got there, the fountains play to celebrate my arrival, the conspiracy against me, Bligny challenges me to single combat, I win. It was arranged that I should go to the Abbé Grégoire's college in Villers-Cotterets instead of to the seminary. They styled the Abbé Grégoire's school a college, just as in England the illegitimate sons of noblemen are called lords. It is a matter of courtesy. However that may be, it was decided that I should go to the Abbé Grégoire's college. Oh, if I begin to talk of the Abbé Grégoire, I shall go on indefinitely, for he was an upright, worthy and saintly man. He was not a genius, he was something better than that. He was a thoroughly good man. During the years he governed the school 200 scholars passed through his hands, and I do not know of a single one who has turned out badly. During the 40 years he served the church at Villers-Cotterets, not a single petty scandal which could make the irreligious or the libertine smile had ever been brought against him. Mothers who had confessed to him in their girlhood and during his youth took their daughters to him in full confidence, for they knew that then, as in their own time, only good and fatherly advice would be given through the confessional grating. He never had a servant or a housekeeper. He lived with his sister, a little wizened old lady rather hunchbacked, rather inclined to be shrewish, who adored, nay, who worshipped her brother. Poor dear Ab, what a life we led him, how we enraged him, how he scolded us and how much he loved us. It was the same with him as with Horrocks. I loved him so warmly before there was any thought of being his pupil, that I submitted to the great change in my life without the least dread. Besides, what was it compared with the seminary? His classes began at 8:30 in the morning, directly after Mass, and closed at noon. We all went home to our dinner for an hour, then returned at 1 o'clock. At 1:05, school began again and went on until 4. Add to this Sundays, saints' days, greater feasts and lesser feasts, and you can see my life was not a very hard one. As a whole, I was not very much liked by the other children of the town at that age. I was vain and impudent and overbearing, and filled with self-confidence and admiration for my small person, yet notwithstanding all this, I was capable of good feeling, when heart, rather than intellect or self-love, was called into play. As far as physical qualities went, I was quite a pretty child. I had long, fair, curly hair which fell on my shoulders, and which did not turn crisp until my 15th year. Large blue eyes, which even until now have retained somewhat of their early freshness. A straight nose, small and well-shaped, thick red sensitive lips, white but uneven teeth. In addition to this, my complexion was dazzlingly white due, so my mother believed, to the brandy my father had made her drink during her pregnancy. It turned darker when my hair became crisp. I was in figure as long and thin as a lath. The school accommodation was not large. 25 or 30 pupils were enough to fill it, and it was quite an event when a fresh pupil arrived in the midst of the small circle. It was a great event on my side too. I was dressed in a suit the whole of which was made out of a coat that had been my grandfather's. It was the colour of café au lait, deepened in tone, spotted all over with black points. I felt very proud of it, and I thought it would create quite a sensation among my comrades. At 8 o'clock one Monday morning in the autumn, I took my way to the source whence I was to drink deep of the water of knowledge. I walked solemnly along, with my nose held proudly up, carrying my library of grammars, the epitome history A Sacra A, dictionaries and other aids under my arm, all of them as new as my clothes, and I enjoyed in anticipation the effect my appearance would produce upon the communion of martyrs. The entrance to the courtyard at the Abbé Grégoire's was through a great door, which seemed like the entrance to a deep vault, and opened on the Rue de Soissons. This door was wide open, and I looked through into the courtyard. It was empty. I guessed at first that I was late and everyone was already in school. I quickly stepped across the threshold. As soon as the door closed behind me, I heard loud shouts of glee, and a dewiness, which strongly resembled a shower, descended upon me from the top of a double amphitheatre of barrels. I raised my eyes, and beheld each pupil perched on a barrel, in the same attitude and performing the same action, as the Mannequin Piss fountain of Brussels. The fountains were playing in honour of my arrival. Such a manner of reception displeased me greatly. I took to my heels in order to protect myself from this novel kind of shower bath, but I had stood for a moment in hesitation and astonishment. Then, when my mind was made up, I had had 5 or 6 paces to go before I was free, so when I came out of the vault-like passage I was streaming all over. I was by nature very tearful. Often as a child I would sit down in a corner and cry without any reason. Then, as I always spoke of myself like CSR in the third person, and as they had adopted this manner of addressing me, for the fun of it, my mother would come to me and ask, "Why is Dumas crying?" "Dumas cries," I would reply, "because Dumas has tears." This answer relieved her of all uneasiness, and nearly always satisfied my mother, who would go away laughing, leaving me to cry on at my leisure. If I cried without any motive, the reader will readily understand that, when there was a strong incentive, there was all the more reason why I should give way to torrents of tears. What more justifiable excuse could I have had than the humiliation to which I had just been subjected, and the injury it had just done my new suit? Therefore, when the Abbé Gregoire came by to say Mass, he found me on the steps in floods of water like the Biblis of M. Duputy. The Abbé had scarcely come in view when my schoolfellows came up to me, surrounded me in rings on the staircase, and with every appearance of deep interest, asked each other why I was crying. The Abbé Gregoire broke through the hypocritical circle, ascended 2 or 3 steps, and putting up his eyeglass, for he was as blind as a mole, looked at me and asked me what was the matter. I was about to reply when I saw 20 shut fists behind the Abbé, and 20 threatening faces making significant gestures at me. I uttered a howl, at which the Abbé turned round. Immediately all the faces smiled, all the hands were returned to their pockets. "But what is the matter with him?" asked the Abbé. "We don't know," replied the hypocrites. "He has been going on like that ever since he came." "What, he has cried ever since he came?" "Yes, indeed he has, hasn't he, hasn't he, hasn't he?" "Yes, yes, yes," all the voices responded. "Dumas is crying." "Come, what are you crying for, Dumas?" "Oh," replied one of them who knew the tradition, "Dumas is probably crying because Dumas has tears." This mocking remark infuriated me. "No," I cried, "no, I am not crying because I have tears. I am crying because they have made water on my head there." The crime was so unusual, the idea so whimsical, that the Abbé made me repeat the accusation twice over. Then, turning to his pupils, he said, "Go upstairs, gentlemen, we will go into this matter there." "Ah, you brat, ah, you tell-tale, ah, you traitor," a dozen lads whispered to me. "You wait a bit, we'll see when school is over." The Abbé turned round. All were silent, and they entered the classroom. Each boy took his place, but I, who had not one, remained standing. "Come here, my young friend," said the Abbé. "Here I am, Abbé," I said, whimpering. He felt me. "The child is soaked through." My lamentations broke forth afresh. "Of course he is wet," said a big boy. "Think of the time he has been crying." "What?" cried the Abbé. "You dare to suggest that his own tears have soaked him like this?" "Certainly." "But Abbé," I exclaimed, "I could not cry down my back, and I am as wet behind as in front." The Abbé verified my statement. "You are right," he said. "No recreation at midday, bring me the cane at once, and you boys must do 300 lines by tomorrow morning." Then arose a chorus of complaints, and groans equal to those Dante heard in the first circle of the Inferno. With these groans and complaints fierce threats were mingled, which made my flesh creep. Nevertheless they had to submit. The Abbé kept up the ancient scholastic traditions. He had a deaf ear and a vigorous hand, and a thrashing all round with the cane increased the groans, the complaints, and the threats. I realized that I was collecting a storm over my head, which would result later in a hail of fisticuffs. The caning had this much good, that it did away with work during all that class. Not a line was written from 9 o'clock to midday, under pretext that the Abbé had hit so hard that their hands were numbed. The Abbé accepted the excuse. At noon, each boy tried to find some excuse to escape retention. It was incredible the things they had to do, and what importance their going out was that day. I remember 3 of the excuses given. Sonia had to take his clarionet lesson, Ronit had to take a dose of oil, Lelwar ought to be drawing for conscription. These 3 pretexts were handed in by the 3 scholars named Sonia, Ronnet and Leloir. Needless to relate, the clarionet lesson, castor oil and drawing for conscription had to wait till the next day, and at midday I went out of college absolutely alone. Oh, what profound reflections I made as I returned home. How well I realized that it would have been far better to laugh at the joke, no matter how grim it was, than to cry as I had done. I placed Heraclitus 1,000 times higher than Democritus. My mother was much struck by my sadness, and she questioned me closely upon the causes of my melancholy, but I had been too ready to tell tales, and I preserved profound silence. At 1 o'clock I returned to the college. All the lads had had their dinner sent in to them from their homes. The greater number of these dinners, let it be said to the parents' honour, consisted of a simple slice of dry bread. The complaints and groans had stopped, but the threatenings had increased. The clouds were lowering and full of lightnings. I could not raise my nose from the paper upon which I was declining Rosa, but I caught sight of a fist which had nothing in common with the declension I was writing out. I realized that when I went out, I was going to be beaten to pulp. The bigger boys were too conscious of their superior strength to threaten the most, for they felt they could not take revenge on a child. The worst were those of about my own age, especially a lad called Bligny, the son of a draper, living in the Place de la Fontaine, who was so angry with me that by common consent the task of taking a general vengeance on me was consigned to him. Bligny was 2 years older than I, so that I had been used to look upon him as a big lad, although I was really as tall as he. I was therefore not too well at ease at the prospect of a duel with him. Still, I had so often heard the story of the 3 duels my father had fought when he first entered the army, on behalf of the honour of the king and the queen, that I knew I must not shirk my first fight. I was so preoccupied that I made quite a dozen mistakes in the 3 or 4 declensions I had to do during school hours. I do not know how long the time may have seemed to my companions, but I know that never before had it seemed to me to fly so fast. 4 o'clock struck, and the Abbé Grégoire said his prayer before I thought half the class was over. There was nothing to be done but to leave, and I decided upon my line of action. I tied up my books in as leisurely a fashion as possible, hoping that, if I went down the staircase last, the torrent would have flown by and I should find a free passage, yet I knew in my inmost heart that I had brought too great a punishment down on my head by my denunciation to get off so cheaply. I could have spoken to the Abbé Grégoire, and he would himself have taken me home or sent his sister Alexandrine with me, but I felt that that would be cowardly, and would only defer matters. M. Grégoire or his sister could not always conduct me home. There would come a day when I should be obliged to go by myself, and then I should be certain to have a brush with one or other of my schoolfellows. I resolved, therefore, to face the danger, and to take the bull by the horns. Remember, all these thoughts were whirling in the head of a lad only 10 years old. I took my stand, I said goodbye to the Abbé Grégoire, I heaved a big sigh, and then I went downstairs. I was not mistaken. The whole school was seated in a semi-circle, like Roman spectators, on the raised seats of their amphitheatre, and standing at the bottom of the stairs, with his coat off and his shirt-sleeves tucked up, Bligny awaited me. I confess that when I reached the turn of the staircase and saw all these preparations taken for the inevitable battle, my heart failed me, and I nearly ran up again. But although I had tried to repress my momentary hesitation, it had not escaped my comrades. There was a general outcry, and the most scurrilous epithets were yelled at me from the courtyard below. I felt myself turn pale and tremble all over, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I took measure of the 2 extremities to which I was reduced, either to receive a few blows in the eye or on the teeth, and all would be settled, or ever afterwards to be the sport of my schoolfellows, and to have to go through it afresh each day. I gripped hold of my courage, which was fast ebbing away. I pulled myself together by an act of the will till I felt myself completely master of the situation. There was a brief struggle, at the end of which I felt my moral courage getting the better of my physical. Reason conquered instinct. All the same, I felt that I wanted an incentive to goad me forward, that goad was within my own control, and that, if I would use it, I must stimulate my courage with lashing words. I said, looking at Bligny, is this the game? Yes, this is the game, he replied. You want to fight then, do you? Yes, rather. You are longing for it. Yes. Really? Yes. Well then, come on. I had now goaded myself to action. I put my books on the ground, I threw off my jacket, and I hurled myself upon my antagonist, shouting, "Ah, you want to fight, ah, you want to fight, take that and that and that." Marshal de Saxe, that great military philosopher, said very truly that the whole art of war consists in pretending not to be afraid and in inspiring fear in the enemy. I appeared quite fearless, and Bligny was beaten. I do not wish to imply he was beaten without a contest, not so, but it would have been better for him if he had not fought. He received a blow in the eye, another blow on his mouth, and made a hasty retreat after this double attack, which he only opposed by a feeble hit at my nose. The whole affair was over in less than a minute, and the victory was mine. I ought to do my comrades the justice of saying that this victory was followed by unanimous applause. I then put my jacket on again, and collected my books, murmuring, "You see, you see, you see," which seemed to mean, "Look at me, see what I am, a coward at bottom, but when driven to desperation, an Alexander, a Hannibal, or a CSR, you see." This seemed also to be the opinion of the spectators, for they opened their ranks to let me pass through, and I went out through the great porch, recently the scene of my humiliation, and now my triumphal arch. I found a book which had dropped out of Bligny's waistcoat when he staggered from my blow, and as I considered that the spoils of the conquered belonged by right to the conqueror, I picked it up and carried it off. I opened it as I took it away, and saw it was M. Tissot's well-known work. I did not know what the title meant, and I allowed my mother to take the book away from me and to hide it. 2 years afterwards I discovered it and read it. Had I read it the day of my victory, it would have been fruitless, because I should not have understood it. 2 years later it was providential.
Chapter 7.
The Abbé Fortier, the jealous husband, and the viaticum, a pleasant visit, Victor Letelier, the pocket pistol, I terrify the population, Tournemal is requisitioned, he disarms me. School life is not remarkable for variety of incident. A country school certainly is not, and ours was no exception to the rule. I have recounted my entry because of this trait in my character that was developed thereby, but if it were to describe that life in all its details, I should have nothing to relate beyond a few childish naughtinesses, followed by penitence and impositions, not even worth putting into M. Boilly's Junes Écoliers. A terrible accident happened to the seminary at Soissons. My mother was already reconciled to my conduct in refusing to go there, and this accident made her thank God afresh that I had not entered. The powder store of the town, which was situated about 50 meters from the seminary, blew up. The college was completely ruined, and 8 or 10 seminarists were killed or wounded. Meanwhile, another of our relatives died. The one who told me in the night I lost my father. Her daughter Marion, my sister's cousin, and mine, then left Villers-Cotterets to go and live near her uncle, the Abbé Fortier, who was priest at the little village of Bethesy, 5 leagues from us and 3 leagues from Campigny. This abbé was supposed to be very rich, and it looked a good thing for my cousin to become his housekeeper, but he was rather a troublesome character. Had the word been in use at that time, we should have said he was eccentric. I cannot say what deviation from the path every man ought to follow in deciding upon his vocation had driven the Abbé Fortier into the church. He was born to make a first-rate captain of dragoons, whilst as it was he made a somewhat odd priest. God forbid I should say he made a bad one. He was a man of 5 feet 8 inches, built like a Hercules with an erect carriage, his head held high, and he stepped right foot foremost at each stride like a fencing master in a fencing school. He was, too, one of the finest billiard players, one of the best huntsmen, and one of the greatest eaters I ever saw. I do not, of course, even dream of comparing the Abbé Fortier with Boudou in this last respect. The abbé could eat for a long time and a considerable quantity at once. Boudou's desire to be always eating was a disease. One day the Abbé Fortier bet a cure of the neighbourhood that he would eat 100 eggs at his dinner. The 100 eggs were served up according to recipes in the cuisinière bourgeoise, in 20 different ways. When they were eaten, he said, "Good, one ought to play fair and give 4 extra to the 100, boil 4 more eggs hard." And he ate the 4 hard-boiled eggs, after having eaten 100 cooked in all kinds of ways. A very curious story is told of his early days. He would be 30 at the time I am referring to, and as he was 62 at the time I am writing about, it must have happened 32 years before. He was then only a curate, and one evening he was taking the viaticum to a dying person in the next village. A certain husband had conceived violent jealousy against him, doubtless without cause, and waited for him in a deep lane down which he was obliged to go from Bethesy, in order to reach the village where he was wanted. When the Abbé Fortier saw this man standing in the middle of the road, with his face drawn with anger and his fist clenched, he quickly guessed what was going to happen, but being a minister of the God of peace and averse to all scandal, he begged him as politely as possible to allow him to pass. "Oh yes, let you pass, le vicaire," said the man in the jeering tones peculiar to our peasants. "You'll not get by so easily." "Why should I not pass?" asked the curate. "Because you have a little account to settle with this poor Bastien." "I owe you nothing," said the abbé. "Allow me to pass. You know well I am being waited for, and by one who has not time to wait long." "He will just have to wait then," said Bastien, throwing off his jacket and spitting on his hands. "He will just have to wait. If he is in too great a hurry, he must go before." "Why must he wait?" the abbé demanded, now getting vexed. "Because I have to give you a drubbing, le vicaire." "Ah, that is it. Is that why you came here, Bastien?" "Rather. It would not take much trouble to remove you, my friend." "Do you think so?" "I am certain of it." The abbé put the viaticum down on the edge of a ditch, and said in very reverent accents, O Lord, take neither side, and thou shalt see a rogue well thrashed." The abbé kept his word, and the good Lord saw what had been promised. Then he picked up the viaticum, continued his walk, administered to the sick man, and returned quietly home again. Both Bastien and the abbé were interested in keeping the matter to themselves, and they did so, but a choir boy had seen the fight, and it became known. Let it be said to the honor of the abbé that nobody was surprised at the affair. One day he intended to shoot at Lamotte, but before beginning his sporting expedition, he had to say mass in the chateau chapel. He had taken with him his dog Finaud and his choir boy Quiet Pierre, which means little Pierre, to assist him in his operations. The church was on the borders of the warren on which they were going to begin. Now Finaud was a splendid retriever, and the Abbé Fortier, who never cared to shoot without him, had told the servants to shut him up carefully. After the gospel the abbé stopped and listened as he heard a well-known bark in the warren. He listened for a minute, then he turned and saw that the choir boy was also listening, with a smile on his lips. "Tell me, Quiet Pierre," said the abbé, "isn't that Finaud's bark I hear over there?" "Yes, abbé, they have let him loose and he is after a rabbit." "Ah, well," replied the abbé, "the rabbit can be quite easy, we shall get him in any case." And he went on saying mass. Mass over, Finaud led the way. The abbé took his gun, followed the trail and killed the rabbit. This was the same choir boy who told the story about Bastien. He told the second as he had told the first, and there were many more, but some of them would not even bear relating by a choir boy. So Marion went to live with her uncle Fortier, who, at the age of 62, was reputed to be simply a great sportsman and a great eater. Maybe this opinion of him was not quite right. He gave her a wonderfully good reception, installed her at the parsonage, and as my cousin Marion was very fond of me, he allowed her to bring me back with her the next visit she paid to Villers-Cotterets, which was during my holidays in 1812. When the holidays began, my cousin and I both perched on the back of one donkey. Picard, the fellow who used to tell me such fine stories at the forge, took a stick to beat the ass with, and we set off. This journey, like all childish journeyings, was full of surprises for me. I remember seeing for a long time on our left a mountain with a ruin on the top of it, which seemed to me like an Alp or one of the Cordilleras. I have seen it since, and it did not look any higher than Montmartre. I remember also seeing a tower on my right, which seemed so high to me that I asked if it were not the Tower of Babel. The mountain was the knoll of Montigny. The tower was the Tower of Vez. We reached our destination after a journey that had seemed to me inordinately long, but had only lasted 7 or 8 hours. We went at the pace of Joseph and the Virgin Mary on their flight into Egypt. However, we arrived at last. It was the right season to stop with Uncle Fortier, for it was early in September, and there was a splendid arbour of vines, from which hung bunches of grapes rivaling those of the Promised Land. There was also a wild plum tree laden with plums in a small courtyard, and finally, an immense garden full of peaches, apricots and pears. Moreover, shooting was just about to begin. The Abb Fortier gave me a very kind welcome, although he uttered several grunts which showed I was not in every respect satisfactory to him. The Abb was a very learned man. He had Greek and Latin at his finger ends. He greeted me in the tongue of Cicero. I attempted to reply and made 3 errors in 5 words. He was transfixed. That was my first intellectual humiliation. I will give the second in its right place. I tried to recover my ground in natural history and mythology, but the Abb was proficient in both, and I sighed crestfallen. I was vanquished. Directly I was beaten and avowed my error like Porus, the victor became as clement as Alexander. The Abb began his fascination over me by the excellence of his dinner. If he ate well, he drank still better. I was lost in admiration before this man. I had never imagined such cures. The Abb Fortier came near to reconciling me to the seminary. Next day after Mass, the Abb Fortier began his first day's shooting. Mass was not over before 8:30, but not a soul was allowed to shoot a partridge upon the preserves until the Abb Fortier had been seen to go by, his cassock tucked up, the game bag on his back, a gun on shoulder, preceded by Finaud and followed by Diane. He had a third acolyte this time, for I was with him. My recollections of hunting were lost in the obscurity of my early infancy. They went back to the days of my father and Marquet. As in Racine's tragedies, all that happened to me at that period of my existence consisted of the hunting stories that were told me. This time I took some part in the action. The Abb was an excellent shot, and there was abundance of game. He killed a dozen partridges and 2 or 3 hares. I covered as much ground as Diane, and as each head of game fell, I rushed to pick it up in emulation of the dogs. No one shoots without swearing a bit at his dogs. The Abb Fortier swore a good deal, and all these characteristics made up an entirely different picture of an Abb in my mind. He had nothing in common with the Abb Gregoire. From that day I was convinced there were 2 kinds of priests. Since I have lived in Italy, and above all in Rome, I have discovered a third. Oh, what a happy day that opening day of the shooting season was! How well I remember it! It made me the indefatigable sportsman I have since been, the despair of gamekeepers. The Abb, on his side, was well pleased with my power of walking, which he found greatly superior to my brains. He made me some jeering compliments upon it, and I felt the full value of them. But he had given me so much pleasure that I had not the courage to be angry with him. I remained a fortnight with the Abb Fortier, and I would fain have stayed with him all my life, but my mother wanted me home. It was my first long absence, and she, poor woman, had wanted to send me to a seminary. She wrote that she should die of ennui if they did not send me back soon. The Abb shrugged his shoulders and said, "Very well, let him be sent back." Sensitiveness was not a weakness the Abb suffered from. They put me on a donkey and took me to Crepy, where twice a week there was a connection with Villers-Cotterets by means of an old woman called Mother Sabot and her ass. I passed from my ass to Mother Sabot's, and the same evening I was back at Villers-Cotterets. I found a fresh person installed at home, my future brother-in-law. He was a young man of about 26 or 27, who, although not good-looking, had such a refined and intellectual type of face, it might easily have been taken for beauty. He was, besides, remarkably skillful at all physical exercises, clever at fencing, able to hit a cork out of a bottle with a bullet from his pistol at 25 paces off, without touching the bottle, a perfect horseman, and although not in the front rank as a sportsman, was considered a good shot. He had been to our house already several times before I went away, and I was great chums with his dog Figaro, whose reputation for cleverness was as great among dogs as his master's was among men. I had the warmest of welcomes from everybody, and specially from this young man, whose name was Victor Letelier. He was very much in love with my sister, and wanted to make allies of all who surrounded her, even of me. "My dear Alexander," he said when he caught sight of me, "something has been lying on my chimney-piece for you for a fortnight. I do not want to tell you what it is. Go and fetch it for yourself." I rushed off at full speed. Victor lived with M. Picot at El Epi, the house wherein my father had died. "Open M. Letelier's door for me," I cried as I ran into the kitchen. "He has sent me to fetch something he has left on the mantel-shelf." They opened the door. I ran to the chimney-piece, and there in the middle of 2 or 3 piles of money, spurs, riding-whips, bootjacks, and other objects, I saw a small pocket pistol, quite a tiny one, upon which I pounced unhesitatingly, for I knew it was the thing intended for me. That present was one of the first I ever received, and it gave me great joy. But it was not enough to have the pistol, I must also have the means wherewith to enjoy it. I looked all round me. It was not difficult to find what I wanted in a sportsman's room. I was hunting for powder. I found a powder horn and poured half its contents into another horn. Then I bolted off to a part of the park which was called the parterre, that is to say, a stretch before the forest began. Then began a fusillade, which only ended with my last grain of powder, and which collected all the street urchins of the town. At the end of half an hour, my mother was warned that I was devoting myself to a most terrific fire practice. My mother always feared some accident would happen to me, for she loved me much. Once one of our friends, whose name M. Danner Devouty I have already mentioned, came to our house pale and bleeding. He had been shooting near Villers Carterets. It was winter, and in jumping over a ditch some snow got down his gun barrel. The gun had burst, and the explosion had carried off part of his left hand. Dr. Lecas was called in, and at once amputated the thumb. M. Danner recovered after a fearful attack of fever, but he was maimed for life. Thus, every time the question of guns or pistols or any sort of firearms was brought up, my mother pictured me being brought home pale and bleeding like M. Danner Devouty. She was so frightened that I took pity on her, and nearly gave up the idea of ever becoming a Hippolytus or a Nimrod. Then I would return to my bow and arrows, but here was a fresh subject of alarm for my mother. One of our neighbours, a man called Bryant, please remember this name, for we shall come across it again in an important event, had, like Philip of Macedon, his right eye destroyed by an arrow. My mother's terror, therefore, was great when she learnt that I had been supplied with a pistol, and that I had munitions wherewith to practice. But it was very hard work to run after me, for my legs had grown since the adventure of Lebig. Moreover, the forest was my friend. As Basticure knew every nook and corner of his woods, so did I know all the turns and byways in ours. I could have hidden there 3 days without returning. Therefore, they decided to make use of the law. There lived at the town hall a sort of deputy police agent, who almost fulfilled the office of a commissary. He cried the news of the day to the beating of a drum, as is still done in some country places. In summer, he killed stray dogs not by shooting but with a great hunting knife. In winter, he broke the ice off the streams and swept the snow from our doors. His name was Tournemal. They told him, and he lay in wait for my return to my mother. Then he appeared behind me. When I saw Tournemal, I foresaw something dreadful was going to happen. He had come in the name of all the inhabitants, who were disturbed by the noise of the pistol shots, to ask, nay, if needs be to insist on, the disarmament of the culprit. There was a struggle, but strength was on the side of authority, and the culprit was disarmed. My joy was, therefore, short-lived. It had not even lasted as long as do the roses. Within the space of 1 hour I had become the happy owner of a pistol, I had used up my powder, I had returned home, and I had been disarmed by Tournemal. That disarmament was a terrible disgrace for me, such an ignominy that not even the grave news which reached us next day was able to cause me to forget it. The next day was the 23rd of September 1812, when Paris saw the conspiracy of Malet, whilst Napoleon from Moscow was dating his decree upon the constitution of the Theatre Francais, and upon the good men of Cambrai. God had begun to withdraw his hand from this man. He had forced the battle of Muscova in the teeth of a weakened army and increasing distrust in his ability. He had left 11 of his generals dead on the field. He wrote to the bishops to sing Te Deums, for it was necessary to reassure Paris and to reassure himself. Then he entered Moscow, believing that it was like any other capital, and that evening Moscow revealed itself by its first conflagrations. Then, instead of taking a decisive course of action, such as to march on St. Petersburg or to return to Paris, instead of establishing his winter quarters in the heart of Russia, as Caesar did in the heart of Gaul, he hesitated, he became worried, he felt he had adventured too far and was, maybe, lost. By a strange coincidence it was at this moment that at Paris, before even present embarrassment and reverses to come had made themselves felt, Malet's conspiracy burst out, seized hold of the Colossus in the full tide of his power, bound him, shook him to his foundations, and if it did not overthrow him, at any rate proved he could be overthrown. On the 29th, Malet, Lahiri and Gaidai were shot on the plain of Grenelle. At length Napoleon made up his mind. For the first time he had taken a capital to no purpose, For the first time he beat a retreat after victories. The snow which fell on the 13th October settled the conqueror's vacillations, and the Almighty saved his pride by allowing him one last consolation. He could say he had been beaten by climate and not by man. On the 19th of October, Napoleon left Moscow, deputing the Duc de Treviso to seize the Kremlin and to carry off the cross of the Great Ivan, which he intended for the Dome of the Invalids, and which he had to leave behind on his journey, lacking arms to carry it farther. At last, on November the 18th, Napoleon reached the Tuileries at 11 o'clock at night, went close to a large fire, warmed himself, rubbed his hands, and said, "Decidedly it is better here than at Moscow." That was the funeral oration over the finest army ever raised. O veris, veris. Chapter 8. A political chronology. Trouble follows trouble. The fire at the farm at now death of Stanislas Picot, the hiding place for the louis d'or, the Cossacks, the haricot mutton. It would be indeed too preposterous of me to take up public attention with the feats and performances of an urchin of 12, when, for 2 years, we were to pass through such grave events. The decline of the man of destiny was rapid. He was sustained for a brief while by the victories of Lutzen, Botzen, and Werschen, but he left behind him 2 of his most faithful lieutenants, the Dukes of Istria and Duroc. There was no danger of bullets striking down those who intended to betray him. He was doomed. England had bought his ruin. Will you learn at what price? On 14th June 1813, she paid Prussia 660,660 livres sterling. On the 15th, 1,333,334 livres sterling to Russia. And finally, on 12th August, 500,000 livres sterling to Austria. We see how scrupulous in this matter was his father-in-law, Francois. He refrained from selling his son-in-law until 2 months after the others, and for 160,000 livres sterling less than Prussia. But what did that matter? Bonaparte could note down in his red letter book that he became the son-in-law of a C.S.R. and the nephew of King Louis Roman XVI. That was the height of his ambition. What was there to be sorry for when that ambition was once satisfied? On the 16th of October, 117,000 rounds of cannon were fired off at Leipzig, 111,000 more at Malplaquet. Each round cost 2 louis. They celebrated the death service of the Empire in right regal style. It was in this way that Napoleon lost another of his faithful followers, Poniatowski, who had been made a marshal on the 16th, and who was drowned on the 19th in the river Elster. On the 1st of November, the Emperor sent 20 standards to Paris. On the 8th, the Battle of Marcus took place, the last of the campaign. On the 9th, the Emperor returned to St. Cloud. On the 12th, the Allied armies entered Dusseldorf. On the 13th, the kings of Prussia and of Bavaria reached Frankfurt. On the 15th, 300,000 conscripts were mobilized. On the 16th, the Emperor went hunting on foot on the plains of Sattery. On the 22nd, he was present at a representation at the opera, while the Russians were entering Amsterdam. On the 2nd December, the Emperor witnessed a performance at the Odeon, while the Allied armies were crossing the Rhine at Dusseldorf. On the 6th, the Prince of Orange, who had landed in Holland on the 30th November, issued a proclamation to the Dutch. On the 17th, the Allies crossed the Rhine at different points in Alsace. On the 23rd, they occupied Neuchâtel. On the 31st, they entered Geneva. And with this news closed the year 1813. The year 1814 was to see a continuation of these reverses and the beginning of defections. On the 3rd January, the Allies took Colmar. On the 6th, they invested Besançon, and Murat, who had reconquered Naples, signed an armistice with England. On the 7th, the Allies entered Dole. On the 8th, Murat concluded a treaty of alliance with Austria. On the 10th, the Allies invested Landau and took Forbach. On the 12th, Murat signed a treaty of alliance with England. On the 16th, the Allies seized Langres. On the 17th, Murat declared war against France. On the 21st, the Allies took Chalon-sur-Saône. On the 22nd, Murat entered Rome. Finally, on the 24th, the Emperor left Paris to return to his army. On the 27th, he took up the offensive again, and began that wonderful campaign of 1814, which lasted 67 days, and during which, the end being the abdication at Fontainebleau, he showed his marvelous genius to greater effect than in taking Milan or Cairo, Berlin, Vienna, or Moscow. None the less his hour had come. In vain had the Titan heaped Pelion upon Ossa, Champobert on Montmirail. His hour had come, and he was to fall overwhelmed. The sound of cannon boomed in my hearing for the first time. I heard it in the foldyard of a farm belonging to M. Picot of now, a quarter of a league off Villers-Cotterets. Misfortunes come in flocks, says a Russian proverb, and a host of misfortunes had flown over and beaten against the head of that good man. The farm at now had been one of the finest in Villers-Cotterets, and M. Picot one of the most prosperous farmers. But in 1812, I think it was, they stacked a damp crop in his barns, and one night the straw kindled, and we were awakened by the tocsin and by cries of fire. Everybody realizes the dreadfulness of that cry in the middle of the night, and in a little town, all Villers-Cotterets got up instantly and rushed to the burning farm. I do not know a more splendid sight than a tremendous fire, such as that one. The farm blazed the whole length of its barns and stables, presenting a curtain 300 or 400 paces in extent, from behind which came the lowing of cattle, the whinnying of horses, the bleating of sheep. Everything was burnt, buildings and livestock, for animals will not stir when they smell fire. That fire was the first serious catastrophe I was ever present at, and it left a deep impression on my memory. They did not get the mastery over the fire till next day, and the loss was enormous. Fortunately, as we have said, M. Picot was very rich. The following year came another misfortune. M. Picot had 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest of his sons was 8 or 10 years, the younger only 2 or 3 my senior. Consequently, I had scarcely anything to do with the eldest, who treated me like a little boy, but I was extremely friendly with the younger, whose name was Stanislas. One day my mother came into my room, in a great state of mind. "There now," she said, "never ask me to let you play with firearms again." "Why not, mother?" "Stanislas has just wounded himself, perhaps mortally." "Oh my goodness, where is he?" "At his father's, go and see him." I set off running, and covered the quarter of a league in 6 or 7 minutes. When I reached the farm, I saw a long trail of blood. Everybody was in such a state of consternation that no one asked me where I was going. I crossed the yards, I went through the kitchen, and I slipped into the room where Stanislas was. They were just putting the first bandage on the wound. The surgeon was there with his surgical case open, his hands covered with blood. The poor sufferer was leaning back, clasping his mother's neck with both his arms as she bent over him. They saw me and told me to approach the bed. Stanislas kissed me and thanked me for coming to see him. He was horribly pale. He was ordered quiet before everything, so everybody, myself among the number, was told to go away. This is how the accident happened. Stanislas was out shooting with his father and had nearly done. He was nearing the farm, which he was just going to enter, when he heard a gunshot. The better to see who had fired it and whether the shooter had killed anything, Stanislas climbed a post at the corner of a wall, but he forgot to unload his gun first, and unconsciously he leant his thigh against the barrel. His dog, seeing him on the post, tried to reach him, standing on his hind legs, and with his 4 paws leant on the gun lock. The gun went off, and Stanislas received the full charge of partridge shot in the neck of the femur. It was this ghastly wound which the surgeon had just dressed when I arrived. For 2 days they were hopeful, but lockjaw set in on the 3rd day, and Stanislas died. The manner in which he met his death was an unending source of exhortation on my mother's part. She declared she should never be easy until I gave up hunting altogether. But, in spite of the impression which this death made upon me, I would not give up anything. Whenever I met Madame Picot, after the death of Stanislas, she showed great kindness to me, no doubt on account of my boyish friendship with her son. Her daughter, too, who was very friendly with my sister, was most cordial to me, and was the only one among grown-up people who never made fun of my absurdities. This excellent and good-looking lady was called Eleanor Picot, or more often Picote. Now to return to account for my being in the farmyard at now, when I heard the firing of cannon for the first time. I have been sent far afield in what I have just related, and I must return. Since the Battle of Leipzig, one idea had been in everybody's mind, namely, that what had not happened in 1792, or in 1793 was now about to take place. There would be an invasion of France. Those who did not live through that period can have no idea to what a pitch of execration the name of Napoleon had reached in the hearts of the mothers of France. During 1813 and the old enthusiasm died down, for it was not for the sake of France, our common mother, nor for liberty, the goddess of us all, that the mothers were sacrificing their children. It was to the ambition, the selfishness, the pride of one man. Thanks to the successive levies, made in 1811 to 1814, thanks to the million of men squandered in the valleys and on the mountains of Spain, in the snows and in the rivers of Russia, in the swamps of Saxony and on the sands of Poland, the generation of men between 20 and 22 years of age had disappeared. The very wealthiest people had fruitlessly purchased 1, 2, or even 3 substitutes, for which they had paid as much as 10,000, 12,000, or 15,000 francs. But Napoleon had invented his Guard of Honor, a relentless and fatal organization for recruiting his army, which allowed of no substitutes, so that the wealthiest and therefore the most privileged classes were compelled to go to war with the rest. Conscription began at 16, and men remained liable to service to the age of 40. Mothers counted up the ages of their boys with alarm, and most gladly would they have wrestled with time to stop the days which were flying by all too quickly for them. More than once my mother pressed me to her breast suddenly, with a suppressed sigh, and tears came into her eyes. "What is the matter, mother?" I would ask. "Oh, when I think," she exclaimed, "that in 4 years you will have to be a soldier, that man will snatch you from me, he who has always taken away and never given anything in return, and that he will send you to be killed on a field of battle like Muscova or Leipzig. Oh, my child, my poor child." My mother only expressed a general feeling, but the hatred of her fellows was expressed in different ways, according to their different temperaments and characters. With my mother, as we have seen, it was in sighs and tears. With other mothers it would be in fierce threats, with others insulting epithets. I remember there lived on the Place de la Fontaine the wife of a gunsmith, whose son was at the Abbe Gregoire's school with me. Her name was Madame Montagnon. During the heat of summer afternoons, when the greatest heat of the day had declined, she sat at her threshold with her spinning wheel, and all the time she was spinning she sang a song against Bonaparte. I only remember the first 4 lines of it, which begun thus: "La course de Madame Angot n'est pas la course de la course, car la course de Marengo est d'une bien plus dure écorce." And as Mademoiselle Pivot reread the famous volume of the 1001 Nights, which contained the story of the wonderful lamp, every day in the week, so Madame Montagnon had scarcely finished the last couplet against the Corsican of Marengo when she began the first over again. Now it will be readily understood that this hatred, which began to show itself after the Russian disasters, was aggravated by terror in proportion as the enemy drew nearer, step by step, town by town, narrowing the circle being drawn round France. Finally, at the beginning of 1814, it suddenly became known that the enemy had set foot on French soil. By that time all confidence in Napoleon's genius had disappeared. That stupendous adventurer's genius was his good fortune. Now God, in his inscrutable purposes, had designed his fall and had deserted him. People not merely ceased to believe in him, but they ceased to hope. Those who had anything to fear or to expect from a political movement, all those skin-changing serpents that live on different governments as they come and go, already began to lay their plans, some to lessen their fears, others to augment their expectations. They began to feel, moreover, that Napoleon was not France, but that they had, so to speak, taken the heroic tenant on a lease, and the lease was up. France was prepared to bear the damages, but not to renew the lease. You could still hear people saying, "Napoleon has beaten the enemy at Brienne, the Prussians are retreating to Bar," but at the same time they said, "The Russians are marching on Troyes." We certainly read in the Monitor that we had beaten them at Rosnay and on the road to Vitry, but at the same time that this bulletin was published appeared the first Royalist manifesto. We were routing the Allies at Champaubert and at Montmirail, but the Duc d'Angoulême was issuing a proclamation dated from Saint-Jean-de-Luz. At each victory Napoleon was using up his men and losing 10 leagues of ground. Wherever he fought personally, the enemy was beaten, but he could not be in every place at once. Every moment was bringing the roar of cannons nearer to us, though we had not actually heard them yet. There had been fighting at Chateau-Thierry, and at Nogent, and Laon was occupied. Everyone began hiding his valuables, burying what he considered most precious. We had a cellar which was reached through a trapdoor. My mother filled it with linen, furniture, mattresses. She had the trapdoor taken away and the whole room refloored, so no treasure seekers could see the exact spot to fasten upon. Then she put 30 old louis in a box. She put this box in a small leather bag. She drove a stake in the garden, and in the hole made by the stake she slipped the box. Who on earth would find a box planted vertically in the very middle of a garden? It would have required a wizard to find it there. We could not have found it again ourselves if I had not made a guiding mark on the wall. One fine day we saw some soldiers come past, flying at full speed. Soissons had just been taken. They had leapt their horses over the ramparts, and 6 or 8 had been killed or badly injured. 3 or 4 had escaped. My poor mother began now to be frightened in real earnest, and her fear took the form of cooking an enormous haricot of mutton. The reader may well ask why her fear took that peculiar form. Fearful pictures had been spread over the country of Cossacks from the Don, the Volga and the Borysthenes, making them look as hideous as possible. They were depicted mounted on hideous scarecrows, wearing caps made of wild beast skins, armed with lances, bows and arrows. A combination of utter impossibilities, one would have said. Yet there were optimists who, in spite of these awful pictures, said that the Cossacks were brave men at heart, much less wicked than they looked to be, and that, provided we fed them well enough and gave them plenty to drink, they would do us no manner of harm. Hence my mother's huge stew of mutton. It was for them to eat. In the matter of drink, we did not give them our cellar, for we have seen to what use my mother had put it, but we set them aside our wine-bin, and they could then draw what Soissons wine they liked. Then finally, if in spite of the haricot mutton and the Soissons wine, they still proved too objectionable, we were to escape by way of the quarry. We will now describe what this was. Chapter 9. The quarry Frenchmen eat the haricot cooked for the Cossacks, the duc de Treviso. He allows himself to be surprised, Ducaudray the hosier terrors. 500 or 600 steps from the farmhouse at home, in the middle of open country, scattered over with dwarf juniper trees, where the rocks jutted out of the earth all round, as the bones of a consumptive patient stick out through his skin, an excavation suddenly opened similar to those one meets at every turn in the Campagna of Rome. This excavation looks like a cave of Cumae, or an air hole of Avernus. When you bend over its opening you can hear the roar which astonishes one on holding a shell to the ear. Only this roar is on a greater and more frightful and more gigantic scale. Then, if you try for a moment to pierce through the darkness, which increases as the cavern deepens, you can make out a rock, sticking up perpendicularly, about 25 or 30 feet below you, and burying its base in the bowels of the earth at a steep angle. This is the entrance to the quarry. You ask, to what quarry? To the quarry doubtless, since it was always called the quarry, just as Rome was called the city Urbs. When, by the help of a ladder, you descend the 25 or 30 feet, you reach a platform from which you slide down the steep slope for 5 or 6 feet, and then you find yourself at the entrance of an immense labyrinth, compared with which that of the Cretan Daedalus was but a child's garden in a toy box. Who had hewn out these great catacombs? What town had being in these unknown depths? It would indeed be difficult to tell. Its subterranean passages had certainly communicated, with some larger opening pointing to further undermining. The opening by which one entered was, as we have said, merely a crack, too narrow to have ever disgorged the quantity of stones missing from the bare sides of the mountain. It was in this quarry, then, that half the people of Villers-Cotterets had taken refuge under stress of terror. A large encampment had been set up, a regular village inhabited by 500 or 600 people, in the midst of the square hall of granite, under a granite vault upheld by granite pillars, nearly a quarter of a league from the opening, at a depth of 100 or 150 feet. My mother was one of the first who had chosen and secured and marked out her allotment in it, and there we carried mattresses, blankets, a table and some books. So when the first alarm came, we had but to leave Villers-Cotterets and to hide in the quarry. Before resorting to this extremity, my mother meant to try every means of conciliation, and one of her means of conciliation, the one she set most store by, was her haricot mutton and her Soissons wines. But man proposes and God disposes, After 3 days of hanging over the fire, after 3 days of lying in the cellar, the haricot mutton was eaten and the wine was drunk by Frenchmen. Marshal Mortier's corps, with the remnant of the young guard and a dozen of cannon, came. They were commissioned to defend the entrance to the forest. Great was our joy. It was glorious to see these fine young fellows, full of hope and courage, instead of the hideous-looking Cossacks we had been expecting. Youth never despairs, for it is still in harmony with the divine. It was not so with the old generals, above all with the Duc de Treviso. There was a strange lassitude in all the men who had followed the fortunes of the emperor. Their worldly position was secured. They had reached the zenith of their fortunes by becoming marshals, while Napoleon, that hankerer after the unattainable, still went on coveting something more. Therefore those who were not left sleeping dead and bleeding on the battlefields stopped harassed upon the road of his retreat, shaking their heads at his never-resting, feverish course, and saying, "It is right enough for that man of iron, but we are not able to follow him any further." Villers-Cotterets was one of these halting places where the Duc de Treviso stopped, overpowered by fatigue. We saw him pass by on horseback in the morning and reconnoitre the forest, guided by the inspector, M. de Villaine. My mother took the old tricoloured cockade out of my father's hat, which had remained there since the Egyptian campaign, and carried it to M. de Villaine with a blunderbuss. M. de Villaine put the cockade in his hat, and the blunderbuss at his saddle-bow. I can still remember the marshal, that veteran of our earliest battles who escaped, throughout all our wars, the grape-shot of Prussia, of England, of Russia and of Austria, only to fall at last on the Boulevard du Temple by Fiesse's infernal machine. The giant passed by, doubled up on his horse. One would have said then that a child would have been strong enough to defeat that invincible warrior. So long as Hercules crowned carried the world on his own shoulders, all went well, but when he shifted the least portion upon the shoulders of his lieutenants, they gave way beneath the weight. When evening came there was a grand dinner party at M. de Villaine's, to which I was taken, and the marshal took me up on his knees and fondled me, for he had known my father. I asked him for news of my godfather Brune. He was in disgrace or on the verge of it. The dinner was a sad affair, the evening depressing. The marshal retired early, went to bed and slept. We were awakened at midnight by the sound of firing. Fighting was going on in the parterre. The marshal had been careless about his sentries. The enemy had seized his park, and he only saved himself by escaping half-dressed by a back door from M. de Villaine's house. In the morning the enemy had disappeared, taking away our dozen pieces of artillery. The same day the marshal retired, I think, to Campigny, and the town was deserted. The enemy would surely not be long in appearing after this, so my mother set to work on a second haricot mutton. Our days passed in constant alarms. When a couple of horsemen were seen on the highroad, the cry would go forth, "The Cossacks! The Cossacks!" Then a great crowd of people would run along the streets, children crying, shutters and doors banging as they fled, and the town would assume the funereal aspect of a city of the dead. In spite of my mother's haricot mutton which boiled unceasingly in the copper, and her Soissonnais wine ready for the corkscrew, she grew frightened with the rest, shut our door, and pressing me to her breast, agitated and trembling, she would retire into a far corner. Of course there were no more classes amid all these alarms, no more college, no more Abbe Gregoire. I am wrong, the Abbe Gregoire was, on the contrary, more than ever present. The Abbe Gregoire was calmness itself, and accordingly a great comfort all round. He went from house to house reassuring everybody, pointing out that evil comes from evil, and that if no ill was done to these much-dreaded Cossacks, they on their side would do none to us. Moreover, it would be to their interest not to behave too outrageously. When at Villers-Cotterets, they would find themselves in the midst of a vast forest, occupied by 30 or 40 foresters, who knew every turning and winding better than Osmond knew those of the seraglio, and who were all of them more or less capable of putting a bullet into a crown-piece at 100 paces distance. These were considerations which even Cossacks could appreciate highly. Meanwhile time was passing by. There was fighting at Mormont, at Montmirail, at Montereau. We were assured that at this latter battle Bonaparte, to use his own expression, by turning back into an artilleryman, had saved Napoleon. We had retaken Soissons on the 19th February, and the haricot had been on the fire for 5 days. No one expected any more Cossacks to come, at least for some time, so we ate the haricot mutton. We received more reassuring news, and there was even talk of an armistice to be concluded with the Emperor of Austria through the intervention of the Prince of Liechtenstein. Napoleon had re-entered Troyes on the 24th and had dismissed the prefect. Finally, conferences had taken place at Lagny for suspension of hostilities. But soon the fire burst out again, rekindled by some spark or other, and we learnt in quick succession of fighting at Bar-sur-Aube at Meaux and of the surrender of La Fère. The enemy was coming nearer and nearer to us. My mother set to work on a third haricot mutton. Suddenly, in the middle of a foggy February morning, again the cry of the Cossacks sounded. We heard the galloping of several horses, and we saw about 15 long-bearded cavaliers with tall lances ride through the Rue de Soissons. They seemed indeed to be more like desperate runaways than threatening conquerors. As they advanced, doors and windows were shut. Their horses, urged at full gallop, traversed the whole length of the Rue de Lagny. Then they retraced their steps, galloping still, and plunged again into the Rue de Soissons, whence they departed, disappearing like a misty and hideous dream. They were scarcely out of sight before firing was heard. The sound made my mother tremble, but powder had its usual effect on me. I slipped out of her hands, I escaped from her and ran off to the beginning of the Rue de Soissons in spite of her cries. The Cossacks had entirely disappeared. A woman stood on the threshold of an open door wringing her hands. She was the wife of a retail hosier named Ducaudray. The neighbours gradually undid their doors at the sound of her cries, and at her gestures of despair ran up and collected round the door. I was one of the first to arrive, and I learnt the reason for her cries and her despair. At the approach of the Cossacks, the hosier had closed his door in fear and trembling, having opened it out of curiosity after their first passage. As they passed, one of the riders discharged his pistol at the shut door, just as though it had been a target. The bullet pierced the door and hit Ducaudray in the throat, breaking his spine. He was lying on the ground with his head resting on his daughter's knees, torrents of blood flowing from his wound, which had severed an artery. Death had been instantaneous, he had already ceased to breathe. Hence the cries, hence the despair of his wife. As for the Cossacks, they had disappeared as they had come, and if they had not left this bloody testimony in their wake, the town would have imagined their visit had been a bad dream. Half from fear and half in order to bear this important news, I ran back home full speed, and at the corner of the street I met my mother. She had already heard the news. This time neither the haricot mutton nor the Soissonnais wine appeared to her a safe shield against our impending dangers. She pictured the Cossacks passing in front of our door. Instead of passing before that of Ducaudray, she saw the bullet flying through the door and myself stretched, bleeding and dying from the pistol shot before her eyes. We had a sort of housekeeper whom we called the Queen. My mother left her third haricot mutton and her wine of Soissons to the Queen, bade her watch over the house, took me by the hand and dragged me at a frantic pace towards the quarry. We turned as we left the town, and we saw the troop of Cossacks climbing a long hill at a gallop, the hill of Damplou. They were a little detachment that had lost its way, and kept straying even further afield. I afterwards heard it said that not one of those 12 or 15 men ever left the forest. My mother and I fled on, running as only people can run under the influence of terror, hot and breathless. We told whom we met not only of the presence of the Cossacks, but also of the assassination they had perpetrated 10 minutes previously. Everyone who was not already in the quarry at once retreated to it. The last man who descended removed the ladder, and for 24 hours, not one of the colony had the courage to go near the opening. By degrees this first terror subsided, and people ventured to put their noses outside. The bravest ascended to the earth's surface, went to learn what was happening, and found that the Cossacks had completely disappeared, and that, except for the misfortune that had occurred the day before, the town was quiet. My mother then decided to accept the offer made her by Madame Picot, to take me to spend the day at the farm, and only to return to the quarry to sleep there at night. If anything fresh happened, we were to be warned of it instantly by one of the many labourers employed on M. Picot's estate, who were to unyoke a horse from plough or harrow, and to ride off in hot haste to give the alarm at the farm. 5 or 6 days passed in this fashion, during which we learnt in succession of the battles of Lizy, of St. Julien, and of Bar-sur-Seine. At length one day, as I have said, we heard from the farmyard the roaring of cannon. There was fighting going on at Neuilly-Saint-Front. The night after the battle, I went to sleep with my head filled with the noise of battle, and I dreamt that the Cossacks came down into the quarry. When morning came, I repeated this dream to my mother, and it terrified her to such an extent that she made up her mind we should set off next day. Where were we to go? She had absolutely no idea, but she fancied by changing places she might perhaps exorcise the danger.
Chapter 10.
The return to Villers-Cotterets and what we met on the way, the box with the 30 louis in it, the leather bag, the mole, our departure, the journey, the arrival at Mesnil and our sojourn there, King Joseph, the King of Rome, we leave Mesnil, our visit to Crespy in Valois, the dead and wounded, the surrender of Paris, the Isle of Elba. When the resolution was made, it was carried into execution that very day. My mother and I climbed to the highest elevation about the farm, we explored all round, and when we could not discover any appearance of Cossacks, we ventured to return to the town. We had hardly gone 100 steps before we met a clerk called Cretet on horseback. He was a good sort of lad, who had been in my brother-in-law's employment. He was going from house to house. "What are you looking for?" my mother asked. "I am hunting for a carriage, a cab, a wagon, a berlin, or any sort of conveyance to harness my horse to and set off in," he said. "Mademoiselle Adelaide does not want to stay in Villers-Cotterets any longer." Mademoiselle Adelaide was an old, hump-backed spinster, possessing several thousand francs of income, towards which I suspect Cretet had leanings. "Ah, now that is lucky," exclaimed my mother. "It is exactly what we are looking out for too. May we leave with you? You are 2 in number and we shall travel at half the cost." It is always cheaper to travel 4 rather than 2, so the offer was accepted. A spring cart was found possessing a minimum of springs, and it was settled that we should leave the same evening. My mother returned to Villers-Cotterets to collect some clothing necessary for our journey, and first and foremost, to extract the famous treasure of 30 louis from its hole. We entered the house, still guarded by the Queen. Then we went into the garden. We recognized the spot where we had buried our treasure, and I took a spade and set to work to dig. At the 3rd or 4th shovelful of earth I began to be uneasy. I looked at my mother, and I saw that she shared my anxiety. There was no more sign of the box than if it had never existed. I returned to the guiding mark, I measured the steps. No, I had not made any mistake. Then I set to work to dig all round my first hole, all in vain, it was lost labour. I returned to the middle hole, and continued digging deeper and deeper. Suddenly I uttered a cry of delight. I had caught sight of the strings of the leather bag. I pulled the strings and the leather bag came up, but it was empty. A hole had been made in the bottom of it. Affairs were growing mysterious. Why in the world, if they had stolen the box, had they troubled to make a hole in the leather bag to take the money out? It would have been much easier to have carried off the whole lot, receptacle and its contents together. A brilliant idea occurred to me. I zealously continued my digging, and 1.5 feet deeper down my spade hit at last against an obstacle. "Here is the box," I cried. And the box it was indeed. A mole, attracted by the smell of the leather enclosed, had burrowed to get at it. It had disturbed the soil, and the box, dragged down by its own weight, had fallen into the pit made by the blind miner. My mother quickly opened the box, and found that not 1 louis was missing. The cart was loaded that evening, the horse put into the shafts, and we set off along the road to Paris. I was enchanted. We were about to pay a second visit to the capital of the civilized world, and although it was in a deplorable condition, I was no less anxious to see it. Unfortunately, we were not rich enough with our few louis to stay in Paris. This was a matter that had not occurred to me. It was decided to stop in a village where living would be cheap. The first night we got as far as Nantuil, and put up at an inn which my father used to frequent when we went to Paris. Then, next morning, very early, we resumed our journey. About 1 o'clock, we reached the steep ascent of Dammartin, and got down from our conveyance to ease the horse a little. Fighting was going on somewhere. We could hear the firing distinctly, like the thunder of a distant storm. We even seemed to be travelling in the direction of the roar of the cannon, but so blind is fear, that if the enemy had been in front of us, my mother would rather have continued her course than turn back. We passed through Dammartin without stopping except to ask the news. No one knew anything very definite. The Count d'Artois was at Nancy, the allied sovereigns at Nogent-sur-Seine. The enemy was advancing upon Paris from all sides, that was all they could tell us. We baited our horse at Villeneuve-Saint-Georges. Then when we had dined we continued on our way and reached Mesnil about 8 in the evening. We stopped at a hotel whose name I have forgotten, but it was situated on the left, at the corner of a street opposite the posting house. Next day, to my great regret, nothing was said about continuing our journey. It seemed to be almost settled that we should not go any further. How were we better off at Mesnil than at Villers-Cotterets, a dozen leagues from our starting point and upon the same road? Neither my mother nor Mademoiselle Adelaide could say with certainty. However, it was settled that unless some serious event occurred, we had reached our journey's end. We arrived at Mesnil on the 22nd of March. On the 25th, everybody was talking of a grand review of the National Guard, which was to be held by King Joseph in the court of the Tuileries. This function roused Mademoiselle Adelaide's curiosity, for she had never seen Paris, and it was decided to put the horse to our cart, to start on the afternoon of the 26th, to sleep in Paris, to see the review on the 27th, and to return on the 28th. My mother did not care to take this little trip, for Paris recalled memories that my thoughtless childhood had forgotten. She entrusted me to Crétet and to Mademoiselle Adelaide, who took me with them. I have but two clear recollections of this journey, although it was 8 years later than the last one. One radiant and poetic, and the other impure and stained. The first was when, at the flourish of brazen trumpets and the waving of welcoming flags, they lifted up above the heads of 50,000 of the National Guard, the rosy, fair, curly head of a child of 3, amid cries of Vive le Roi de Rome, Vive la Regence. He was that poor child who was born a king, but who was destined by fate not only to be disinherited of both his kingdoms, but soon to lose both his parents. A painting of this child was sent to the Emperor at Moscow, and another followed Napoleon to St. Helena. The father of this little martyr innocent had scarcely time to realize his existence, except as a heavenly vision appearing for a brief space in this world. He saw him after the Russian campaign, after the Dresden campaign, and never again save in the dreams and hallucinations of his solitude and his despair. His mother, as disastrous an influence on the fortunes of France as all other daughters of the CSRs, Anne of Austria, Marie Antoinette, and now Marie Louise, stood behind him, but her face left an indistinct and insipid impression on my mind, and her features are lost in the mists of time. I can only remember her fair hair fastened up on the top of her head by a diamond comb. They swore fealty to this poor child, and if the flourish of trumpets and the shouting had ceased for a moment, if the murmur of Paris with her million peoples had been stilled, the booming of the enemy's guns could have been heard thundering only 2 leagues away from the place where they were making all that futile cheering, and swearing those hollow vows. In his name it was promised that he should never quit Paris, that he, Marie Louise his mother, and King Joseph his uncle, should die among the French people, and the carriages that were to bear them away next day were standing ready with the horses harnessed, in the courtyards of the Tuileries. So it fell out that the King of Rome left the chateau of Catherine of Medicis the following morning, that castle which survived days like the 20th June, the 10th August, the 29th July, and the 24th February. On the morrow he left to his successors, the Duke of Bordeaux and the Count of Paris, the royal cradle presented by the Hôtel de Ville. They too, both great-nephews of Louis Roman XVI, were destined not to rest in it any longer than he had done. This, then, was the flash of light and poetry still present to my memory. The second recollection was of the number of girls of the town, who, at that period, called out from the windows of their apartments to passers, by their licentious invitations with gestures obscene. Every few moments I would turn round and say to Crétet and Mademoiselle Adelaide, "They are calling to us." Both laughed, and I wondered why they laughed. We left Paris quite early next day, but not too early, however, to learn the ill-starred news. During the night the King of Rome, the Empress, and King Joseph had left Paris, and were speeding towards the Loire. On learning this news, which meant the abandonment of the capital, my mother felt that the place where we were, a little village on the great highway, 6 leagues from the barriers, was the place of all places where we should be least safe, even though we might not be in any danger at all. Paris, we heard, was preparing to defend herself, so if we remained at Mesnil we should be right in the line of attack. Moreover, the enemy was at Meaux. Their advance guard had been seen as far as Bondy. my mother determined to turn back, and we started on our return journey to Villers-Cotterets the next day. I have completely forgotten what we did with Crétet and Mademoiselle Adelaide. I only know they were not with us during the subsequent events. When we reached Nanteuil, we learnt that the enemy had turned the position at Soissons and were at Villers-Cotterets marching upon Nanteuil. The Cossacks had discovered the quarry, had gone down into it and, according to rumour, had committed abominations in its dark depths, such as the sun itself would have blushed to see had they been done in the light of day. We heard behind us from the direction of Paris the sound of firing, and we were informed that the Prussian advance guard was at Levignan, 2 leagues from where we then were. Therefore, if we wished to escape entirely from the enemy, there was only the road to Crespy available. Crespy, being situated 2 leagues north of the road from Laon to Paris, leads nowhere and might be overlooked. So we made for Crespy. My mother knew an old lady there, named Madame de Longper, the widow of an old valet de chamber of Louis Roman XV. Concerning her, I only remember that she was addicted to the terrible habit of brandy drinking, and that in order to procure her brandy, she sold every single article of a collection of magnificent china, such as I have never seen since. And at what price do you think she sold them? 30 or 40 sous the piece. True, at that time Chinese porcelain was not so highly valued as is the fashion today. We drew up at her house, but she had not enough room to take us in, and the sight of her perpetual drinking would have been repulsive. She took us to a lady, Madame Millet, who had, she said, a spare room quite ready that she could let us have. It was soon settled. Crespy is so near Villers-Cotterets that my mother was perfectly well known there, and we installed ourselves that same day. Madame Millet had 2 sons and 2 daughters. One of these 2 daughters, Amélie, would have been very pretty had she not lost one eye. Through an accident, it was always closed, and she hid it by a great mass of beautiful black hair. I remember nothing at all about the youngest girl, not even her name. The 2 sons were army surgeons like their father. The eldest had already left the service some 2 or 3 years before, and practiced medicine in Crespy. The other was with his regiment, no one knew where. In the midst of this general debacle, nothing had been heard of him for 6 or 8 weeks past, and the poor mother and his 2 sisters were very uneasy about him. As we crossed the main square of Crespy, we came upon a kind of bivouac. We inquired about this garrison, a source of danger rather than a means of help, in a town which was as open as a marketplace, and we learnt that it was composed of 100 infantry and cavalry. This little corps was completely cut off from all communication with the main army, and was stationed there under inferior officers without any orders. There they awaited the tide of events. The enemy lay all round Crespy, at Campigny, at Villers-Cotterets, at Levignan, but by some curious chance, for which we were most grateful, Crespy had remained like Péronne, if not quite inviolable, at least inviolate. Our 200 or 300 men kept splendid guard. They had pickets all round, their muskets were kept ever ready piled, and their horses were only unbridled when they had to be fed. The activity of this handful of men was a remarkable contrast to the negligence of the Duc de Treviso and of his army corps, who, as we have related, allowed themselves to be surprised one night at Villers-Cotterets. One day, in spite of this vigilance, or rather because of it, an alarm was spread. The enemy had been seen filing out of the wood of Tillet, at the foot of the rise of Montigny. This was the same hillock I thought so high, when I travelled to Bethesy with Picard and my cousin Marion. However that might be, the enemy was approaching, and the little troop resolved to defend vigorously. Madame Millet's house was the 2nd or 3rd on the right, as you came into the town from Villers-Cotterets, the same road that the enemy was taking. The windows looked up that road. We went up into the attics, which we turned into a general camping ground, for Madame Millet, my mother, and the 2 daughters had settled not to stir out. From the windows of these attics we could see the approach of a little corps of about 100 men. Was it, we questioned, an isolated corps like ours at Crespy, or the advance guard of a more considerable force? We were unable to tell, or rather to see, from our attic windows, as the road turned a few paces outside the town, was lost behind the houses that stood on our right, and completely cut off from sight a quarter of a league further by the wood of Tillet, which was large enough to conceal a much larger force than the one that had just passed through it. It was Prussian cavalry. The men were clothed in short blue coats, tight-fitting round the chest, loose below and fastened at the waist by belts. They wore grey trousers with a blue stripe like their coats, and had small visored helmets on their heads, fastened by a leather chin strap. Each man carried a sabre and 2 pistols. I can still see the first rank, preceded by 2 trumpeters, holding their trumpets in their hands but not blowing them. An officer marched behind the trumpeters. They were fine-looking young fellows, fair, and of a more distinguished bearing than the ordinary soldier. No doubt they were of the voluntary levies of 1813, who came to Leipzig to try their prentice hands on us, officers of the Tugendbund, which had produced staps and was to produce sand. They passed under our windows and disappeared out of our sight. A moment later we heard a perfect hurricane of sound, and the house shook to the gallop of horses. At the end of the street the Prussians had been charged by our cavalry, and as they were unaware of the size of our forces, they retreated at full gallop, hotly pursued by our hussars. They all rushed past together pell-mell, a hurricane of smoke and noise. Our soldiers were slashing and firing, sabre in one hand and pistol in the other. The Prussians fired back as they fled. 2 or 3 bullets struck our house, and one of them broke the bar of the shutter through which I was watching. Great was the terror of the women, who rushed downstairs at a breakneck pace to hide themselves in the cellar. My mother tried to drag me with her, but I held fast to the window sash, and rather than leave me she stopped by me. It was a terrible and yet a magnificent sight to witness. When pressed hard the Prussians faced about, and there, only 20 paces from us, under our very eyes, as near as the first row of boxes at the circus is to the stage, a battle was taking place in deadly earnest, a hand-to-hand fight. I saw 5 or 6 of the Prussians fall, and 2 or 3 of the French. The first man who fell was a Prussian, who was flying with his head and body bent low over his horse's neck. One slashing stroke cut open his back, from his right shoulder to his left flank, and left a ribbon-like band of red across him. The wound must have been 12 or 15 inches long. Of the others whom I saw fall, one fell from a slash which cut his head open, the rest were stabbed or shot. Then, after 10 minutes' struggle, the Prussians were beaten. They trusted afresh to the speed of their horses to save them, and set off at full gallop. The pursuit began again. The hurricane resumed its course, strewing 3 or 4 men on the pavement before it disappeared out of sight. One of these men was certainly killed, for he never moved. The others got up or dragged themselves away to the other side of the road. One of them sat up and leant with his back against the wall. The other 2, who were probably more seriously wounded, remained lying. Suddenly a drum was heard summoning to the charge. It was our 100 infantry coming up to take their share of the fight. They marched with fixed bayonets and disappeared round the bend of the road. 5 minutes later we heard sharp firing, then our hussars reappeared, driven back by 500 or 600 cavalry. The pursuers were now the pursued, but it was quite impossible to see or to distinguish any details in this second flurry of fighting. We only saw 3 or 4 more corpses stretched on the road when all was over. A deep silence succeeded this turmoil. French and Prussians had plunged forward into the town, and though we waited we neither saw nor heard anything more. What had become of our 100 infantrymen? Probably they had rushed out into the open country and had been either killed or taken. And as for our cavalrymen, who knew the district round about the town, they had escaped, it would seem, by way of the mountain of Surrey in the valley of Gillicourt. We saw no more of their pursuers. No doubt they left the town by some other route than the one by which they had entered, and had gone to rejoin their comrades, who were drawn up in the plain of Tillet to the number of about 2,000 or 3,000. We were emboldened by the solitude and silence. Moreover, our host, the military surgeon, came forward to attend to the wounded men. I hung to his coat-tails in spite of my mother's entreaties, and we opened the street door. A Prussian sergeant, who was leaning against this door, fell backwards when his means of support suddenly failed him. He was wounded through the right breast by a sword thrust. Directly the women saw they could be useful to a poor wounded man, their fears vanished. They rushed to the rescue, raised the young man, who would be somewhere between 26 or 28 years of age, and carried him into the sitting-room, which they speedily turned into a hospital. Millet continued his rounds, and with the assistance of the neighbours, who began to appear at their doors, he brought back 4 or 5 of the wounded, one of whom was a Frenchman. The remainder were either dead or at their last gasp. And now the bandaging began. Here the women played the divine part heaven intended should fall to their portion. My mother, Madame Millet, and her 2 daughters turned into true sisters of mercy, comforting and tending at the same time. I held the basin full of water, while Millet washed the wounds and the servants prepared lint. We then learnt from one of the Prussians who was least seriously wounded, he had received a sabre cut on his head, that he and his comrades belonged to a detachment of 3,000 men, which had refrained from entering the town for fear of being surprised. They were following their instructions, which were to camp out as much as possible, their commanders always fearing a nocturnal massacre if they ventured to stay in the towns. However, it will all be over soon, added the wounded man, since Paris surrendered the day before yesterday. This was the first intimation we had received of that important event. We were just on the point of crying out at the news, when a voice in the doorway said suddenly, "That is not true, Paris will not surrender like that." We turned round, and there we saw, leaning against the door, pale, one of the officers of our small detachment of infantry. He had one of the finest and most soldierly heads imaginable, gashed, now with a deep wound over the left eyebrow, hence his pallor and the blood that covered him. He had received a pistol shot in his face which had felled him, but the fresh air soon reviving him, he had managed to get up, and seeing the town 100 steps in front of him, he had reached it, leaning against its walls for support. The kind neighbours who had assisted our host had directed this officer to our house, and, mortally wounded, he had arrived just in time to give that truly patriotic denial to the news announced by his enemy. The bullet was still in the wound. It was extracted very skillfully by Millet, but as we have said, the wound was mortal, and the officer died during the night about 2 o'clock in the morning, just when a dog began to bark. Millet went into the yard and listened. Someone was knocking at the garden gate which led into the open country, and knocking so cautiously that it was plain whoever it was had to be wary. Our host opened the gate himself, and he who knocked thus at a private door in the dead of the night was the second son of the house, about whom they had been so terribly anxious. Our host came back into the house alone, went into one of the rooms, and bent over the bed where his mother and his 2 sisters were sleeping for a little while, after their good offices as sisters of charity. It was indeed good news God had sent them as a reward for their devotion. They smuggled in the newcomer by a landing window, so that he could reach our attics without being seen. For 10 minutes the 3 women sobbed for joy, then he told them that Paris had indeed practically surrendered on March 30th. Georges Millet, so far as I can recollect I believe Georges was his name, Georges Millet realized then that all was over. He left his regiment, and at the risk of being taken a score of times, he managed to return to Crespy, walking by night and across country. It had only taken him a night and a half, for Crespy was but 15 leagues from Paris. His brother gave him a razor to shave off his moustache, and for clothing they sent to Madame de Longpre, whose eldest son was the same size, and borrowed a coat, a waistcoat, and a pair of trousers, as the clothes of his elder brother, who was twice as stout as he was, would not have fitted him. Next day the news came. The Allies entered Paris on the 31st March. On the 1st April, the Senate appointed a provisional government. On the 2nd, a decree of the Senate declared Napoleon to have forfeited his throne. A fortnight later we returned to Villers-Cotterets, and settled down again in our home. What a host of events had happened during that fortnight, the face of Europe had been changed. On the 4th, Napoleon abdicated in favor of his son. On the 6th, he made his plans for retiring south of the Loire. On the 10th, a Te Deum was chanted in the place Louis Roman XV, by the Allies. On the 11th, Napoleon signed the decree of abdication. On the 12th, he attempted to poison himself. The same day, whilst he was struggling with the poison, which had been adulterated by Cabanis, the Count d'Artois entered Paris. On the 13th, the Senate nominated that prince lieutenant general of the kingdom. On the 14th, the Emperor of Austria entered Paris. On the 19th, the Emperor Napoleon, deserted by everyone, was left alone with only a single valet de chambre. Finally, on the 20th, he said adieu to the eagles of the Imperial Guard, and set out for the Isle of Elba. On the same day and almost at the same hour, Louis Roman XVIII reached Compiègne. All this had passed during that fortnight. Thus had history been made, and the noise of these exploits had been bruited abroad for all the world to hear, whilst I in my careless and happy ignorance was untouched by the sound thereof. Who would have said then that one day I should visit the Isle of Elba, whose very existence was unknown to me till I heard its name pronounced, and whose geographical position I forgot as soon as it was told me? Who would have said that one day I should visit this Isle of Elba with the Emperor's nephew?
Chapter 11.
Am I to be called Davy de la Pelleterie or Alexandre Dumas? Deus dedit, Deus dabit, the tobacco shop, the cause of the Emperor Napoleon's fall as it appeared to my writing master, my first communion, how I prepared for it. 2 or 3 days after our return to Villers-Cotterets, M. Collard came to see us, and my mother had a long talk with him, after which he left us, inviting her to join him that evening at M. de Villain's house. My mother went to M. de Villain's and took me with her. There was a large company of officers with their sabres and epaulets at table, as on the last occasion I had been in the house, only this time they were Russian sabres and epaulets, the same language and manners, perhaps rather more polished manners, that was the only difference. I could not understand that these were they whom the people spoke of as the enemy. The enemy represents a principle, not actual men themselves. My mother and M. Collard continued their conversation. Next day M. Collard was to leave for Paris, but he promised to look in at our house again before going. That night when we returned home, my mother took me aside, and looking at me more seriously than usual, but with as loving a face, she said, "My dear one, the Count d'Artois, who has been appointed Lieutenant General of the Kingdom, and Louis Roman XVII, who is just about to be made King of France, are both brothers of King Louis Roman XVI. Your grandfather, the Marquis de la Pelleterie, served under Louis Roman XVI, as your father served under the Republic. Listen now and attend carefully to what I say, for probably your whole future will depend on the resolution we are about to take. Would you rather be called Davy de la Pelleterie, like your grandfather, for you are the grandson of the Marquis Davy de la Pelleterie, who was groom of the bedchamber to the Prince of Conti, and Commissary General of Artillery, in which case we could obtain a commission for you, or you could become one of the pages, and in either case you would have a position made for you in the new reigning family. Or would you like to be called simply and briefly Alexandre Dumas, like your father? If you bear the name of the Republican General Alexandre Dumas, no career will be open to you, for instead of serving those who now reign, as your grandfather did, your father served against them. M. Collard is going to Paris today. He knows M. de Talleyrand, who was in the Corps Legislatif when he was. He knows the Duc d'Orléans. In fact, he knows many people belonging to the new court, and he will do his best for you according to your own decision. Think carefully before you reply." "Oh, I don't need to think, mother," I cried. "I will be called Alexandre Dumas and nothing else. I remember my father, I never knew my grandfather. What would my father think, who came to bid me farewell at the moment of his death, if I should disown him in order to call myself by my grandfather's name?" My mother's face brightened. "Is that your opinion?" she said. "Yes, and yours too, is it not, mother?" "Alas, yes, but what is to become of us?" "Nonsense," I replied. "You forget that I can construe the de viris, and therefore I understand my father's motto, Deus dedit, Deus dabit, God has given, God will give." "Well then, my child, go off to bed after that. You aggravate me very much sometimes, but I am sure your heart is in the right place." I went to bed without realizing quite the importance of the decision my filial instinct had just prompted me to make, and that, as my mother had warned me, it might very probably mean the shaping of my whole future life. Next day M. Collard came again, and it was settled he should ask nothing whatever on my behalf, but only apply for a tobacco shop for my mother. A strange anomaly this, the widow of the Horatius codes of the Tyrol selling tobacco. And my education was to be continued at the Abbé Grégoire's. I say at the Abbé Grégoire's, but I should have said under the Abbé Grégoire, for whilst all these things had been happening, the Abbé had lost his certificate as master of the school. Some decision of the university had forbade him to keep a school at his own house, although he was allowed to teach pupils in the town. For the consideration of 6 francs a month, which my mother agreed to pay him, I became one of his town pupils. I was, besides, to take lessons in arithmetic with Oblet, the town schoolmaster, and to continue my fencing lessons with old Mounier. And as for riding, I had taught myself, as the Roman soldiers did, by mounting barebacked any horses I could get hold of. My sole education then was limited to as much Latin as the Abbé Grégoire could teach me, to studying the 4 rules of arithmetic with M. Oblet, and to executing counterstroke, feint and parry with old Mounier. Oblet, I must say, had the least enviable task, for I have always had such a profound aversion towards arithmetic that I never have been able to get beyond multiplication. And even today I am incapable of doing the slightest sum in division. But if I did not learn how to calculate under Oblet, God, who watched over me, providentially saw that I learnt something else. Besides a perfect knowledge of his Berm, Oblet wrote a splendid hand. He could make all the letters of the alphabet like M. Prudhomme with one flourish of his pen, and furthermore he could draw the most marvellous designs, ornaments, hearts, rosettes, lacs d'amour, Adam and Eve, the portrait of Louis Roman XVIII, and I know not what else. Now handwriting was quite a different matter. Here I was gifted. When Oblet had given me my arithmetic lessons, and to acquit his conscience had done the 3 rules into me, for, as I have said, I never got beyond multiplication, we got out fine pieces of white paper, pared 3 or 4 quill pens in advance to coarse or fine or medium points, and then began writing roundhand, flourishes and upstrokes galore. In 3 months I had attained to Oblet's standard, and if I were not afraid of offending his pride, I should say that, in some points, I had even surpassed him. My progress in writing gave my mother some pleasure, though she would much rather it had been in arithmetic. Writing, she would say, it is something to be proud of, I must say, to write well. Why, any duffer can write well, but look at Bonaparte, you have a score of his letters addressed to your father, can you make out a single one of them? But Madame M. Bonaparte is now at the island of Elba, Oblet would reply gravely. Oblet was a hot royalist, so he always pronounced the name Bonaparte, and gave the ex-emperor the title of Monsieur. The same honour or the same insult that Oblet offered to Bonaparte was offered me in the chamber of 1847. Do you mean to say, my mother replied, that he is at Elba because he didn't know how to write? Why should I not say so? It is an argument that may be maintained, madame. They say that M. Bonaparte was betrayed by his marshals, but I say Providence willed this usurper should not be able to write clearly so that his orders should be illegible, and therefore they were not able to be carried out. His marshals betrayed him. Nothing of the kind, madame. They read his orders wrongly, so they acted contrary to what he had ordered them. Hence have arisen our reverses and our defeats, and the taking of Paris and the exile to the Isle of Elba. Well, we will drop Bonaparte now, M. Oblet. Madame, you yourself introduced the man into the conversation and not I. I never speak of the man. But suppose if Alexander... If your son, madame, one day becomes emperor of the French, since he will have, or rather as he already has, a splendid hand, his orders will be literally carried out, unless his marshals do not know how to read. But my mother was not comforted for my lack of mathematical ability by this contingency. She sighed a deep sigh, and gave expression to the final word let fall by weary consciences, and exhausted intellects, and faith that has reached the doubting point. If only... So I continued my 5 sorts of writing, my downstrokes and my upstrokes, my flourishes, my hearts, my rosettes and lacs d'amour with Oblet. Oblet, be it understood, was not the worst of those who treated the dethroned emperor badly. It was bad enough to call him M. Bonaparte, but many even contested his very name, saying that it never was Napoleon, but Nicholas, thus depriving him of his title of the Lion of the Desert. Fools that they were, in order to call him conqueror of the nations. While all these things were happening, I attained my 13th year, and it became time to think of making my first communion, a serious event in the life of every child, but specially so in mine. For young as I was, I had always felt deeply religious, apart from external observances. That sentiment is always ready to vibrate in my heart like a mysterious hidden chord, but it never really thrills save under the influence of a vivid emotion of joy or sorrow. In both circumstances, my first impulse, whether of gratitude or of affliction, is always towards the Saviour. Churches I hardly ever enter, for directly I cross the threshold I feel, like Habakkuk, as though an angel were pulling me back by the hair. Yet churches are such sacred places to me that I feel it sacrilege to go there as others do, merely out of curiosity or from a religious freak. No, it takes a deep access of joy or some profound grief to make me go into our northern churches, and then I always choose the loneliest comer or the darkest place. Though with God no dark places exist, there I often prostrate myself, near a pillar against which I can lean my head. There, with eyes riveted, my being isolated from all others, I can bury myself in the one thought, that of a God, good, all-powerful, eternal and infinite. I cannot find a word to say to him, not a prayer to address to him. What can one say to God, and what use is it to pray to him when he can see the face behind the mask, impiety behind hypocrisy? No, I prostrate my body, my heart, my soul before his mercy seat. I humble myself at the feet of his greatness. I bless him for past mercies, I praise him for the present, and I hope in him for the future. But all this is not very orthodox. All this may be Christian enough but hardly Catholic. It was therefore feared that I should not turn out a very edifying example of piety. Those who thought so could not grasp the fact that my apparent want of religious feeling was really from my excess of religious emotion. It was just the same with prayers as with the rules of arithmetic. I never could learn more than 3. Our Father, Hail Mary, and I believe in God. Moreover, I only knew these in French and not word for word. They tried to teach me them in Latin, but, as I had not yet become at that time a pupil of the Abbé Gregoire, I declined to learn them, saying that I wanted to understand what I was asking God for, to which they replied that God understood all languages. Never mind, I insisted. It isn't enough for me that God understands, I must understand too. And I obtained leave to learn my prayers in French. But in spite of my Gallican prayers and my imperfect attention to the instruction of the catechism, there were 2 persons, my mother and the Abbé Gregoire, who never doubted my religious tendencies. And more than that, the Abbé Gregoire, who was only a curate, obtained for me, in spite of the strictness of the Abbé Ramay, the priest of the church at Villers-Cotterets, the supreme honor of being allowed to renew my baptismal vows. The matter had long been talked of, and the Abbé Gregoire had to make himself personally responsible for his pupil. A week beforehand I was given the vows of baptism, copied in Oblet's very finest handwriting. The next day I knew them by heart. The day before the ceremony, my mother found me absorbed in reading a book which seemed to cast a spell over all my faculties. She never doubted for an instant that the book I was thus so taken up with was the Imitation of Christ, or the Pratique du Chrétien. She approached me gently and read over my shoulder. I was reading the Lettres de Héloïse et de Bayard, a poetical version by Collardeau. My mother snatched the book out of my hands. "That is a nice book to read," said she, "to aid you in your first communion." I tried to defend the book. I said that Abelard's exhortations were highly moral, and the Lamentations of Héloïse extremely religious. I wished to know how either the one or the other could mar my sincere contrition for the sins I had committed, for which I was to receive absolution on the morrow. My mother did not think it meet to give me any explanation on the subject, but as the Abbé Gregoire happened to pass by, she called him in. The Abbé Gregoire, constituted judge, took the book, read half a page, shook his head and said, "Really, the verses are very poor." And he handed the book back to my mother. I need hardly say I differed in my opinion from the Abbé, and thought Collardeau's lines splendid. Who was in the right, the Abbé or I? I strongly inclined to think my mother was. That night the Abbé Ramay took me aside after preparation, and explained to me that it was because of the name I bore, my mother's social position in the town, and specially because of the Abbé Gregoire's recommendation, that he had consented to allow me to repeat my baptismal vows. He hoped then that I should realize the importance of the responsibility with which I was to be invested, and that I should prove myself worthy of it. I confess I did not quite understand his admonitions. If among all the candidates there was one child ready for this solemn rite, by reason of his own convictions it was myself. I bitterly resented this injustice, the first that had ever been offered me. I have since become more accustomed to false conceptions of my feelings, my conduct, my character. I hardly slept the whole of that night. The idea that I was going to place myself in communion with the sacred body of our Lord moved me profoundly. The greatness of the act weighed heavily on me, and tears were very near. I felt utterly unworthy of the grace that was to be vouchsafed to me. They dressed me in a new suit for this solemn occasion. I wore nankeen trousers, a white quilted waistcoat, and a blue coat with metal buttons, all made by Douleroy, the first tailor of Villers-Cotterets. A white necktie, a cambric shirt, and a wax candle weighing 2 pounds completed my toilet. A previous ceremony had helped to deepen the impression of this one. The day before it was discovered that one of our companions, whose real name was, doubtless, Ismail, but who was called Mail for short, whom I strongly suspected of being a Jew, had not been baptized. So he was baptized conditionally, and I and a young girl who repeated the vows for him were chosen to be his godfather and godmother. My fellow sponsor was a very pretty girl with fair hair, slightly inclined to be reddish in tone, which did not at all spoil the general effect of her prettiness. Her baptismal name was Laura, even that of Petrarch's illustrious mistress, but I have totally forgotten anything about her family. It was arranged that I was to communicate next day between my two godsons, Ismail and Rousey. I had been godfather to Rousey for 10 months, with Augustine de Villaine, who was 9 months younger than I, and Ismail was 9 months older. At last the hour arrived. We know what a festival was made of the communion of children formerly in small towns. It was the counterpart of that grand festival of Corpus Christi since suppressed. Popular instinct thought of the two together with almost equal reverence, extreme weakness and supreme power. All faces were radiant, every house was decked with flowers. At least that seemingly was how it looked to me, through the eyes of a child of 13, my heart full of life and faith. Horrocks performed marvelous things on his organ that day. He was indeed a great artist. His melodious chords seemed to represent that everything which was youthful, loving and poetic in life was poured forth at the feet of our Saviour. I remember nothing of the details of the ceremony. I was wrapped in the deepest contemplation. I remember that everything around me seemed filled with light and hope. Whatsoever is granted to the eye of faith in contemplation of heavenly things was granted that day to me. The feeling was so overwhelming and so real that, when the host touched my lips, I burst into weeping and fainted away. The Abbé Ramay could not understand it at all. Ever since that day I have felt a deep reverence for all that is holy, a religious worship for everything high and noble. Each heavenly spark has kindled within me an inward fire, which has had its outward effect, like the lava in a volcano when the crater is full to bursting. It took me 2 or 3 days to recover from this excitement, and when the Abbé Gregoire came to see me, I flung myself, crying, into his arms. "My dear boy," he said, "I would far rather your feelings were less intense, and that they would last longer." The Abbé Gregoire was full of common sense. "No, my dear Abbé, it did not last. No, for as I have said, I was not the type of man to practice religion. As a matter of fact, that first communion was the only one I ever made, but I can say it to the dead as to the living. When the last communion shall come to me, as the pendant of the first, when the hand of the Lord shall have closed the 2 horizons of my life, and drawn the veil of his love between the nothingness that precedes and the nothingness that follows man's life, he can search every atom of the intermediate space with the most rigorous eye, and he will not find in it one evil thought, or one action with which I can reproach myself." Book 4. Chapter 1. Auguste Lafarge, bird snaring on a large scale, a wonderful catch, an epigram. I wish to write French verses, my method of translating Virgil and Tacitus, Montaigne, my political opinions. It would seem as though, in response to this outburst of my spirit towards God, he rewarded my mother by giving her the only thing she had ever been able to obtain in return for her 12 years of petitioning. To provide for this great event, we had moved to the Rue de l'Ormit, and had taken up our abode in the Place de la Fontaine, in a house belonging to a coppersmith called Lafarge, who had let us the whole of his first floor, and engaged besides to let us his shop if we needed it. The license to keep a tobacco shop having been obtained, he kept his promise, and we established ourselves on the ground floor, facing the street, in a large room furnished with 2 counters, one for the retail of tobacco and the other for the sale of salt. Our future prospects all centered in this twofold trade, which we owed to the protection of M. Collard. Some time after we were installed, the son of the coppersmith came to see his father. He was a fine, light-complexioned young fellow who held a post as head clerk in Paris. He was looking out for a lawyer's practice, but wanted the capital wherewith to purchase one. He had returned to his family with all the attractions of the capital about him: a box coat with 36 bands to it in the latest fashion, a watch chain with massive trinkets, tight-fitting trousers and boots a la hussard. He hoped to dazzle a wealthy heiress, no difficult task perhaps to one accustomed to charm the fair ones of Paris. Poor Auguste Lafarge was at that period a fascinating youth, with fair, pink complexion, as I have said, a complexion which, under the disguise of health, hid the germs of consumption, the disease he later fell a victim to. Moreover, he had intellectual tastes, having been thrown into the literary atmosphere of the time, and he numbered de Saugiers, Beranger, and Armand Gouff among his friends. He composed dainty songs, and as though born wealthy, he knew how to draw a gold piece out of his pocket, and fling it down carelessly in payment for the smallest article he bought. Such a man of fashion could not, of course, sleep at the back of his father's shop, so they borrowed one of our rooms, which we willingly gave up to him, and August was established in our quarters. Greedy after novelty, I was of course anxious to cultivate so personable a model, and I made advances to August, whom moreover my mother held up to me as a pattern. August accepted my overtures, and offered, what he thought might please me most, to take me on a grand bird-catching expedition. I agreed. I had hitherto recognized August's superiority in everything, but I quite hoped to bear away the palm in the matter of bird-catching. I was wrong. We country people perform our bird-catching like artists. August did his as a lord of the manor. He sent for Boudou, and asked him which were the best bird-snaring pools in the forest. Those near the Campigny and Viviers roads, promptly answered Boudou. How many other pools are there within, say, a league of this neighborhood? 7 or 8. So then, if we block all the other pools 3 or 4 days beforehand, the birds will be obliged to go to the 2 pools on the Viviers and Campigny roads. Yes, poor little things, unless it rains, in which case instead of leaving their haunts they will, as you know, drink out of the hollows of the leaves. Do you think it will rain, Boudou? Boudou shook his head. My aunt's barometer is at set fair August. It will not rain till the moon changes. Very well, Boudou, take these 10 francs and block all the pools round about. On Saturday evening Dumas and I will come and draw the 2 pools near the Campigny and Viviers roads. We ought to have a first-class hut near one or other of these 2 pools, to spend the night in. Very good, August, said Boudou, I will attend to it. I want besides 2,000 lime twigs tonight, so as to get them smeared beforehand. You shall have them, August. All right, said Lafarge with the gestures of an emperor. This was my first lesson in extravagance. The readers of Monte Cristo can judge if it was lost on me. On the Saturday night all was ready, thanks to the 10 francs Boudou had received. When the robin's last song was ended we spread the 2 pools with snares. Then we wrapped ourselves up, August in his greatcoat, I in my blanket, on a bed of ferns prepared by Boudou, and we tried to sleep. I say we tried to sleep, but although the air around us was balmy, the forest quiet, the moonlight serene, the expectation of pleasure keeps one awake almost as much as pleasure itself. It is very rarely I sleep the night before a hunting expedition, and only when life is more seriously preoccupied do these pleasant attacks of insomnia cease. It was then very rarely that I slept on fine nights, when excited by anticipation of a bird snaring, or shooting or hunting excursion. Those lonely vigils were not waste time, for I love solitude and silence and vastness, and I owe this love to those nights spent in the forest, at the foot of a tree, watching the stars through the canopy of leaves stretched between me and the sky, and listening to all the mysterious, incomprehensible sounds which are awake in the bosom of the wood while nature sleeps. Lafarge slept hardly more than I did. What was he dreaming of, I wonder? Probably of the face of a pretty grisette he had deserted in a Parisian garret, or, simpler explanation still, of that overweening ambition of his to become a solicitor, though only the son of a coppersmith. At 3 o'clock in the morning the song of a robin, as it hopped among the bushes, announced to us that day had come, as it had announced night to us. Next a blackbird fluted, then the tomtits and jays followed suit. Each bird seemed to have his own special hour for waking and praising God. I never recollect to have taken part in or seen such a haul of birds as we took that day. We numbered jays, blackbirds, and thrushes by the dozen, redbreasts, tomtits, linnets, and warblers by the score, and we returned to the town bent down under the weight of our spoils. 3 days after, Auguste Lafarge returned to Paris. His attractions had failed. He had come to Villers-Cotterets to ask Mademoiselle Picot to marry him, and had been rejected. The night he spent with me he was not dreaming of ambition, or of love, but of revenge. He was concocting an epigram, copies of which he gave to me and to 20 other persons when he left. It ran as follows: La fière Eleonore comptait avec complaisance. Les nombreux superants qui briguerant sa main, et que sa noble indifference, paia taugers d'un Freud dédain. Portant a ces discours que votre esprit resiste. Et il en fut un audutent par ses ducats. Un volume in quarto contiendrait il la liste. de tous ceux qui en voudraient pas. I cannot say whether the epigram is good or bad. I will leave the question to be decided by the Academy, which is learned in such matters, since it accepted M. de Saint-Aulaire because of a quatrain. But I know very well that all the people I had seen the previous day laughing at the Lafarge family, on the morrow laughed at the Picot family. Since the death of Demoustier, there had not been an unpublished verse circulated in our little town, so August's 8 lines made a great sensation for 8 days after. I confess that the stir made over an absent man dazzled me. I was fired with ambition to have the glory attached to me of being talked of when away, and at the Abbé Grégoire's first lesson, I begged him to teach me to make French verses, instead of insisting so tiresomely on my making Latin ones. These lines of Auguste Lafarge were the first rays of light thrown upon my life. He kindled in me ambitions vague and nebulous until then, things which had been dreams rather than definite ideas, aspirations rather than determinations. And it will be seen that Auguste Lafarge's influence on me was continued by Adolphe de Louvain. I asked Abbé Grégoire to teach me to make French verses, for he was the official poet of the countryside. I have said that since the days of Demoustier not an unpublished poem had tickled the wits of my fellow townspeople, but I am mistaken, for at every festival, at all christenings or baptisms of any importance, the Abbé Grégoire was called upon in his capacity as poet. I have never seen more worthy verses than his were. Therefore, when I made this request, which would have been tolerably presumptuous made to Hugo or Lamartine, teach me to make French verses, the Abbé Grégoire was not in the least taken aback, but answered simply, I shall be delighted, but you will be tired of it as you are of everything else at the end of a week. He gave me some bouts rhymes to finish, and I strove hard to compose French poetry, but the Abbé was right, and at the end of a week I had had enough of it. All my other lessons continued as usual. The Abbé Grégoire came at 11 o'clock every day to give me 2 hours' lessons, while the rest of the day I had pretty much to myself, and this is what happened. My professor, to save himself trouble, had a Virgil and a Tacitus, with the translation side by side with the original. These 2 volumes he left behind him at our house each day, to save carrying them backwards and forwards, and he locked them up in a little cabinet, carefully taking the key away, knowing what a great temptation they would be to an idle boy like me. Unluckily, I made the discovery that the box had hinges on the outside. With the help of a screwdriver I half-opened the hinges, and extracted whatever I wanted through this half-opened space, sometimes the singer of Aeneas, at others the historian of the CSRs, and thanks to the help of the French translation, I produced versions which astonished even the professor. As for my mother, she was charmed. Look at that child, she would say to all callers. He shuts himself up, and in an hour the whole of his home lessons for the day are done. I did indeed shut myself up, and with the utmost precautions, but unfortunately, things did not prosper so well on composition days as on those of translation. The exercises were dictated by the Abbé, but alas, there was no translation to their Latin locked away in any sort of cabinet. They had to be done by the help of a dictionary, and the result was that they were full of mistakes, which counterbalanced in the mind of my teacher the good effect of my translations, and eternally puzzled the poor man with the question as to how the child could be so good in translation and so weak in composition. He died without finding the solution to it. So it came about that on composition days the work took me 4 hours instead of 2, but even then the 2 or 4 hours' work left me 10 or 12 hours free each day. It will be seen that I had plenty of time at my own disposal. I spent the greater part of my time at a gunsmith's who lived opposite us. He was called Montagnon. He had a son who took lessons with me from Abbé Grégoire and who died of nervous exhaustion. They let me see him when he was laid out, and the sight completed the cure begun by M. Tissot. I did not give up frequenting the father's shop after the death of his son, my companion, for the firearms they were what I loved above all else. Amongst these firearms, I found the single-barreled gun which I had taken down on the day after my father's death, with which to kill God. I was to have that gun when I was big. Now, this definition when I was big was utterly vague, and tormented me greatly. I thought I was by now quite big enough, for I was growing taller than the gun. The consequence of my assiduous attendance at Montagnon's shop was that I became more learned in my knowledge of a gunsmith's trade than in translation, and I could take to pieces and put together again as complicated a mechanism as the breeching of a gun as well. and almost as ingeniously as the cleverest gunsmith. Old Montagnan would tell me that it was my vocation, and offered to take me free of premium as an apprentice, but he was mistaken. My enthusiasm did not go to that length. The rest of my time was spent in making weapons with Mounier, or in going bird snaring or decoying with my two best friends Saulnier and Arpin. In these leisure times, it was very rarely that a day passed without my receiving a dressing down on account of my political opinions. Everybody had an opinion about the end of 1814 and the beginning of 1815, and generally each opinion was very strongly held. Only, these opinions were not divided into as many shades as the colors in a rainbow, as nowadays, but were divided into two sharply defined colors. You were either a royalist or a Bonapartist. The Republican Party had passed away and liberals had not yet appeared. There were no such parties as Saint-Simonism, Fourierism, democracy, socialism, cabotism. I do not assert that my mother and I were Bonapartists, but we had been labelled such by other people. We Bonapartists, it was a strange idea. Bonaparte had disgraced, exiled and ruined us. Napoleon had forgotten, disowned and left us to starve, and they dubbed us Bonapartists. The feelings which made me resent this appellation on behalf of my mother and myself were so hearty that whenever any children called me a Bonapartist as we met in the streets, I would throw off my cap and my jacket, and considering myself insulted, instantly demand reparation. If the offender were of a size to offer it me, satisfaction was given, sometimes too satisfactorily, but it did not matter, for if that happened I began again the next day. The persistency with which people called us Bonapartists made my mother very uneasy on two accounts. First, because it earned me so many blows. I had never come home so often with a bleeding nose or black eye as since the Restoration, and secondly, because she detected, underlying this accusation, a feeling of hatred, or rather of jealousy, which would cause her to lose her tobacco shop license. They would certainly not fail to take it away from her if the charge of Bonapartism were believed.
Chapter 2.
The single-barreled gun, quiet bitch and Boudou compared, I become a poacher. It is proposed to issue a writ against me, Madame d'Harcourt as plenipotentiary. How it happened that Creton's writ caused me no bother. In this state of anxiety, we passed the winter of 1814 to 1815, during which I began my first lessons in shooting, in spite of my mother's unwillingness. My mother had positively forbidden Montagnan to give me the famous single-barreled gun, but Montagnan thought me so skillful in handling guns that he had no sympathy with my poor mother's terrors. So he gave me not the forbidden gun, for he was a native of Auvergne to the tips of his fingers, and was too honest a man to break his word, but another single-barreled gun that he had himself made for his son, and consequently felt able to guarantee its safe working. Moreover, as one could not go shooting without powder and without shot, he provided me with ammunition and let me go abroad in the parterre. This gun was the more precious in my sight since it was of the true poacher's pattern, with a barrel like a stick that one could carry in one's hand, and a butt end that could be put in one's pocket. So if one saw a bird one could turn it into a gun and become a sportsman, or if anybody was about, it could be transformed into a walking stick, and one became a pedestrian. As nobody suspected me of having such a weapon in my possession, nobody distrusted me. When the keeper heard a shot he might come to me and ask me if I knew anything about it. Of course I had heard the firing, I could not have done otherwise, but I had never seen the culprit, or if I had seen him, he had taken flight when he caught sight of me, and the direction he had taken was always opposite to the way I myself meant to go. So it came about that I regulated my walks by those of the keeper, and save for the evil accusation of Bonapartism, all was for the best in the best possible of worlds. My usual hunting grounds were those which then went by the name of Les Grands Allées, 4 rows of limes, ranged about 1/4 of a league in length, running from the castle to the forest. These 4 rows of trees faced the flat, open country to right and to left, so it was easy to see an enemy approaching from a good distance, and to fly as he came nearer. In winter these alleys abounded in all kinds of birds, especially with thrushes, and my walking-stick gun, which was of small caliber, was an excellent weapon, and carried to the highest trees. So when my composition or my translation was finished, or perhaps left unfinished, I would pursue my way, under cover of going to Montagnan's. Montagnan would hand me the gun ready primed, let me out at his back door, and I was at the Grands Allées in no time. There I found Saulnier or Arpin, with a firearm mounted in a block of wood or a short gun or a long pistol, and the sport began. And there, moreover, I discovered quiet bitch. Cooper has dedicated 5 novels to leather stocking. Therefore I ask my readers to permit me to dedicate some lines to quiet bitch, probably the only man in Europe who might, without disadvantage, be compared to the American hero. Haneke, for I know not what reason, was nicknamed quiet bitch. He was, at the time of which I am speaking, a boy of about 20 years of age, of medium height, perfectly well made, strong as a well-balanced machine, and more than all things else a first-rate poacher. Bitch had begun by snaring and decoying birds, as should every true poacher, and in these 2 exercises he was, beyond doubt, to Boudou what Pompey was to CSR. Perhaps Bitch might even have become CSR, and Boudou Pompey had not ambition led him away in the direction of poaching, a province Boudou held in lofty and prudent disdain. Nobody could distinguish a rabbit in its burrow in a spinney, or a hare in fallow land, better than Bitch. Nobody knew so well as Bitch how to steal up carelessly to that hare or that rabbit, and to kill it with a stone or a blow from a stick. The reader knows what pace a partridge can go when it runs. Well, Bitch possessed the art of mesmerizing partridges till he could walk up and kill one with a wretched old pistol, without cock or hammer, which he fired by means of a tinder match. I need hardly add that he never missed it, for when people are such keen lovers of sport as to shoot with such bad weapons, they kill at every shot. Bitch was my professor, for he had taken a fancy to me. He taught me all the tricks of hunter and animals, and for every animal's trick he knew, he had 1, and sometimes 2, to cap it. Later his merits became appreciated, and as he could not be prevented from poaching, he was made one of the keepers. After a period of 15 years' absence, not knowing what had become of him, I came across Bitch once more as head keeper in the forest of Laigue, where I happened to be shooting by permission from the Duc d'Orléans. It was under his guidance that I had permission to shoot. We recognized one another, I greeted him with delight, and off we set. The great St. Hubert alone knows what sport we had that day. When the Revolution of 1848 caused shooting prerogatives in the royal forests to pass into the hands of private individuals, Bitch gave up shooting. The privilege allowed to keepers in former days, of killing as many rabbits for their own private consumption as they liked, has now been taken away. Furthermore, they have now been deprived of their guns, and reduced to carrying only a stick by way of weapon. On my last visit to Campigny, one of my friends, who rented a 10th part of the forest of Laigue, gave me all these particulars. "Oh heavens," I cried, "my poor Bitch, surely he has died of grief at being deprived of his gun." "Bitch," replied my interlocutor, "don't you be uneasy, he kills more with his stick than the whole lot of us with our rifles." So I was partially comforted on Bitch's behalf. I profited marvelously under Bitch's tuition, but such great happiness could not last long. Impunity begets confidence, confidence tends to foolhardiness. One fine day towards the end of February 1815, when the sun was shining brilliantly on a carpet of snow, about a foot in depth, I followed a thrush which was flitting from tree to tree, with such close attention that I did not notice I was myself being followed. At length it seemed to settle in the middle of a bunch of mistletoe. I made a gun of my stick, adjusted it, and fired. It had scarcely gone off when I heard these terrible words 3 steps from my side. "Ah, you little rogue, I have caught you." I turned round thoroughly scared, and I recognized a head keeper called Cretin. His open hand was within half a foot of my coat collar. I was too well acquainted with the game of prisoner's base to allow myself to be taken like that. I leapt on one side, and was soon 10 steps from him. "You may catch me, but I am not caught yet," I said. He need not have taken the trouble to run after me, as he had recognized me, for the evidence of a gamekeeper is valid unsupported by other witnesses, but his pride was touched, and he rushed after me in pursuit. My legs had grown since the day on which Lebig had given me chase with such humiliating results to myself. Cretin saw at the first glance that I was a hard runner, and that he would not get much change out of me, but he did not give up trying to overtake me. I made for the open plain, which was separated from me by a 6-foot wide ditch. A 6-foot ditch was nothing to me, and I more than cleared it. Cretin, carried away by his chase, tried to do the same, but his legs were 4 times older than mine, and years had taken away their elasticity. Instead of alighting on the other side, he fell on the near side, and instead of continuing his chase at top speed as I was doing, He got out of the ditch on all fours, got up with great difficulty, and went hobbling on his way, leaning on the butt of his rifle. He had twisted his ankle. This did not improve matters for me, and I returned to Montagnon and told him the whole story. "Bah," he said, "we have dealt with many another ogre such as he, and we are not dead yet. But tell me, can't he put me in prison?" To go to prison was the supreme fear of my childhood. One of my playfellows, Alexandre Dumas, had been put in prison for 12 hours for pillaging. I had accompanied him to the end of the town, and only one thing had prevented me from being one of the party. I was wearing a long coat. They thought I should not be able to run easily in case of a chase, and that I should therefore be taken and compromise the whole band. Therefore they hounded me back ignominiously. I was not an accomplice in the fact, but I was in intention. When I saw Alexandre Dumas put in prison, I thought I should die of fear. That was why I asked Montagnon so piteously if they would put me in prison. "If they try to put you in prison, come to me, my boy, and I will prove to them that they have no law or right to imprison you." "What else could they do?" "They can fine you and confiscate your gun." "Your gun, you mean?" "Oh, that doesn't matter, I will give you another worth 30 sous. "Yes, but the fine, what will that come to?" "Oh, as to that, the fine will be a matter of 50 francs. 50 francs, I exclaimed. They will ask my mother for 50 francs, oh goodness, what shall I do? And I felt ready to burst into tears. "Bah," said Montagnon, "isn't there your cousin Develaine?" I shook my head, for I had not such confidence as that in my cousin Develaine. I had asked him several times in order to sound him. "Cousin, what would you do to me if you caught me shooting in the forest?" And he had replied, in the gentle tones that characterized him, and with his usual charming trick of frowning his eyebrows as he spoke. "Do, I should fling you into a dungeon, you rascal." So Montagnon's efforts at consolation with regard to M. Develaine were not at all reassuring on that head, and I returned home, therefore, looking very down in the mouth. I kissed my mother more affectionately than usual, and turned to go towards my room. "Where are you going?" she asked. "I am going to do my composition, mother," I replied. "You must do it after dinner, it is time for dinner." "I am not hungry." "What, not hungry?" "No, I had some bread and butter at Montagnon's." My mother gazed at me in astonishment. Madame Montagnon had not a reputation for such hospitality. "Nonsense," she said. Then she turned to an old friend of hers, who spent nearly all her time at our house, and whose life I worried with tricks, saying half laughingly, half anxiously, "Oh, he must be poorly." "Don't worry yourself," the old lady replied. "The scamp has been up to some fresh mischief, and has probably an uneasy conscience." "Oh, I dear Madame Dupuis, what a profound knowledge you had of the human heart in general, and of my heart in particular." No, I hadn't a clear conscience, and so I remained standing at the window, half hidden behind the curtains, exploring the square on all sides to see if a keeper or a policeman, or even Tournemal, with whom I had already had a skirmish over my pistol, were coming to the house from some quarter or other. One far worse than keeper, or policeman, or Tournemal came into the square. M. Develaine came himself. For one moment I hoped he might not be coming to the house. We lived next door to an old keeper on whom he called sometimes. But there was soon no longer room for doubt. One might have said that a mathematician had drawn a diagonal from the Rue du Château to the threshold of our house, and that M. Develaine had made a bet to follow this diagonal without stepping a single hair's breadth out of the line. My only hope lay in escape, and I had laid my plans in 5 seconds. I flew rapidly down the staircase. Through 2 glass doors at the bottom of the stairs one could see into the shop. Directly M. Develaine opened the shop door, I bounded through a door which communicated with Lafarge's house, and from Lafarge's house into a path that led to the street. I gained the King's Highway. I cleared the houses. I reached the Place de l'Abreuvoir by a back passage, and from the Place de l'Abreuvoir I entered Montagnon's house by the famous back door, which until that moment I had looked upon only as a means of exit, but which I was to make use of twice in one day as a means of entrance. From Montagnon's shop I could see across to our house, as much as one can see from one side of a street to the other. There seemed to be a great commotion going on, as though they were looking for someone. I had no longer any doubt when I saw my mother appear behind the panes of the first landing window, open the window, and look out into the street. It was evident that not only was someone being searched for, but that my mother was looking for this individual, and that this individual was myself. I could not depute either Montagnon or his wife to go and make inquiries, for although I came to them most days, they rarely visited our house. The sudden appearance of one or other of them would have seemed curious, and would assuredly have revealed the whole thing. So I kept quiet under cover, as Robinson Crusoe said he did when he first saw the savages landing on his island. After a quarter of an hour M. de Villaine came out again, and I thought his face looked even angrier than when he went in. I waited till it was dark at 5 o'clock, and night having fallen, I made myself as invisible as possible, and ran to my kind friend Madame d'Harcourt. The reader may remember that when anything serious happened, I always had recourse to her. So once more I laid my case before her, confessed everything to her, and begged her to go to my mother's in order to learn how matters stood. The good and worthy woman was so fond of me that she would humour my least caprice, so she hurried to the house, and I followed her at a distance. Then, when she went in, I glued my eye to a corner of the window pane. Unluckily, my mother turned her back to the window, so I could not see her face, but I saw her movements, which seemed to me dreadfully threatening. After a quarter of an hour, Madame d'Harcourt came out and called me, as she knew I was certain to be somewhere near. I let her call me 2 or 3 times. Then, as I detected a more reassuring intonation in her third call, I ventured to draw near. "Is that you, you naughty child?" said my mother. "Come, do not scold him," interrupted Madame d'Harcourt. "He has been punished quite enough." "Thank goodness if he has," said my mother, nodding her head up and down. I heaved a sigh which shook the stonework against which I was leaning. "You know that M. de Villaine has been," said my mother. "Yes, I know he has. I saw him coming. That was why I ran away." "He positively insists that you shall be sent to prison." "Oh, he has no right to send me to prison," I retorted. "What, he hasn't the right to do it?" No, I know he hasn't. I know what I am saying." My mother made a sign to Madame d'Harcourt which I intercepted. "Oh, you needn't wink like that," I said. "He has no right to do it." "Well, but he has the right to prosecute you and to fine you." "Ah, yes, that is true," I said, with a second sigh much heavier than the first. "And who is to pay the fine then?" Alas, dear mother, I know too well you must. But do not be anxious. I swear on my word of honour I will repay you the 50 francs when I earn any money." My mother could not keep from laughing. "Ah, you are laughing," I exclaimed, "so there is no more fear of a fine than of prison." "No, but there is a condition." "What?" "You are to go to M. Cretin, you are to tell him you are sorry for what has happened, and you are to ask his forgiveness." I shook my head. "What do you mean by no?" cried my mother. "No," I replied. "You dare to say no?" "I say no." "And why so?" "Because I cannot go to him to tell him I am sorry he has sprained himself." "You cannot say you are sorry that he has sprained himself." "Why no, for I am glad he did. It would be a lie, mother, and you know you have often forbidden me to tell lies. One day, when I was very little, you whipped me for lying." "Did you ever see such a rogue?" said my mother. "Nonsense, the child does not wish to lie," Madame d'Harcourt remarked laughingly. "But the prosecution and the 50 francs, exclaimed my mother. "Bah, what are 50 francs, said Madame d'Harcourt. "Oh really, do you think then that 50 francs are a mere trifle to us?" my mother answered sadly. The tone with which she said these words touched me to the heart, for it showed that the loss of the 50 francs was much, indeed too much, for my mother to bear. I was just going to give in and to say, "Very well, I will go to the man and tell him I am sorry he has sprained himself. I will say everything you want me to say," when, unfortunately for my good intentions, Madame d'Harcourt, who had noticed the intonation in my mother's voice, even as I had, turned to me. "Listen," she said, "I haven't given you your Christmas box for this year." "No, nor Leonor either." "Nor Leonor either," she repeated. "Neither," I said again. "Very well, if you are compelled to pay the 50 francs in question, we will each give you 25 of it." Thank you, Madame d'Harcourt. In that case I will run over to M. Cretin.
What for?
To tell him that everything has turned out well, that he only got what he deserved, that another time he is not to run after me, that my mother caught me by the arm. Look here, go into the house and straight to bed, she said. It is all right, Cretin will get something for his sprain and M. de Villaine for his writ, so it is all right. Thank you, Madame d'Harcourt, please thank Leonor, Madame d'Harcourt. Good night all, I am off to bed. I am tired after my run, it is wonderful how sleepy running makes one. Good night all. And running through the shop from one end to the other, I gained my room, enraptured to have got off so easily. Cretin issued his writ, and sent it in to M. de Villaine, who, learning of my obstinacy, swore he would enforce it. He would assuredly have fulfilled his oath, had not news arrived on the 6th of March which no one expected, and which turned the world upside down to such an extent that Cretin forgot his sprain, and M. de Villaine his writ.
Chapter 3.
Bonaparte's landing at the Gulf of Juan, proclamations and ordinances, Louis Roman 18, and M. de Vitral's Cornu the Hatter newspaper information. Bonaparte had landed on the noon of the 1st March at the Gulf of Juan, and was marching on Paris. People of another generation, who were not alive at that period, can form no idea of the effect this news produced, when on the morning of the 7th March we read the following lines in the Monitor.
Proclamation.
We adjourned the Chambers on the 31st of last December until the session of May 1st, during which interval we have striven unceasingly, in every way that could contribute to the tranquillity and the welfare of our peoples. That tranquillity is threatened, and that welfare may be compromised by malevolence and treachery. Imagine, dear readers, one of those worthy citizens who subscribe to the Monitor. There are some who do, although not many. Imagine a mayor, a magistrate, a deputy magistrate, anyone, in fact, who by duty, by position, or by a sense of responsibility, is obliged to read government prose. Imagine one of these men, carelessly opening his official news sheet, which he reads every morning from conscientious motives, falling upon this first paragraph, with its final disturbing expressions of malevolence and treachery. Dear, 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 whatever is the matter now? And he goes on. If the enemies to our country have founded their hopes in its divisions, which they are ever seeking to foment, its supporters, its legitimate upholders, will cancel that criminal hope by the invulnerable strength of an indestructible union. By all means let us crush such a criminal hope, says the worthy citizen, who does not yet know what they are driving at. By all means let us crush such a criminal hope, says the public functionary, who imagines it means some conspiracy among subordinate officers. And the citizen turns to his wife, nods his head and repeats, by the invulnerable strength of an indestructible union, adding, how well the government puts it. Then the reader, whether citizen or public functionary, reads as follows. Acting upon the advice of our well-beloved and faithful Chevalier, Sire d'Ambray, Lord Chancellor of France, whom we charge to carry out our orders, we hereby command as follows. Ah, now let us see what the King orders, says the reader.
Article 1.
The Chamber of Peers, and that of the Deputies of Departments, are specially convoked to meet at the usual place, where their sittings are held.
Article 2.
Those peers and deputies of departments who are absent from Paris must at once proceed there as soon as they become aware of this proclamation. Issued from the Château of the Tuileries on March 6, 1815, 20th year of our reign.
Signed, Louis.
Well, says the citizen, it is odd that they do not state why the chambers are convoked. Ah, says the public functionary, they convoke the chambers specially and do not indicate the day for meeting. Deuce take it, the situation must be very grave to cause such an omission. Ah, they both exclaim, here is an ordinance. Let us read the ordinance and perhaps that will enlighten us somewhat.
Ordinance.
Acting upon the advice of our well-beloved and faithful Chevalier, Sire d'Ambray, Lord Chancellor of France, whom we charge to carry out our orders, we hereby command and declare as follows.
Article 1.
Napoleon Bonaparte is declared a traitor and a rebel for attaching himself to the main army in the department of Var. Oh, says the citizen, what do they imply by that? They are deceived. Is not Napoleon confined to an island? Why, of course, replies his wife in an island called Elba. Very well then, how could he get into the department of Var? There is probably an erratum further on. Let us continue. What, exclaims the public functionary, what are they talking of? Napoleon has attached himself to the main army in the department of Var. Goodness me, that is serious news. Fortunately, my wife's cousin is related to the usurper's valet de chamber, so that if by any chance, let us read on. And both continue. It is therefore urged upon all governors, commanders of armed forces, national guards, civil authorities, and even upon private citizens to seize him. To seize him, the citizen's wife here interrupts. What does that mean, to seize him? Why, it is plain enough, it means to seize him, but you interrupt me just at the most interesting point. To seize him, murmurs the public functionary. I am glad I am not mayor or deputy or magistrate in the department of Var. Then both resume their reading. To seize and arrest him, to cause him immediately to be brought before a court-martial, which, after having proved his identity, shall sentence him according to the law. Article 2. Soldiers or employees of any rank who shall have accompanied or followed the above-mentioned Bonaparte shall be visited with the same punishment, and held guilty of the same crimes, unless they make their submission within a period of 8 days. Article 3. All civil and military rulers, heads or employers of labor or receivers of public trusts, or even private citizens, who shall offer assistance or help of any kind, whether directly or indirectly to Bonaparte, shall be equally proceeded against and punished as abettors and accomplices in this rebellion. Article 4. Also all those shall be punished in the same way, who by holding discourse in public places, or by issuing placards, bills, or printed matter, shall take part in, or incite citizens to take part in, the rebellion, or who shall abstain from repressing the revolt. Issued from the Château of the Tuileries, March 6, 1815, 20th year of our reign. Signed, Louis. The citizen rereads it, and still he is in the dark. The public functionary does not need to read it twice, he understands it all. Imagine news like this, announced to France in such a fashion. Whether the subscribers to the Moniteur understood it at first glance, or had to reread it twice, the shock was just as startling and sudden in its character. 10 minutes after the Moniteur had been opened by the mayor of Villers-Cotterets, the event was known throughout the town, and every house divested itself of its inmates, who rushed out into the streets. Every other journal kept silence. This is how the news reached Paris, and led to the proclamation and ordinance we have just read. From Lyon, on the morning of March 5th, the news of the landing of Napoleon in the Gulf of Juan had been transmitted to Paris by telegraph. The delay was explained by the telegraph lines stopping short at that period at Lyon. A courier had been sent off post-haste from Marseille on the 3rd by the military commander, and had brought the news to his colleague of the Department of the Rhône during the night of the 4th Anth. The telegraph was under the jurisdiction of M. de Vitrolles, cabinet minister and state secretary. He it was who received the dispatch in the Place Vendôme, where his offices were situated. He did not even wait to have his horses put to his carriage, but ran on foot to the Tuileries to communicate the dispatch to the king. It was worded thus: Bonaparte landed on the 1st March near Caen in the department of Var, with 1,200 men and 4 pieces of cannon. He is marching in the direction of Digne and Gap, as though to take the road to Grenoble. All measures are being adopted to arrest and thwart this mad attempt. The utmost loyalty prevails in the southern departments, and public tranquillity is assured. Louis Roman 18 took the dispatch out of M. de Vitrolles' hands and read it with the greatest calmness. Then, when he had read it, he said, Well, sire, I await your Majesty's commands, said M. de Vitrolles. Louis Roman 18 made a gesture with his shoulders as though to say, Why should I be troubled over the matter? Then aloud he said, Go and see Marshal Soult, and tell him to do what is necessary. M. de Vitrolles ran towards Marshal Soult's, but he did not need to go as far as the War Office. He met Marshal Soult on the Pont Royal. They both returned to the Tuileries. The Marshal doubted the truth of the news, and doubted it so thoroughly that he told the military commander he should receive his orders next day. So one day, one whole day was lost, where not 1 second should have been lost. However, towards 10 that night, it was decided that M. le Count d'Artois should set off for Lyon, and M. le Duc de Bourbon for La Vendée. Next day, the 6th, the papers were silent, but the telegraph spoke again. It announced that Napoleon was definitely advancing towards Grenoble and Lyon via Digne and Gap. It was only then, at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, that it was decided to summon the Chambers, and to draw up the proclamation and ordinance we read in the Moniteur. Villers-Cotterets was more inclined to royalist than to Bonapartist feeling. The chateau which, under Louis Roman XV and Louis Roman XVI, had been occupied by the Duc d'Orléans and by Madame de Montesson and their court, the chateau where Philippe Egalité spent his frequent exiles and pursued his finest hunting expeditions, the forest to which half the working population owed its livelihood, in which they worked, and from which 3/4 of the poor people got their beech-nuts and firewood, the forest which was part of the estates of the House of Orleans, since the marriage of Philippe, brother of Louis Roman XIV, with Madame Henriette. The chateau and forest, we reiterate, had spread aristocratic traditions in the town, which the Revolution had done very little to efface, although it had placed its soldiers, and the Empire its beggars, in the dwelling-house of an ancient line of princes. So the first impression this news of Napoleon's landing in the Gulf of Juan produced at Villers-Cotterets was more hostile than joyous. The women specially distinguished themselves by a fiery outbreak of threats, which tended even towards imprecations. Among these women there was one more fiery and energetic than all the rest. She was the wife of a hatter called Cornu. Those, then, to whom this return of Napoleon was a hope, I will not say a delight, for at that period no one could guess the rapidity of the march which, 13 days after the day on which we had learnt of his landing on the most distant point in France, was to take him to the Tuileries, instead of rejoicing, seemed more melancholy than ever, and entered their houses with lowered heads. My mother was not, nor could she be, one of their number. Napoleon had not been so benevolent to us that his return could afford us the slightest pleasure, but we were perfectly well aware, both of us, that we were among the people who were menaced. What could a woman and a child do against these menaces? We therefore entered our home with heads as bowed as though we were Bonapartists. And indeed, from that time forth, so we were in the eyes of the inhabitants. The situation was not exactly cheerful, and our position anything but reassuring. It was true that not only the Journal des Débats, but all the other papers, spoke of Napoleon as a fugitive bandit driven back into the mountains, tracked by the inhabitants like a wild beast, who had failed in his attempt upon Antibes and was repulsed by Digne, which had shut its gates against him, who was already repenting having risked such a senseless act as trying to reconquer France with only 1,200 men, he who had lost it with 600,000. All awaited then, with impatience, the papers of the 9th and of the 10th, when, no doubt, we should learn that the usurper had been taken, as the Journal des Débats desired, and in accordance with the instructions of the proclamation inserted in the Moniteur, a court-martial had begun to try him. Should it so happen, he would have been shot, 24 hours later, in a courtyard, a farmyard, a ditch, and all would be at an end. Why, indeed, should his court-martial take longer than that of the Duc d'Enghien? The paper of the 9th came, but instead of the paragraphs we expected to find, we read that the fugitive had been at Castelane at Berme, and for a short while at Martigny, where he had issued a proclamation to the inhabitants of Hautes-Alpes. Incredible as the step might seem, when one considered that it was taken by so great a strategist as Napoleon, the fugitive was fleeing to Paris. Meanwhile, M. le Comte d'Artois had gone to Lyon. It was indeed an honor to send the first prince of the blood to block the advance of such a man. He was accompanied by the Duc d'Orléans and the Marshal Duc de Taranto. And in addition to this, a royal proclamation, upon the advice of the Duc de Dalmatia, Minister of War, had called up the royal standard officers on half pay in order to form a select corps, in all the principal places of each department. Another mandate, issued the same day, mobilized the Parisian National Guards. On the 10th, the news of a grand victory gained by the Duc d'Orléans over the usurper spread over Paris, and so into the provinces. An officer of the king's household appeared on the balcony of the Tuileries, and waving his hat, announced that the king had just received official information that the Duc d'Orléans had attacked the usurper at the head of 20,000 men of the National Guard, in the direction of Bourgogne, and had completely beaten him. Unluckily, the papers of the 12th announced the return to Paris of the would-be conqueror. The Monitor even gave out that Napoleon had slept at Bergen on the night of the 9th, and that they expected he might perhaps enter Lyon on the evening of the 10th of March, but that it seemed certain Grenoble had not yet opened its gates to him. This was the extent of our news at Villers-Cotterets, which was a day behind that of Paris, when a conspiracy broke out which, without seeming to be connected therewith in any way, yet gave rise to the feeling that there was an extraordinary coincidence between it and Napoleon's landing and march towards Paris. We shall see in what fashion, child though I was to be mixed up in this great affair, a matter of life and death.
Chapter 4.
General Exelmans, his trial, the two brothers Lallemande, their conspiracy, they are arrested and led through Villers-Cotterets, the affronts to which they were subjected. May we be permitted to go back a little further, since our dramatic training has accustomed us always, and in every detail, to prefer the clearest and most lucid style of presentation. We know what spirit of reaction had been abroad under the government of Louis Roman XVIII, and what persecution during the First Restoration the men who had served under the usurper, as Napoleon was called, had had to undergo. The indiscretion of a few prominent people in the party, called the ultra-royalists, had revealed the intentions of the monarchy. One of these designs, they said, was to exterminate the Bonapartists, as the Protestants had been exterminated under Charles Roman IX. The more absurd the rumours were, the more readily were they believed. The Bourbons were thought capable of the most outrageous projects, and there was, I will not say a great fright among those who were menaced. The old comrades of the Emperor were not so easily alarmed, but many rumours were abroad. Many left Paris, hoping to rouse less hatred by going far from that everlasting seething pot of intrigues. Others rallied together, armed themselves, and resolved to sell their lives dearly. The government grew uneasy at these gatherings, wished to dissolve them, and in order to attain this end, forbade all general officers to remain at Paris without leave, ordering all those who were not natives of the capital to return instantly to their own parts. We can understand what exasperation this would cause at a time of violent dissensions. The retired officers protested against the measure, and banded together to resist it. Compelled by the minister to choose between Paris and half-pay, several, although poor, preferred independence to submission. The government, annoyed by this resistance, looked out for some occasion to make a public example. One soon came. A letter from General Exelmans to Murat was seized and opened. He congratulated the King of Naples on the preservation of his crown, and told him that thousands of brave followers would hasten to defend his throne if it were again threatened. Marshal Soult was Minister for War. He immediately placed General Exelmans on the retired list, and ordered him to put 60 leagues between himself and Paris at once, and to stay away until further orders. Exelmans declined to obey. The minister, he protested, had no right to exile officers who were not on the active service list. The marshal arrested him, and denounced him before a court-martial of the twofold crime of disobeying his chief, and of holding correspondence with the enemies of the state. General Exelmans was acquitted. This was a terrible blow for the government. Military men who were not on active service did not owe the government obedience. Then, comprehending from the hatred they bore it, that its hatred for themselves would show itself in some dreadful ebullition, they resolved to forestall it. A meeting was held at the house of one of the generals, who was most deeply compromised by his Napoleonic opinions. Drouet d'Erlon, I believe, was the man. At this meeting, which was composed of officers on half-pay, as well as of officers in active service, it was decided that all those in active service who had a command should march on Paris at a given moment, with as many men as they could muster. 50,000 men would be found ready at the right moment in the capital, more than necessary to dictate terms. They would demand from the king the dismissal of the ministry, and they would compel him to drive out of France all those who were pointed out by public opinion as enemies to the charter, and disturbers of the public welfare and peace. This meeting had taken place, and these resolutions were drawn up before Napoleon's landing. But, as the movement broke out simultaneously with his return from Elba, the two events were connected together in people's minds. The generals who took the leading part in this conspiracy were Drouet d'Erlon, whom we have already mentioned, Lefebvre de Snouets, and the two brothers Lallemande. The Duc de Treviso, under whose command the Comte d'Erlon served, had the command of the 16th Military Division, whose headquarters were at Lille. Towards the end of February he was absent from his post, and as that moment seemed favourable, the Comte d'Erlon decided to take advantage of it. The moment was, indeed, particularly favourable, as it was just at the time when the telegraph wires transmitted the news of Napoleon's landing. The garrison of Lille, deceived by supposed orders, set forth on the 8th March conducted by the Comte d'Erlon, but it was met en route by the Duc de Treviso, who at Lille had received the extraordinary news which was convulsing Europe. He questioned the generals who were leading the columns, guessed the plot, gave counter-orders, and re-entered the town with his army corps. But all this time Lefebvre Desnouettes had been acting too, believing that the garrison of Lille had started on its way, and not knowing what had happened, he had moved the regiment of the old Chasseurs de la Garde which he commanded. But when he reached Compigny, about 7 leagues from us, he found the 6th Chasseurs, who bore the name of the Duc de Berry, drawn up in battle array, with its colonel M. de Talhouet at its head. At this spectacle Lefebvre Desnouettes was struck dumb, and did not know how to answer his officers and those of the 6th Chasseurs, who asked the cause of his perplexity. He left Compigny abruptly, met General Lyam, major of the regiment of Royal Chasseurs, divulged a part of his projected plans to him, and suggested that they should join the conspiracy and help it forward. Major Lyam refused. Lefebvre Desnouettes perceived that there was nothing further to be done in that quarter, and that he would but risk his life by persisting. He therefore exchanged his uniform for a peasant's dress, and set his face across country towards Chalons, where General Rigaud was in command, whom he knew to be a fanatical partisan of Napoleon. The 2 brothers Lallemande had not been idle. One of them, a general of artillery, had gone to La Fère with the 2 other squadrons of Royal Chasseurs, and his brother had accompanied him. Their intention was to seize the arsenal and park of artillery. They first tried to seduce the gunners, then to entice General de Beauville, who commanded the artillery school, to their cause. But both these attempts were unsuccessful. Soldiers and general held to their posts. General de Beauville, seconded by Major Payan of the 2nd Regiment of Artillery, ordered arms to be taken to the garrison, placed a portion of the troops in the arsenal and others at the gates of the town, armed them, and had cannons mounted in the battery. It was effort wasted, as that of Lefebvre Desnouettes had been. The 2 brothers retired, followed by a little band of gunners who had come over to their side, but who dispersed when an organized pursuit began, so that the 2 brothers Lallemande were obliged to fly without even knowing, as Lefebvre Desnouettes had done, where to go, and losing themselves in a country which was strange to them. All this happened within only 13 leagues of Villers-Cotterets. The attempt was made on March 10th. On the 12th, the police force at Villers-Cotterets received orders to search the countryside. It had been reported that the fugitives had been seen in the direction of Fort Milon. We saw the police pass by, and we knew the object of their expedition through a friend of mine, named Stanislas Leloir, the son of an old sergeant who had been killed near Villers-Cotterets during the campaign of 1814. It may well be believed that all this news, whether from Paris or from Compigny or La Fère, put our little whole of a town into a great ferment. The epithet of Bonapartist, now used definitely as an accusation, sounded more often than ever in my ears, but under the circumstances my mother had strongly urged upon me not to resist it. I therefore let them call me Bonapartist as much as they liked. At night, gangs of street boys, 25 to 30 in number, would collect, open the doors of suspected persons, come right into the house and shout out "Vive le Roi," compelling the inmates to shout with them. 10 times a night our door, which opened on the street, would be assailed by hooligans in this way, and their cries sounded in our ears with an angry persistence which was most disquieting. By day everybody collected in the squares, Villers-Cotterets, being on the high road from Paris to Mézières by way of Soissons and Laon, is one of the vital arteries which feed northern France. Numberless carriages, diligences and couriers use it, each often bringing some bit of special news not given us in the papers. It was by these means we learnt, on the 13th March, of Napoleon's entry into Grenoble and Lyon, to which the papers either did not refer at all, or which they only mentioned to contradict. Thus, on the 14th, we learnt that Napoleon had entered Lyon, that the Comte d'Artois, even as the Duc d'Orléans, had been forced to return without an army, and suddenly we heard a great noise towards the end of the Rue de Largny. As the street forms a perfectly straight line, we turned to look in the direction from whence the noise came. We saw 3 carriages, harnessed like post-chaises and escorted by a strong piquet of police. Everybody rushed towards these conveyances. In each carriage sat a general officer between 2 policemen, and besides these 6 policemen, seated opposite the 3 prisoners, were 6 more as escort. The carriages came at a fast trot. So long as they were in the Rue de l'Argny, which is quite wide, they were able to keep up the pace, but when they reached the entrance to the Rue de Soissons, a narrow and uneven street, they were obliged to go slower, on account of the hindrances they met.